Chapter 30. The Girl I Left Behind Me. We do not claim to rank among the military novelists. Our place is with the non-combatants. When the decks are cleared for action we go below and wait meekly. We should only be in the way of the maneuvers that the gallant fellows are performing overhead. We shall go no farther with the th than to the city gate, and leaving Major O'Dowd to his duty, come back to the Major's wife, and the ladies and the baggage. Now the Major and his lady, who had not been invited to the ball at which in our last chapter other of our friends figured, had much more time to take their wholesome natural rest in bed than was accorded to people who wished to enjoy pleasure as well as to do duty. "It's my belief, Peggy, my dear," said he, as he placidly pulled his nightcap over his ears, "that there will be such a ball danced in a day or two as some of them has never heard the tune of." And he was much more happy to retire to rest after partaking of a quiet tumbler, than to figure at any other sort of amusement. Peggy, for her part, would have liked to have shown her turban and bird of paradise at the ball, but for the information which her husband had given her, and which made her very grave. "I'd like ye wake me about half an hour before the assembly beats," the Major said to his lady. "Call me at 1:30, Peggy dear, and see me things is ready. Maybe I'll not come back to breakfast, Mrs. O.D." With which words, which signified his opinion that the regiment would march the next morning, the Major ceased talking, and fell asleep. Mrs. O'Dowd, the good housewife, arrayed in curl papers and a camisole, felt that her duty was to act, and not to sleep, at this juncture. "Time enough for that," she said, when Mick's gone. And so she packed his travelling valise ready for the march, brushed his cloak, his cap, and other warlike habiliments, set them out in order for him, and stowed away in the cloak pockets a light package of portable refreshments, and a wicker-covered flask or pocket pistol, containing near a pint of a remarkably sound cognac brandy, of which she and the Major approved very much. And as soon as the hands of the repayther pointed to 1:30, and its interior arrangements, it had a tone quite equal to a cathedral, its fair owner considered, knelled forth that fatal hour. Mrs. O'Dowd woke up her Major, and had as comfortable a cup of coffee prepared for him as any maid that morning in Brussels. And who is there will deny that this worthy lady's preparations betokened affection as much as the fits of tears and hysterics by which more sensitive females exhibited their love, and that their partaking of this coffee, which they drank together while the bugles were sounding the turn-out and the drums beating in the various quarters of the town, was not more useful and to the purpose than the outpouring of any mere sentiment could be? The consequence was, that the Major appeared on parade quite trim, fresh, and alert, his well-shaved rosy countenance, as he sate on horseback, giving cheerfulness and confidence to the whole corps. All the officers saluted her when the regiment marched by the balcony on which this brave woman stood, and waved them a cheer as they passed. And I dare say it was not from want of courage, but from a sense of female delicacy and propriety, that she refrained from leading the gallant th personally into action. On Sundays, and at periods of a solemn nature, Mrs. O'Dowd used to read with great gravity out of a large volume of her uncle the Dean's sermons. It had been of great comfort to her on board the transport as they were coming home, and were very nearly wrecked, on their return from the West Indies. After the regiment's departure she betook herself to this volume for meditation. Perhaps she did not understand much of what she was reading, and her thoughts were elsewhere, but the sleep project, with poor Mick's nightcap there on the pillow, was quite a vain one. So it is in the world. Jack or Donald marches away to glory with his knapsack on his shoulder, stepping out briskly to the tune of "The Girl I Left Behind Me." It is she who remains and suffers, and has the leisure to think, and brood, and remember. Knowing how useless regrets are, and how the indulgence of sentiment only serves to make people more miserable, Mrs. Rebecca wisely determined to give way to no vain feelings of sorrow, and bore the parting from her husband with quite a Spartan equanimity. Indeed, Captain Rawdon himself was much more affected at the leave-taking than the resolute little woman to whom he bade farewell. She had mastered this rude coarse nature, and he loved and worshipped her with all his faculties of regard and admiration. In all his life he had never been so happy, as, during the past few months, his wife had made him. All former delights of turf, mess, hunting field, and gambling table. All previous loves and courtships of milliners, opera dancers, and the like easy triumphs of the clumsy military Adonis, were quite insipid when compared to the lawful matrimonial pleasures which of late he had enjoyed. She had known perpetually how to divert him, and he had found his house and her society 1,000 times more pleasant than any place or company which he had ever frequented from his childhood until now. And he cursed his past follies and extravagances, and bemoaned his vast outlying debts above all, which must remain for ever as obstacles to prevent his wife's advancement in the world. He had often groaned over these in midnight conversations with Rebecca, although as a bachelor they had never given him any disquiet. He himself was struck with this phenomenon. Hang it, he would say, or perhaps use a still stronger expression out of his simple vocabulary, before I was married I didn't care what bills I put my name to, and so long as Moses would wait or Levy would renew for 3 months. I kept on never minding. But since I'm married, except renewing, of course, I give you my honor I've not touched a bit of stamped paper. Rebecca always knew how to conjure away these moods of melancholy. Why, my stupid love, she would say, we have not done with your aunt yet. If she fails us, isn't there what you call the Gazette? Or, stop, when your Uncle Bute's life drops, I have another scheme. The living has always belonged to the younger brother, and why shouldn't you sell out and go into the church? The idea of this conversion set Rawdon into roars of laughter. You might have heard the explosion through the hotel at midnight, and the haw-haws of the great dragoon's voice. General Tufto heard him from his quarters on the first floor above them. And Rebecca acted the scene with great spirit, and preached Rawdon's first sermon, to the immense delight of the general at breakfast. But these were mere bygone days and talk. When the final news arrived that the campaign was opened, and the troops were to march, Rawdon's gravity became such that Becky rallied him about it in a manner which rather hurt the feelings of the guardsmen. You don't suppose I'm afraid, Becky, I should think, he said, with a tremor in his voice. But I'm a pretty good mark for a shot, and you see if it brings me down, why I leave 1 and perhaps 2 behind me whom I should wish to provide for, as I brought them into the scrape. It is no laughing matter that, Mrs. C., anyways. Rebecca by 100 caresses and kind words tried to soothe the feelings of the wounded lover. It was only when her vivacity and sense of humor got the better of this sprightly creature, as they would do under most circumstances of life indeed, that she would break out with her satire, but she could soon put on a demure face. Dearest love, she said, do you suppose I feel nothing? And hastily dashing something from her eyes, she looked up in her husband's face with a smile. Look here, said he. If I drop, let us see what there is for you. I have had a pretty good run of luck here, and here's £230. I have got 10 Napoleons in my pocket. That is as much as I shall want, for the general pays everything like a prince, and if I'm hit, why you know I cost nothing. Don't cry, little woman, I may live to vex you yet. Well, I shan't take either of my horses, but shall ride the general's grey charger, it's cheaper, and I told him mine was lame. If I'm done, those 2 ought to fetch you something. Grigg offered 90 for the mare yesterday, before this confounded news came, and like a fool I wouldn't let her go under the 2 O's. Bullfinch will fetch his price any day, only you'd better sell him in this country, because the dealers have so many bills of mine, and so I'd rather he shouldn't go back to England. Your little mare the general gave you will fetch something, and there's no livery stable bills here as there are in London, Rawdon added, with a laugh. There's that dressing case cost me 200, that is, I owe 2 for it. And the gold tops and bottles must be worth 30 or 40. Please to put that up the spout, ma'am, with my pins, and rings, and watch and chain, and things. They cost a precious lot of money. Miss Crawley, I know, paid 100 down for the chain and ticker. Gold tops and bottles, indeed. Dammy, I'm sorry I didn't take more now. Edwards pressed on me a silver gilt bootjack, and I might have had a dressing case fitted up with a silver warming pan, and a service of plate. But we must make the best of what we've got, Becky, you know. And so, making his last dispositions, Captain Crawley, who had seldom thought about anything but himself, until the last few months of his life, when love had obtained the mastery over the dragoon, went through the various items of his little catalogue of effects, striving to see how they might be turned into money for his wife's benefit, in case any accident should befall him. He pleased himself by noting down with a pencil, in his big schoolboy handwriting, the various items of his portable property which might be sold for his widow's advantage as, for example, my double barrel by Manton, say 40 guineas. My driving cloak, lined with sable fur, £50, my dueling pistols in rosewood case, same which I shot Captain Marker, £20, my regulation saddle holsters and housings. My lorry ditto, and so forth, over all of which articles he made Rebecca the mistress. Faithful to his plan of economy, the captain dressed himself in his oldest and shabbiest uniform and epaulettes, leaving the newest behind, under his wife's, or it might be his widow's, guardianship. And this famous dandy of Windsor and Hyde Park went off on his campaign with a kit as modest as that of a sergeant, and with something like a prayer on his lips for the woman he was leaving. He took her up from the ground, and held her in his arms for a minute, tight pressed against his strong beating heart. His face was purple and his eyes dim, as he put her down and left her. He rode by his general's side, and smoked his cigar in silence as they hastened after the troops of the general's brigade, which preceded them. And it was not until they were some miles on their way that he left off twirling his mustache and broke silence. And Rebecca, as we have said, wisely determined not to give way to unavailing sentimentality on her husband's departure. She waved him an adieu from the window, and stood there for a moment looking out after he was gone. The cathedral towers and the full gables of the quaint old houses were just beginning to blush in the sunrise. There had been no rest for her that night. She was still in her pretty ball dress, her fair hair hanging somewhat out of curl on her neck, and the circles round her eyes dark with watching. "What a fright I seem," she said, examining herself in the glass, "and how pale this pink makes one look." So she divested herself of this pink raiment. In doing which a note fell out from her corsage, which she picked up with a smile, and locked into her dressing-box. And then she put her bouquet of the ball into a glass of water, and went to bed, and slept very comfortably. The town was quite quiet when she woke up at 10 o'clock, and partook of coffee, very requisite and comforting after the exhaustion and grief of the morning's occurrences. This meal over, she resumed honest Rawdon's calculations of the night previous, and surveyed her position. Should the worst befall, all things considered, she was pretty well to do. There were her own trinkets and trousseau, in addition to those which her husband had left behind. Rawdon's generosity, when they were first married, has already been described and lauded. Besides these, and the little mare, the general, her slave and worshipper, had made her many very handsome presents, in the shape of cashmere shawls bought at the auction of a bankrupt French general's lady, and numerous tributes from the jewelers' shops, all of which betokened her admirers' taste and wealth. As for tickers, as poor Rawdon called watches, her apartments were alive with their clicking. For, happening to mention one night that hers, which Rawdon had given to her, was of English workmanship, and went ill, on the very next morning there came to her a little bijou marked Leroy, with a chain and cover charmingly set with turquoises. And another signed briquet, which was covered with pearls, and yet scarcely bigger than a half-crown. General Tufto had bought one, and Captain Osborne had gallantly presented the other. Mrs. Osborne had no watch, though, to do George justice, she might have had one for the asking, and the Honourable Mrs. Tufto in England had an old instrument of her mother's that might have served for the plate-warming pan which Rawdon talked about. If Messrs. Howell and James were to publish a list of the purchasers of all the trinkets which they sell, how surprised would some families be, and if all these ornaments went to gentlemen's lawful wives and daughters. What a profusion of jewellery there would be exhibited in the genteelest homes of Vanity Fair. Every calculation made of these valuables Mrs. Rebecca found, not without a pungent feeling of triumph and self-satisfaction, that should circumstances occur, she might reckon on £600 or £700 at the very least, to begin the world with. And she passed the morning disposing, ordering, looking out, and locking up her properties in the most agreeable manner. Among the notes in Rawdon's pocketbook was a draft for £20 on Osborne's banker. This made her think about Mrs. Osborne. "I will go and get the draft cashed," she said, "and pay a visit afterwards to poor little Emmy. If this is a novel without a hero, at least let us lay claim to a heroine. No man in the British Army which has marched away, not the great Duke himself, could be more cool or collected in the presence of doubts and difficulties, than the indomitable little aide-de-camp's wife. And there was another of our acquaintances who was also to be left behind, a non-combatant, and whose emotions and behavior we have therefore a right to know. This was our friend the ex-collector of Boggley Woola, whose rest was broken, like other people's, by the sounding of the bugles in the early morning. Being a great sleeper, and fond of his bed, it is possible he would have snoozed on until his usual hour of rising in the forenoon, in spite of all the drums, bugles, and bagpipes in the British Army, but for an interruption, which did not come from George Osborne, who shared Jos's quarters with him, and was as usual occupied too much with his own affairs or with grief at parting with his wife, to think of taking leave of his slumbering brother-in-law. It was not George, we say, who interposed between Jos Sedley and sleep, but Captain Dobbin, who came and roused him up, insisting on shaking hands with him before his departure. "Very kind of you," said Jos, yawning, and wishing the captain at the deuce. I didn't like to go off without saying good-bye, you know," Dobbin said in a very incoherent manner. "Because you know some of us mayn't come back again, and I like to see you all well, and that sort of thing, you know." "What do you mean?" Jos asked, rubbing his eyes. The captain did not in the least hear him or look at the stout gentleman in the nightcap, about whom he professed to have such a tender interest. The hypocrite was looking and listening with all his might in the direction of George's apartments, striding about the room, upsetting the chairs, beating the tattoo, biting his nails, and showing other signs of great inward emotion. Jos had always had rather a mean opinion of the captain, and now began to think his courage was somewhat equivocal. "What is it I can do for you, Dobbin?" he said, in a sarcastic tone. "I tell you what you can do," the captain replied, coming up to the bed. "We march in a quarter of an hour, Sedley, and neither George nor I may ever come back. Mind you, you are not to stir from this town until you ascertain how things go. You are to stay here and watch over your sister, and comfort her, and see that no harm comes to her. If anything happens to George, remember she has no one but you in the world to look to. If it goes wrong with the army, you'll see her safe back to England, and you will promise me on your word that you will never desert her. I know you won't. As far as money goes, you were always free enough with that. Do you want any? I mean, have you enough gold to take you back to England in case of a misfortune?" "Sir," said Jos, majestically, "when I want money, I know where to ask for it. And as for my sister, you needn't tell me how I ought to behave to her." "You speak like a man of spirit, Jos," the other answered good-naturedly, "and I am glad that George can leave her in such good hands. So I may give him your word of honor, may I, that in case of extremity you will stand by her?" Of course," answered Mr. Jos, whose generosity in money matters Dobbin estimated quite correctly. "And you'll see her safe out of Brussels in the event of a defeat?" "A defeat? Sir, it's impossible." "Don't try and frighten me," the hero cried from his bed, and Dobbin's mind was thus perfectly set at ease now that Jos had spoken out so resolutely respecting his conduct to his sister. "At least," thought the captain, "there will be a retreat secured for her in case the worst should ensue." If Captain Dobbin expected to get any personal comfort and satisfaction from having one more view of Amelia before the regiment marched away, his selfishness was punished just as such odious egotism deserved to be. The door of Jos's bedroom opened into the sitting-room which was common to the family party, and opposite this door was that of Amelia's chamber. The bugles had wakened everybody, there was no use in concealment now. George's servant was packing in this room, Osborne coming in and out of the contiguous bedroom, flinging to the man such articles as he thought fit to carry on the campaign. And presently Dobbin had the opportunity which his heart coveted, and he got sight of Amelia's face once more. But what a face it was! So white, so wild and despair-stricken, that the remembrance of it haunted him afterwards like a crime, and the sight smote him with inexpressible pangs of longing and pity. She was wrapped in a white mourning dress, her hair falling on her shoulders, and her large eyes fixed and without light. By way of helping on the preparations for the departure, and showing that she too could be useful at a moment so critical, this poor soul had taken up a sash of George's from the drawers whereon it lay, and followed him to and fro with the sash in her hand, looking on mutely as his packing proceeded. She came out and stood, leaning at the wall, holding this sash against her bosom, from which the heavy net of crimson dropped like a large stain of blood. Our gentle-hearted captain felt a guilty shock as he looked at her. Good God, thought he, and is it grief like this I dared to pry into? And there was no help, no means to soothe and comfort this helpless, speechless misery. He stood for a moment and looked at her, powerless and torn with pity, as a parent regards an infant in pain. At last, George took Emmy's hand, and led her back into the bedroom, from whence he came out alone. The parting had taken place in that moment, and he was gone. Thank heaven that is over, George thought, bounding down the stair, his sword under his arm, as he ran swiftly to the alarm ground, where the regiment was mustered, and whither trooped men and officers hurrying from their billets. His pulse was throbbing and his cheeks flushed, the great game of war was going to be played, and he one of the players. What a fierce excitement of doubt, hope, and pleasure! What tremendous hazards of loss or gain! What were all the games of chance he had ever played compared to this one? Into all contests requiring athletic skill and courage, the young man, from his boyhood upwards, had flung himself with all his might. The champion of his school and his regiment, the bravos of his companions had followed him everywhere, from the boys' cricket match to the garrison races, he had won 100 of triumphs. And wherever he went women and men had admired and envied him. What qualities are there for which a man gets so speedy a return of applause, as those of bodily superiority, activity, and valor? Time out of mind, strength and courage have been the theme of bards and romances, and from the story of Troy down to today, poetry has always chosen a soldier for a hero. I wonder, is it because men are cowards in heart that they admire bravery so much, and place military valor so far beyond every other quality for reward and worship? So, at the sound of that stirring call to battle, George jumped away from the gentle arms in which he had been dallying. Not without a feeling of shame, although his wife's hold on him had been but feeble, that he should have been detained there so long. The same feeling of eagerness and excitement was amongst all those friends of his of whom we have had occasional glimpses, from the stout senior major, who led the regiment into action, to little Stubble, the ensign, who was to bear its colors on that day. The sun was just rising as the march began. It was a gallant sight. The band led the column, playing the regimental march, then came the major in command, riding upon Pyramus, his stout charger, then marched the grenadiers, their captain at their head. In the center were the colors, borne by the senior and junior ensigns, then George came marching at the head of his company. He looked up, and smiled at Amelia, and passed on, and even the sound of the music died away. Chapter 31. In which Jos Sedley takes care of his sister. Thus all the superior officers being summoned on duty elsewhere, Jos Sedley was left in command of the little colony at Brussels, with Amelia invalid, Isidore, his Belgian servant, and the Bon, who was maid of all work for the establishment, as a garrison under him. Though he was disturbed in spirit, and his rest destroyed by Dobbin's interruption and the occurrences of the morning, Jos nevertheless remained for many hours in bed, wakeful and rolling about there until his usual hour of rising had arrived. The sun was high in the heavens, and our gallant friends of the Miles on their march, before the civilian appeared in his flowered dressing-gown at breakfast. About George's absence, his brother-in-law was very easy in mind. Perhaps Jos was rather pleased in his heart that Osborne was gone, for during George's presence, the other had played but a very secondary part in the household, and Osborne did not scruple to show his contempt for the stout civilian. But Emmy had always been good and attentive to him. It was she who ministered to his comforts, who superintended the dishes that he liked, who walked or rode with him, as she had many, too many, opportunities of doing, for where was George? And who interposed her sweet face between his anger and her husband's scorn? Many timid remonstrances had she uttered to George in behalf of her brother, but the former in his trenchant way cut these entreaties short. "I'm an honest man," he said, "and if I have a feeling I show it, as an honest man will. How the deuce, my dear, would you have me behave respectfully to such a fool as your brother?" So Joss was pleased with George's absence. His plain hat, and gloves on a sideboard, and the idea that the owner was away, caused Joss I don't know what secret thrill of pleasure. "He won't be troubling me this morning," Joss thought, with his dandified airs and his impudence. "Put the captain's hat into the anteroom," he said to Isidore, the servant. "Perhaps he won't want it again," replied the lackey, looking knowingly at his master. He hated George too, whose insolence towards him was quite of the English sort. "And ask if Madam is coming to breakfast," Mr. Sedley said with great majesty, ashamed to enter with a servant upon the subject of his dislike for George. The truth is, he had abused his brother to the valet a score of times before. Alas! Madam could not come to breakfast, and cut the tartines that Mr. Joss liked. Madam was a great deal too ill, and had been in a frightful state ever since her husband's departure, so her bonne said. Joss showed his sympathy by pouring her out a large cup of tea. It was his way of exhibiting kindness, and he improved on this. He not only sent her breakfast, but he bethought him what delicacies she would most like for dinner. Isidore, the valet, had looked on very sulkily, while Osborne's servant was disposing of his master's baggage previous to the captain's departure, for in the first place he hated Mr. Osborne, whose conduct to him, and to all inferiors, was generally overbearing, nor does the continental domestic like to be treated with insolence as our own better-tempered servants do, and secondly, he was angry that so many valuables should be removed from under his hands, to fall into other people's possession when the English discomfiture should arrive. Of this defeat he and a vast number of other persons in Brussels and Belgium did not make the slightest doubt. The almost universal belief was, that the Emperor would divide the Prussian and English armies, annihilate one after the other, and march into Brussels before 3 days were over, when all the movables of his present masters, who would be killed, or fugitives, or prisoners, would lawfully become the property of Monsieur Isidore. As he helped Joss through his toilsome and complicated daily toilette, this faithful servant would calculate what he should do with the very articles with which he was decorating his master's person. He would make a present of the silver essence bottles and toilet knickknacks to a young lady of whom he was fond, and keep the English cutlery and the large ruby pin for himself. It would look very smart upon one of the fine frilled shirts, which, with the gold-laced cap and the frogged frock coat, that might easily be cut down to suit his shape, and the captain's gold-headed cane, and the great double ring with the rubies, which he would have made into a pair of beautiful earrings, he calculated would make a perfect Adonis of himself, and render Mademoiselle Rain an easy prey. "How those sleeve buttons will suit me," thought he, as he fixed a pair on the fat pudgy wrists of Mr. Sedley. "I long for sleeve buttons, and the captain's boots with brass spurs, in the next room, corbleu. What an effect they will make in the olive vert." So while Monsieur Isidore with bodily fingers was holding on to his master's nose, and shaving the lower part of Joss's face, his imagination was rambling along the green avenue, dressed out in a frogged coat and lace, and in company with Mademoiselle Rain. He was loitering in spirit on the banks, and examining the barges sailing slowly under the cool shadows of the trees by the canal, or refreshing himself with a mug of faro at the bench of a beer-house on the road to Laeken. But Mr. Joseph Sedley, luckily for his own peace, no more knew what was passing in his domestic's mind than the respected reader, and I suspect what John or Mary, whose wages we pay, think of ourselves. What our servants think of us. Did we know what our intimates and dear relations thought of us, we should live in a world that we should be glad to quit, and in a frame of mind and a constant terror, that would be perfectly unbearable. So Joss's man was marking his victim down, as you see one of Mr. Painter's assistants in Leadenhall Street ornament an unconscious turtle with a placard on which is written, "Soup tomorrow." Amelia's attendant was much less selfishly disposed. Few dependents could come near that kind and gentle creature without paying their usual tribute of loyalty and affection to her sweet and affectionate nature. And it is a fact that Pauline, the cook, consoled her mistress more than anybody whom she saw on this wretched morning. For when she found how Amelia remained for hours, silent, motionless, and haggard, by the windows in which she had placed herself to watch the last bayonets of the column as it marched away, the honest girl took the lady's hand, and said, "Tennis. Madam, est-ce qu'il n'est pas aussi à l'armée, mon amour?" With which she burst into tears, and Amelia, falling into her arms, did likewise, and so each pitied and soothed the other. Several times during the forenoon Mr. Jos's Isidore went from his lodgings into the town, and to the gates of the hotels and lodging-houses round about the park, where the English were congregated, and there mingled with other valets, couriers, and lackeys. Gathered such news as was abroad, and brought back bulletins for his master's information. Almost all these gentlemen were in heart partisans of the emperor, and had their opinions about the speedy end of the campaign. The emperor's proclamation from Avesnes had been distributed everywhere plentifully in Brussels. Soldiers. It said, "This is the anniversary of Marengo and Friedland, by which the destinies of Europe were twice decided. Then, as after Austerlitz, as after Wagram, we were too generous. We believed in the oaths and promises of princes whom we suffered to remain upon their thrones. Let us march once more to meet them. We and they, are we not still the same men? Soldiers. These same Prussians who are so arrogant today, were 3-1 against you at Jena, and 6-1 at Montmirail. Those among you who were prisoners in England can tell their comrades what frightful torments they suffered on board the English hulks. Madmen. A moment of prosperity has blinded them, and if they enter into France it will be to find a grave there. But the partisans of the French prophesied a more speedy extermination of the emperor's enemies than this, and it was agreed on all hands that Prussians and British would never return except as prisoners in the rear of the conquering army. These opinions in the course of the day were brought to operate upon Mr. Sedley. He was told that the Duke of Wellington had gone to try and rally his army, the advance of which had been utterly crushed the night before. "Crushed, Shaw," said Jos, whose heart was pretty stout at breakfast time. "The Duke has gone to beat the Emperor as he has beaten all his generals before. His papers are burned, his effects are removed, and his quarters are being got ready for the Duke of Dalmatia," Jos's informant replied. "I had it from his own maître d'hôtel. Milord Duc de Richemont's people are packing up everything. His Grace has fled already, and the Duchess is only waiting to see the plate packed to join the King of France at Ostend." "The King of France is at Ghent, fellow," replied Jos, affecting incredulity. "He fled last night to Bruges, and embarks today from Ostend. The Duc de Berry is taken prisoner. Those who wish to be safe had better go soon, for the dikes will be opened tomorrow, and who can fly when the whole country is under water?" "Nonsense, sir, we are 3-1, sir, against any force Boney can bring into the field," Mr. Sedley objected. "The Austrians and the Russians are on their march." He shall be crushed," Jos said, slapping his hand on the table. "The Prussians were 3-1 at Jena, and he took their army and kingdom in a week. They were 6-1 at Montmirail, and he scattered them like sheep. The Austrian army is coming, but with the Empress and the King of Rome at its head. And the Russians, bah! The Russians will withdraw. No quarter is to be given to the English, on account of their cruelty to our braves on board the infamous pontoons. Look here it is in black and white. Here's the proclamation of His Majesty the Emperor and King," said the now declared partisan of Napoleon, and taking the document from his pocket, Isidore sternly thrust it into his master's face. And already looked upon the frogged coat and valuables as his own spoil. Jos was, if not seriously alarmed as yet, at least considerably disturbed in mind. "Give me my coat and cap, sir," said he, "and follow me. I will go myself and learn the truth of these reports." Isidore was furious as Jos put on the braided frock. "Milor had better not wear that military coat," said he, the Frenchmen have sworn not to give quarter to a single British soldier. Silence, sirrah, said Jos, with a resolute countenance still, and thrust his arm into the sleeve with indomitable resolution, in the performance of which heroic act he was found by Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who at this juncture came up to visit Amelia, and entered without ringing at the antechamber door. Rebecca was dressed very neatly and smartly, as usual. Her quiet sleep after Rawdon's departure had refreshed her, and her pink smiling cheeks were quite pleasant to look at. In a town and on a day when everybody else's countenance wore the appearance of the deepest anxiety and gloom. She laughed at the attitude in which Jos was discovered, and the struggles and convulsions with which the stout gentleman thrust himself into the braided coat. "Are you preparing to join the army, Mr. Joseph?" she said. "Is there to be nobody left in Brussels to protect us poor women?" Jos succeeded in plunging into the coat, and came forward blushing and stuttering out excuses to his fair visitor. How was she after the events of the morning, after the fatigues of the ball the night before? Monsieur Isidore disappeared into his master's adjacent bedroom, bearing off the flower dressing gown. "How good of you to ask," said she, pressing one of his hands in both her own. "How cool and collected you look when everybody else is frightened. How is our dear little Emmy? It must have been an awful, awful parting." "Tremendous," Jos said. "You men can bear anything," replied the lady. "Parting or danger are nothing to you. Oh, now that you were going to join the army and leave us to our fate. I know you were, something tells me you were. I was so frightened, when the thought came into my head, for I do sometimes think of you when I am alone, Mr. Joseph, that I ran off immediately to beg and entreat you not to fly from us. This speech might be interpreted, my dear sir, should an accident befall the army, and a retreat be necessary, you have a very comfortable carriage, in which I propose to take a seat." I don't know whether Jos understood the words in this sense. But he was profoundly mortified by the lady's inattention to him during their stay at Brussels. He had never been presented to any of Rawdon Crawley's great acquaintances, he had scarcely been invited to Rebecca's parties. For he was too timid to play much, and his presence bored George and Rawdon equally, who neither of them, perhaps, liked to have a witness of the amusements in which the pair chose to indulge. "Ah," thought Jos, "now she wants me, she comes to me. When there is nobody else in the way she can think about old Joseph Sedley." But besides these doubts he felt flattered at the idea Rebecca expressed of his courage. He blushed a good deal, and put on an air of importance. "I should like to see the action," he said. "Every man of any spirit would, you know. I've seen a little service in India, but nothing on this grand scale." "You men would sacrifice anything for a pleasure," Rebecca answered. "Captain Crawley left me this morning as gay as if he were going to a hunting party. What does he care? What do any of you care for the agonies and tortures of a poor forsaken woman? I wonder whether he could really have been going to the troops, this great lazy gourmand. Oh, dear Mr. Sedley, I have come to you for comfort, for consolation. I have been on my knees all the morning. I tremble at the frightful danger into which our husbands, our friends, our brave troops and allies, are rushing. And I come here for shelter, and find another of my friends, the last remaining to me, bent upon plunging into the dreadful scene." "My dear madam," Jos replied, now beginning to be quite soothed, "don't be alarmed. I only said I should like to go, what Briton would not? But my duty keeps me here, I can't leave that poor creature in the next room." And he pointed with his finger to the door of the chamber in which Amelia was. "Good noble brother," Rebecca said, putting her handkerchief to her eyes, and smelling the eau de cologne with which it was scented. "I have done you injustice, you have got a heart. I thought you had not." "Oh, upon my honor," Jos said, making a motion as if he would lay his hand upon the spot in question. "You do me injustice, indeed you do, my dear Mrs. Crawley. I do, now your heart is true to your sister. But I remember 2 years ago, when it was false to me," Rebecca said, fixing her eyes upon him for an instant, and then turning away into the window. Jos blushed violently. That organ which he was accused by Rebecca of not possessing began to thump tumultuously. He recalled the days when he had fled from her. And the passion which had once inflamed him, the days when he had driven her in his curricle, when she had knit the green purse for him, when he had sate enraptured gazing at her white arms and bright eyes. "I know you think me ungrateful," Rebecca continued, coming out of the window, and once more looking at him and addressing him in a low tremulous voice. "Your coldness, your averted looks, your manner when we have met of late, when I came in just now, all proved it to me. But were there no reasons why I should avoid you? Let your own heart answer that question. Do you think my husband was too much inclined to welcome you? The only unkind words I have ever had from him, I will do Captain Crawley that justice, have been about you, and most cruel, cruel words they were." "Good gracious! What have I done?" asked Joss in a flurry of pleasure and perplexity. "What have I done, to? Is jealousy nothing?" said Rebecca. "He makes me miserable about you. And whatever it might have been once, my heart is all his. I am innocent now. Am I not, Mr. Sedley?" All Joss's blood tingled with delight, as he surveyed this victim to his attractions. A few adroit words, one or two knowing tender glances of the eyes, and his heart was inflamed again and his doubts and suspicions forgotten. From Solomon downwards, have not wiser men than he been cajoled and befooled by women? If the worst comes to the worst, Becky thought, my retreat is secure, and I have a right-hand seat in the barouche. There is no knowing into what declarations of love and ardor the tumultuous passions of Mr. Joseph might have led him, if Isidore the valet had not made his reappearance at this minute, and begun to busy himself about the domestic affairs. Joss, who was just going to gasp out an avowal, choked almost with the emotion that he was obliged to restrain. Rebecca too bethought her that it was time she should go in and comfort her dearest Amelia. "Au revoir," she said, kissing her hand to Mr. Joseph, and tapped gently at the door of his sister's apartment. As she entered and closed the door on herself, he sank down in a chair, and gazed and sighed and puffed portentously. "That coat is very tight for milor," Isidore said, still having his eye on the frogs. But his master heard him not, his thoughts were elsewhere, now glowing, maddening, upon the contemplation of the enchanting Rebecca, anon shrinking guiltily before the vision of the jealous Rawdon Crawley, with his curling, fierce mustachios, and his terrible dueling pistols loaded and cocked. Rebecca's appearance struck Amelia with terror, and made her shrink back. It recalled her to the world and the remembrance of yesterday. In the overpowering fears about tomorrow she had forgotten Rebecca, jealousy, everything except that her husband was gone and was in danger. Until this dauntless worldling came in and broke the spell, and lifted the latch, we too have forborne to enter into that sad chamber. How long had that poor girl been on her knees? What hours of speechless prayer and bitter prostration had she passed there? The war chroniclers who write brilliant stories of fight and triumph scarcely tell us of these. These are two mean parts of the pageant, and you don't hear widows' cries or mothers' sobs in the midst of the shouts and jubilation in the great chorus of victory. And yet when was the time that such have not cried out, heartbroken, humble Protestants, unheard in the uproar of the triumph? After the first movement of terror in Amelia's mind, when Rebecca's green eyes lighted upon her, and rustling in her fresh silks and brilliant ornaments, the latter tripped up with extended arms to embrace her, a feeling of anger succeeded. And from being deadly pale before, her face flushed up red, and she returned Rebecca's look after a moment with a steadiness which surprised and somewhat abashed her rival. "Dearest Amelia, you are very unwell," the visitor said, putting forth her hand to take Amelia's. "What is it?" "I could not rest until I knew how you were." Amelia drew back her hand. Never since her life began had that gentle soul refused to believe or to answer any demonstration of goodwill or affection. But she drew back her hand, and trembled all over. "Why are you here, Rebecca?" she said, still looking at her solemnly with her large eyes. These glances troubled her visitor. She must have seen him give me the letter at the ball, Rebecca thought. "Don't be agitated, dear Amelia," she said, looking down. I came but to see if I could, if you were well. Are you well? Said Amelia. I dare say you are. You don't love your husband. You would not be here if you did. Tell me, Rebecca, did I ever do you anything but kindness? Indeed, Amelia, no, the other said, still hanging down her head. When you were quite poor, who was it that befriended you? Was I not a sister to you? You saw us all in happier days before he married me. I was all in all then to him. Or would he have given up his fortune, his family, as he nobly did to make me happy? Why did you come between my love and me? Who sent you to separate those whom God joined, and take my darling's heart from me, my own husband? Do you think you could I love him as I did? His love was everything to me. You knew it, and wanted to rob me of it. For shame, Rebecca, bad and wicked woman, false friend and false wife. Amelia, I protest before God, I have done my husband no wrong, Rebecca said, turning from her. Have you done me no wrong, Rebecca? You did not succeed, but you tried. Ask your heart if you did not. She knows nothing, Rebecca thought. He came back to me. I knew he would. I knew that no falsehood, no flattery, could keep him from me long. I knew he would come. I prayed so that he should. The poor girl spoke these words with a spirit and volubility which Rebecca had never before seen in her, and before which the latter was quite dumb. But what have I done to you, she continued in a more pitiful tone, that you should try and take him from me? I had him but for 6 weeks. You might have spared me those, Rebecca. And yet, from the very first day of our wedding, you came and blighted it. Now he is gone, are you come to see how unhappy I am? She continued. You made me wretched enough for the past fortnight, you might have spared me today. I never came here, interposed Rebecca, with unlucky truth. No. You didn't come. You took him away. Are you come to fetch him from me? She continued in a wilder tone. He was here, but he is gone now. There on that very sofa he sate. Don't touch it. We sate and talked there. I was on his knee, and my arms were round his neck, and we said, Our Father. Yes, he was here, and they came and took him away, but he promised me to come back. He will come back, my dear, said Rebecca, touched in spite of herself. Look, said Amelia, this is his sash, isn't it a pretty color? And she took up the fringe and kissed it. She had tied it round her waist at some part of the day. She had forgotten her anger, her jealousy, the very presence of her rival seemingly. For she walked silently and almost with a smile on her face, towards the bed, and began to smooth down George's pillow. Rebecca walked, too, silently away. How is Amelia? Asked Jos, who still held his position in the chair. There should be somebody with her, said Rebecca. I think she is very unwell, and she went away with a very grave face, refusing Mr. Sedley's entreaties that she would stay and partake of the early dinner which he had ordered. Rebecca was of a good-natured and obliging disposition, and she liked Amelia rather than otherwise. Even her hard words, reproachful as they were complimentary, the groans of a person stinging under defeat. Meeting Mrs. O'Dowd, whom the Dean's sermons had by no means comforted, and who was walking very disconsolately in the park, Rebecca accosted the latter, rather to the surprise of the Major's wife, who was not accustomed to such marks of politeness from Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, and informing her that poor little Mrs. Osborne was in a desperate condition, and almost mad with grief, sent off the good-natured Irishwoman straight to see if she could console her young favourite. I've cares of my own enough, Mrs. O'Dowd said, gravely, and I thought poor Amelia would be little wanting for company this day. But if she's so bad as you say, and you can't attend to her, who used to be so fond of her, faith I'll see if I can be of service. And so good morning to ye, madam. With which speech and a toss of her head, the lady of the repayther took a farewell of Mrs. Crawley, whose company she by no means courted. Becky watched her marching off, with a smile on her lip. She had the keenest sense of humor, and the Parthian look which the retreating Mrs. O'Dowd flung over her shoulder almost upset Mrs. Crawley's gravity. "My service to ye, me fine madam, and I'm glad to see ye so cheerful," thought Peggy. "It's not you that will cry your eyes out with grief, anyway." And with this she passed on, and speedily found her way to Mrs. Osborne's lodgings. The poor soul was still at the bedside, where Rebecca had left her, and stood almost crazy with grief. The Major's wife, a stronger-minded woman, endeavored her best to comfort her young friend. "You must bear up, Amelia, dear," she said kindly, "for he mustn't find you ill when he sends for you after the victory. It's not you are the only woman that are in the hands of God this day. I know that. I am very wicked, very weak," Amelia said. She knew her own weakness well enough. The presence of the more resolute friend checked it, however. And she was the better of this control and company. They went on till 2 o'clock, their hearts were with the column as it marched farther and farther away. Dreadful doubt and anguish, prayers and fears and griefs unspeakable, followed the regiment. It was the women's tribute to the war. It taxes both alike, and takes the blood of the men, and the tears of the women. At 2:30, an event occurred of daily importance to Mr. Joseph. The dinner hour arrived. Warriors may fight and perish, but he must dine. He came into Amelia's room to see if he could coax her to share that meal. "Try," said he, "the soup is very good. Do try, Emmy," and he kissed her hand. Except when she was married, he had not done so much for years before. "You are very good and kind, Joseph," she said. "Everybody is, but, if you please, I will stay in my room today." The savor of the soup, however, was agreeable to Mrs. O'Dowd's nostrils, and she thought she would bear Mr. Joss company. So the two sate down to their meal. "God bless the meat," said the Major's wife, solemnly. She was thinking of her honest Mick, riding at the head of his regiment. "'Tis but a bad dinner those poor boys will get today," she said, with a sigh, and then, like a philosopher, fell to. Joss's spirits rose with his meal. He would drink the regiment's health, or, indeed, take any other excuse to indulge in a glass of champagne. "We'll drink to O'Dowd and the brave, said he, bowing gallantly to his guest. "Hey, Mrs. O'Dowd. Fill Mrs. O'Dowd's glass, Isidore." But all of a sudden, Isidore started, and the Major's wife laid down her knife and fork. The windows of the room were open, and looked southward, and a dull distant sound came over the sun-lighted roofs from that direction. "What is it?" said Joss. "Why don't you pour, you rascal?" "C'est le feu," said Isidore, running to the balcony. "God defend us, it's cannon!" Mrs. O'Dowd cried, starting up, and followed two to the window. 1,000 pale and anxious faces might have been seen looking from other casements. And presently it seemed as if the whole population of the city rushed into the streets. Chapter 32. In which Joss takes flight, and the war is brought to a close. We of peaceful London city have never beheld, and please God never shall witness, such a scene of hurry and alarm, as that which Brussels presented. Crowds rushed to the Namur gate, from which direction the noise proceeded, and many rode along the level chaussee, to be in advance of any intelligence from the army. Each man asked his neighbor for news. And even great English lords and ladies condescended to speak to persons whom they did not know. The friends of the French went abroad, wild with excitement, and prophesying the triumph of their emperor. The merchants closed their shops, and came out to swell the general chorus of alarm and clamor. Women rushed to the churches, and crowded the chapels, and knelt and prayed on the flags and steps. The dull sound of the cannon went on rolling, rolling. Presently carriages with travellers began to leave the town, galloping away by the Ghent barrier. The prophecies of the French partisans began to pass for facts. "He has cut the armies in two," it was said. "He is marching straight on Brussels. He will overpower the English, and be here tonight. He will overpower the English," shrieked Isidore to his master, "and will be here tonight." The man bounded in and out from the lodgings to the street, always returning with some fresh particulars of disaster. Jossa's face grew paler and paler. Alarm began to take entire possession of the stout civilian. All the champagne he drank brought no courage to him. Before sunset he was worked up to such a pitch of nervousness as gratified his friend Isidore to behold, who now counted surely upon the spoils of the owner of the laced coat. The women were away all this time. After hearing the firing for a moment, the stout major's wife bethought her of her friend in the next chamber, and ran in to watch, and if possible to console, Amelia. The idea that she had that helpless and gentle creature to protect, gave additional strength to the natural courage of the honest Irishwoman. She passed 5 hours by her friend's side, sometimes in remonstrance, sometimes talking cheerfully, oftener in silence and terrified mental supplication. "I never let go her hand once," said the stout lady afterwards, until after sunset, when the firing was over. Pauline, the bonne, was on her knees at church hard by, praying for son L. When the noise of the cannonading was over, Mrs. O'Dowd issued out of Amelia's room into the parlour adjoining, where Joss sate with 2 emptied flasks, and courage entirely gone. Once or twice he had ventured into his sister's bedroom, looking very much alarmed, and as if he would say something. But the major's wife kept her place, and he went away without disburthening himself of his speech. He was ashamed to tell her that he wanted to fly. But when she made her appearance in the dining room, where he sate in the twilight in the cheerless company of his empty champagne bottles, he began to open his mind to her. "Mrs. O'Dowd," he said, "hadn't you better get Amelia ready?" "Are you going to take her out for a walk?" said the major's lady, "sure she's too weak to stir." I've ordered the carriage," he said, and post horses. Isidore is gone for them," Joss continued. "What do you want with driving tonight?" answered the lady. "Isn't she better on her bed? I've just got her to lie down." "Get her up," said Joss, "she must get up, I say," and he stamped his foot energetically. "I say the horses are ordered, yes, the horses are ordered. It's all over, Anne." "And what?" asked Mrs. O'Dowd. "I'm off for Ghent," Joss answered. "Everybody is going, there's a place for you. We shall start in half an hour." The major's wife looked at him with infinite scorn. "I don't move till O'Dowd gives me the route," said she. "You may go if you like, Mr. Sedley, but, faith, Amelia and I stop here." "She shall go," said Joss, with another stamp of his foot. Mrs. O'Dowd put herself with arms akimbo before the bedroom door. "Is it her mother you're going to take her to?" she said, "or do you want to go to mamma yourself, Mr. Sedley? Good marning, a pleasant journey to ye, sir. Bon voyage, as they say, and take my counsel, and shave off the mustachios, or they'll bring you into mischief." D.N. yelled out Joss, wild with fear, rage, and mortification, and Isidore came in at this juncture, swearing in his turn. "Pas de chevaux, sacre bleu," hissed out the furious domestic. All the horses were gone. Joss was not the only man in Brussels seized with panic that day. But Joss's fears, great and cruel as they were already, were destined to increase to an almost frantic pitch before the night was over. It has been mentioned how Pauline, the bonne, had son L also in the ranks of the army that had gone out to meet the Emperor Napoleon. This lover was a native of Brussels, and a Belgian hussar. The troops of his nation signalized themselves in this war for anything but courage, and young Van Cutsum, Pauline's admirer, was too good a soldier to disobey his colonel's orders to run away. Whilst in garrison at Brussels, young Regulus, he had been born in the revolutionary times, found his great comfort, and passed almost all his leisure moments, in Pauline's kitchen. And it was with pockets and holsters crammed full of good things from her larder, that he had taken leave of his weeping sweetheart, to proceed upon the campaign a few days before. As far as his regiment was concerned, this campaign was over now. They had formed a part of the division under the command of his sovereign apparent, the Prince of Orange, and as respected length of swords and mustachios, and the richness of uniform and equipments. Regulus and his comrades looked to be as gallant a body of men as ever trumpet sounded for. When Ney dashed upon the advance of the Allied troops, carrying one position after the other, until the arrival of the great body of the British Army from Brussels changed the aspect of the combat of Quatre Bras. The squadrons among which Regulus rode showed the greatest activity in retreating before the French, and were dislodged from one post and another which they occupied with perfect alacrity on their part. Their movements were only checked by the advance of the British in their rear. Thus forced to halt, the enemy's cavalry, whose bloodthirsty obstinacy cannot be too severely reprehended, had at length an opportunity of coming to close quarters with the brave Belgians before them, who preferred to encounter the British rather than the French, and at once turning tail rode through the English regiments that were behind them, and scattered in all directions. The regiment in fact did not exist any more. It was nowhere. It had no headquarters. Regulus found himself galloping many miles from the field of action, entirely alone, and whither should he fly for refuge so naturally as to that kitchen and those faithful arms in which Pauline had so often welcomed him? At some 10 o'clock the clinking of a sabre might have been heard up the stair of the house where the Osbornes occupied a story in the continental fashion. A knock might have been heard at the kitchen door. And poor Pauline, come back from church, fainted almost with terror as she opened it and saw before her her haggard hussar. He looked as pale as the midnight dragoon who came to disturb Leonora. Pauline would have screamed, but that her cry would have called her masters, and discovered her friend. She stifled her scream, then, and leading her hero into the kitchen, gave him beer, and the choice bits from the dinner, which Joss had not had the heart to taste. The hussar showed he was no ghost by the prodigious quantity of flesh and beer which he devoured, and during the mouthfuls he told his tale of disaster. His regiment had performed prodigies of courage, and had withstood for a while the onset of the whole French army. But they were overwhelmed at last, as was the whole British army by this time. Ney destroyed each regiment as it came up. The Belgians in vain interposed to prevent the butchery of the English. The Brunswickers were routed and had fled, their duke was killed. It was a general debacle. He sought to drown his sorrow for the defeat in floods of beer. Isidore, who had come into the kitchen, heard the conversation and rushed out to inform his master. "It is all over," he shrieked to Joss. "Milord Duke is a prisoner, the Duke of Brunswick is killed, the British army is in full flight. There is only one man escaped, and he is in the kitchen now, come and hear him." So Joss tottered into that apartment where Regulus still sate on the kitchen table, and clung fast to his flagon of beer. In the best French which he could muster, and which was in sooth of a very ungrammatical sort, Joss besought the hussar to tell his tale. The disasters deepened as Regulus spoke. He was the only man of his regiment not slain on the field. He had seen the Duke of Brunswick fall, the black hussars fly, the écossaise pounded down by the cannon. "And the th," gasped Joss. "Cut in pieces," said the hussar, upon which Pauline cried out, "Oh my mistress, ma bonne petite dame," went off fairly into hysterics, and filled the house with her screams. Wild with terror, Mr. Sedley knew not how or where to seek for safety. He rushed from the kitchen back to the sitting-room, and cast an appealing look at Amelia's door, which Mrs. O'Dowd had closed and locked in his face. But he remembered how scornfully the latter had received him, and after pausing and listening for a brief space at the door, he left it, and resolved to go into the street, for the first time that day. So, seizing a candle, he looked about for his gold-laced cap, and found it lying in its usual place, on a console table, in the anteroom, placed before a mirror at which Joss used to coquette, always giving his sidelocks a twirl. And his cap the proper cock over his eye, before he went forth to make appearance in public. Such is the force of habit, that even in the midst of his terror he began mechanically to twiddle with his hair, and arrange the cock of his hat. Then he looked amazed at the pale face in the glass before him, and especially at his mustachios, which had attained a rich growth in the course of near 7 weeks, since they had come into the world. "They will mistake me for a military man," thought he, remembering Isidore's warning as to the massacre with which all the defeated British army was threatened. And staggering back to his bedchamber, he began wildly pulling the bell which summoned his valet. Isidore answered that summons. Joss had sunk in a chair, he had torn off his neckcloths, and turned down his collars, and was sitting with both his hands lifted to his throat. Coupez-moi, Isidore, shouted he, vite. Coupez-moi. Isidore thought for a moment he had gone mad, and that he wished his valet to cut his throat. Less mustaches, gasped Joe, less mustaches, coupez, raisez, vite. His French was of this sort, voluble, as we have said, but not remarkable for grammar. Isidore swept off the mustachios in no time with the razor, and heard with inexpressible delight his master's orders that he should fetch a hat and a plain coat. N'importe plus, habit militaire, bonne à vous, prenez d'or, were Joss's words. The coat and cap were at last his property. This gift being made, Joss selected a plain black coat and waistcoat from his stock, and put on a large white neckcloth, and a plain beaver. If he could have got a shovel hat he would have worn it. As it was, you would have fancied he was a flourishing, large parson of the Church of England. Venez maintenant, he continued, suivez, allez, party, dans la rue. And so having said, he plunged swiftly down the stairs of the house, and passed into the street. Although Regulus had vowed that he was the only man of his regiment or of the allied army, almost, who had escaped being cut to pieces by Ney, it appeared that his statement was incorrect. And that a good number more of the supposed victims had survived the massacre. Many scores of Regulus's comrades had found their way back to Brussels, and all agreeing that they had run away, filled the whole town with an idea of the defeat of the Allies. The arrival of the French was expected hourly. The panic continued, and preparations for flight went on everywhere. No horses, thought Joss, in terror. He made Isidore inquire of scores of persons, whether they had any to lend or sell, and his heart sank within him, at the negative answers returned everywhere. Should he take the journey on foot? Even fear could not render that ponderous body so active. Almost all the hotels occupied by the English in Brussels faced the park, and Joss wandered irresolutely about in this quarter, with crowds of other people, oppressed as he was by fear and curiosity. Some families he saw more happy than himself, having discovered a team of horses, and rattling through the streets in retreat. Others again there were whose case was like his own, and who could not for any bribes or entreaties procure the necessary means of flight. Amongst these would-be fugitives, Joss remarked the Lady Bareacres and her daughter, who sate in their carriage in the porte-cochere of their hotel, all their imperials packed. And the only drawback to whose flight was the same want of motive power which kept Joss stationary. Rebecca Crawley occupied apartments in this hotel, and had before this period had sundry hostile meetings with the ladies of the Bareacres family. My Lady Bareacres cut Mrs. Crawley on the stairs when they met by chance. And in all places where the latter's name was mentioned, spoke perseveringly ill of her neighbor. The Countess was shocked at the familiarity of General Tufto with the aide-de-camp's wife. The Lady Blanche avoided her as if she had been an infectious disease. Only the Earl himself kept up a sly occasional acquaintance with her, when out of the jurisdiction of his ladies. Rebecca had her revenge now upon these insolent enemies. It became known in the hotel that Captain Crawley's horses had been left behind, and when the panic began, Lady Bareacres condescended to send her maid to the captain's wife with her ladyship's compliments, and a desire to know the price of Mrs. Crawley's horses. Mrs. Crawley returned a note with her compliments, and an intimation that it was not her custom to transact bargains with ladies' maids. This curt reply brought the Earl in person to Becky's apartment. But he could get no more success than the first ambassador. "Send a lady's maid to me." Mrs. Crawley cried in great anger, "Why didn't my Lady Bareacres tell me to go and saddle the horses? Is it her ladyship that wants to escape, or her ladyship's femme de chambre?" And this was all the answer that the Earl bore back to his Countess. What will not necessity do? The Countess herself actually came to wait upon Mrs. Crawley on the failure of her second envoy. She entreated her to name her own price. She even offered to invite Becky to Bareacres' house, if the latter would but give her the means of returning to that residence. Mrs. Crawley sneered at her. "I don't want to be waited on by bailiffs in livery," she said. "You will never get back though most probably, at least not you and your diamonds together." The French will have those. They will be here in 2 hours, and I shall be halfway to Ghent by that time. I would not sell you my horses, no, not for the 2 largest diamonds that your ladyship wore at the ball." Lady Bareacres trembled with rage and terror. The diamonds were sewed into her habit, and secreted in my lord's padding and boots. "Woman, the diamonds are at the banker's, and I will have the horses," she said. Rebecca laughed in her face. The infuriate countess went below, and sate in her carriage. Her maid, her courier, and her husband were sent once more through the town, each to look for cattle, and woe betide those who came last. Her ladyship was resolved on departing the very instant the horses arrived from any quarter, with her husband or without him. Rebecca had the pleasure of seeing her ladyship in the horseless carriage, and keeping her eyes fixed upon her, and bewailing, in the loudest tone of voice, the countess's perplexities. Not to be able to get horses, she said, and to have all those diamonds sewed into the carriage cushions. What a prize it will be for the French when they come, the carriage and the diamonds, I mean, not the lady. She gave this information to the landlord, to the servants, to the guests, and the innumerable stragglers about the courtyard. Lady Bareacres could have shot her from the carriage window. It was while enjoying the humiliation of her enemy that Rebecca caught sight of Jos, who made towards her directly he perceived her. That altered, frightened, fat face, told his secret well enough. He too wanted to fly, and was on the lookout for the means of escape. "He shall buy my horses," thought Rebecca, "and I'll ride the mare." Jos walked up to his friend, and put the question for the 100th time during the past hour: did she know where horses were to be had? "What, you fly?" said Rebecca, with a laugh. "I thought you were the champion of all the ladies, Mr. Sedley." I'm not a military man," gasped he. "And Amelia, who is to protect that poor little sister of yours?" asked Rebecca. "You surely would not desert her?" "What good can I do her? Suppose the enemy arrive?" Jos answered. "They'll spare the women, but my man tells me that they have taken an oath to give no quarter to the men, the dastardly cowards." "Horrid," cried Rebecca, enjoying his perplexity. "Besides, I don't want to desert her," cried the brother. "She shan't be deserted. There is a seat for her in my carriage, and one for you, dear Mrs. Crawley, if you will come, and if we can get horses," sighed he. "I have 2 to sell," the lady said. Jos could have flung himself into her arms at the news. "Get the carriage, Isidore," he cried, "we've found them, we have found them." "My horses never were in harness," added the lady. "Bullfinch would kick the carriage to pieces, if you put him in the traces." "But he is quiet to ride?" asked the civilian. "As quiet as a lamb, and as fast as a hare," answered Rebecca. "Do you think he is up to my weight?" Jos said. He was already on his back, in imagination, without ever so much as a thought for poor Amelia. What person who loved a horse speculation could resist such a temptation? In reply, Rebecca asked him to come into her room, whither he followed her quite breathless to conclude the bargain. Jos seldom spent a half hour in his life which cost him so much money. Rebecca, measuring the value of the goods which she had for sale by Jos's eagerness to purchase, as well as by the scarcity of the article, put upon her horses a price so prodigious as to make even the civilian draw back. She would sell both or neither, she said, resolutely. Rawdon had ordered her not to part with them for a price less than that which she specified. Lord Bareacres below would give her the same money, and with all her love and regard for the Sedley family, her dear Mr. Joseph must conceive that poor people must live. Nobody, in a word, could be more affectionate, but more firm about the matter of business. Jos ended by agreeing, as might be supposed of him. The sum he had to give her was so large that he was obliged to ask for time. So large as to be a little fortune to Rebecca, who rapidly calculated that with this sum, and the sale of the residue of Rawdon's effects, and her pension as a widow should he fall, she would now be absolutely independent of the world, and might look her weed steadily in the face. Once or twice in the day she certainly had herself thought about flying. But her reason gave her better counsel. Suppose the French do come, thought Becky, what can they do to a poor officer's widow? Bah! The times of sacks and sieges are over. We shall be let to go home quietly, or I may live pleasantly abroad with a snug little income. Meanwhile Jos and Isidore went off to the stables to inspect the newly purchased cattle. Jos bade his man saddle the horses at once. He would ride away that very night, that very hour. And he left the valet busy in getting the horses ready, and went homewards himself to prepare for his departure. It must be secret. He would go to his chamber by the back entrance. He did not care to face Mrs. O'Dowd and Amelia, and own to them that he was about to run. By the time Jos's bargain with Rebecca was completed, and his horses had been visited and examined, it was almost morning once more. But though midnight was long past, there was no rest for the city, the people were up, the lights in the houses flamed, crowds were still about the doors, and the streets were busy. Rumors of various natures went still from mouth to mouth. One report averred that the Prussians had been utterly defeated, another that it was the English who had been attacked and conquered, a third that the latter had held their ground. This last rumor gradually got strength. No Frenchmen had made their appearance. Stragglers had come in from the army bringing reports more and more favorable. At last an aide-de-camp actually reached Brussels with dispatches for the commandant of the place, who placarded presently through the town an official announcement of the success of the Allies at Quatre Bras, and the entire repulse of the French under Ney after a 6 hours' battle. The aide-de-camp must have arrived sometime while Jos and Rebecca were making their bargain together, or the latter was inspecting his purchase. When he reached his own hotel, he found a score of its numerous inhabitants on the threshold discoursing of the news. There was no doubt as to its truth. And he went up to communicate it to the ladies under his charge. He did not think it was necessary to tell them how he had intended to take leave of them, how he had bought horses, and what a price he had paid for them. But success or defeat was a minor matter to them, who had only thought for the safety of those they loved. Amelia, at the news of the victory, became still more agitated even than before. She was for going that moment to the army. She besought her brother with tears to conduct her thither. Her doubts and terrors reached their paroxysm, and the poor girl, who for many hours had been plunged into stupor, raved and ran hither and thither in hysteric insanity, a piteous sight. No man writhing in pain on the hard-fought field 15 miles off, where lay, after their struggles, so many of the brave, no man suffered more keenly than this poor harmless victim of the war. Jos could not bear the sight of her pain. He left his sister in the charge of her stouter female companion, and descended once more to the threshold of the hotel, where everybody still lingered, and talked, and waited for more news. It grew to be broad daylight as they stood here, and fresh news began to arrive from the war, brought by men who had been actors in the scene. Wagons and long country carts laden with wounded came rolling into the town. Ghastly groans came from within them, and haggard faces looked up sadly from out of the straw. Jos Sedley was looking at one of these carriages with a painful curiosity. The moans of the people within were frightful, the wearied horses could hardly pull the cart. "Stop! Stop!" A feeble voice cried from the straw, and the carriage stopped opposite Mr. Sedley's hotel. "It is George, I know it is," cried Amelia, rushing in a moment to the balcony, with a pallid face and loose flowing hair. It was not George, however, but it was the next best thing. It was news of him. It was poor Tom Stubble, who had marched out of Brussels so gallantly 24 hours before, bearing the colours of the regiment, which he had defended very gallantly upon the field. A French lancer had speared the young ensign in the leg, who fell, still bravely holding to his flag. At the conclusion of the engagement, a place had been found for the poor boy in a cart, and he had been brought back to Brussels. "Mr. Sedley, Mr. Sedley," cried the boy, faintly, and Jos came up almost frightened at the appeal. He had not at first distinguished who it was that called him. Little Tom Stubble held out his hot and feeble hand. "I'm to be taken in here," he said. "Osborne, Anne, and Dobbin said I was, and you are to give the man 2 Napoleons, my mother will pay you." This young fellow's thoughts, during the long feverish hours passed in the cart, had been wandering to his father's parsonage which he had quitted only a few months before, and he had sometimes forgotten his pain in that delirium. The hotel was large, and the people kind, and all the inmates of the cart were taken in and placed on various couches. The young ensign was conveyed upstairs to Osborne's quarters. Amelia and the major's wife had rushed down to him, when the latter had recognized him from the balcony. You may fancy the feelings of these women when they were told that the day was over, and both their husbands were safe. In what mute rapture Amelia fell on her good friend's neck, and embraced her, in what a grateful passion of prayer she fell on her knees, and thanked the power which had saved her husband. Our young lady, in her fevered and nervous condition, could have had no more salutary medicine prescribed for her by any physician than that which chance put in her way. She and Mrs. O'Dowd watched incessantly by the wounded lad, whose pains were very severe, and in the duty thus forced upon her, Amelia had not time to brood over her personal anxieties, or to give herself up to her own fears and forebodings after her wont. The young patient told in his simple fashion the events of the day, and the actions of our friends of the gallant, th. They had suffered severely. They had lost very many officers and men. The major's horse had been shot under him as the regiment charged, and they all thought that O'Dowd was gone, and that Dobbin had got his majority, until on their return from the charge to their old ground. The major was discovered seated on Pyramus's carcass, refreshing himself from a case bottle. It was Captain Osborne that cut down the French lancer who had speared the ensign. Amelia turned so pale at the notion, that Mrs. O'Dowd stopped the young ensign in this story. And it was Captain Dobbin who at the end of the day, though wounded himself, took up the lad in his arms and carried him to the surgeon, and thence to the cart which was to bring him back to Brussels. And it was he who promised the driver 2 louis if he would make his way to Mr. Sedley's hotel in the city, and tell Mrs. Captain Osborne that the action was over, and that her husband was unhurt and well. Indeed, but he has a good heart that William Dobbin, Mrs. O'Dowd said, though he is always laughing at me. Young Stubble vowed there was not such another officer in the army, and never ceased his praises of the senior captain, his modesty, his kindness, and his admirable coolness in the field. To these parts of the conversation, Amelia lent a very distracted attention. It was only when George was spoken of that she listened, and when he was not mentioned, she thought about him. In tending her patient, and in thinking of the wonderful escapes of the day before, her second day passed away not too slowly with Amelia. There was only one man in the army for her, and as long as he was well, it must be owned that its movements interested her little. All the reports which Joss brought from the streets fell very vaguely on her ears. Though they were sufficient to give that timorous gentleman, and many other people then in Brussels, every disquiet. The French had been repulsed certainly, but it was after a severe and doubtful struggle, and with only a division of the French army. The Emperor, with the main body, was away at Ligny, where he had utterly annihilated the Prussians, and was now free to bring his whole force to bear upon the Allies. The Duke of Wellington was retreating upon the capital, and a great battle must be fought under its walls probably, of which the chances were more than doubtful. The Duke of Wellington had but 20,000 British troops on whom he could rely, for the Germans were raw militia, the Belgians disaffected. And with this handful his Grace had to resist 150,000 men that had broken into Belgium under Napoleon. Under Napoleon. What warrior was there, however famous and skilful, that could fight at odds with him? Joss thought of all these things, and trembled. So did all the rest of Brussels, where people felt that the fight of the day before was but the prelude to the greater combat which was imminent. One of the armies opposed to the Emperor was scattered to the winds already. The few English that could be brought to resist him would perish at their posts, and the conqueror would pass over their bodies into the city. Woe be to those whom he found there. Addresses were prepared, public functionaries assembled and debated secretly, apartments were got ready, and tricolored banners and triumphal emblems manufactured, to welcome the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and King. The emigration still continued, and wherever families could find means of departure, they fled. When Joss, on the afternoon of the 17th of June, went to Rebecca's hotel, he found that the great Berryacres carriage had at length rolled away from the porte-cochere. The Earl had procured a pair of horses somehow, in spite of Mrs. Crawley, and was rolling on the road to Ghent. Louis the Desired was getting ready his portmanteau in that city, too. It seemed as if misfortune was never tired of worrying into motion that unwieldy exile. Jos felt that the delay of yesterday had been only a respite, and that his dearly bought horses must of a surety be put into requisition. His agonies were very severe all this day. As long as there was an English army between Brussels and Napoleon, there was no need of immediate flight, but he had his horses brought from their distant stables, to the stables in the courtyard of the hotel where he lived. So that they might be under his own eyes, and beyond the risk of violent abduction. Isidore watched the stable door constantly, and had the horses saddled, to be ready for the start. He longed intensely for that event. After the reception of the previous day, Rebecca did not care to come near her dear Amelia. She clipped the bouquet which George had brought her, and gave fresh water to the flowers, and read over the letter which he had sent her. "Poor wretch," she said, twirling round the little bit of paper in her fingers, "how I could crush her with this. And it is for a thing like this that she must break her heart, forsooth, for a man who is stupid, a coxcomb, and who does not care for her. My poor good Rawdon is worth 10 of this creature." And then she fell to thinking what she should do if anything happened to poor good Rawdon, and what a great piece of luck it was that he had left his horses behind. In the course of this day too, Mrs. Crawley, who saw not without anger the Berryacres party drive off, bethought her of the precaution which the Countess had taken, and did a little needlework for her own advantage. She stitched away the major part of her trinkets, bills, and banknotes about her person, and so prepared, was ready for any event, to fly if she thought fit, or to stay and welcome the conqueror, were he Englishman or Frenchman. And I am not sure that she did not dream that night of becoming a duchess and Madame la Marquise, while Rawdon wrapped in his cloak, and making his bivouac under the rain at Mount St. John, was thinking, with all the force of his heart, about the little wife whom he had left behind him. The next day was a Sunday. And Mrs. Major O'Dowd had the satisfaction of seeing both her patients refreshed in health and spirits by some rest which they had taken during the night. She herself had slept on a great chair in Amelia's room, ready to wait upon her poor friend or the ensign, should either need her nursing. When morning came, this robust woman went back to the house where she and her major had their billet. And here performed an elaborate and splendid toilette, befitting the day. And it is very possible that whilst alone in that chamber, which her husband had inhabited, and where his cap still lay on the pillow, and his cane stood in the corner, one prayer at least was sent up to heaven for the welfare of the brave soldier, Michael O'Dowd. When she returned she brought her prayer book with her, and her uncle the Dean's famous book of sermons, out of which she never failed to read every Sabbath. Not understanding all, haply, not pronouncing many of the words aright, which were long and abstruse, for the Dean was a learned man, and loved long Latin words, but with great gravity, vast emphasis, and with tolerable correctness in the main. How often has my Mick listened to these sermons, she thought, and me reading in the cabin of a calm. She proposed to resume this exercise on the present day, with Amelia and the wounded ensign for a congregation. The same service was read on that day in 20,000 churches at the same hour, and millions of British men and women, on their knees, implored protection of the Father of all. They did not hear the noise which disturbed our little congregation at Brussels. Much louder than that which had interrupted them 2 days previously, as Mrs. O'Dowd was reading the service in her best voice, the cannon of Waterloo began to roar. When Jos heard that dreadful sound, he made up his mind that he would bear this perpetual recurrence of terrors no longer, and would fly at once. He rushed into the sick man's room, where our 3 friends had paused in their prayers, and further interrupted them by a passionate appeal to Amelia. "I can't stand it any more, Emmy," he said, "I won't stand it, and you must come with me. I have bought a horse for you, never mind at what price, and you must dress and come with me, and ride behind Isidore." "God forgive me, Mr. Sedley, but you are no better than a coward," Mrs. O'Dowd said, laying down the book. "I say come, Amelia," the civilian went on, never mind what she says, why are we to stop here and be butchered by the Frenchmen? You forget my boy, said the little stubble, the wounded hero, from his bed, and you won't leave me, will you, Mrs. O'Dowd? No, my dear fellow, said she, going up and kissing the boy. No harm shall come to you while I stand by. I don't budge till I get the word from Mick. A pretty figure I'd be, wouldn't I, stuck behind that chap on a pillion? This image caused the young patient to burst out laughing in his bed, and even made Amelia smile. I don't ask her, Joss shouted out, I don't ask that Irishwoman, but you Amelia, once for all, will you come? Without my husband, Joseph? Amelia said, with a look of wonder, and gave her hand to the Major's wife. Joss's patience was exhausted. Goodbye, then, he said, shaking his fist in a rage, and slamming the door by which he retreated. And this time he really gave his order for march, and mounted in the courtyard. Mrs. O'Dowd heard the clattering hoofs of the horses as they issued from the gate, and looking on, made many scornful remarks on poor Joseph as he rode down the street with Isidore after him in the laced cap. The horses, which had not been exercised for some days, were lively, and sprang about the street. Joss, a clumsy and timid horseman, did not look to advantage in the saddle. Look at him, Amelia dear, driving into the parlor window. Such a bull in a china shop I never saw. And presently the pair of riders disappeared at a canter down the street leading in the direction of the Ghent road, Mrs. O'Dowd pursuing them with a fire of sarcasm so long as they were in sight. All that day from morning until past sunset, the cannon never ceased to roar. It was dark when the cannonading stopped all of a sudden. All of us have read of what occurred during that interval. The tale is in every Englishman's mouth. And you and I, who were children when the great battle was won and lost, are never tired of hearing and recounting the history of that famous action. Its remembrance rankles still in the bosoms of millions of the countrymen of those brave men who lost the day. They pant for an opportunity of revenging that humiliation. And if a contest, ending in a victory on their part, should ensue, elating them in their turn, and leaving its cursed legacy of hatred and rage behind to us, there is no end to the so-called glory and shame. And to the alternations of successful and unsuccessful murder, in which two high-spirited nations might engage. Centuries hence, we Frenchmen and Englishmen might be boasting in killing each other still, carrying out bravely the devil's code of honor. All our friends took their share and fought like men in the great field. All day long, whilst the women were praying 10 miles away, the lines of the dauntless English infantry were receiving and repelling the furious charges of the French horsemen. Guns which were heard at Brussels were ploughing up their ranks, and comrades falling, and the resolute survivors closing in. Towards evening, the attack of the French, repeated and resisted so bravely, slackened in its fury. They had other foes besides the British to engage, or were preparing for a final onset. It came at last. The columns of the Imperial Guard marched up the hill of St. Jean, at length and at once to sweep the English from the height which they had maintained all day, and spite of all, unscared by the thunder of the artillery, which hurled death from the English line. The dark rolling column pressed on and up the hill. It seemed almost to crest the eminence, when it began to wave and falter. Then it stopped, still facing the shot. Then at last the English troops rushed from the post from which no enemy had been able to dislodge them, and the guard turned and fled. No more firing was heard at Brussels, the pursuit rolled miles away. Darkness came down on the field and city, and Amelia was praying for George, who was lying on his face, dead, with a bullet through his heart. Chapter 33. In which Miss Crawley's relations are very anxious about her. The kind reader must please to remember, while the army is marching from Flanders, and, after its heroic actions there, is advancing to take the fortifications on the frontiers of France, previous to an occupation of that country, that there are a number of persons living peaceably in England who have to do with the history at present in hand, and must come in for their share of the chronicle. During the time of these battles and dangers, old Miss Crawley was living at Brighton, very moderately moved by the great events that were going on. The great events rendered the newspapers rather interesting, to be sure, and Briggs read out the Gazette, in which Rawdon Crawley's gallantry was mentioned with honor, and his promotion was presently recorded. "What a pity that young man has taken such an irretrievable step in the world," his aunt said. "With his rank and distinction he might have married a brewer's daughter with $250,000, like Miss Grains. Or have looked to ally himself with the best families in England. He would have had my money some day or other, or his children would, for I'm not in a hurry to go, Miss Briggs, although you may be in a hurry to be rid of me. And instead of that, he is a doomed pauper, with a dancing girl for a wife. Will my dear Miss Crawley not cast an eye of compassion upon the heroic soldier, whose name is inscribed in the annals of his country's glory?" said Miss Briggs, who was greatly excited by the Waterloo proceedings, and loved speaking romantically when there was an occasion. "Has not the captain, or the colonel as I may now style him, done deeds which make the name of Crawley illustrious?" "Briggs, you are a fool," said Miss Crawley. "Colonel Crawley has dragged the name of Crawley through the mud, Miss Briggs. Marry a drawing-master's daughter, indeed, marry a dame de company, for she was no better, Briggs. No, she was just what you are, only younger, and a great deal prettier and cleverer. Were you an accomplice of that abandoned wretch, I wonder, of whose vile arts he became a victim, and of whom you used to be such an admirer?" "Yes, I dare say you were an accomplice. But you will find yourself disappointed in my will, I can tell you, and you will have the goodness to write to Mr. Waxy, and say that I desire to see him immediately." Miss Crawley was now in the habit of writing to Mr. Waxy her solicitor almost every day in the week, for her arrangements respecting her property were all revoked, and her perplexity was great as to the future disposition of her money. The spinster had, however, rallied considerably. As was proved by the increased vigor and frequency of her sarcasms upon Miss Briggs, all which attacks the poor companion bore with meekness, with cowardice, with a resignation that was half generous and half hypocritical, with the slavish submission, in a word, that women of her disposition and station are compelled to show. Who has not seen how women bully women? What tortures have men to endure, comparable to those daily repeated shafts of scorn and cruelty with which poor women are riddled by the tyrants of their sex? Poor victims! But we are starting from our proposition, which is, that Miss Crawley was always particularly annoying and savage when she was rallying from illness, as they say wounds tingle most when they are about to heal. While thus approaching, as all hoped, to convalescence, Miss Briggs was the only victim admitted into the presence of the invalid. Yet Miss Crawley's relatives afar off did not forget their beloved kinswoman, and by a number of tokens, presents, and kind affectionate messages, strove to keep themselves alive in her recollection. In the first place, let us mention her nephew, Rawdon Crawley. A few weeks after the famous fight of Waterloo, and after the Gazette had made known to her the promotion and gallantry of that distinguished officer, the Dieppe packet brought over to Miss Crawley at Brighton, a box containing presents, and a dutiful letter, from the colonel her nephew. In the box were a pair of French epaulets, a cross of the Legion of Honor, and the hilt of a sword, relics from the field of battle, and the letter described with a good deal of humor how the latter belonged to a commanding officer of the Guard, who having sworn that, the Guard died, but never surrendered, was taken prisoner the next minute by a private soldier, who broke the Frenchman's sword with the butt of his musket, when Rawdon made himself master of the shattered weapon. As for the cross and epaulets, they came from a colonel of French cavalry, who had fallen under the aide-de-camp's arm in the battle, and Rawdon Crawley did not know what better to do with the spoils than to send them to his kindest and most affectionate old friend. Should he continue to write to her from Paris, whither the army was marching? He might be able to give her interesting news from that capital, and of some of Miss Crawley's old friends of the emigration, to whom she had shown so much kindness during their distress. The spinster caused Briggs to write back to the colonel a gracious and complimentary letter, encouraging him to continue his correspondence. His first letter was so excessively lively and amusing that she should look with pleasure for its successors. Of course, I know, she explained to Miss Briggs, that Rawdon could not write such a good letter any more than you could, my poor Briggs, and that it is that clever little wretch of a Rebecca, who dictates every word to him. But that is no reason why my nephew should not amuse me, and so I wish to let him understand that I am in high good humor. I wonder whether she knew that it was not only Becky who wrote the letters, but that Mrs. Rawdon actually took and sent home the trophies which she bought for a few francs, from one of the innumerable peddlers who immediately began to deal in relics of the war. The novelist, who knows everything, knows this also. Be this, however, as it may, Miss Crawley's gracious reply greatly encouraged our young friends, Rawdon and his lady, who hoped for the best from their aunt's evidently pacified humor, and they took care to entertain her with many delightful letters from Paris, whither, as Rawdon said, they had the good luck to go in the track of the conquering army. To the rector's lady, who went off to tend her husband's broken collarbone at the rectory at Queen's Crawley, the spinster's communications were by no means so gracious. Mrs. Bute, that brisk, managing, lively, imperious woman, had committed the most fatal of all errors with regard to her sister-in-law. She had not merely oppressed her and her household, she had bored Miss Crawley. And if poor Miss Briggs had been a woman of any spirit, she might have been made happy by the commission which her principal gave her to write a letter to Mrs. Bute Crawley, saying that Miss Crawley's health was greatly improved since Mrs. Bute had left her, and begging the latter on no account to put herself to trouble, or quit her family for Miss Crawley's sake. This triumph over a lady who had been very haughty and cruel in her behavior to Miss Briggs, would have rejoiced most women. But the truth is, Briggs was a woman of no spirit at all, and the moment her enemy was discomfited, she began to feel compassion in her favor. How silly I was, Mrs. Bute thought, and with reason, ever to hint that I was coming, as I did, in that foolish letter when we sent Miss Crawley the guinea fowls. I ought to have gone without a word to the poor dear doting old creature, and taken her out of the hands of that ninny Briggs, and that harpy of a femme de chambre. Oh! Bute, why did you break your collarbone? Why, indeed. We have seen how Mrs. Bute, having the game in her hands, had really played her cards too well. She had ruled over Miss Crawley's household utterly and completely, to be utterly and completely routed when a favorable opportunity for rebellion came. She and her household, however, considered that she had been the victim of horrible selfishness and treason, and that her sacrifices in Miss Crawley's behalf had met with the most savage ingratitude. Rawdon's promotion, and the honorable mention made of his name in the Gazette, filled this good Christian lady also with alarm. Would his aunt relent towards him now that he was a lieutenant colonel and a C.B.? And would that odious Rebecca once more get into favor? The rector's wife wrote a sermon for her husband about the vanity of military glory and the prosperity of the wicked, which the worthy parson read in his best voice and without understanding one syllable of it. He had Pitt Crawley for one of his auditors, Pitt, who had come with his 2 half-sisters to church, which the old baronet could now by no means be brought to frequent. Since the departure of Becky Sharp, that old wretch had given himself up entirely to his bad courses, to the great scandal of the county and the mute horror of his son. The ribbons in Miss Horrocks's cap became more splendid than ever. The polite families fled the hall and its owner in terror. Sir Pitt went about tippling at his tenants' houses, and drank rum and water with the farmers at Mudbury and the neighbouring places on market days. He drove the family coach and four to Southampton with Miss Horrocks inside, and the county people expected, every week, as his son did in speechless agony, that his marriage with her would be announced in the provincial paper. It was indeed a rude burthen for Mr. Crawley to bear. His eloquence was palsied at the missionary meetings, and other religious assemblies in the neighborhood, where he had been in the habit of presiding, and of speaking for hours. For he felt, when he rose, that the audience said, "That is the son of the old reprobate Sir Pitt, who is very likely drinking at the public house at this very moment." And once when he was speaking of the benighted condition of the King of Timbuktu, and the number of his wives who were likewise in darkness, some gypsy miscreant from the crowd asked, "How many is there at Queen's Crawley, young square-toes?" To the surprise of the platform, and the ruin of Mr. Pitt's speech. And the 2 daughters of the house of Queen's Crawley would have been allowed to run utterly wild, for Sir Pitt swore that no governess should ever enter into his doors again, had not Mr. Crawley, by threatening the old gentleman, forced the latter to send them to school. Meanwhile, as we have said, whatever individual differences there might be between them all, Miss Crawley's dear nephews and nieces were unanimous in loving her and sending her tokens of affection. Thus Mrs. Bute sent guinea fowls, and some remarkably fine cauliflowers, and a pretty purse or pincushion worked by her darling girls, who begged to keep a little place in the recollection of their dear aunt, while Mr. Pitt sent peaches and grapes and venison from the Hall. The Southampton coach used to carry these tokens of affection to Miss Crawley at Brighton. It used sometimes to convey Mr. Pitt thither too, for his differences with Sir Pitt caused Mr. Crawley to absent himself a good deal from home now, and besides, he had an attraction at Brighton in the person of the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, whose engagement to Mr. Crawley has been formerly mentioned in this history. Her ladyship and her sisters lived at Brighton with their mamma, the Countess Southdown, that strong-minded woman so favourably known in the serious world. A few words ought to be said regarding her ladyship and her noble family, who are bound by ties of present and future relationship to the house of Crawley. Respecting the chief of the Southdown family, Clement William, 4th Earl of Southdown, little need be told, except that his lordship came into Parliament, as Lord Wolsey, under the auspices of Mr. Wilberforce, and for a time was a credit to his political sponsor, and decidedly a serious young man. But words cannot describe the feelings of his admirable mother, when she learned, very shortly after her noble husband's demise, that her son was a member of several worldly clubs, had lost largely at play at Waddiers and the Cocoa Tree. That he had raised money on postobits, and encumbered the family estate, that he drove four in hand, and patronized the Ring, and that he actually had an opera box, where he entertained the most dangerous bachelor company. His name was only mentioned with groans in the dowager's circle. The Lady Emily was her brother's senior by many years, and took considerable rank in the serious world as author of some of the delightful tracts before mentioned, and of many hymns and spiritual pieces. A mature spinster, and having but faint ideas of marriage, her love for the blacks occupied almost all her feelings. It is to her, I believe, we owe that beautiful poem. Lead us to some sunny isle, yonder in the western deep, where the skies for ever smile, and the blacks for ever weep, and she had correspondences with clerical gentlemen in most of our East and West India possessions, and was secretly attached to the Reverend Silas Hornblower, who was tattooed in the South Sea Islands. As for the Lady Jane, on whom, as it has been said, Mr. Pitt Crawley's affection had been placed, she was gentle, blushing, silent, and timid. In spite of his falling away, she wept for her brother, and was quite ashamed of loving him still. Even yet she used to send him little hurried smuggled notes, and pop them into the post in private. The one dreadful secret which weighed upon her life was, that she and the old housekeeper had been to pay Southdown a furtive visit at his chambers in the Albany, and found him, oh the naughty dear abandoned wretch, smoking a cigar with a bottle of curaçao before him. She admired her sister, she adored her mother, she thought Mr. Crawley the most delightful and accomplished of men, after Southdown, that fallen angel, and her mamma and sister, who were ladies of the most superior sort, managed everything for her, and regarded her with that amiable pity, of which your really superior woman always has such a share to give away. Her mamma ordered her dresses, her books, her bonnets, and her ideas for her. She was made to take pony riding, or piano exercise, or any other sort of bodily medicament, according as my Lady Southdown saw meet. And her ladyship would have kept her daughter in pinafores up to her present age of 26, but that they were thrown off when Lady Jane was presented to Queen Charlotte. When these ladies first came to their house at Brighton, it was to them alone that Mr. Crawley paid his personal visits, contenting himself by leaving a card at his aunt's house, and making a modest inquiry of Mr. Bowles or his assistant footman, with respect to the health of the invalid. When he met Miss Briggs coming home from the library with a cargo of novels under her arm, Mr. Crawley blushed in a manner quite unusual to him, as he stepped forward and shook Miss Crawley's companion by the hand. He introduced Miss Briggs to the lady with whom he happened to be walking, the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, saying, "Lady Jane, permit me to introduce to you my aunt's kindest friend and most affectionate companion, Miss Briggs. Whom you know under another title, as authoress of the delightful Lyrics of the Heart, of which you are so fond. Lady Jane blushed too as she held out a kind little hand to Miss Briggs, and said something very civil and incoherent about Mamma, and proposing to call on Miss Crawley, and being glad to be made known to the friends and relatives of Mr. Crawley. And with soft dove-like eyes saluted Miss Briggs as they separated, while Pitt Crawley treated her to a profound courtly bow, such as he had used to the Duchess of Pumpernickel, when he was attaché at that court. The artful diplomatist and disciple of the Machiavellian Binkie. It was he who had given Lady Jane that copy of poor Briggs's early poems, which he remembered to have seen at Queen's Crawley, with a dedication from the poetess to his father's late wife. And he brought the volume with him to Brighton, reading it in the Southampton coach and marking it with his own pencil, before he presented it to the gentle Lady Jane. It was he, too, who laid before Lady Southdown the great advantages which might occur from an intimacy between her family and Miss Crawley, advantages both worldly and spiritual, he said, for Miss Crawley was now quite alone. The monstrous dissipation and alliance of his brother Rawdon had estranged her affections from that reprobate young man, the greedy tyranny and avarice of Mrs. Bute Crawley had caused the old lady to revolt against the exorbitant pretensions of that part of the family. And though he himself had held off all his life from cultivating Miss Crawley's friendship, with perhaps an improper pride, he thought now that every becoming means should be taken, both to save her soul from perdition, and to secure her fortune to himself as the head of the house of Crawley. The strong-minded Lady Southdown quite agreed in both proposals of her son-in-law, and was for converting Miss Crawley offhand. At her own home, both at Southdown and at Trottermore Castle, this tall and awful missionary of the truth rode about the country in her barouche with outriders, launched packets of tracts among the cottagers and tenants, and would order Gaffer Jones to be converted, as she would order Goody Hicks to take a James's powder, without appeal, resistance, or benefit of clergy. My Lord Southdown, her late husband, an epileptic and simple-minded nobleman, was in the habit of approving of everything which his Matilda did and thought, so that whatever changes her own belief might undergo, and it accommodated itself to a prodigious variety of opinion, taken from all sorts of doctors among the dissenters, she had not the least scruple in ordering all her tenants and inferiors to follow and believe after her. Thus whether she received the Reverend Saunders McNider, the Scotch divine, or the Reverend Luke Waters, the mild Wesleyan, or the Reverend Giles Jowls, the illuminated cobbler, who dubbed himself Reverend as Napoleon crowned himself Emperor, the household, children, tenantry of my Lady Southdown were expected to go down on their knees with her ladyship, and say Amen to the prayers of either doctor. During these exercises old Southdown, on account of his invalid condition, was allowed to sit in his own room, and have negus and the paper read to him. Lady Jane was the old Earl's favourite daughter, and tended him and loved him sincerely. As for Lady Emily, the authoress of the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, her denunciations of future punishment, at this period, for her opinions modified afterwards, were so awful that they used to frighten the timid old gentleman her father, and the physicians declared his fits always occurred after one of her ladyship's sermons. I will certainly call, said Lady Southdown then, in reply to the exhortation of her daughter's pretendu, Mr. Pitt Crawley, who is Miss Crawley's medical man. Mr. Crawley mentioned the name of Mr. Creamer. A most dangerous and ignorant practitioner, my dear Pitt. I have providentially been the means of removing him from several houses, though in 1 or 2 instances I did not arrive in time. I could not save poor dear General Glanders, who was dying under the hands of that ignorant man, dying. He rallied a little under the Podgers pills which I administered to him, but alas! It was too late. His death was delightful, however. And his change was only for the better. Creamer, my dear Pitt, must leave your aunt. Pitt expressed his perfect acquiescence. He, too, had been carried along by the energy of his noble kinswoman, and future mother-in-law. He had been made to accept Saunders McNider, Luke Waters, Giles Jowls, Podgers pills, Rogers pills, Pokey's elixir, every one of her ladyship's remedies spiritual or temporal. He never left her house without carrying respectfully away with him piles of her quack theology and medicine. Oh, my dear brethren and fellow sojourners in Vanity Fair, which among you does not know and suffer under such benevolent despots? It is in vain you say to them, Dear madam, I took Podger specific at your orders last year, and believe in it. Why am I to recant and accept the Rogers articles now? There is no help for it. The faithful proselytizer, if she cannot convince by argument, bursts into tears, and the refusant finds himself, at the end of the contest, taking down the bolus, and saying, Well, Rogers be it. And as for her spiritual state, continued the lady, that of course must be looked to immediately, with creamer about her, she may go off any day, and in what a condition, my dear Pitt, in what a dreadful condition. I will send the Reverend Mr. Irons to her instantly. Jane, write a line to the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, in the third person, and say that I desire the pleasure of his company this evening at tea at 6:30. He is an awakening man. He ought to see Miss Crawley before she rests this night. And Emily, my love, get ready a packet of books for Miss Crawley. Put up A Voice from the Flames, A Trumpet Warning to Jericho, and The Flesh-Pots Broken, or The Converted Cannibal. And the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, Mamma, said Lady Emily. It is as well to begin soothingly at first. Stop, my dear ladies, said Pitt, the diplomatist. With every deference to the opinion of my beloved and respected Lady Southdown, I think it would be quite unadvisable to commence so early upon serious topics with Miss Crawley. Remember her delicate condition, and how very little accustomed she has hitherto been to considerations connected with her immortal welfare. Can we then begin too early, Pitt? Said Lady Emily, rising with 6 little books already in her hand. If you begin abruptly, you will frighten her altogether. I know my aunt's worldly nature so well as to be sure that any abrupt attempt at conversion will be the very worst means that can be employed for the welfare of that unfortunate lady. You will only frighten and annoy her. She will very likely fling the books away, and refuse all acquaintance with the givers. You are as worldly as Miss Crawley, Pitt, said Lady Emily, tossing out of the room, her books in her hand. And I need not tell you, my dear Lady Southdown, Pitt continued, in a low voice, and without heeding the interruption, how fatal a little want of gentleness and caution may be to any hopes which we may entertain with regard to the worldly possessions of my aunt. Remember she has £70,000, think of her age, and her highly nervous and delicate condition. I know that she has destroyed the will which was made in my brother's, Colonel Crawley's, favour. It is by soothing that wounded spirit that we must lead it into the right path, and not by frightening it. And so I think you will agree with me that. Of course, Lady Southdown remarked. Jane, my love, you need not send that note to Mr. Irons. If her health is such that discussions fatigue her, we will wait her amendment. I will call upon Miss Crawley tomorrow. And if I might suggest, my sweet lady, Pitt said in a bland tone, it would be as well not to take our precious Emily, who is too enthusiastic. But rather that you should be accompanied by our sweet and dear Lady Jane. Most certainly, Emily would ruin everything, Lady Southdown said. And this time agreed to forego her usual practice, which was, as we have said, before she bore down personally upon any individual whom she proposed to subjugate, to fire in a quantity of tracts upon the menaced party, as a charge of the French was always preceded by a furious cannonade. Lady Southdown, we say, for the sake of the invalid's health, or for the sake of her soul's ultimate welfare, or for the sake of her money, agreed to temporize. The next day, the great Southdown female family carriage, with the Earl's coronet and the lozenge, upon which the 3 lambs trot at argent upon the field vert of the Southdowns, were quartered with sable on a bend or 3 snuff-mull's gules. The cognizance of the house of Binkie, drove up in state to Miss Crawley's door, and the tall serious footman handed in to Mr. Bowles her ladyship's cards for Miss Crawley, and one likewise for Miss Briggs. By way of compromise, Lady Emily sent in a packet in the evening for the latter lady, containing copies of the Washerwoman, and other mild and favourite tracts for Miss B.'s own perusal, and a few for the servants' hall, viz. Crumbs from the pantry, the frying pan and the fire, and the livery of sin, of a much stronger kind. Chapter 34. James Crawley's pipe is put out. The amiable behavior of Mr. Crawley, and Lady Jane's kind reception of her, highly flattered Miss Briggs, who was enabled to speak a good word for the latter, after the cards of the Southdown family had been presented to Miss Crawley. A countess's card left personally too for her, Briggs, was not a little pleasing to the poor friendless companion. What could Lady Southdown mean by leaving a card upon you, I wonder, Miss Briggs, said the Republican Miss Crawley. Upon which the companion meekly said, that she hoped there could be no harm in a lady of rank taking notice of a poor gentlewoman, and she put away this card in her workbox amongst her most cherished personal treasures. Furthermore, Miss Briggs explained how she had met Mr. Crawley walking with his cousin and long affianced bride the day before, and she told how kind and gentle-looking the lady was, and what a plain, not to say common, dress she had, all the articles of which, from the bonnet down to the boots, she described and estimated with female accuracy. Miss Crawley allowed Briggs to prattle on without interrupting her too much. As she got well, she was pining for society. Mr. Creamer, her medical man, would not hear of her returning to her old haunts and dissipation in London. The old spinster was too glad to find any companionship at Brighton, and not only were the cards acknowledged the very next day, but Pitt Crawley was graciously invited to come and see his aunt. He came, bringing with him Lady Southdown and her daughter. The dowager did not say a word about the state of Miss Crawley's soul, but talked with much discretion about the weather, about the war and the downfall of the monster Bonaparte, and above all, about doctors, quacks, and the particular merits of Dr. Podgers, whom she then patronized. During their interview Pitt Crawley made a great stroke, and one which showed that, had his diplomatic career not been blighted by early neglect, he might have risen to a high rank in his profession. When the Countess Dowager of Southdown fell foul of the Corsican upstart, as the fashion was in those days, and showed that he was a monster stained with every conceivable crime, a coward and a tyrant not fit to live, one whose fall was predicted. And Pitt Crawley suddenly took up the cudgels in favor of the man of destiny. He described the First Consul as he saw him at Paris at the Peace of Amiens. When he, Pitt Crawley, had the gratification of making the acquaintance of the great and good Mr. Fox, a statesman whom, however much he might differ with him, it was impossible not to admire fervently, a statesman who had always had the highest opinion of the Emperor Napoleon. And he spoke in terms of the strongest indignation of the faithless conduct of the Allies towards this dethroned monarch, who, after giving himself generously up to their mercy, was consigned to an ignoble and cruel banishment, while a bigoted popish rabble was tyrannizing over France in his stead. This orthodox horror of Romish superstition saved Pitt Crawley in Lady Southdown's opinion, whilst his admiration for Fox and Napoleon raised him immeasurably in Miss Crawley's eyes. Her friendship with that defunct British statesman was mentioned when we first introduced her in this history. A true Whig, Miss Crawley had been in opposition all through the war, and though, to be sure, the downfall of the Emperor did not very much agitate the old lady, or his ill-treatment tend to shorten her life or natural rest, yet Pitt spoke to her heart when he lauded both her idols, and by that single speech made immense progress in her favor. "And what do you think, my dear?" Miss Crawley said to the young lady, for whom she had taken a liking at first sight, as she always did for pretty and modest young people. Though it must be owned her affections cooled as rapidly as they rose. Lady Jane blushed very much, and said that she did not understand politics, which she left to wiser heads than hers, but though mamma was, no doubt, correct, Mr. Crawley had spoken beautifully. And when the ladies were retiring at the conclusion of their visit, Miss Crawley hoped Lady Southdown would be so kind as to send her Lady Jane sometimes, if she could be spared to come down and console a poor sick lonely old woman. This promise was graciously accorded, and they separated upon great terms of amity. "Don't let Lady Southdown come again, Pitt," said the old lady. "She is stupid and pompous, like all your mother's family, whom I never could endure. But bring that nice good-natured little Jane as often as ever you please." Pitt promised that he would do so. He did not tell the Countess of Southdown what opinion his aunt had formed of her ladyship, who, on the contrary, thought that she had made a most delightful and majestic impression on Miss Crawley. And so, nothing loath to comfort a sick lady, and perhaps not sorry in her heart to be freed now and again from the dreary spouting of the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, and the serious toadies who gathered round the footstool of the pompous Countess. Her mamma, Lady Jane, became a pretty constant visitor to Miss Crawley, accompanied her in her drives, and solaced many of her evenings. She was so naturally good and soft, that even Firkin was not jealous of her, and the gentle Briggs thought her friend was less cruel to her when kind Lady Jane was by. Towards her ladyship Miss Crawley's manners were charming. The old spinster told her 1,000 anecdotes about her youth, talking to her in a very different strain from that in which she had been accustomed to converse with the godless little Rebecca. For there was that in Lady Jane's innocence which rendered light talking impertinence before her, and Miss Crawley was too much of a gentlewoman to offend such purity. The young lady herself had never received kindness except from this old spinster, and her brother and father, and she repaid Miss Crawley's engagement by artless sweetness and friendship. In the autumn evenings, when Rebecca was flaunting at Paris, the gayest among the gay conquerors there, and our Amelia, our dear wounded Amelia, ah! Where was she? Lady Jane would be sitting in Miss Crawley's drawing-room singing sweetly to her, in the twilight, her little simple songs and hymns, while the sun was setting and the sea was roaring on the beach. The old spinster used to wake up when these ditties ceased, and ask for more. As for Briggs, and the quantity of tears of happiness which she now shed as she pretended to knit, and looked out at the splendid ocean darkling before the windows, and the lamps of heaven beginning more brightly to shine, who, I say, can measure the happiness and sensibility of Briggs? Pitt meanwhile in the dining-room, with a pamphlet on the Corn Laws or a missionary register by his side, took that kind of recreation which suits romantic and unromantic men after dinner. He sipped Madeira, built castles in the air, thought himself a fine fellow, felt himself much more in love with Jane than he had been any time these 7 years, during which their liaison had lasted without the slightest impatience on Pitt's part, and slept a good deal. When the time for coffee came, Mr. Bowles used to enter in a noisy manner, and summon Squire Pitt, who would be found in the dark very busy with his pamphlet. I wish, my love, I could get somebody to play piquet with me, Miss Crawley said one night when this functionary made his appearance with the candles and the coffee. Poor Briggs can no more play than an owl, she is so stupid. The spinster always took an opportunity of abusing Briggs before the servants, and I think I should sleep better if I had my game. At this Lady Jane blushed to the tips of her little ears, and down to the ends of her pretty fingers, and when Mr. Bowles had quitted the room, and the door was quite shut, she said, Miss Crawley, I can play a little. I used to play a little with poor dear papa. Come and kiss me. Come and kiss me this instant, you dear good little soul, cried Miss Crawley in an ecstasy, and in this picturesque and friendly occupation Mr. Pitt found the old lady and the young one, when he came upstairs with him pamphlet in his hand. How she did blush all the evening, that poor Lady Jane. It must not be imagined that Mr. Pitt Crawley's artifices escaped the attention of his dear relations at the rectory at Queen's Crawley. Hampshire and Sussex lie very close together, and Mrs. Bute had friends in the latter county who took care to inform her of all, and a great deal more than all, that passed at Miss Crawley's house at Brighton. Pitt was there more and more. He did not come for months together to the Hall, where his abominable old father abandoned himself completely to rum and water, and the odious society of the Horrocks family. Pitt's success rendered the rector's family furious, and Mrs. Bute regretted more, though she confessed less, than ever her monstrous fault in so insulting Miss Briggs, and in being so haughty and parsimonious to Bowles and Firkin. That she had not a single person left in Miss Crawley's household to give her information of what took place there. It was all Bute's collarbone, she persisted in saying, if that had not broke, I never would have left her. I am a martyr to duty and to your odious unclerical habit of hunting, Bute. Hunting, nonsense. It was you that frightened her, Barbara, the divine interposed. You're a clever woman, but you've got a devil of a temper, and you're a screw with your money, Barbara. You'd have been screwed in jail, Butte, if I had not kept your money. I know I would, my dear, said the rector, good-naturedly. You are a clever woman, but you manage too well, you know, and the pious man consoled himself with a big glass of port. What the deuce can she find in that spoony of a Pitt Crawley? He continued. The fellow has not pluck enough to say bo to a goose. I remember when Rawdon, who is a man, and be hanged to him, used to flog him round the stables as if he was a whipping top, and Pitt would go howling home to his ma, ha, ha. Why, either of my boys would whop him with one hand. Jim says he's remembered at Oxford as Miss Crawley still, the spoony. I say, Barbara, his reverence continued, after a pause. What? Said Barbara, who was biting her nails, and drumming the table. I say, why not send Jim over to Brighton to see if he can do anything with the old lady? He's very near getting his degree, you know. He's only been plucked twice, so was I, but he's had the advantages of Oxford and a university education. He knows some of the best chaps there. He pulls stroke in the Boniface boat. He's a handsome feller. Ma'am, let's put him on the old woman, hey, and tell him to thrash Pitt if he says anything. Ha, ha, ha. Jim might go down and see her, certainly, the housewife said, adding with a sigh, if we could but get one of the girls into the house. But she could never endure them, because they are not pretty. Those unfortunate and well-educated women made themselves heard from the neighboring drawing-room, where they were thrumming away, with hard fingers, an elaborate music piece on the pianoforte, as their mother spoke. And indeed, they were at music, or at backboard, or at geography, or at history, the whole day long. But what avail all these accomplishments, in Vanity Fair, to girls who are short, poor, plain, and have a bad complexion? Mrs. Butte could think of nobody but the curate to take one of them off her hands. And Jim coming in from the stable at this minute, through the parlor window, with a short pipe stuck in his oilskin cap, he and his father fell to talking about odds on the St. Ledger, and the colloquy between the rector and his wife ended. Mrs. Butte did not augur much good to the cause from the sending of her son James as an ambassador, and saw him depart in rather a despairing mood. Nor did the young fellow himself, when told what his mission was to be, expect much pleasure or benefit from it. But he was consoled by the thought that possibly the old lady would give him some handsome remembrance of her, which would pay a few of his most pressing bills at the commencement of the ensuing Oxford term. And so took his place by the coach from Southampton, and was safely landed at Brighton on the same evening. With his portmanteau, his favourite bulldog Towser, and an immense basket of farm and garden produce, from the dear rectory folks to the dear Miss Crawley. Considering it was too late to disturb the invalid lady on the first night of his arrival, he put up at an inn, and did not wait upon Miss Crawley until a late hour in the noon of next day. James Crawley, when his aunt had last beheld him, was a gawky lad, at that uncomfortable age when the voice varies between an unearthly treble and a preternatural bass. When the face not uncommonly blooms out with appearances for which Rowland's Calidore is said to act as a cure. When boys are seen to shave furtively with their sisters' scissors, and the sight of other young women produces intolerable sensations of terror in them. When the great hands and ankles protrude a long way from garments which have grown too tight for them. When their presence after dinner is at once frightful to the ladies, who are whispering in the twilight in the drawing-room, and inexpressibly odious to the gentlemen over the mahogany, who are restrained from freedom of intercourse and delightful interchange of wit by the presence of that gawky innocence. When, at the conclusion of the second glass, Papa says, "Jack, my boy, go out and see if the evening holds up," and the youth, willing to be free, yet hurt at not being yet a man, quits the incomplete banquet. James, then a hobbadehoy, was now become a young man, having had the benefits of a university education, and acquired the inestimable polish which is gained by living in a fast set at a small college, and contracting debts, and being rusticated. And being plucked. He was a handsome lad, however, when he came to present himself to his aunt at Brighton, and good looks were always a title to the fickle old lady's favor. Nor did his blushes and awkwardness take away from it, she was pleased with these healthy tokens of the young gentleman's ingenuousness. He said, he had come down for a couple of days to see a man of his college, and to pay my respects to you, ma'am, and my father's and mother's, who hope you are well. Pitt was in the room with Miss Crawley when the lad was announced, and looked very blank when his name was mentioned. The old lady had plenty of humor, and enjoyed her correct nephew's perplexity. She asked after all the people at the rectory with great interest, and said she was thinking of paying them a visit. She praised the lad to his face, and said he was well grown and very much improved, and that it was a pity his sisters had not some of his good looks. And finding, on inquiry, that he had taken up his quarters at an hotel, would not hear of his stopping there, but bade Mr. Bowles send for Mr. James Crawley's things instantly. And hark ye, Bowles, she added, with great graciousness, you will have the goodness to pay Mr. James's bill. She flung Pitt a look of arch triumph, which caused that diplomatist almost to choke with envy. Much as he had ingratiated himself with his aunt, she had never yet invited him to stay under her roof, and here was a young whipper-snapper, who at first sight was made welcome there. I beg your pardon, sir, says Bowles, advancing with a profound bow, what hotel, sir, shall Thomas fetch the luggage from? Oh, damn, said young James, starting up, as if in some alarm, I'll go. What, said Miss Crawley. The Tom Cribb's Arms, said James, blushing deeply. Miss Crawley burst out laughing at this title. Mr. Bowles gave one abrupt guffaw, as a confidential servant of the family, but choked the rest of the volley. The diplomatist only smiled. I didn't know any better, said James, looking down. I've never been here before, it was the coachman told me. The young storyteller. The fact is, that on the Southampton coach, the day previous, James Crawley had met the Tutbury Pet, who was coming to Brighton to make a match with the Rawdon Fibber. And enchanted by the Pet's conversation, had passed the evening in company with that scientific man and his friends, at the inn in question. I'd best go and settle the score, James continued. Couldn't think of asking you, ma'am, he added, generously. This delicacy made his aunt laugh the more. Go and settle the bill, Bowles, she said, with a wave of her hand, and bring it to me. Poor lady, she did not know what she had done. There's a little dog, said James, looking frightfully guilty. I'd best go for him. He bites footmen's calves. All the party cried out with laughing at this description. Even Briggs and Lady Jane, who was sitting mute during the interview between Miss Crawley and her nephew, and Bowles, without a word, quitted the room. Still, by way of punishing her elder nephew, Miss Crawley persisted in being gracious to the young Oxonian. There were no limits to her kindness or her compliments when they once began. She told Pitt he might come to dinner, and insisted that James should accompany her in her drive, and paraded him solemnly up and down the cliff, on the back seat of the barouche. During all this excursion, she condescended to say civil things to him, she quoted Italian and French poetry to the poor bewildered lad, and persisted that he was a fine scholar, and was perfectly sure he would gain a gold medal. And be a senior wrangler. Ha, ha, laughed James, encouraged by these compliments, senior wrangler, indeed, that's at the other shop. What is the other shop, my dear child, said the lady. Senior wranglers at Cambridge, not Oxford, said the scholar, with a knowing air. And would probably have been more confidential, but that suddenly there appeared on the cliff in a tax-cart, drawn by a bang-up pony, dressed in white flannel coats, with mother-of-pearl buttons. His friends the Tutbury Pet and the Rawdon Fibber, with 3 other gentlemen of their acquaintance, who all saluted poor James there in the carriage as he sate. This incident damped the ingenuous youth's spirits, and no word of yea or nay could he be induced to utter during the rest of the drive. On his return he found his room prepared, and his portmanteau ready, and might have remarked that Mr. Bowles's countenance, when the latter conducted him to his apartments, wore a look of gravity, wonder, and compassion. But the thought of Mr. Bowles did not enter his head. He was deploring the dreadful predicament in which he found himself, in a house full of old women, jabbering French and Italian, and talking poetry to him. "Regularly up a tree, by jingo!" exclaimed the modest boy, who could not face the gentlest of her sex, not even Briggs, when she began to talk to him, whereas, put him at Iffley Lock, and he could outslang the boldest bargeman. At dinner, James appeared choking in a white neckcloth, and had the honour of handing my Lady Jane downstairs, while Briggs and Mr. Crawley followed afterwards, conducting the old lady, with her apparatus of bundles, and shawls, and cushions. Half of Briggs's time at dinner was spent in superintending the invalid's comfort, and in cutting up chicken for her fat spaniel. James did not talk much, but he made a point of asking all the ladies to drink wine, and accepted Mr. Crawley's challenge, and consumed the greater part of a bottle of champagne which Mr. Bowles was ordered to produce in his honour. The ladies having withdrawn, and the two cousins being left together, Pitt, the ex-diplomatist, became very communicative and friendly. He asked after James's career at college, what his prospects in life were, hoped heartily he would get on. And, in a word, was frank and amiable. James's tongue unloosed with the port, and he told his cousin his life, his prospects, his debts, his troubles at the Little Go, and his rows with the proctors, filling rapidly from the bottles before him, and flying from port to Madeira with joyous activity. "The chief pleasure which my aunt has," said Mr. Crawley, filling his glass, "is that people should do as they like in her house. This is Liberty Hall, James, and you can't do Miss Crawley a greater kindness than to do as you please, and ask for what you will. I know you have all sneered at me in the country for being a Tory. Miss Crawley is liberal enough to suit any fancy. She is a Republican in principle, and despises everything like rank or title." "Why are you going to marry an earl's daughter?" said James. "My dear friend, remember it is not poor Lady Jane's fault that she is well born," Pitt replied, with a courtly air. "She cannot help being a lady. Besides, I am a Tory, you know." "Oh, as for that," said Jim, "there's nothing like old blood. No, damme, nothing like it. I'm none of your radicals. I know what it is to be a gentleman, damme. See the chaps in a boat race, look at the fellers in a fight, look at a dog killing rats, which is it wins? The good-blooded ones. Get some more port, Bowles, old boy, whilst I buzz this bottle here. What was I saying?" "I think you were speaking of dogs killing rats," Pitt remarked mildly, handing his cousin the decanter to buzz. "Killing rats was I. Well, Pitt, are you a sporting man? Do you want to see a dog as can kill a rat? If you do, come down with me to Tom Corduroy's, in Castle Street Mews, and I'll show you such a bull terrier as, pooh." "Gammon," cried James, bursting out laughing at his own absurdity, "you don't care about a dog or rat, it's all nonsense. I'm blessed if I think you know the difference between a dog and a duck. No. By the way," Pitt continued with increased blandness, "it was about blood you were talking, and the personal advantages which people derive from patrician birth. Here's the fresh bottle." "Blood's the word," said James, gulping the ruby fluid down. "Nothing like blood, sir, in hosses, dogs, and men. Why, only last term, just before I was rusticated, that is, I mean just before I had the measles, ha, ha, there was me in Ringwood of Christchurch, Bob Ringwood, Lord Cinquebar's son, having our beer at the Bell at Blenheim. When the Banbury bargeman offered to fight either of us for a bowl of punch. I couldn't. My arm was in a sling, couldn't even take the drag down. A brute of a mare of mine had fell with me only 2 days before, out with the Abingdon, and I thought my arm was broke. Well, sir, I couldn't finish him, but Bob had his coat off at once. He stood up to the Banbury man for 3 minutes, and polished him off in 4 rounds easy. Gad, how he did drop, sir, and what was it? Blood, sir, all blood. You don't drink, James, the ex-attaché continued. In my time at Oxford, the men passed round the bottle a little quicker than you young fellows seem to do. Come, come, said James, putting his hand to his nose and winking at his cousin with a pair of vinous eyes. "No jokes, old boy, no trying it on me. You want to trot me out, but it's no go. In vino veritas, old boy. Mars, Bacchus, Apollo Verorum, hey. I wish my aunt would send down some of this to the governor, it's a precious good tap. You had better ask her," Machiavel continued, "or make the best of your time now. What says the bard? Nunc vino pellite curas, cras ingens iterabimus equor," and the Bacchanalian, quoting the above with a House of Commons air, tossed off nearly a thimbleful of wine with an immense flourish of his glass. At the rectory, when the bottle of port wine was opened after dinner, the young ladies had each a glass from a bottle of currant wine. Mrs. Bute took one glass of port, honest James had a couple commonly, but as his father grew very sulky if he made further inroads on the bottle, the good lad generally refrained from trying for more, and subsided either into the currant wine, or to some private gin and water in the stables, which he enjoyed in the company of the coachman and his pipe. At Oxford, the quantity of wine was unlimited, but the quality was inferior, but when quantity and quality united as at his aunt's house, James showed that he could appreciate them indeed, and hardly needed any of his cousin's encouragement in draining off the second bottles supplied by Mr. Bowles. When the time for coffee came, however, and for a return to the ladies, of whom he stood in awe, the young gentleman's agreeable frankness left him, and he relapsed into his usual surly timidity, contenting himself by saying yes and no, by scowling at Lady Jane, and by upsetting one cup of coffee during the evening. If he did not speak he yawned in a pitiable manner, and his presence threw a damp upon the modest proceedings of the evening, for Miss Crawley and Lady Jane at their piquet, and Miss Briggs at her work, felt that his eyes were wildly fixed on them, and were uneasy under that maudlin look. "He seems a very silent, awkward, bashful lad," said Miss Crawley to Mr. Pitt. "He is more communicative in men's society than with ladies," Machiavel dryly replied, perhaps rather disappointed that the port wine had not made Jim speak more. He had spent the early part of the next morning in writing home to his mother a most flourishing account of his reception by Miss Crawley. But he little knew what evils the day was bringing for him, and how short his reign of favour was destined to be. A circumstance which Jim had forgotten, a trivial but fatal circumstance, had taken place at the Cribbs Arms on the night before he had come to his aunt's house. It was no other than this: Jim, who was always of a generous disposition, and when in his cups especially hospitable, had in the course of the night treated the Tutbury champion and the Rottingdean man, and their friends, twice or thrice to the refreshment of gin and water, so that no less than 18 glasses of that fluid at 8d. per glass were charged in Mr. James Crawley's bill. It was not the amount of 8d., but the quantity of gin which told fatally against poor James's character, when his aunt's butler, Mr. Bowles, went down at his mistress's request to pay the young gentleman's bill. The landlord, fearing lest the account should be refused altogether, swore solemnly that the young gent had consumed personally every farthing's worth of the liquor, and Bowles paid the bill finally, and showed it on his return home to Mrs. Firkin, who was shocked at the frightful prodigality of gin, and took the bill to Miss Briggs as accountant general, who thought it her duty to mention the circumstance to her principal, Miss Crawley. Had he drunk a dozen bottles of claret, the old spinster could have pardoned him. Mr. Fox and Mr. Sheridan drank claret. Gentlemen drank claret. But 18 glasses of gin consumed among boxers in an ignoble pothouse, it was an odious crime and not to be pardoned readily. Everything went against the lad. He came home perfumed from the stables, whither he had been to pay his dog Towser a visit, and whence he was going to take his friend out for an airing, when he met Miss Crawley and her wheezy Blenheim spaniel, which Towser would have eaten up had not the Blenheim fled squealing to the protection of Miss Briggs, while the atrocious master of the bulldog stood laughing at the horrible persecution. This day too the unlucky boy's modesty had likewise forsaken him. He was lively and facetious at dinner. During the repast he levelled one or two jokes against Pitt Crawley. He drank as much wine as upon the previous day, and going quite unsuspiciously to the drawing-room, began to entertain the ladies there with some choice Oxford stories. He described the different pugilistic qualities of Molyneux, and Dutch Sam offered playfully to give Lady Jane the odds upon the Tutbury Pet against the Rottingdean man, or take them, as her ladyship chose, and crowned the pleasantry by proposing to back himself against his cousin Pitt Crawley, either with or without the gloves. "And that's a fair offer, my buck," he said, with a loud laugh, slapping Pitt on the shoulder, "and my father told me to make it too, and he'll go halves in the bet, ha, ha." So saying, the engaging youth nodded knowingly at poor Miss Briggs, and pointed his thumb over his shoulder at Pitt Crawley in a jocular and exulting manner. Pitt was not pleased altogether perhaps, but still not unhappy in the main. Poor Jim had his laugh out, and staggered across the room with his aunt's candle, when the old lady moved to retire, and offered to salute her with the blandest tipsy smile, and he took his own leave and went upstairs to his bedroom perfectly satisfied with himself, and with a pleased notion that his aunt's money would be left to him in preference to his father and all the rest of the family. Once up in the bedroom, one would have thought he could not make matters worse, and yet this unlucky boy did. The moon was shining very pleasantly out on the sea, and Jim, attracted to the window by the romantic appearance of the ocean and the heavens, thought he would further enjoy them while smoking. Nobody would smell the tobacco, he thought, if he cunningly opened the window and kept his head and pipe in the fresh air. This he did, but being in an excited state, poor Jim had forgotten that his door was open all this time, so that the breeze blowing inwards and a fine thorough draught being established, the clouds of tobacco were carried downstairs, and arrived with quite undiminished fragrance to Miss Crawley and Miss Briggs. The pipe of tobacco finished the business, and the Bute Crawleys never knew how many £1,000 it cost them. Firkin rushed downstairs to Bowles, who was reading out the Fire and the Frying Pan to his aide-de-camp in a loud and ghostly voice. The dreadful secret was told to him by Firkin with so frightened a look, that for the first moment Mr. Bowles and his young man thought that robbers were in the house, the legs of whom had probably been discovered by the woman under Miss Crawley's bed. When made aware of the fact, however, to rush upstairs at 3 steps at a time to enter the unconscious James's apartment, calling out, "Mr. James," in a voice stifled with alarm, and to cry, "For God's sake, sir, stop that air pipe," was the work of a minute with Mr. Bowles. "Oh, Mr. James, what avenue you done?" he said in a voice of the deepest pathos, as he threw the implement out of the window. "What have you done, sir? Mrs. can't abide, Mrs. needn't smoke," said James with a frantic misplaced laugh, and thought the whole matter an excellent joke. But his feelings were very different in the morning, when Mr. Bowles's young man, who operated upon Mr. James's boots, and brought him his hot water to shave that beard which he was so anxiously expecting, handed a note in to Mr. James in bed, in the handwriting of Miss Briggs. "Dear Sir," it said, "Miss Crawley has passed an exceedingly disturbed night, owing to the shocking manner in which the house has been polluted by tobacco. Miss Crawley bids me say she regrets that she is too unwell to see you before you go, and above all that she ever induced you to remove from the alehouse, where she is sure you will be much more comfortable during the rest of your stay at Brighton." And herewith honest James's career as a candidate for his aunt's favour ended. He had in fact, and without knowing it, done what he menaced to do. He had fought his cousin Pitt with the gloves. Where meanwhile was he who had been once first favourite for this race for money? Becky and Rawdon, as we have seen, were come together after Waterloo, and were passing the winter of 1815 at Paris in great splendour and gaiety. Rebecca was a good economist, and the price poor Jos Sedley had paid for her 2 horses was in itself sufficient to keep their little establishment afloat for a year, at the least. There was no occasion to turn into money my pistols, the same which I shot Captain Marker, or the gold dressing case, or the cloak lined with sable. Becky had it made into a pelisse for herself, in which she rode in the Bois de Boulogne to the admiration of all, and you should have seen the scene between her and her delighted husband, whom she rejoined after the army had entered Cambrai. And when she unsewed herself, and let out of her dress all those watches, knick-knacks, bank-notes, checks, and valuables, which she had secreted in the wadding, previous to her meditated flight from Brussels. Tufto was charmed, and Rawdon roared with delighted laughter, and swore that she was better than any play he ever saw, by Jove. And the way in which she jockeyed Joss, and which she described with infinite fun, carried up his delight to a pitch of quite insane enthusiasm. He believed in his wife as much as the French soldiers in Napoleon. Her success in Paris was remarkable. All the French ladies voted her charming. She spoke their language admirably. She adopted at once their grace, their liveliness, their manner. Her husband was stupid certainly, all English are stupid, and, besides, a dull husband at Paris is always a point in a lady's favor. He was the heir of the rich and spirituelle Miss Crawley, whose house had been open to so many of the French noblesse during the emigration. They received the colonel's wife in their own hotels, wrote a great lady to Miss Crawley, who had bought her lace and trinkets at the Duchess's own price, and given her many a dinner during the pinching times after the Revolution. Why does not our dear Miss come to her nephew and niece, and her attached friends in Paris? All the world raffles of the charming mistress and her Spiegel beauty. Yes, we see in her the grace, the charm, the wit of our dear friend Miss Crawley. The king took notice of her yesterday at the Tuileries, and we are all jealous of the attention which monsieur pays her. If you could have seen the spite of a certain stupid Milady Bareacres, whose eagle beak and toque and feathers may be seen peering over the heads of all assemblies, when Madame, the Duchess of Angoulême, the august daughter and companion of kings, desired especially to be presented to Mrs. Crawley, as your dear daughter and protégée, and thanked her in the name of France, for all your benevolence towards our unfortunates during their exile. She is of all the societies, of all the balls, yes, of the dances, no. And yet how interesting and pretty this fair creature looks surrounded by the homage of the men, and so soon to be a mother. To hear her speak of you, her protectress, her mother, would bring tears to the eyes of ogres. How she loves you! How we all love our admirable, our respectable Miss Crawley! It is to be feared that this letter of the Parisian great lady did not by any means advance Mrs. Becky's interest with her admirable, her respectable, relative. On the contrary, the fury of the old spinster was beyond bounds, when she found what was Rebecca's situation, and how audaciously she had made use of Miss Crawley's name, to get an entrée into Parisian society. Too much shaken in mind and body to compose a letter in the French language in reply to that of her correspondent, she dictated to Briggs a furious answer in her own native tongue, repudiating Mrs. Rawdon Crawley altogether, and warning the public to beware of her as a most artful and dangerous person. But as Madame the Duchess of X, had only been 20 years in England, she did not understand a single word of the language, and contented herself by informing Mrs. Rawdon Crawley at their next meeting, that she had received a charming letter from that cher Mise, and that it was full of benevolent things for Mrs. Crawley, who began seriously to have hopes that the spinster would relent. Meanwhile, she was the gayest and most admired of English women, and had a little European Congress on her reception night. Prussians and Cossacks, Spanish and English, all the world was at Paris during this famous winter. To have seen the stars and cordons in Rebecca's humble saloon would have made all Baker Street pale with envy. Famous warriors rode by her carriage in the Bois, or crowded her modest little box at the opera. Rawdon was in the highest spirits. There were no duns in Paris as yet, there were parties every day at Very's or Beauvillier's. Play was plentiful and his luck good. Tufto perhaps was sulky. Mrs. Tufto had come over to Paris at her own invitation, and besides this contretemps, there were a score of generals now round Becky's chair, and she might take her choice of a dozen bouquets when she went to the play. Lady Bareacres and the chiefs of the English society, stupid and irreproachable females, writhed with anguish at the success of the little upstart Becky, whose poisoned jokes quivered and rankled in their chaste breasts. But she had all the men on her side. She fought the women with indomitable courage, and they could not talk scandal in any tongue but their own. So in fetes, pleasures, and prosperity, the winter of 1815–16 passed away with Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who accommodated herself to polite life as if her ancestors had been people of fashion for centuries past, and who from her wit, talent, and energy, indeed merited a place of honor in Vanity Fair. In the early spring of 1816, Galignani's journal contained the following announcement in an interesting corner of the paper: on the 26th of March, the lady of Lieutenant Colonel Crawley, of the Life Guards Green, of a son and heir. This event was copied into the London papers, out of which Miss Briggs read the statement to Miss Crawley, at breakfast, at Brighton. The intelligence, expected as it might have been, caused a crisis in the affairs of the Crawley family. The spinster's rage rose to its height, and sending instantly for Pitt, her nephew, and for the Lady Southdown, from Brunswick Square, she requested an immediate celebration of the marriage which had been so long pending between the two families. And she announced that it was her intention to allow the young couple 1,000 a year during her lifetime, at the expiration of which the bulk of her property would be settled upon her nephew and her dear niece, Lady Jane Crawley. Waxy came down to ratify the deeds. Lord Southdown gave away his sister, she was married by a bishop, and not by the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, to the disappointment of the irregular prelate. When they were married, Pitt would have liked to take a hymeneal tour with his bride, as became people of their condition. But the affection of the old lady towards Lady Jane had grown so strong, that she fairly owned she could not part with her favourite. Pitt and his wife came therefore and lived with Miss Crawley, and, greatly to the annoyance of poor Pitt, who conceived himself a most injured character, being subject to the humours of his aunt on one side, and of his mother-in-law on the other, Lady Southdown, from her neighbouring house, reigned over the whole family, Pitt, Lady Jane, Miss Crawley, Briggs, Bowles, Firkin, and all. She pitilessly dosed them with her tracts and her medicine, she dismissed Creamer, she installed Rogers, and soon stripped Miss Crawley of even the semblance of authority. The poor soul grew so timid that she actually left off bullying Briggs any more, and clung to her niece, more fond and terrified every day. Peace to thee, kind and selfish, vain and generous old heathen, we shall see thee no more. Let us hope that Lady Jane supported her kindly, and led her with gentle hand out of the busy struggle of Vanity Fair. Chapter 35. Widow and Mother. The news of the great fights of Quatre Bras and Waterloo reached England at the same time. The Gazette first published the result of the two battles, at which glorious intelligence all England thrilled with triumph and fear. Particulars then followed, and after the announcement of the victories came the list of the wounded and the slain. Who can tell the dread with which that catalogue was opened and read? Fancy, at every village and homestead almost through the three kingdoms, the great news coming of the battles in Flanders, and the feelings of exultation and gratitude, bereavement and sickening dismay. When the lists of the regimental losses were gone through, and it became known whether the dear friend and relative had escaped or fallen. Anybody who will take the trouble of looking back to a file of the newspapers of the time, must, even now, feel at second hand this breathless pause of expectation. The lists of casualties are carried on from day to day, you stop in the midst as in a story which is to be continued in our next. Think what the feelings must have been as those papers followed each other fresh from the press. And if such an interest could be felt in our country, and about a battle where but 20,000 of our people were engaged, think of the condition of Europe for 20 years before, where people were fighting, not by thousands, but by millions. Each one of whom as he struck his enemy wounded horribly some other innocent heart far away. The news which that famous Gazette brought to the Osbornes gave a dreadful shock to the family and its chief. The girls indulged unrestrained in their grief. The gloom-stricken old father was still more borne down by his fate and sorrow. He strove to think that a judgment was on the boy for his disobedience. He dared not own that the severity of the sentence frightened him, and that its fulfillment had come too soon upon his curses. Sometimes a shuddering terror struck him, as if he had been the author of the doom which he had called down on his son. There was a chance before of reconciliation. The boy's wife might have died, or he might have come back and said, "Father, I have sinned." But there was no hope now. He stood on the other side of the gulf impassable, haunting his parent with sad eyes. He remembered them once before so in a fever, when every one thought the lad was dying, and he lay on his bed speechless, and gazing with a dreadful gloom. Good God! How the father clung to the doctor then, and with what a sickening anxiety he followed him, what a weight of grief was off his mind when, after the crisis of the fever, the lad recovered. And looked at his father once more with eyes that recognized him. But now there was no help or cure, or chance of reconcilement. Above all, there were no humble words to soothe vanity outraged and furious, or bring to its natural flow the poisoned, angry blood. And it is hard to say which pang it was that tore the proud father's heart most keenly, that his son should have gone out of the reach of his forgiveness, or that the apology which his own pride expected should have escaped him. Whatever his sensations might have been, however, the stern old man would have no confidant. He never mentioned his son's name to his daughters, but ordered the elder to place all the females of the establishment in mourning. And desired that the male servants should be similarly attired in deep black. All parties and entertainments, of course, were to be put off. No communications were made to his future son-in-law, whose marriage day had been fixed, but there was enough in Mr. Osborne's appearance to prevent Mr. Bullock from making any inquiries, or in any way pressing forward that ceremony. He and the ladies whispered about it under their voices in the drawing-room sometimes, whither the father never came. He remained constantly in his own study. The whole front part of the house being closed until some time after the completion of the general mourning. About 3 weeks after the 18th of June, Mr. Osborne's acquaintance, Sir William Dobbin, called at Mr. Osborne's house in Russell Square, with a very pale and agitated face, and insisted upon seeing that gentleman. Ushered into his room, and after a few words, which neither the speaker nor the host understood, the former produced from an enclosure a letter sealed with a large red seal. "My son, Major Dobbin," the alderman said, with some hesitation, "dispatched me a letter by an officer of the Th, who arrived in town today. My son's letter contains one for you, Osborne." The alderman placed the letter on the table, and Osborne stared at him for a moment or two in silence. His looks frightened the ambassador, who after looking guiltily for a little time at the grief-stricken man, hurried away without another word. The letter was in George's well-known bold handwriting. It was that one which he had written before daybreak on the 16th of June, and just before he took leave of Amelia. The great red seal was emblazoned with the sham coat of arms which Osborne had assumed from the peerage, with Pax in Bello for a motto, that of the ducal house with which the vain old man tried to fancy himself connected. The hand that signed it would never hold pen or sword more. The very seal that sealed it had been robbed from George's dead body as it lay on the field of battle. The father knew nothing of this, but sat and looked at the letter in terrified vacancy. He almost fell when he went to open it. Have you ever had a difference with a dear friend? How his letters, written in the period of love and confidence, sicken and rebuke you. What a dreary morning it is to dwell upon those vehement protests of dead affection. What lying epitaphs they make over the corpse of love. What dark, cruel comments upon life and vanities. Most of us have got or written drawers full of them. They are closet skeletons which we keep and shun. Osborne trembled long before the letter from his dead son. The poor boy's letter did not say much. He had been too proud to acknowledge the tenderness which his heart felt. He only said, that on the eve of a great battle, he wished to bid his father farewell, and solemnly to implore his good offices for the wife, it might be for the child, whom he left behind him. He owned with contrition that his irregularities and his extravagance had already wasted a large part of his mother's little fortune. He thanked his father for his former generous conduct. And he promised him that if he fell on the field or survived it, he would act in a manner worthy of the name of George Osborne. His English habit, pride, awkwardness perhaps, had prevented him from saying more. His father could not see the kiss George had placed on the superscription of his letter. Mr. Osborne dropped it with the bitterest, deadliest pang of balked affection and revenge. His son was still beloved and unforgiven. About 2 months afterwards, however, as the young ladies of the family went to church with their father, they remarked how he took a different seat from that which he usually occupied when he chose to attend divine worship. And that from his cushion opposite, he looked up at the wall over their heads. This caused the young women likewise to gaze in the direction towards which their father's gloomy eyes pointed, and they saw an elaborate monument upon the wall, where Britannia was represented weeping over an urn. And a broken sword and a couchant lion indicated that the piece of sculpture had been erected in honor of a deceased warrior. The sculptors of those days had stocks of such funereal emblems in hand, as you may see still on the walls of St. Paul's, which are covered with hundreds of these braggart heathen allegories. There was a constant demand for them during the first 15 years of the present century. Under the memorial in question were emblazoned the well-known and pompous Osborne arms. And the inscription said, that the monument was sacred to the memory of George Osborne, Jr., Esq. Late a captain in His Majesty's, Th Regiment of Foot, who fell on the 18th of June, 1815, aged 28 years, while fighting for his king and country in the glorious victory of Waterloo. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. The sight of that stone agitated the nerves of the sisters so much, that Miss Maria was compelled to leave the church. The congregation made way respectfully for those sobbing girls clothed in deep black, and pitied the stern old father seated opposite the memorial of the dead soldier. Will he forgive Mrs. George? The girls said to themselves as soon as their ebullition of grief was over. Much conversation passed too among the acquaintances of the Osborne family, who knew of the rupture between the son and father caused by the former's marriage, as to the chance of a reconciliation with the young widow. There were bets among the gentlemen both about Russell Square and in the city. If the sisters had any anxiety regarding the possible recognition of Amelia as a daughter of the family, it was increased presently, and towards the end of the autumn, by their father's announcement that he was going abroad. He did not say whither, but they knew at once that his steps would be turned towards Belgium, and were aware that George's widow was still in Brussels. They had pretty accurate news indeed of poor Amelia from Lady Dobbin and her daughters. Our honest captain had been promoted in consequence of the death of the second major of the regiment on the field. And the brave O'Dowd, who had distinguished himself greatly here as upon all occasions where he had a chance to show his coolness and valor, was a colonel and companion of the Bath. Very many of the brave, who had suffered severely upon both days of action, were still at Brussels in the autumn, recovering of their wounds. The city was a vast military hospital for months after the great battles. And as men and officers began to rally from their hurts, the gardens and places of public resort swarmed with maimed warriors, old and young, who, just rescued out of death, fell to gambling, and gaiety, and love-making. As people of Vanity Fair will do. Mr. Osborne found out some of the easily. He knew their uniform quite well, and had been used to follow all the promotions and exchanges in the regiment, and loved to talk about it and its officers as if he had been one of the number. On the day after his arrival at Brussels, and as he issued from his hotel, which faced the park, he saw a soldier in the well-known facings, reposing on a stone bench in the garden, and went and sate down trembling by the wounded convalescent man. "Were you in Captain Osborne's company?" he said, and added, after a pause, "He was my son, sir." The man was not of the captain's company, but he lifted up his unwounded arm and touched his cap sadly and respectfully to the haggard broken-spirited gentleman who questioned him. The whole army didn't contain a finer or a better officer, the soldier said. The sergeant of the captain's company, Captain Raymond had it now, was in town, though, and was just well of a shot in the shoulder. His honor might see him if he liked, who could tell him anything he wanted to know about the Th's actions. But his honor had seen Major Dobbin, no doubt, the brave captain's great friend, and Mrs. Osborne, who was here too, and had been very bad, he heard everybody say. They say she was out of her mind like for 6 weeks or more. But your honor knows all about that, and asking your pardon, the man added. Osborne put a guinea into the soldier's hand, and told him he should have another if he would bring the sergeant to the Hotel du Parc, a promise which very soon brought the desired officer to Mr. Osborne's presence. And the first soldier went away. And after telling a comrade or two how Captain Osborne's father was arrived, and what a free-handed generous gentleman he was, they went and made good cheer with drink and feasting. As long as the guineas lasted which had come from the proud purse of the mourning old father. In the sergeant's company, who was also just convalescent, Osborne made the journey of Waterloo and Quatre Bras, a journey which thousands of his countrymen were then taking. He took the sergeant with him in his carriage, and went through both fields under his guidance. He saw the point of the road where the regiment marched into action on the 16th, and the slope down which they drove the French cavalry who were pressing on the retreating Belgians. There was the spot where the noble captain cut down the French officer who was grappling with the young ensign for the colours, the colour sergeants having been shot down. Along this road they retreated on the next day, and here was the bank at which the regiment bivouacked under the rain of the night of the 17th. Further on was the position which they took and held during the day, forming time after time to receive the charge of the enemy's horsemen and lying down under the shelter of the bank from the furious French cannonade. And it was at this declivity when at evening the whole English line received the order to advance, as the enemy fell back after his last charge, that the captain, hurraying and rushing down the hill waving his sword, received a shot and fell dead. It was Major Dobbin who took back the captain's body to Brussels, the sergeant said, in a low voice, and had him buried, as your honour knows. The peasants and relic hunters about the place were screaming round the pair, as the soldier told his story, offering for sale all sorts of mementos of the fight, crosses, and epaulets, and shattered cuirasses, and eagles. Osborne gave a sumptuous reward to the sergeant when he parted with him, after having visited the scenes of his son's last exploits. His burial place he had already seen. Indeed, he had driven thither immediately after his arrival at Brussels. George's body lay in the pretty burial ground of Laeken, near the city, in which place, having once visited it on a party of pleasure, he had lightly expressed a wish to have his grave made. And there the young officer was laid by his friend, in the unconsecrated corner of the garden, separated by a little hedge from the temples and towers and plantations of flowers and shrubs, under which the Roman Catholic dead repose. It seemed a humiliation to old Osborne to think that his son, an English gentleman, a captain in the famous British army, should not be found worthy to lie in ground where mere foreigners were buried. Which of us is there can tell how much vanity lurks in our warmest regard for others, and how selfish our love is? Old Osborne did not speculate much upon the mingled nature of his feelings, and how his instinct and selfishness were combating together. He firmly believed that everything he did was right, that he ought on all occasions to have his own way, and like the sting of a wasp or serpent his hatred rushed out armed and poisonous against anything like opposition. He was proud of his hatred as of everything else, always to be right, always to trample forward, and never to doubt. Are not these the great qualities with which dullness takes the lead in the world? As after the drive to Waterloo, Mr. Osborne's carriage was nearing the gates of the city at sunset, they met another open barouche, in which were a couple of ladies and a gentleman, and by the side of which an officer was riding. Osborne gave a start back, and the sergeant, seated with him, cast a look of surprise at his neighbour, as he touched his cap to the officer, who mechanically returned his salute. It was Amelia, with the lame young ensign by her side, and opposite to her faithful friend Mrs. O'Dowd. It was Amelia, but how changed from the fresh and comely girl Osborne knew. Her face was white and thin. Her pretty brown hair was parted under a widow's cap, the poor child. Her eyes were fixed, and looking nowhere. They stared blank in the face of Osborne, as the carriages crossed each other, but she did not know him. Nor did he recognize her, until looking up, he saw Dobbin riding by her, and then he knew who it was. He hated her. He did not know how much until he saw her there. When her carriage had passed on, he turned and stared at the sergeant, with a curse and defiance in his eye cast at his companion, who could not help looking at him, as much as to say, "How dare you look at me? Damn you! I do hate her. It is she who has tumbled my hopes and all my pride down. Tell the scoundrel to drive on quick," he shouted with an oath, to the lackey on the box. A minute afterwards, a horse came clattering over the pavement behind Osborne's carriage, and Dobbin rode up. His thoughts had been elsewhere as the carriages passed each other, and it was not until he had ridden some paces forward, that he remembered it was Osborne who had just passed him. Then he turned to examine if the sight of her father-in-law had made any impression on Amelia, but the poor girl did not know who had passed. Then William, who daily used to accompany her in his drives, taking out his watch, made some excuse about an engagement which he suddenly recollected, and so rode off. She did not remark that either, but sate looking before her, over the homely landscape towards the woods in the distance, by which George marched away. "Mr. Osborne, Mr. Osborne," cried Dobbin, as he rode up and held out his hand. Osborne made no motion to take it, but shouted out once more and with another curse to his servant to drive on. Dobbin laid his hand on the carriage side. "I will see you, sir," he said. "I have a message for you." "From that woman?" said Osborne, fiercely. "No," replied the other, "from your son," at which Osborne fell back into the corner of his carriage, and Dobbin, allowing it to pass on, rode close behind it, and so through the town until they reached Mr. Osborne's hotel, and without a word. There he followed Osborne up to his apartments. George had often been in the rooms. They were the lodgings which the Crawleys had occupied during their stay in Brussels. "Pray, have you any commands for me, Captain Dobbin, or, I beg your pardon, I should say Major Dobbin, since better men than you are dead, and you step into their shoes," said Mr. Osborne, in that sarcastic tone which he sometimes was pleased to assume. "Better men are dead," Dobbin replied. "I want to speak to you about one." "Make it short, sir," said the other with an oath, scowling at his visitor. "I am here as his closest friend," the Major resumed, "and the executor of his will. He made it before he went into action. Are you aware how small his means are, and of the straitened circumstances of his widow?" "I don't know his widow, sir," Osborne said. "Let her go back to her father." But the gentleman whom he addressed was determined to remain in good temper, and went on without heeding the interruption. "Do you know, sir, Mrs. Osborne's condition? Her life and her reason almost have been shaken by the blow which has fallen on her. It is very doubtful whether she will rally. There is a chance left for her, however, and it is about this I came to speak to you. She will be a mother soon. Will you visit the parent's offense upon the child's head? Or will you forgive the child for poor George's sake?" Osborne broke out into a rhapsody of self-praise and imprecations. By the first, excusing himself to his own conscience for his conduct, by the second, exaggerating the undutifulness of George. No father in all England could have behaved more generously to a son, who had rebelled against him wickedly. He had died without even so much as confessing he was wrong. Let him take the consequences of his undutifulness and folly. As for himself, Mr. Osborne, he was a man of his word. He had sworn never to speak to that woman, or to recognize her as his son's wife. "And that's what you may tell her," he concluded with an oath, "and that's what I will stick to the last day of my life." There was no hope from that quarter then. The widow must live on her slender pittance, or on such aid as Joss could give her. "I might tell her, and she would not heed it," thought Dobbin, sadly, for the poor girl's thoughts were not here at all since her catastrophe, and, stupefied under the pressure of her sorrow, good and evil were alike indifferent to her. So, indeed, were even friendship and kindness. She received them both uncomplainingly, and having accepted them, relapsed into her grief. Suppose some 12 months after the above conversation took place to have passed in the life of our poor Amelia. She has spent the first portion of that time in a sorrow so profound and pitiable, that we who have been watching and describing some of the emotions of that weak and tender heart, must draw back in the presence of the cruel grief under which it is bleeding. Tread silently round the hapless couch of the poor prostrate soul. Shut gently the door of the dark chamber wherein she suffers, as those kind people did who nursed her through the first months of her pain, and never left her until heaven had sent her consolation. A day came, of almost terrified delight and wonder, when the poor widowed girl pressed a child upon her breast, a child, with the eyes of George who was gone, a little boy, as beautiful as a cherub. What a miracle it was to hear its first cry! How she laughed and wept over it, how love, and hope, and prayer woke again in her bosom as the baby nestled there. She was safe. The doctors who attended her, and had feared for her life or for her brain, had waited anxiously for this crisis before they could pronounce that either was secure. It was worth the long months of doubt and dread which the persons who had constantly been with her had passed, to see her eyes once more beaming tenderly upon them. Our friend Dobbin was one of them. It was he who brought her back to England and to her mother's house, when Mrs. O'Dowd, receiving a peremptory summons from her colonel, had been forced to quit her patient. To see Dobbin holding the infant, and to hear Amelia's laugh of triumph as she watched him, would have done any man good who had a sense of humor. William was the godfather of the child, and exerted his ingenuity in the purchase of cups, spoons, pap-boats, and corals for this little Christian. How his mother nursed him, and dressed him, and lived upon him. How she drove away all nurses, and would scarce allow any hand but her own to touch him. How she considered that the greatest favor she could confer upon his godfather, Major Dobbin, was to allow the Major occasionally to dandle him, need not be told here. This child was her being. Her existence was a maternal caress. She enveloped the feeble and unconscious creature with love and worship. It was her life which the baby drank in from her bosom. Of nights, and when alone, she had stealthy and intense raptures of motherly love, such as God's marvelous care has awarded to the female instinct, joys how far higher and lower than reason, blind beautiful devotions which only women's hearts know. It was William Dobbin's task to muse upon these movements of Amelia's, and to watch her heart, and if his love made him divine almost all the feelings which agitated it, alas! He could see with a fatal perspicuity that there was no place there for him. And so, gently, he bore his fate, knowing it, and content to bear it. I suppose Amelia's father and mother saw through the intentions of the Major, and were not ill-disposed to encourage him, for Dobbin visited their house daily, and stayed for hours with them, or with Amelia, or with the honest landlord, Mr. Clapp, and his family. He brought, on one pretext or another, presents to everybody, and almost every day, and went, with the landlord's little girl, who was rather a favorite with Amelia, by the name of Major Sugarplums. It was this little child who commonly acted as mistress of the ceremonies to introduce him to Mrs. Osborne. She laughed one day when Major Sugarplum's cab drove up to Fulham, and he descended from it, bringing out a wooden horse, a drum, a trumpet, and other warlike toys, for little Georgie, who was scarcely 6 months old. And for whom the articles in question were entirely premature. The child was asleep. "Hush," said Amelia, annoyed, perhaps, at the creaking of the Major's boots, and she held out her hand, smiling because William could not take it until he had rid himself of his cargo of toys. "Go downstairs, little Mary," said he presently to the child, "I want to speak to Mrs. Osborne." She looked up rather astonished, and laid down the infant on its bed. "I am come to say good-bye, Amelia," said he, taking her slender little white hand gently. "Good-bye. And where are you going?" she said, with a smile. "Send the letters to the agents," he said, "they will forward them. For you will write to me, won't you? I shall be away a long time." "I'll write to you about Georgie," she said. "Dear William, how good you have been to him and to me. Look at him. Isn't he like an angel?" The little pink hands of the child closed mechanically round the honest soldier's finger, and Amelia looked up in his face with bright maternal pleasure. The cruelest looks could not have wounded him more than that glance of hopeless kindness. He bent over the child and mother. He could not speak for a moment. And it was only with all his strength that he could force himself to say a "God bless you." "God bless you," said Amelia, and held up her face and kissed him. "Hush! Don't wake Georgie," she added, as William Dobbin went to the door with heavy steps. She did not hear the noise of his cab wheels as he drove away, she was looking at the child, who was laughing in his sleep. Chapter 36. How to live well on nothing a year. I suppose there is no man in this Vanity Fair of ours so little observant as not to think sometimes about the worldly affairs of his acquaintances. Or so extremely charitable as not to wonder how his neighbor Jones, or his neighbor Smith, can make both ends meet at the end of the year. With the utmost regard for the family, for instance, for I dine with them twice or thrice in the season, I cannot but own that the appearance of the Jenkinses in the park, in the large barouche with the grenadier footmen, will surprise and mystify me to my dying day, for though I know the equipage is only jobbed, and all the Jenkins people are on board wages, yet those 3 men in the carriage must represent an expense of 600 a year at the very least, and then there are the splendid dinners, the 2 boys at Eton, the prize governess and masters for the girls, the trip abroad, or to Eastbourne or Worthing, in the autumn, the annual ball with a supper from Gunter's, who, by the way, supplies most of the first-rate dinners which J. gives, as I know very well, having been invited to one of them to fill a vacant place, when I saw at once that these repasts are very superior to the common run of entertainments for which the humbler sort of J.'s acquaintances get cards, who, I say, with the most good-natured feelings in the world, can help wondering how the Jenkinses make out matters. What is Jenkins? We all know, Commissioner of the Tape and Sealing Wax Office, with £1,200 a year for a salary. Had his wife a private fortune? Who, Miss Flint, one of 11 children of a small squire in Buckinghamshire. All she ever gets from her family is a turkey at Christmas, in exchange for which she has to board 2 or 3 of her sisters in the off-season, and lodge and feed her brothers when they come to town. How does Jenkins balance his income? I say, as every friend of his must say, how is it that he has not been outlawed long since, and that he ever came back, as he did to the surprise of everybody, last year from Boulogne? I is here introduced to personify the world in general, the Mrs. Grundy of each respected reader's private circle, every one of whom can point to some families of his acquaintance who live nobody knows how. Many a glass of wine have we all of us drunk, I have very little doubt, hobnobbing with the hospitable giver and wondering how the deuce he paid for it. Some 3 or 4 years after his stay in Paris, when Rawdon Crawley and his wife were established in a very small comfortable house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, there was scarcely one of the numerous friends whom they entertained at dinner that did not ask the above question regarding them. The novelist, it has been said before, knows everything, and as I am in a situation to be able to tell the public how Crawley and his wife lived without any income, may I entreat the public newspapers which are in the habit of extracting portions of the various periodical works now published not to reprint the following exact narrative and calculations, of which I ought, as the discoverer, and at some expense, to have the benefit. My son, I would say, were I blessed with a child, you may by deep inquiry and constant intercourse with him learn how a man lives comfortably on nothing a year. But it is best not to be intimate with gentlemen of this profession and to take the calculations at second hand, as you do logarithms, for to work them yourself, depend upon it, will cost you something considerable. On nothing per annum then, and during a course of some 2 or 3 years, of which we can afford to give but a very brief history, Crawley and his wife lived very happily and comfortably at Paris. It was in this period that he quitted the Guards and sold out of the army. When we find him again, his mustachios and the title of colonel on his card are the only relics of his military profession. It has been mentioned that Rebecca, soon after her arrival in Paris, took a very smart and leading position in the society of that capital, and was welcomed at some of the most distinguished houses of the restored French nobility. The English men of fashion in Paris courted her, too, to the disgust of the ladies their wives, who could not bear the parvenu. For some months the salons of the Faubourg St. Germain, in which her place was secured, and the splendors of the new court, where she was received with much distinction, delighted and perhaps a little intoxicated Mrs. Crawley, who may have been disposed during this period of elation to slight the people, honest young military men mostly, who formed her husband's chief society. But the colonel yawned sadly among the duchesses and great ladies of the court. The old women who played écarté made such a noise about a 5-franc piece that it was not worth Colonel Crawley's while to sit down at a card table. The wit of their conversation he could not appreciate, being ignorant of their language. And what good could his wife get, he urged, by making curtsies every night to a whole circle of princesses? He left Rebecca presently to frequent these parties alone, resuming his own simple pursuits and amusements amongst the amiable friends of his own choice. The truth is, when we say of a gentleman that he lives elegantly on nothing a year, we use the word nothing to signify something unknown, meaning, simply, that we don't know how the gentleman in question defrays the expenses of his establishment. Now, our friend the Colonel had a great aptitude for all games of chance, and exercising himself, as he continually did, with the cards, the dice-box, or the cue. It is natural to suppose that he attained a much greater skill in the use of these articles than men can possess who only occasionally handle them. To use a cue at billiards well is like using a pencil, or a German flute, or a small sword. You cannot master any one of these implements at first, and it is only by repeated study and perseverance, joined to a natural taste, that a man can excel in the handling of either. Now Crawley, from being only a brilliant amateur, had grown to be a consummate master of billiards. Like a great general, his genius used to rise with the danger, and when the luck had been unfavorable to him for a whole game, and the bets were consequently against him, he would, with consummate skill and boldness, make some prodigious hits which would restore the battle, and come in a victor at the end, to the astonishment of everybody, that is, who was a stranger to his play. Those who were accustomed to see it were cautious how they staked their money against a man of such sudden resources and brilliant and overpowering skill. At games of cards he was equally skillful. For though he would constantly lose money at the commencement of an evening, playing so carelessly and making such blunders, that newcomers were often inclined to think meanly of his talent. Yet when roused to action and awakened to caution by repeated small losses, it was remarked that Crawley's play became quite different, and that he was pretty sure of beating his enemy thoroughly before the night was over. Indeed, very few men could say that they ever had the better of him. His successes were so repeated that no wonder the envious and the vanquished spoke sometimes with bitterness regarding them. And as the French say of the Duke of Wellington, who never suffered a defeat, that only an astonishing series of lucky accidents enabled him to be an invariable winner. Yet even they allow that he cheated at Waterloo, and was enabled to win the last great trick, so it was hinted at headquarters in England that some foul play must have taken place in order to account for the continuous successes of Colonel Crawley. Though Frascati's and the Salon were open at that time in Paris, the mania for play was so widely spread that the public gambling rooms did not suffice for the general ardor. And gambling went on in private houses as much as if there had been no public means for gratifying the passion. At Crawley's charming little reunions of an evening this fatal amusement commonly was practiced, much to good-natured little Mrs. Crawley's annoyance. She spoke about her husband's passion for dice with the deepest grief. She bewailed it to everybody who came to her house. She besought the young fellows never to touch a box. And when young Green, of the Rifles, lost a very considerable sum of money, Rebecca passed a whole night in tears, as the servant told the unfortunate young gentleman, and actually went on her knees to her husband to beseech him to remit the debt. And burn the acknowledgment. How could he? He had lost just as much himself to Blackstone of the Hussars, and Count Punter of the Hanoverian cavalry. Green might have any decent time, but pay, of course he must pay. To talk of burning IOUs was child's play. Other officers, chiefly young, for the young fellows gathered round Mrs. Crawley, came from her parties with long faces, having dropped more or less money at her fatal card tables. Her house began to have an unfortunate reputation. The old hands warned the less experienced of their danger. Colonel O'Dowd, of the th Regiment, one of those occupying in Paris, warned Lieutenant Spooney of that corps. A loud and violent fracas took place between the infantry colonel and his lady, who were dining at the Café de Paris, and Colonel and Mrs. Crawley, who were also taking their meal there. The ladies engaged on both sides. Mrs. O'Dowd snapped her fingers in Mrs. Crawley's face and called her husband no better than a blackleg. Colonel Crawley challenged Colonel O'Dowd, C.B. The commander-in-chief hearing of the dispute sent for Colonel Crawley, who was getting ready the same pistols, which he shot Captain Marker, and had such a conversation with him that no duel took place. If Rebecca had not gone on her knees to General Tufto, Crawley would have been sent back to England, and he did not play, except with civilians, for some weeks after. But, in spite of Rawdon's undoubted skill and constant successes, it became evident to Rebecca, considering these things, that their position was but a precarious one, and that, even although they paid scarcely anybody, their little capital would end one day by dwindling into zero. Gambling, she would say, dear, is good to help your income, but not as an income itself. Some day people may be tired of play, and then where are we? Rawdon acquiesced in the justice of her opinion. And in truth he had remarked that after a few nights of his little suppers, and gentlemen were tired of play with him, and, in spite of Rebecca's charms, did not present themselves very eagerly. Easy and pleasant as their life at Paris was, it was after all only an idle dalliance and amiable trifling, and Rebecca saw that she must push Rawdon's fortune in their own country. She must get him a place or appointment at home or in the colonies, and she determined to make a move upon England as soon as the way could be cleared for her. As a first step she had made Crawley sell out of the Guards and go on half-pay. His function as aide-de-camp to General Tufto had ceased previously. Rebecca laughed in all companies at that officer, at his toupee, which he mounted on coming to Paris, at his waistband, at his false teeth, at his pretensions to be a lady-killer above all, and his absurd vanity in fancying every woman whom he came near was in love with him. It was to Mrs. Brent, the beetle-browed wife of Mr. Commissary Brent, to whom the General transferred his attentions now, his bouquets, his dinners at the restaurateurs, his opera boxes, and his knick-knacks. Poor Mrs. Tufto was no more happy than before, and had still to pass long evenings alone with her daughters, knowing that her general was gone off scented and curled to stand behind Mrs. Brent's chair at the play. Becky had a dozen admirers in his place, to be sure, and could cut her rival to pieces with her wit. But, as we have said, she was growing tired of this idle social life. Opera boxes and restaurateur dinners palled upon her, nosegays could not be laid by as a provision for future years, and she could not live upon knick-knacks, laced handkerchiefs, and kid gloves. She felt the frivolity of pleasure and longed for more substantial benefits. At this juncture news arrived which was spread among the many creditors of the Colonel at Paris, and which caused them great satisfaction. Miss Crawley, the rich aunt from whom he expected his immense inheritance, was dying. The Colonel must haste to her bedside. Mrs. Crawley and her child would remain behind until he came to reclaim them. He departed for Calais, and having reached that place in safety, it might have been supposed that he went to Dover, but instead he took the diligence to Dunkirk, and thence travelled to Brussels, for which place he had a former predilection. The fact is, he owed more money at London than at Paris, and he preferred the quiet little Belgian city to either of the more noisy capitals. Her aunt was dead. Mrs. Crawley ordered the most intense mourning for herself and little Rawdon. The Colonel was busy arranging the affairs of the inheritance. They could take the Premier now, instead of the little entresol of the hotel which they occupied. Mrs. Crawley and the landlord had a consultation about the new hangings, an amicable wrangle about the carpets, and a final adjustment of everything except the bill. She went off in one of his carriages, her French bonne with her, the child by her side. The admirable landlord and landlady smiling farewell to her from the gate. General Tufto was furious when he heard she was gone, and Mrs. Brent furious with him for being furious. Lieutenant Spooney was cut to the heart. And the landlord got ready his best apartments previous to the return of the fascinating little woman and her husband. He serried the trunks which she left in his charge with the greatest care. They had been especially recommended to him by Madame Crawley. They were not, however, found to be particularly valuable when opened some time after. But before she went to join her husband in the Belgic capital, Mrs. Crawley made an expedition into England, leaving behind her little son upon the continent, under the care of her French maid. The parting between Rebecca and the little Rawdon did not cause either party much pain. She had not, to say truth, seen much of the young gentleman since his birth. After the amiable fashion of French mothers, she had placed him out at nurse in a village in the neighborhood of Paris, where little Rawdon passed the first months of his life, not unhappily, with a numerous family of foster brothers in wooden shoes. His father would ride over many a time to see him here, and the elder Rawdon's paternal heart glowed to see him rosy and dirty, shouting lustily, and happy in the making of mud pies under the superintendence of the gardener's wife, his nurse. Rebecca did not care much to go and see the son and heir. Once he spoiled a new dove-colored pelisse of hers. He preferred his nurse's caresses to his mamma's, and when finally he quitted that jolly nurse and almost parent, he cried loudly for hours. He was only consoled by his mother's promise that he should return to his nurse the next day. Indeed, the nurse herself, who probably would have been pained at the parting too, was told that the child would immediately be restored to her, and for some time awaited quite anxiously his return. In fact, our friends may be said to have been among the first of that brood of hardy English adventurers who have subsequently invaded the continent and swindled in all the capitals of Europe. The respect in those happy days of 1817–18 was very great for the wealth and honor of Britons. They had not then learned, as I am told, to haggle for bargains with the pertinacity which now distinguishes them. The great cities of Europe had not been as yet open to the enterprise of our rascals. And whereas there is now hardly a town of France or Italy in which you shall not see some noble countrymen of our own, with that happy swagger and insolence of demeanor which we carry everywhere, swindling in landlords, passing fictitious checks upon credulous bankers, robbing coachmakers of their carriages, goldsmiths of their trinkets, easy travellers of their money at cards, even public libraries of their books. 30 years ago you needed but to be a milord anglais, travelling in a private carriage, and credit was at your hand wherever you chose to seek it, and gentlemen, instead of cheating, were cheated. It was not for some weeks after the Crawleys' departure that the landlord of the hotel which they occupied during their residence at Paris found out the losses which he had sustained, not until Madame Marabou, the milliner, made repeated visits with her little bill for articles supplied to Madame Crawley. Not until Monsieur Didelot from Boule d'Or in the Palais Royal had asked half a dozen times whether cette charmante Milady who had bought watches and bracelets of him was de retour. It is a fact that even the poor gardener's wife, who had nursed Madame's child, was never paid after the first 6 months for that supply of the milk of human kindness with which she had furnished the lusty and healthy little Rawdon. No, not even the nurse was paid. The Crawleys were in too great a hurry to remember their trifling debt to her. As for the landlord of the hotel, his curses against the English nation were violent for the rest of his natural life. He asked all travellers whether they knew a certain Colonel Lord Crawley, avec sa femme une petite dame, très spirituelle. Ah, monsieur, he would add, ils amont affreusement. It was melancholy to hear his accents as he spoke of that catastrophe. Rebecca's object in her journey to London was to effect a kind of compromise with her husband's numerous creditors, and by offering them a dividend of 9 pence or a shilling in the pound, to secure a return for him into his own country. It does not become us to trace the steps which she took in the conduct of this most difficult negotiation. But, having shown them to their satisfaction that the sum which she was empowered to offer was all her husband's available capital, and having convinced them that Colonel Crawley would prefer a perpetual retirement on the continent to a residence in this country with his debts unsettled, having proved to them that there was no possibility of money accruing to him from other quarters, and no earthly chance of their getting a larger dividend than that which she was empowered to offer, she brought the Colonel's creditors unanimously to accept her proposals, and purchased with £1,500 of ready money more than 10 times that amount of debts. Mrs. Crawley employed no lawyer in the transaction. The matter was so simple, to have or to leave, as she justly observed, that she made the lawyers of the creditors themselves do the business, and Mr. Lewis representing Mr. Davids, of Red Lion Square, and Mr. Moss acting for Mr. Manasseh of Cursitor Street, chief creditors of the Colonel's, complimented his lady upon the brilliant way in which she did business, and declared that there was no professional man who could beat her. Rebecca received their congratulations with perfect modesty, ordered a bottle of sherry and a bread cake to the little dingy lodgings where she dwelt, while conducting the business, to treat the enemy's lawyers, shook hands with them at parting, in excellent good humour, and returned straightway to the continent, to rejoin her husband and son and acquaint the former with the glad news of his entire liberation. As for the latter, he had been considerably neglected during his mother's absence by Mademoiselle Genevieve, her French maid. For that young woman, contracting an attachment for a soldier in the garrison of Calais, forgot her charge in the society of this militaire, and little Rawdon very narrowly escaped drowning on Calais sands at this period, where the absent Genevieve had left and lost him. And so, Colonel and Mrs. Crawley came to London, and it is at their house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, that they really showed the skill which must be possessed by those who would live on the resources above named. Chapter 37. The subject continued. In the first place, and as a matter of the greatest necessity, we are bound to describe how a house may be got for nothing a year. These mansions are to be had either unfurnished, where, if you have credit with Messrs. Gillows or Bantings, you can get them splendidly Montes and decorated entirely according to your own fancy. Or they are to be let furnished, a less troublesome and complicated arrangement to most parties. It was so that Crawley and his wife preferred to hire their house. Before Mr. Bowles came to preside over Miss Crawley's house and cellar in Park Lane, that lady had had for a butler a Mr. Raggles, who was born on the family estate of Queen's Crawley, and indeed was a younger son of a gardener there. By good conduct, a handsome person in calves, and a grave demeanour, Raggles rose from the knife-board to the footboard of the carriage, from the footboard to the butler's pantry. When he had been a certain number of years at the head of Miss Crawley's establishment, where he had had good wages, fat perquisites, and plenty of opportunities of saving, he announced that he was about to contract a matrimonial alliance with a late cook of Miss Crawley's, who had subsisted in an honourable manner by the exercise of a mangle, and the keeping of a small greengrocer's shop in the neighbourhood. The truth is, that the ceremony had been clandestinely performed some years back, although the news of Mr. Raggles' marriage was first brought to Miss Crawley by a little boy and girl of 7 and 8 years of age, whose continual presence in the kitchen had attracted the attention of Miss Briggs. Mr. Raggles then retired and personally undertook the superintendence of the small shop and the greens. He added milk and cream, eggs and country-fed pork to his stores, contenting himself whilst other retired butlers were vending spirits in public houses, by dealing in the simplest country produce. And having a good connection amongst the butlers in the neighbourhood, and a snug back parlour where he and Mrs. Raggles received them, his milk, cream, and eggs got to be adopted by many of the fraternity, and his profits increased every year. Year after year he quietly and modestly amassed money, and when at length that snug and complete bachelor's residence at No. 201, Curzon Street, Mayfair, lately the residence of the Honourable Frederick Deuceace, gone abroad, with its rich and appropriate furniture by the first makers, was brought to the hammer. Who should go in and purchase the lease and furniture of the house but Charles Raggles? A part of the money he borrowed, it is true, and at rather a high interest, from a brother butler, but the chief part he paid down, and it was with no small pride that Mrs. Raggles found herself sleeping in a bed of carved mahogany, with silk curtains, with a prodigious cheval glass opposite to her, and a wardrobe which would contain her, and Raggles, and all the family. Of course, they did not intend to occupy permanently an apartment so splendid. It was in order to let the house again that Raggles purchased it. As soon as a tenant was found, he subsided into the greengrocer's shop once more. But a happy thing it was for him to walk out of that tenement and into Curzon Street, and there survey his house, his own house, with geraniums in the window and a carved bronze knocker. The footman occasionally lounging at the area railing, treated him with respect, the cook took her green stuff at his house and called him Mr. Landlord, and there was not one thing the tenants did, or one dish which they had for dinner, that Raggles might not know of, if he liked. He was a good man, good and happy. The house brought him in so handsome a yearly income that he was determined to send his children to good schools, and accordingly, regardless of expense, Charles was sent to boarding at Dr. Swishtail's, Sugar-Cane Lodge, and little Matilda to Miss Peckover's, Laurentinum House, Clapham. Raggles loved and adored the Crawley family as the author of all his prosperity in life. He had a silhouette of his mistress in his back shop, and a drawing of the porter's lodge at Queen's Crawley, done by that spinster herself in India ink, and the only addition he made to the decorations of the Curzon Street house was a print of Queen's Crawley in Hampshire, the seat of Sir Walpole Crawley, Baronet. who was represented in a gilded car drawn by 6 white horses, and passing by a lake covered with swans, and barges containing ladies in hoops, and musicians with flags and penwigs. Indeed, Raggles thought there was no such palace in all the world, and no such august family. As luck would have it, Raggles' house in Curzon Street was to let when Rawdon and his wife returned to London. The Colonel knew it and its owner quite well. The latter's connection with the Crawley family had been kept up constantly, for Raggles helped Mr. Bowles whenever Miss Crawley received friends. And the old man not only let his house to the Colonel but officiated as his butler whenever he had company, Mrs. Raggles operating in the kitchen below and sending up dinners of which old Miss Crawley herself might have approved. This was the way, then, Crawley got his house for nothing, for though Raggles had to pay taxes and rates, and the interest of the mortgage to the brother butler, and the insurance of his life, and the charges for his children at school, and the value of the meat and drink which his own family, and for a time that of Colonel Crawley too, consumed. And though the poor wretch was utterly ruined by the transaction, his children being flung on the streets, and himself driven into the Fleet prison, yet somebody must pay even for gentlemen who live for nothing a year, and so it was this unlucky Raggles was made the representative of Colonel Crawley's defective capital. I wonder how many families are driven to roguery and to ruin by great practitioners in Crawler's way. How many great noblemen rob their petty tradesmen, condescend to swindle their poor retainers out of wretched little sums and cheat for a few shillings. When we read that a noble nobleman has left for the continent, or that another noble nobleman has an execution in his house, and that one or other owes 6 or 7 millions, the defeat seems glorious even. And we respect the victim in the vastness of his ruin. But who pities a poor barber who can't get his money for powdering the footmen's heads, or a poor carpenter who has ruined himself by fixing up ornaments and pavilions for my lady's déjeuner? Or the poor devil of a tailor whom the steward patronizes, and who has pledged all he is worth, and more, to get the liveries ready, which my lord has done him the honor to bespeak? When the great house tumbles down, these miserable wretches fall under it unnoticed, as they say in the old legends, before a man goes to the devil himself, he sends plenty of other souls thither. Rawdon and his wife generously gave their patronage to all such of Miss Crawley's tradesmen and purveyors as chose to serve them. Some were willing enough, especially the poor ones. It was wonderful to see the pertinacity with which the washerwoman from Tooting brought the cart every Saturday, and her bills week after week. Mr. Raggles himself had to supply the greengroceries. The bill for servant's porter at the Fortune of War public house is a curiosity in the chronicles of beer. Every servant also was owed the greater part of his wages, and thus kept up perforce an interest in the house. Nobody in fact was paid. Not the blacksmith who opened the lock, nor the glazier who mended the pane, nor the jobber who let the carriage, nor the groom who drove it, nor the butcher who provided the leg of mutton, nor the coals which roasted it, nor the cook who basted it, nor the servants who ate it, and this I am given to understand is not unfrequently the way in which people live elegantly on nothing a year. In a little town such things cannot be done without remark. We know there the quantity of milk our neighbor takes and espy the joint or the fowls which are going in for his dinner. So, probably, 202 in Curzon Street might know what was going on in the house between them, the servants communicating through the area railings, but Crawley and his wife and his friends did not know 200 and 202. When you came to 201 there was a hearty welcome, a kind smile, a good dinner, and a jolly shake of the hand from the host and hostess there. Just for all the world as if they had been undisputed masters of 3,000 or 4,000 a year, and so they were, not in money, but in produce and labor, if they did not pay for the mutton. They had it, if they did not give bullion in exchange for their wine, how should we know? Never was better claret at any man's table than at honest Rawdon's, dinners more gay and neatly served. His drawing-rooms were the prettiest, little, modest salons conceivable. They were decorated with the greatest taste, and 1,000 knickknacks from Paris, by Rebecca, and when she sat at her piano trilling songs with a lightsome heart. The stranger voted himself in a little paradise of domestic comfort and agreed that, if the husband was rather stupid, the wife was charming, and the dinners the pleasantest in the world. Rebecca's wit, cleverness, and flippancy made her speedily the vogue in London among a certain class. You saw demure chariots at her door, out of which stepped very great people. You beheld her carriage in the park, surrounded by dandies of note. The little box in the third tier of the opera was crowded with heads constantly changing, but it must be confessed that the ladies held aloof from her, and that their doors were shut to our little adventurer. With regard to the world of female fashion and its customs, the present writer of course can only speak at second hand. A man can no more penetrate or understand those mysteries than he can know what the ladies talk about when they go upstairs after dinner. It is only by inquiry and perseverance that one sometimes gets hints of those secrets. And by a similar diligence every person who treads the Pall Mall pavement and frequents the clubs of this metropolis knows, either through his own experience or through some acquaintance with whom he plays at billiards or shares the joint, something about the genteel world of London, and how, as there are men, such as Rawdon Crawley, whose position we mentioned before, who cut a good figure to the eyes of the ignorant world and to the apprentices in the park, who behold them consorting with the most notorious dandies there, so there are ladies, who may be called men's women, being welcomed entirely by all the gentlemen and cut or slighted by all their wives. Mrs. Firebrace is of this sort, the lady with the beautiful fair ringlets whom you see every day in Hyde Park, surrounded by the greatest and most famous dandies of this empire. Mrs. Rockwood is another, whose parties are announced laboriously in the fashionable newspapers and with whom you see that all sorts of ambassadors and great noblemen dine. And many more might be mentioned had they to do with the history at present in hand. But while simple folks who are out of the world, or country people with a taste for the genteel, behold these ladies in their seeming glory in public places, or envy them from afar off, persons who are better instructed could inform them that these envied ladies have no more chance of establishing themselves in society, than the benighted squire's wife in Somersetshire who reads of their doings in the Morning Post. Men living about London are aware of these awful truths. You hear how pitilessly many ladies of seeming rank and wealth are excluded from this society. The frantic efforts which they make to enter this circle, the meannesses to which they submit, the insults which they undergo, are matters of wonder to those who take human or womankind for a study. And the pursuit of fashion under difficulties would be a fine theme for any very great person who had the wit, the leisure, and the knowledge of the English language necessary for the compiling of such a history. Now the few female acquaintances whom Mrs. Crawley had known abroad not only declined to visit her when she came to this side of the Channel, but cut her severely when they met in public places. It was curious to see how the great ladies forgot her, and no doubt not altogether a pleasant study to Rebecca. When Lady Bareacres met her in the waiting-room at the opera, she gathered her daughters about her as if they would be contaminated by a touch of Becky, and retreating a step or two, placed herself in front of them, and stared at her little enemy. To stare Becky out of countenance required a severer glance than even the frigid old Bareacres could shoot out of her dismal eyes. When Lady de la Mole, who had ridden a score of times by Becky's side at Brussels, met Mrs. Crawley's open carriage in Hyde Park, her ladyship was quite blind, and could not in the least recognize her former friend. Even Mrs. Blenkinsop, the banker's wife, cut her at church. Becky went regularly to church now. It was edifying to see her enter there with Rawdon by her side, carrying a couple of large gilt prayer books, and afterwards going through the ceremony with the gravest resignation. Rawdon at first felt very acutely the slights which were passed upon his wife, and was inclined to be gloomy and savage. He talked of calling out the husbands or brothers of every one of the insolent women who did not pay a proper respect to his wife. And it was only by the strongest commands and entreaties on her part that he was brought into keeping a decent behavior. "You can't shoot me into society," she said good-naturedly. "Remember, my dear, that I was but a governess, and you poor silly old man, have the worst reputation for debt, and dice, and all sorts of wickedness. We shall get quite as many friends as we want by and by, and in the meanwhile you must be a good boy and obey your schoolmistress in everything she tells you to do. When we heard that your aunt had left almost everything to Pitt and his wife, do you remember what a rage you were in? You would have told all Paris, if I had not made you keep your temper, and where would you have been now? In prison at St. Pelage for debt, and not established in London in a handsome house, with every comfort about you, you were in such a fury you were ready to murder your brother, you wicked Cain you, and what good would have come of remaining angry? All the rage in the world won't get us your aunt's money, and it is much better that we should be friends with your brother's family than enemies, as those foolish beauties are. When your father dies, Queen's Crawley will be a pleasant house for you and me to pass the winter in. If we are ruined, you can carve and take charge of the stable, and I can be a governess to Lady Jane's children. Ruined? Fiddle-dee. I will get you a good place before that, or Pitt and his little boy will die, and we will be Sir Rawdon and my lady. While there is life, there is hope, my dear, and I intend to make a man of you yet. Who sold your horses for you? Who paid your debts for you? Rawdon was obliged to confess that he owed all these benefits to his wife, and to trust himself to her guidance for the future. Indeed, when Miss Crawley quitted the world, and that money for which all her relatives had been fighting so eagerly was finally left to Pitt, Bute Crawley, who found that only £5,000 had been left to him instead of the 20 upon which he calculated, was in such a fury at his disappointment that he vented it in savage abuse upon his nephew. And the quarrel always rankling between them ended in an utter breach of intercourse. Rawdon Crawley's conduct, on the other hand, who got but £100, was such as to astonish his brother and delight his sister-in-law, who was disposed to look kindly upon all the members of her husband's family. He wrote to his brother a very frank, manly, good-humoured letter from Paris. He was aware, he said, that by his own marriage he had forfeited his aunt's favour. And though he did not disguise his disappointment that she should have been so entirely relentless towards him, he was glad that the money was still kept in their branch of the family, and heartily congratulated his brother on his good fortune. He sent his affectionate remembrances to his sister, and hoped to have her goodwill for Mrs. Rawdon, and the letter concluded with a postscript to Pitt in the latter lady's own handwriting. She, too, begged to join in her husband's congratulations. She should ever remember Mr. Crawley's kindness to her in early days when she was a friendless orphan, the instructress of his little sisters, in whose welfare she still took the tenderest interest. She wished him every happiness in his married life, and, asking his permission to offer her remembrances to Lady Jane, of whose goodness all the world informed her. She hoped that one day she might be allowed to present her little boy to his uncle and aunt, and begged to bespeak for him their goodwill and protection. Pitt Crawley received this communication very graciously, more graciously than Miss Crawley had received some of Rebecca's previous compositions in Rawdon's handwriting. And as for Lady Jane, she was so charmed with the letter that she expected her husband would instantly divide his aunt's legacy into 2 equal portions and send off 1/2 to his brother at Paris. To her ladyship's surprise, however, Pitt declined to accommodate his brother with a cheque for £30,000. But he made Rawdon a handsome offer of his hand whenever the latter should come to England and choose to take it. And, thanking Mrs. Crawley for her good opinion of himself and Lady Jane, he graciously pronounced his willingness to take any opportunity to serve her little boy. Thus an almost reconciliation was brought about between the brothers. When Rebecca came to town, Pitt and his wife were not in London. Many a time she drove by the old door in Park Lane to see whether they had taken possession of Miss Crawley's house there. But the new family did not make its appearance. It was only through Raggles that she heard of their movements, how Miss Crawley's domestics had been dismissed with decent gratuities, and how Mr. Pitt had only once made his appearance in London, when he stopped for a few days at the house, did business with his lawyers there, and sold off all Miss Crawley's French novels to a bookseller out of Bond Street. Becky had reasons of her own which caused her to long for the arrival of her new relation. When Lady Jane comes, thought she shall be my sponsor in London society, and as for the women. Bah! The women will ask me when they find the men want to see me. An article as necessary to a lady in this position as her brougham or her bouquet is her companion. I have always admired the way in which the tender creatures, who cannot exist without sympathy, hire an exceedingly plain friend of their own sex from whom they are almost inseparable. The sight of that inevitable woman in her faded gown seated behind her dear friend in the opera box, or occupying the back seat of the barouche, is always a wholesome and moral one to me. As jolly a reminder as that of the death's head which figured in the repasts of Egyptian bon vivants, a strange sardonic memorial of Vanity Fair. What? Even battered, brazen, beautiful, conscienceless, heartless, Mrs. Firebrace, whose father died of her shame, even lovely, daring Mrs. Mantrap, who will ride at any fence which any man in England will take, and who drives her greys in the park, while her mother keeps a huckster's stall in Bath still, even those who are so bold. One might fancy they could face anything, dare not face the world without a female friend. They must have somebody to cling to, the affectionate creatures. And you will hardly see them in any public place without a shabby companion in a dyed silk, sitting somewhere in the shade close behind them. Rawdon, said Becky, very late one night, as a party of gentlemen were seated round her crackling drawing-room fire, for the men came to her house to finish the night. And she had ice and coffee for them, the best in London. I must have a sheep-dog. A what? Said Rawdon, looking up from an écarté table. A sheep-dog, said young Lord Southdown. My dear Mrs. Crawley, what a fancy. Why not have a Danish dog? I know of one as big as a camel-leopard, by Jove. It would almost pull your brougham. Or a Persian greyhound, eh? I propose, if you please, or a little pug that would go into one of Lord Steyne's snuff-boxes. There's a man at Bayswater got one with such a nose that you might, I mark the king in play, that you might hang your hat on it. I mark the trick, Rawdon gravely said. He attended to his game commonly and didn't much meddle with the conversation, except when it was about horses and betting. What can you want with a shepherd's dog? The lively little Southdown continued. I mean a moral shepherd's dog, said Becky, laughing and looking up at Lord Steyne. What the devil's that? Said his lordship. A dog to keep the wolves off me, Rebecca continued. A companion. Dear little innocent lamb, you want one, said the Marquis, and his jaw thrust out, and he began to grin hideously, his little eyes leering towards Rebecca. The great Lord of Steyne was standing by the fire sipping coffee. The fire crackled and blazed pleasantly. There was a score of candles sparkling round the mantelpiece, in all sorts of quaint sconces, of gilt and bronze and porcelain. They lighted up Rebecca's figure to admiration, as she sat on a sofa covered with a pattern of gaudy flowers. She was in a pink dress that looked as fresh as a rose. Her dazzling white arms and shoulders were half covered with a thin hazy scarf through which they sparkled, her hair hung in curls round her neck. One of her little feet peeped out from the fresh crisp folds of the silk, the prettiest little foot in the prettiest little sandal in the finest silk stocking in the world. The candles lighted up Lord Steyne's shining bald head, which was fringed with red hair. He had thick bushy eyebrows, with little twinkling bloodshot eyes, surrounded by 1,000 wrinkles. His jaw was underhung, and when he laughed, 2 white buck teeth protruded themselves and glistened savagely in the midst of the grin. He had been dining with royal personages, and wore his garter and ribbon. A short man was his lordship, broad-chested and bow-legged, but proud of the fineness of his foot and ankle, and always caressing his garter knee. And so the shepherd is not enough, said he, to defend his lambkin. The shepherd is too fond of playing at cards and going to his clubs, answered Becky, laughing. Gad, what a debauched Corydon, said my lord, what a mouth for a pipe. I take your 3-2, here said Rawdon, at the card table. Hark at Melibos, snarled the noble Marquis, he's pastorally occupied too, he's shearing a Southdown. What an innocent mutton, hey. Damn, what a snowy fleece. Rebecca's eyes shot out gleams of scornful humor. My lord, she said, you are a knight of the order. He had the collar round his neck, indeed, a gift of the restored princes of Spain. Lord Steyne in early life had been notorious for his daring and his success at play. He had sat up 2 days and 2 nights with Mr. Fox at hazard. He had won money of the most august personages of the realm, he had won his marquisate, it was said, at the gaming table, but he did not like an allusion to those bygone freedinesses. Rebecca saw the scowl gathering over his heavy brow. She rose up from her sofa and went and took his coffee cup out of his hand with a little curtsy. Yes, she said, I must get a watchdog. But he won't bark at you. And, going into the other drawing room, she sat down to the piano and began to sing little French songs in such a charming, thrilling voice that the mollified nobleman speedily followed her into that chamber, and might be seen nodding his head and bowing time over her. Rawdon and his friend meanwhile played écarté until they had enough. The colonel won. But, say that he won ever so much and often, nights like these, which occurred many times in the week, his wife having all the talk and all the admiration, and he sitting silent without the circle, not comprehending a word of the jokes. The allusions, the mystical language within, must have been rather wearisome to the ex-dragoon. How is Mrs. Crawley's husband? Lord Steyne used to say to him by way of a good day when they met, and indeed that was now his avocation in life. He was Colonel Crawley no more. He was Mrs. Crawley's husband. About the little Rawdon, if nothing has been said all this while, it is because he is hidden upstairs in a garret somewhere, or has crawled below into the kitchen for companionship. His mother scarcely ever took notice of him. He passed the days with his French bonne as long as that domestic remained in Mr. Crawley's family, and when the Frenchwoman went away, the little fellow, howling in the loneliness of the night, had compassion taken on him by a housemaid, who took him out of his solitary nursery into her bed in the garret hard by and comforted him. Rebecca, my Lord Steyne, and one or two more were in the drawing-room taking tea after the opera, when this shouting was heard overhead. "It's my cherub crying for his nurse," she said. She did not offer to move to go and see the child. "Don't agitate your feelings by going to look for him," said Lord Steyne sardonically. "Bah," replied the other, with a sort of blush, "he'll cry himself to sleep," and they fell to talking about the opera. Rawdon had stolen off though, to look after his son and heir, and came back to the company when he found that honest Dolly was consoling the child. The colonel's dressing room was in those upper regions. He used to see the boy there in private. They had interviews together every morning when he shaved, Rawdon minor sitting on a box by his father's side and watching the operation with never-ceasing pleasure. He and the sire were great friends. The father would bring him sweetmeats from the dessert and hide them in a certain old epaulette box, where the child went to seek them, and laughed with joy on discovering the treasure. Laughed, but not too loud, for mamma was below asleep and must not be disturbed. She did not go to rest till very late and seldom rose till afternoon. Rawdon bought the boy plenty of picture books and crammed his nursery with toys. Its walls were covered with pictures pasted up by the father's own hand and purchased by him for ready money. When he was off duty with Mrs. Rawdon in the park, he would sit up here, passing hours with the boy, who rode on his chest, who pulled his great mustachios as if they were driving reins, and spent days with him in indefatigable gambols. The room was a low room, and once, when the child was not 5 years old, his father, who was tossing him wildly up in his arms, hit the poor little chap's skull so violently against the ceiling that he almost dropped the child. So terrified was he at the disaster. Rawdon minor had made up his face for a tremendous howl. The severity of the blow indeed authorized that indulgence, but just as he was going to begin, the father interposed. "For God's sake, Roddy, don't wake mamma," he cried. And the child, looking in a very hard and piteous way at his father, bit his lips, clenched his hands, and didn't cry a bit. Rawdon told that story at the clubs, at the mess, to everybody in town. "By gad, sir," he explained to the public in general, "what a good plucked one that boy of mine is, what a trump he is. I have sent his head through the ceiling, by gad, and he wouldn't cry for fear of disturbing his mother." Sometimes, once or twice in a week, that lady visited the upper regions in which the child lived. She came like a vivified figure out of the Magasin de Modes, blandly smiling in the most beautiful new clothes and little gloves and boots. Wonderful scarfs, laces, and jewels glittered about her. She had always a new bonnet on, and flowers bloomed perpetually in it, or else magnificent curling ostrich feathers, soft and snowy as camellias. She nodded twice or thrice patronizingly to the little boy, who looked up from his dinner or from the pictures of soldiers he was painting. When she left the room, an odor of rose, or some other magical fragrance, lingered about the nursery. She was an unearthly being in his eyes, superior to his father, to all the world, to be worshipped and admired at a distance. To drive with that lady in the carriage was an awful rite. He sat up in the back seat and did not dare to speak. He gazed with all his eyes at the beautifully dressed princess opposite to him. Gentlemen on splendid prancing horses came up and smiled and talked with her. How her eyes beamed upon all of them! Her hand used to quiver and wave gracefully as they passed. When he went out with her he had his new red dress on. His old brown holland was good enough when he stayed at home. Sometimes, when she was away, and Dolly his maid was making his bed, he came into his mother's room. It was as the abode of a fairy to him, a mystic chamber of splendor and delights. There in the wardrobe hung those wonderful robes, pink and blue and many-tinted. There was the jewel case, silver-clasped, and the wondrous bronze hand on the dressing table, glistening all over with 100 rings. There was the cheval-glass, that miracle of art, in which he could just see his own wondering head in the reflection of Dolly, queerly distorted, and as if up in the ceiling, plumping and patting the pillows of the bed. Oh, thou poor lonely little benighted boy! Mother is the name for God in the lips and hearts of little children, and here was one who was worshipping a stone. Now Rawdon Crawley, rascal as the colonel was, had certain manly tendencies of affection in his heart and could love a child and a woman still. For Rawdon minor he had a great secret tenderness then, which did not escape Rebecca, though she did not talk about it to her husband. It did not annoy her, she was too good-natured. It only increased her scorn for him. He felt somehow ashamed of this paternal softness and hid it from his wife, only indulging in it when alone with the boy. He used to take him out of mornings when they would go to the stables together and to the park. Little Lord Southdown, the best-natured of men, who would make you a present of the hat from his head, and whose main occupation in life was to buy knickknacks that he might give them away afterwards. Bought the little chap a pony not much bigger than a large rat, the donor said, and on this little black Shetland pygmy young Rawdon's great father was pleased to mount the boy, and to walk by his side in the park. It pleased him to see his old quarters, and his old fellow guardsmen at Knightsbridge. He had begun to think of his bachelorhood with something like regret. The old troopers were glad to recognize their ancient officer and dandle the little colonel. Colonel Crawley found dining at mess and with his brother officers very pleasant. Hang it, I ain't clever enough for her, I know it. She won't miss me, he used to say, and he was right, his wife did not miss him. Rebecca was fond of her husband. She was always perfectly good-humoured and kind to him. She did not even show her scorn much for him, perhaps she liked him the better for being a fool. He was her upper servant and maître d'hôtel. He went on her errands. Obeyed her orders without question, drove in the carriage in the ring with her without repining, took her to the opera box, solaced himself at his club during the performance, and came punctually back to fetch her when due. He would have liked her to be a little fonder of the boy, but even to that he reconciled himself. Hang it, you know she's so clever, he said, and I'm not literary and that, you know. For, as we have said before, it requires no great wisdom to be able to win at cards and billiards, and Rawdon made no pretensions to any other sort of skill. When the companion came, his domestic duties became very light. His wife encouraged him to dine abroad, she would let him off duty at the opera. Don't stay and stupefy yourself at home tonight, my dear, she would say. Some men are coming who will only bore you. I would not ask them, but you know it's for your good, and now I have a sheep-dog, I need not be afraid to be alone. A sheep-dog, a companion. Becky Sharp with a companion. Isn't it good fun, thought Mrs. Crawley to herself. The notion tickled hugely her sense of humor. One Sunday morning, as Rawdon Crawley, his little son, and the pony were taking their accustomed walk in the park, they passed by an old acquaintance of the colonel's, Corporal Clink, of the regiment, who was in conversation with a friend. An old gentleman, who held a boy in his arms about the age of little Rawdon. This other youngster had seized hold of the Waterloo medal which the corporal wore, and was examining it with delight. "Good morning, your honor," said Clink, in reply to the "how do," Clink, of the colonel. "This 'ere young gentleman is about the little colonel's age, sir," continued the corporal. "His father was a Waterloo man, too," said the old gentleman, who carried the boy. "Wasn't he, Georgie?" "Yes," said Georgie. He and the little chap on the pony were looking at each other with all their might, solemnly scanning each other as children do. "In a line regiment," Clink said with a patronizing air. "He was a captain in the th regiment," said the old gentleman rather pompously. "Captain George Osborne, sir, perhaps you knew him. He died the death of a hero, sir, fighting against the Corsican tyrant." Colonel Crawley blushed quite red. "I knew him very well, sir," he said, "and his wife, his dear little wife, sir, how is she?" "She is my daughter, sir," said the old gentleman, putting down the boy and taking out a card with great solemnity, which he handed to the colonel. On it written, "Mr. Sedley, sole agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Association, Bunker's Wharf, Thames Street, and Anna Maria Cottages, Fulham Road West." Little Georgie went up and looked at the Shetland pony. "Should you like to have a ride?" said Rawdon minor from the saddle. "Yes," said Georgie. The colonel, who had been looking at him with some interest, took up the child and put him on the pony behind Rawdon minor. "Take hold of him, Georgie," he said, "take my little boy round the waist, his name is Rawdon." And both the children began to laugh. "You won't see a prettier pair, I think, this summer's day, sir," said the good-natured corporal. And the colonel, the corporal, and old Mr. Sedley with his umbrella, walked by the side of the children. Chapter 38. A family in a very small way. We must suppose little George Osborne has ridden from Knightsbridge towards Fulham, and will stop and make inquiries at that village regarding some friends whom we have left there. How is Mrs. Amelia after the storm of Waterloo? Is she living and thriving? What has come of Major Dobbin, whose cab was always hankering about her premises? And is there any news of the collector of Boggley Woola? The facts concerning the latter are briefly these. Our worthy fat friend Joseph Sedley returned to India not long after his escape from Brussels. Either his furlough was up, or he dreaded to meet any witnesses of his Waterloo flight. However it might be, he went back to his duties in Bengal very soon after Napoleon had taken up his residence at St. Helena, where Joss saw the ex-emperor. To hear Mr. Sedley talk on board ship, you would have supposed that it was not the first time he and the Corsican had met, and that the civilian had bearded the French general at Mount St. John. He had 1,000 anecdotes about the famous battles. He knew the position of every regiment and the loss which each had incurred. He did not deny that he had been concerned in those victories, that he had been with the army and carried dispatches for the Duke of Wellington. And he described what the Duke did and said on every conceivable moment of the day of Waterloo, with such an accurate knowledge of his Grace's sentiments and proceedings that it was clear he must have been by the conqueror's side throughout the day. Though, as a non-combatant, his name was not mentioned in the public documents relative to the battle. Perhaps he actually worked himself up to believe that he had been engaged with the army. Certain it is that he made a prodigious sensation for some time at Calcutta, and was called Waterloo Sedley during the whole of his subsequent stay in Bengal. The bills which Joss had given for the purchase of those unlucky horses were paid without question by him and his agents. He never was heard to allude to the bargain, and nobody knows for a certainty what became of the horses, or how he got rid of them, or of Isidore, his Belgian servant, who sold a grey horse, very like the one which Joss rode. At Valenciennes sometime during the autumn of 1815. Joss's London agents had orders to pay £120 yearly to his parents at Fulham. It was the chief support of the old couple, for Mr. Sedley's speculations in life subsequent to his bankruptcy did not by any means retrieve the broken old gentleman's fortune. He tried to be a wine merchant, a coal merchant, a commission lottery agent, and he sent round prospectuses to his friends whenever he took a new trade, and ordered a new brass plate for the door, and talked pompously about making his fortune still. But fortune never came back to the feeble and stricken old man. One by one his friends dropped off, and were weary of buying dear coals and bad wine from him, and there was only his wife in all the world who fancied, when he tottered off to the city of a morning, that he was still doing any business there. At evening he crawled slowly back, and he used to go of nights to a little club at a tavern, where he disposed of the finances of the nation. It was wonderful to hear him talk about millions, and agios, and discounts, and what Rothschild was doing, and Baring Brothers. He talked of such vast sums that the gentleman of the club, the apothecary, the undertaker, the great carpenter and builder, the parish clerk, who was allowed to come stealthily, and Mr. Clapp, our old acquaintance, respected the old gentleman. I was better off once, sir, he did not fail to tell everybody who used the room. My son, sir, is at this minute chief magistrate of Ramgunj in the presidency of Bengal, and touching his 4,000 rupees per mensem. My daughter might be a colonel's lady if she liked. I might draw upon my son, the first magistrate, sir, for £2,000 tomorrow, and Alexander would cash my bill, down sir, down on the counter, sir. But the Sedleys were always a proud family. You and I, my dear reader, may drop into this condition one day, for have not many of our friends attained it? Our luck may fail, our powers forsake us, our place on the boards be taken by better and younger mimes, the chance of life roll away and leave us shattered and stranded. Then men will walk across the road when they meet you, or, worse still, hold you out a couple of fingers and patronize you in a pitying way, then you will know, as soon as your back is turned, that your friend begins with a poor devil. What imprudences he has committed, what chances that chap has thrown away. Well, well, a carriage and 3,000 a year is not the summit of the reward or the end of God's judgment of men. If quacks prosper as often as they go to the wall, if zanies succeed and knaves arrive at fortune, and, vice versa, sharing ill luck and prosperity for all the world like the ablest and most honest amongst us, I say, brother, the gifts and pleasures of Vanity Fair cannot be held of any great account, and that it is probable, but we are wandering out of the domain of the story. Had Mrs. Sedley been a woman of energy, she would have exerted it after her husband's ruin and, occupying a large house, would have taken in boarders. The broken Sedley would have acted well as the boarding-house landlady's husband. The Munoz of private life, the titular lord and master, the carver, house steward, and humble husband of the occupier of the dingy throne. I have seen men of good brains and breeding, and of good hopes and vigor once, who feasted squires and kept hunters in their youth. Meekly cutting up legs of mutton for rancorous old harridans and pretending to preside over their dreary tables, but Mrs. Sedley, we say, had not spirit enough to bustle about for a few select inmates to join a cheerful musical family, such as one reads of in the Times. She was content to lie on the shore where fortune had stranded her, and you could see that the career of this old couple was over. I don't think they were unhappy. Perhaps they were a little prouder in their downfall than in their prosperity. Mrs. Sedley was always a great person for her landlady, Mrs. Clapp, when she descended and passed many hours with her in the basement or ornamented kitchen. The Irish made Betty Flanagan bonnets and ribbons, her sauciness, her idleness, her reckless prodigality of kitchen candles, her consumption of tea and sugar, and so forth occupied and amused the old lady almost as much as the doings of her former household, when she had Sambo and the coachman, and a groom, and a footboy, and a housekeeper with a regiment of female domestics, her former household, about which the good lady talked 100 times a day. And besides Betty Flanagan, Mrs. Sedley had all the maids of all work in the street to superintend. She knew how each tenant of the cottages paid or owed his little rent. She stepped aside when Mrs. Rougemont the actress passed with her dubious family. She flung up her head when Mrs. Pessler, the apothecary's lady, drove by in her husband's professional one-horse chaise. She had colloquies with the greengrocer about the pennorth of turnips which Mr. Sedley loved, she kept an eye upon the milkman and the baker's boy, and made visitations to the butcher, who sold hundreds of oxen very likely with less ado than was made about Mrs. Sedley's loin of mutton, and she counted the potatoes under the joint on Sundays, on which days, dressed in her best, she went to church twice and read Blair's sermons in the evening. On that day, for business prevented him on weekdays from taking such a pleasure, it was old Sedley's delight to take out his little grandson Georgie to the neighbouring parks or Kensington Gardens, to see the soldiers or to feed the ducks. Georgie loved the redcoats, and his grandpapa told him how his father had been a famous soldier, and introduced him to many sergeants and others with Waterloo medals on their breasts. To whom the old grandfather pompously presented the child as the son of Captain Osborne of the Th., who died gloriously on the glorious 18th. He has been known to treat some of these non-commissioned gentlemen to a glass of porter, and, indeed, in their first Sunday walks was disposed to spoil little Georgie, sadly gorging the boy with apples and Parliament. To the detriment of his health, until Amelia declared that George should never go out with his grandpapa unless the latter promised solemnly, and on his honour, not to give the child any cakes, lollipops, or stall produce whatever. Between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter there was a sort of coolness about this boy, and a secret jealousy, for one evening in George's very early days, Amelia, who had been seated at work in their little parlour scarcely remarking that the old lady had quitted the room, ran upstairs instinctively to the nursery at the cries of the child, who had been asleep until that moment, and there found Mrs. Sedley in the act of surreptitiously administering Daffy's elixir to the infant. Amelia, the gentlest and sweetest of everyday mortals, when she found this meddling with her maternal authority, thrilled and trembled all over with anger. Her cheeks, ordinarily pale, now flushed up, until they were as red as they used to be when she was a child of 12 years old. She seized the baby out of her mother's arms and then grasped at the bottle, leaving the old lady gaping at her, furious, and holding the guilty teaspoon. Amelia flung the bottle crashing into the fireplace. "I will not have baby poisoned, mamma," cried Emmy, rocking the infant about violently with both her arms round him and turning with flashing eyes at her mother. "Poisoned, Amelia," said the old lady, "this language to me. He shall not have any medicine but that which Mr. Pessler sends for Hyen. He told me that Daffy's elixir was poison." "Very good, you think I'm a murderess then," replied Mrs. Sedley. "This is the language you use to your mother. I have met with misfortunes, I have sunk low in life, I have kept my carriage, and now walk on foot, but I did not know I was a murderess before, and thank you for the news." "Mamma," said the poor girl, who was always ready for tears, "you shouldn't be hard upon me. I didn't mean, I did not wish to say you would do any wrong to this dear child, only—" "Oh, no, my love, only that I was a murderess. In which case I had better go to the Old Bailey. Though I didn't poison you, when you were a child, but gave you the best of education and the most expensive master's money could procure. Yes, I've nursed 5 children and buried 3. And the one I loved the best of all, and tended through croup, and teething, and measles, and whooping cough, and brought up with foreign masters, regardless of expense. And with accomplishments at Minerva House, which I never had when I was a girl, when I was too glad to honor my father and mother, that I might live long in the land, and to be useful. And not to mope all day in my room and act the fine lady, says I'm a murderess. Ah, Mrs. Osborne! May you never nourish a viper in your bosom, that's my prayer." "Mamma, mamma," cried the bewildered girl, and the child in her arms set up a frantic chorus of shouts. "A murderess, indeed! Go down on your knees and pray to God to cleanse your wicked ungrateful heart, Amelia, and may he forgive you as I do." And Mrs. Sedley tossed out of the room, hissing out the word poison once more, and so ending her charitable benediction. Till the termination of her natural life, this breach between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter was never thoroughly mended. The quarrel gave the elder lady numberless advantages which she did not fail to turn to account with female ingenuity and perseverance. For instance, she scarcely spoke to Amelia for many weeks afterwards. She warned the domestics not to touch the child, as Mrs. Osborne might be offended. She asked her daughter to see and satisfy herself that there was no poison prepared in the little daily messes that were concocted for Georgie. When neighbors asked after the boy's health, she referred them pointedly to Mrs. Osborne. XXXII never ventured to ask whether the baby was well or not. XXXII would not touch the child although he was her grandson, and own precious darling, for she was not used to children, and might kill it. And whenever Mr. Pessler came upon his healing inquisition, she received the doctor with such a sarcastic and scornful demeanour, as made the surgeon declare that not Lady Thistlewood herself, whom he had the honour of attending professionally, could give herself greater airs than old Mrs. Sedley, from whom he never took a fee. And very likely Emmy was jealous too, upon her own part, as what mother is not, of those who would manage her children for her, or become candidates for the first place in their affections. It is certain that when anybody nursed the child, she was uneasy, and that she would no more allow Mrs. Clapp or the domestic to dress or tend him than she would have let them wash her husband's miniature which hung up over her little bed, the same little bed from which the poor girl had gone to his, and to which she retired now for many long, silent, tearful, but happy years. In this room was all Amelia's heart and treasure. Here it was that she tended her boy and watched him through the many ills of childhood, with a constant passion of love. The elder George returned in him somehow, only improved, and as if come back from heaven. In 100 little tones, looks, and movements, the child was so like his father that the widow's heart thrilled as she held him to it. And he would often ask the cause of her tears. It was because of his likeness to his father, she did not scruple to tell him. She talked constantly to him about this dead father, and spoke of her love for George to the innocent and wondering child. Much more than she ever had done to George himself, or to any confidant of her youth. To her parents she never talked about this matter, shrinking from baring her heart to them. Little George very likely could understand no better than they, but into his ears she poured her sentimental secrets unreservedly, and into his only. The very joy of this woman was a sort of grief, or so tender, at least, that its expression was tears. Her sensibilities were so weak and tremulous that perhaps they ought not to be talked about in a book. I was told by Dr. Pessler, now a most flourishing lady's physician, with a sumptuous dark green carriage, a prospect of speedy knighthood, and a house in Manchester Square, that her grief at weaning the child was a sight that would have unmanned a Herod. He was very soft-hearted many years ago, and his wife was mortally jealous of Mrs. Amelia, then and long afterwards. Perhaps the doctor's lady had good reason for her jealousy, most women shared it, of those who formed the small circle of Amelia's acquaintance, and were quite angry at the enthusiasm with which the other sex regarded her. For almost all men who came near her loved her, though no doubt they would be at a loss to tell you why. She was not brilliant, nor witty, nor wise overmuch, nor extraordinarily handsome. But wherever she went she touched and charmed every one of the male sex, as invariably as she awakened the scorn and incredulity of her own sisterhood. I think it was her weakness which was her principal charm, a kind of sweet submission and softness, which seemed to appeal to each man she met for his sympathy and protection. We have seen how in the regiment, though she spoke but to few of George's comrades there, all the swords of the young fellows at the mess table would have leapt from their scabbards to fight round her. And so it was in the little narrow lodging-house and circle at Fulham, she interested and pleased everybody. If she had been Mrs. Mango herself, of the great house of Mango, Plantin, and Company, Crutched Friars, and the magnificent proprietress of the Pineries, Fulham, who gave summer déjeuners frequented by dukes and earls, and drove about the parish with magnificent yellow liveries and bay horses, such as the royal stables at Kensington themselves could not turn out, I say had she been Mrs. Mango herself, or her son's wife, Lady Mary Mango, daughter of the Earl of Castlemaldy, who condescended to marry the head of the firm. The tradesmen of the neighbourhood could not pay her more honour than they invariably showed to the gentle young widow, when she passed by their doors, or made her humble purchases at their shops. Thus it was not only Mr. Pessler, the medical man, but Mr. Linton the young assistant, who doctored the servant maids and small tradesmen, and might be seen any day reading the Times in the surgery, who openly declared himself the slave of Mrs. Osborne. He was a personable young gentleman, more welcome at Mrs. Sedley's lodgings than his principal. And if anything went wrong with Georgie, he would drop in twice or thrice in the day to see the little chap, and without so much as the thought of a fee. He would abstract lozenges, tamarinds, and other produce from the surgery drawers for little Georgie's benefit, and compounded draughts and mixtures for him of miraculous sweetness, so that it was quite a pleasure to the child to be ailing. He and Pessler, his chief, sat up 2 whole nights by the boy in that momentous and awful week when Georgie had the measles, and when you would have thought, from the mother's terror, that there had never been measles in the world before. Would they have done as much for other people? Did they sit up for the folks at the Pineries, when Ralph Plantagenet, and Gwendolen, and Guy Never Mango had the same juvenile complaint? Did they sit up for little Mary Clapp, the landlord's daughter, who actually caught the disease of little Georgie? Truth compels one to say, no. They slept quite undisturbed, at least as far as she was concerned, pronounced hers to be a slight case, which would almost cure itself, sent her in a draught or 2, and threw in bark when the child rallied, with perfect indifference. And just for form's sake. Again, there was the little French chevalier opposite, who gave lessons in his native tongue at various schools in the neighborhood. And who might be heard in his apartment of nights playing tremulous old gavottes and minuets on a wheezy old fiddle. Whenever this powdered and courteous old man, who never missed a Sunday at the convent chapel at Hammersmith, and who was in all respects, thoughts, conduct, and bearing utterly unlike the bearded savages of his nation, who curse perfidious Albion, and scowl at you from over their cigars, in the Quadrant arcades at the present day, whenever the old Chevalier de Talonroche spoke of Mistress Osborne, he would first finish his pinch of snuff, flick away the remaining particles of dust with a graceful wave of his hand, gather up his fingers again into a bunch, and, bringing them up to his mouth, blow them open with a kiss, exclaiming, "Ah! La divine creature!" He vowed and protested that when Amelia walked in the Brompton Lanes flowers grew in profusion under her feet. He called little Georgie Cupid, and asked him news of Venus, his mamma. And told the astonished Betty Flanagan that she was one of the Graces, and the favorite attendant of the Reine d'Amours. Instances might be multiplied of this easily gained and unconscious popularity. Did not Mr. Binney, the mild and genteel curate of the district chapel, which the family attended, call assiduously upon the widow, dandle the little boy on his knee, and offer to teach him Latin, to the anger of the elderly virgin, his sister, who kept house for him? There is nothing in her, Bileby, the latter lady would say. When she comes to tea here she does not speak a word during the whole evening. She is but a poor lackadaisical creature, and it is my belief has no heart at all. It is only her pretty face which all you gentlemen admire so. Miss Grits, who has £5,000, and expectations besides, has twice as much character, and is 1,000 times more agreeable to my taste. And if she were good-looking I know that you would think her perfection. Very likely Miss Binney was right to a great extent. It is the pretty face which creates sympathy in the hearts of men, those wicked rogues. A woman may possess the wisdom and chastity of Minerva, and we give no heed to her, if she has a plain face. What folly will not a pair of bright eyes make pardonable? What dullness may not red lips and sweet accents render pleasant? And so, with their usual sense of justice, ladies argue that because a woman is handsome, therefore she is a fool. Oh ladies, ladies! There are some of you who are neither handsome nor wise. These are but trivial incidents to recount in the life of our heroine. Her tale does not deal in wonders, as the gentle reader has already no doubt perceived. And if a journal had been kept of her proceedings during the 7 years after the birth of her son, there would be found few incidents more remarkable in it than that of the measles, recorded in the foregoing page. Yes, one day, and greatly to her wonder, the Reverend Mr. Binney, just mentioned, asked her to change her name of Osborne for his own. When, with deep blushes and tears in her eyes and voice, she thanked him for his regard for her, expressed gratitude for his attentions to her and to her poor little boy, but said that she never could think of any but the husband whom she had lost. On the 25th of April, and the 18th of June, the days of marriage and widowhood, she kept her room entirely, consecrating them, and we do not know how many hours of solitary night thought. Her little boy sleeping in his crib by her bedside, to the memory of that departed friend. During the day she was more active. She had to teach George to read and to write and a little to draw. She read books, in order that she might tell him stories from them. As his eyes opened and his mind expanded under the influence of the outward nature round about him, she taught the child, to the best of her humble power, to acknowledge the Maker of all. And every night and every morning he and she, in that awful and touching communion which I think must bring a thrill to the heart of every man who witnesses or who remembers it, the mother and the little boy, prayed to our Father together. The mother pleading with all her gentle heart, the child lisping after her as she spoke. And each time they prayed to God to bless dear Papa, as if he were alive and in the room with them. To wash and dress this young gentleman, to take him for a run of the mornings, before breakfast, and the retreat of grandpapa for business, to make for him the most wonderful and ingenious dresses. For which end the thrifty widow cut up and altered every available little bit of finery which she possessed out of her wardrobe during her marriage, for Mrs. Osborne herself, greatly to her mother's vexation, who preferred fine clothes, especially since her misfortunes, always wore a black gown and a straw bonnet with a black ribbon, occupied her many hours of the day. Others she had to spare, at the service of her mother and her old father. She had taken the pains to learn, and used to play cribbage with this gentleman on the nights when he did not go to his club. She sang for him when he was so minded, and it was a good sign, for he invariably fell into a comfortable sleep during the music. She wrote out his numerous memorials, letters, prospectuses, and projects. It was in her handwriting that most of the old gentleman's former acquaintances were informed that he had become an agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Company and could supply his friends and the public with the best coals at S. per chaldron. All he did was to sign the circulars with his flourish and signature, and direct them in a shaky, clerk-like hand. One of these papers was sent to Major Dobbin, raked, care of Messrs. Cox and Greenwood. But the Major being in Madras at the time, had no particular call for coals. He knew, though, the hand which had written the prospectus. Good God! What would he not have given to hold it in his own? A second prospectus came out, informing the Major that J. Sedley and Company, having established agencies at Oporto, Bordeaux, and St. Mary's, were enabled to offer to their friends and the public generally the finest and most celebrated growths of ports, sherries, and claret wines at reasonable prices and under extraordinary advantages. Acting upon this hint, Dobbin furiously canvassed the governor, the commander-in-chief, the judges, the regiments, and everybody whom he knew in the presidency, and sent home to Sedley and Company orders for wine which perfectly astonished Mr. Sedley and Mr. Clapp, who was the company in the business. But no more orders came after that first burst of good fortune, on which poor old Sedley was about to build a house in the city, a regiment of clerks, a dock to himself, and correspondence all over the world. The old gentleman's former taste in wine had gone, the curses of the mess room assailed Major Dobbin for the vile drinks he had been the means of introducing there. And he bought back a great quantity of the wine and sold it at public outcry, at an enormous loss to himself. As for Joss, who was by this time promoted to a seat at the Revenue Board at Calcutta, he was wild with rage when the post brought him out a bundle of these bacchanalian prospectuses, with a private note from his father, telling Joss that his senior counted upon him in this enterprise, and had consigned a quantity of select wines to him, as per invoice, drawing bills upon him for the amount of the same. Joss, who would no more have it supposed that his father, Joss Sedley's father, of the Board of Revenue, was a wine merchant asking for orders, than that he was Jack Ketch, refused the bills with scorn, wrote back contumeliously to the old gentleman, bidding him to mind his own affairs. And the protested paper coming back, Sedley and Company had to take it up, with the profits which they had made out of the Madras venture, and with a little portion of Emmy's savings. Besides her pension of £50 a year, there had been £500, as her husband's executor stated, left in the agent's hands at the time of Osborne's demise, which sum, as George's guardian, Dobbin proposed to put out at 8% in an Indian house of agency. Mr. Sedley, who thought the Major had some roguish intentions of his own about the money, was strongly against this plan. And he went to the agents to protest personally against the employment of the money in question, when he learned, to his surprise, that there had been no such sum in their hands, that all the late captain's assets did not amount to £100. And that the £500 in question must be a separate sum, of which Major Dobbin knew the particulars. More than ever convinced that there was some roguery, old Sedley pursued the Major. As his daughter's nearest friend, he demanded with a high hand a statement of the late captain's accounts. Dobbin stammering, blushing, and awkwardness added to the other's convictions that he had a rogue to deal with, and in a majestic tone he told that officer a piece of his mind, as he called it. Simply stating his belief that the Major was unlawfully detaining his late son-in-law's money. Dobbin at this lost all patience, and if his accuser had not been so old and so broken, a quarrel might have ensued between them at the Slaughter's coffee-house, in a box of which place of entertainment the gentlemen had their colloquy. "Come upstairs, sir," lisped out the Major. "I insist on your coming up the stairs, and I will show which is the injured party, poor George or I." And, dragging the old gentleman up to his bedroom, he produced from his desk Osborne's accounts, and a bundle of IOUs which the latter had given, who, to do him justice, was always ready to give an IOU. He paid his bills in England, Dobbin added, but he had not £100 in the world when he fell. I and one or two of his brother officers made up the little sum, which was all that we could spare, and you dare tell us that we are trying to cheat the widow and the orphan. Sedley was very contrite and humbled, though the fact is that William Dobbin had told a great falsehood to the old gentleman. Having himself given every shilling of the money, having buried his friend, and paid all the fees and charges incident upon the calamity and removal of poor Amelia. About these expenses old Osborne had never given himself any trouble to think, nor any other relative of Amelia, nor Amelia herself, indeed. She trusted to Major Dobbin as an accountant, took his somewhat confused calculations for granted, and never once suspected how much she was in his debt. Twice or thrice in the year, according to her promise, she wrote him letters to Madras, letters all about little Georgy, how he treasured these papers. Whenever Amelia wrote he answered, and not until then. But he sent over endless remembrances of himself to his godson and to her. He ordered and sent a box of scarfs and a grand ivory set of chessmen from China. The pawns were little green and white men, with real swords and shields. The knights were on horseback, the castles were on the backs of elephants. Mrs. Mango's own set at the Pineries was not so fine, Mr. Pessler remarked. These chessmen were the delight of Georgy's life, who printed his first letter in acknowledgment of this gift of his godpapa. He sent over preserves and pickles, which latter the young gentleman tried surreptitiously in the sideboard and half killed himself with eating. He thought it was a judgment upon him for stealing, they were so hot. Emmy wrote a comical little account of this mishap to the Major. It pleased him to think that her spirits were rallying and that she could be merry sometimes now. He sent over a pair of shawls, a white one for her and a black one with palm leaves for her mother, and a pair of red scarfs, as winter wrappers, for old Mr. Sedley and George. The shawls were worth 50 guineas apiece at the very least, as Mrs. Sedley knew. She wore hers in state at church at Brompton, and was congratulated by her female friends upon the splendid acquisition. Emmy's, too, became prettily her modest black gown. What a pity it is she won't think of him. Mrs. Sedley remarked to Mrs. Clapp and to all her friends of Brompton. Joss never sent us such presents, I am sure, and grudges us everything. It is evident that the Major is over head and ears in love with her. And yet, whenever I so much as hint it, she turns red and begins to cry and goes and sits upstairs with her miniature. I'm sick of that miniature. I wish we had never seen those odious purse-proud Osbornes. Amidst such humble scenes and associates George's early youth was passed, and the boy grew up delicate, sensitive, imperious, woman-bred, domineering the gentle mother whom he loved with passionate affection. He ruled all the rest of the little world round about him. As he grew, the elders were amazed at his haughty manner and his constant likeness to his father. He asked questions about everything, as inquiring youth will do. The profundity of his remarks and interrogatories astonished his old grandfather, who perfectly bored the club at the tavern with stories about the little lad's learning and genius. He suffered his grandmother with a good-humoured indifference. The small circle round about him believed that the equal of the boy did not exist upon the earth. Georgie inherited his father's pride, and perhaps thought they were not wrong. When he grew to be about 6 years old, Dobbin began to write to him very much. The Major wanted to hear that Georgie was going to a school and hoped he would acquit himself with credit there, or would he have a good tutor at home. It was time that he should begin to learn, and his godfather and guardian hinted that he hoped to be allowed to defray the charges of the boy's education, which would fall heavily upon his mother's straitened income. The Major, in a word, was always thinking about Amelia and her little boy, and by orders to his agents kept the latter provided with picture books, paint-boxes, desks, and all conceivable implements of amusement and instruction. 3 days before George's 6th birthday a gentleman in a gig, accompanied by a servant, drove up to Mr. Sedley's house and asked to see Master George Osborne. It was Mr. Woolsey, military tailor, of Conduit Street, who came at the Major's order to measure the young gentleman for a suit of clothes. He had had the honour of making for the captain, the young gentleman's father. Sometimes, too, and by the Major's desire no doubt, his sisters, the Misses Dobbin, would call in the family carriage to take Amelia and the little boy to drive if they were so inclined. The patronage and kindness of these ladies was very uncomfortable to Amelia, but she bore it meekly enough, for her nature was to yield, and, besides, the carriage and its splendours gave little Georgie immense pleasure. The ladies begged occasionally that the child might pass a day with them, and he was always glad to go to that fine garden house at Denmark Hill, where they lived, and where there were such fine grapes in the hothouses and peaches on the walls. One day they kindly came over to Amelia with news which they were sure would delight her, something very interesting about their dear William. What was it? Was he coming home? She asked with pleasure beaming in her eyes. Oh, no, not the least, but they had very good reason to believe that dear William was about to be married, and to a relation of a very dear friend of Amelia's, to Miss Glorvina O'Dowd, Sir Michael O'Dowd's sister, who had gone out to join Lady O'Dowd at Madras, a very beautiful and accomplished girl, everybody said. Amelia said, oh. Amelia was very very happy indeed. But she supposed Glorvina could not be like her old acquaintance, who was most kind, but she was very happy indeed. And by some impulse of which I cannot explain the meaning, she took George in her arms and kissed him with an extraordinary tenderness. Her eyes were quite moist when she put the child down. And she scarcely spoke a word during the whole of the drive, though she was so very happy indeed. Chapter 39. A cynical chapter. Our duty now takes us back for a brief space to some old Hampshire acquaintances of ours, whose hopes respecting the disposal of their rich kinswoman's property were so woefully disappointed. After counting upon £30,000 from his sister, it was a heavy blow to Bute Crawley to receive but 5. Out of which sum, when he had paid his own debts and those of Jim, his son at college, a very small fragment remained to portion off his 4 plain daughters. Mrs. Bute never knew, or at least never acknowledged, how far her own tyrannous behavior had tended to ruin her husband. All that woman could do, she vowed and protested she had done. Was it her fault if she did not possess those sycophantic arts which her hypocritical nephew, Pitt Crawley, practised? She wished him all the happiness which he merited out of his ill-gotten gains. At least the money will remain in the family, she said charitably. Pitt will never spend it, my dear, that is quite certain. For a greater miser does not exist in England, and he is as odious, though in a different way, as his spendthrift brother, the abandoned Rawdon. So Mrs. Bute, after the first shock of rage and disappointment, began to accommodate herself as best she could to her altered fortunes and to save and retrench with all her might. She instructed her daughters how to bear poverty cheerfully, and invented 1,000 notable methods to conceal or evade it. She took them about to balls and public places in the neighborhood, with praiseworthy energy. Nay, she entertained her friends in a hospitable comfortable manner at the rectory, and much more frequently than before dear Miss Crawley's legacy had fallen in. From her outward bearing nobody would have supposed that the family had been disappointed in their expectations, or have guessed from her frequent appearance in public how she pinched and starved at home. Her girls had more milliners' furniture than they had ever enjoyed before. They appeared perseveringly at the Winchester and Southampton assemblies, they penetrated to Cowes for the race balls and regatta gaieties there. And their carriage, with the horses taken from the plough, was at work perpetually, until it began almost to be believed that the four sisters had had fortunes left them by their aunt, whose name the family never mentioned in public but with the most tender gratitude and regard. I know no sort of lying which is more frequent in Vanity Fair than this, and it may be remarked how people who practice it take credit to themselves for their hypocrisy, and fancy that they are exceedingly virtuous and praiseworthy, because they are able to deceive the world with regard to the extent of their means. Mrs. Bute certainly thought herself one of the most virtuous women in England, and the sight of her happy family was an edifying one to strangers. They were so cheerful, so loving, so well educated, so simple. Martha painted flowers exquisitely and furnished half the charity bazaars in the county. Emma was a regular county bulbul, and her verses in the Hampshire Telegraph were the glory of its poets' corner. Fanny and Matilda sang duets together, Mamma playing the piano, and the other two sisters sitting with their arms round each other's waists and listening affectionately. Nobody saw the poor girls drumming at the duets in private. No one saw Mamma drilling them rigidly hour after hour. In a word, Mrs. Bute put a good face against fortune and kept up appearances in the most virtuous manner. Everything that a good and respectable mother could do Mrs. Bute did. She got over yachting men from Southampton, parsons from the Cathedral Close at Winchester, and officers from the barracks there. She tried to inveigle the young barristers at assizes and encouraged Jim to bring home friends with whom he went out hunting with the H.H. What will not a mother do for the benefit of her beloved ones? Between such a woman and her brother-in-law, the odious baronet at the Hall, it is manifest that there could be very little in common. The rupture between Bute and his brother Sir Pitt was complete. Indeed, between Sir Pitt and the whole county, to which the old man was a scandal. His dislike for respectable society increased with age, and the lodge gates had not opened to a gentleman's carriage wheels since Pitt and Lady Jane came to pay their visit of duty after their marriage. That was an awful and unfortunate visit, never to be thought of by the family without horror. Pitt begged his wife, with a ghastly countenance, never to speak of it, and it was only through Mrs. Bute herself, who still knew everything which took place at the Hall, that the circumstances of Sir Pitt's reception of his son and daughter-in-law were ever known at all. As they drove up the avenue of the park in their neat and well-appointed carriage, Pitt remarked with dismay and wrath great gaps among the trees, his trees, which the old baronet was felling entirely without license. The park wore an aspect of utter dreariness and ruin. The drives were ill-kept, and the neat carriage splashed and floundered in muddy pools along the road. The great sweep in front of the terrace and entrance stair was black and covered with mosses, the once trim flower beds rank and weedy. Shutters were up along almost the whole line of the house. The great hall door was unbarred after much ringing of the bell. An individual in ribbons was seen flitting up the black oak stair, as Horrocks at length admitted the heir of Queen's Crawley and his bride into the halls of their fathers. He led the way into Sir Pitt's library, as it was called, the fumes of tobacco growing stronger as Pitt and Lady Jane approached that apartment. "Sir Pitt ain't very well," Horrocks remarked apologetically and hinted that his master was afflicted with lumbago. The library looked out on the front walk and park. Sir Pitt had opened one of the windows, and was bawling out thence to the postilion and Pitt's servant, who seemed to be about to take the baggage down. "Don't move none of them trunks," he cried, pointing with a pipe which he held in his hand. "It's only a morning visit, Tucker, you fool. Lor, what cracks that off hoss has in his heels. Ain't there no one at the King's Head to rub them a little? How do, Pitt? How do, my dear? Come to see the old man, hey? Gad, you've a pretty face, too. You ain't like that old horse godmother, your mother. Come and give old Pitt a kiss, like a good little gal. The embrace disconcerted the daughter-in-law somewhat, as the caresses of the old gentleman, unshorn and perfumed with tobacco, might well do. But she remembered that her brother Southdown had mustachios, and smoked cigars, and submitted to the baronet with a tolerable grace. Pitt has got that, said the baronet, after this mark of affection. Does he read very long sermons, my dear? 100th Psalm, evening hymn, hey Pitt? Go and get a glass of Momsey and a cake for my Lady Jane, Horrocks, you great big booby, and don't stand steering there like a fat pig. I won't ask you to stop, my dear. You'll find it too stupid, and so should I too along a Pitt. I'm an old man now, and like my own ways, and my pipe and backgammon of a night. I can play at backgammon, sir, said Lady Jane, laughing. I used to play with Papa and Miss Crawley, didn't I, Mr. Crawley? Lady Jane can play, sir, at the game to which you state that you are so partial, Pitt said haughtily. But she won't stop for all that. Nah, go back to Mudbury and give Mrs. Rincer a benefit, or drive down to the rectory and ask Beauty for a dinner. He'll be charmed to see you, you know, he's so much obliged to you for gettin' the old woman's money. Ha, ha. Some of it will do to patch up the hall when I'm gone. I perceive, sir, said Pitt with a heightened voice, that your people will cut down the timber. Yees, very fine weather, and seasonable for the time of year, Sir Pitt answered, who had suddenly grown deaf. But I'm gettin' old, Pitt, now. Law bless you, you ain't far from 50 yourself. But he wears well, my pretty Lady Jane, don't he? It's all godliness, sobriety, and a moral life. Look at me, I'm not very fur from far score, he. And he laughed, and took snuff, and leered at her and pinched her hand. Pitt once more brought the conversation back to the timber, but the baronet was deaf again in an instant. I'm gettin' very old, and have been cruel bad this year with the lumbago. I shan't be here now for long, but I'm glad Eve come, daughter-in-law. I like your face, Lady Jane, it's got none of the damned high-boned binky look in it. And I'll give something pretty, my dear, to go to court in. And he shuffled across the room to a cupboard, from which he took a little old case containing jewels of some value. Take that, said he, my dear. It belonged to my mother, and afterwards to the first Lady Binky. Pretty pearls, never gave the ironmonger's daughter. No. Take and put up quick, said he, thrusting the case into his daughter's hand, and clapping the door of the cabinet to, as Horrocks entered with a salver and refreshments. What have you been and given Pitt's wife? Said the individual in ribbons, when Pitt and Lady Jane had taken leave of the old gentleman. It was Miss Horrocks, the butler's daughter, the cause of the scandal throughout the county, the lady who reigned now almost supreme at Queen's Crawley. The rise and progress of those ribbons had been marked with dismay by the county and family. The ribbons opened an account at the Mudbury Branch Savings Bank. The ribbons drove to church, monopolizing the pony chaise, which was for the use of the servants at the hall. The domestics were dismissed at her pleasure. The Scotch gardener, who still lingered on the premises, taking a pride in his walls and hothouses, and indeed making a pretty good livelihood by the garden, which he farmed, and of which he sold the produce at Southampton, found the ribbons eating peaches on a sunshiny morning at the south wall, and had his ears boxed when he remonstrated about this attack on his property. He and his Scotch wife and his Scotch children, the only respectable inhabitants of Queen's Crawley, were forced to migrate, with their goods and their chattels, and left the stately comfortable gardens to go to waste, and the flower beds to run to seed. Poor Lady Crawley's rose garden became the dreariest wilderness. Only 2 or 3 domestics shuddered in the bleak old servants' hall. The stables and offices were vacant, and shut up, and half ruined. Sir Pitt lived in private, and boozed nightly with Horrocks, his butler or house steward, as he now began to be called, and the abandoned ribbons. The times were very much changed since the period when she drove to Mudbury in the spring cart and called the small tradesman, sir. It may have been shame, or it may have been dislike of his neighbours, but the old cynic of Queen's Crawley hardly issued from his park gates at all now. He quarrelled with his agents and screwed his tenants by letter. His days were passed in conducting his own correspondence. The lawyers and farm bailiffs who had to do business with him could not reach him but through the ribbons, who received them at the door of the housekeeper's room, which commanded the back entrance by which they were admitted. And so the baronet's daily perplexities increased, and his embarrassments multiplied round him. The horror of Pitt Crawley may be imagined, as these reports of his father's dotage reached the most exemplary and correct of gentlemen. He trembled daily lest he should hear that the ribbons was proclaimed his second legal mother-in-law. After that first and last visit, his father's name was never mentioned in Pitt's polite and genteel establishment. It was the skeleton in his house, and all the family walked by it in terror and silence. The Countess Southdown kept on dropping per coach at the lodge gate the most exciting tracts which ought to frighten the hair off your head. Mrs. Bute at the parsonage nightly looked out to see if the sky was red over the elms behind which the hall stood, and the mansion was on fire. Sir G. Wapshot and Sir H. Fuddlestone, old friends of the house, wouldn't sit on the bench with Sir Pitt at quarter sessions, and cut him dead in the High Street of Southampton, where the reprobate stood offering his dirty old hands to them. Nothing had any effect upon him. He put his hands into his pockets, and burst out laughing, as he scrambled into his carriage and he used to burst out laughing at Lady Southdown's tracts. And he laughed at his sons, and at the world, and at the ribbons when she was angry, which was not seldom. Miss Horrocks was installed as housekeeper at Queen's Crawley, and ruled all the domestics there with great majesty and rigour. All the servants were instructed to address her as Mum, or Madam, and there was one little maid, on her promotion, who persisted in calling her my lady, without any rebuke on the part of the housekeeper. There has been better ladies, and there has been worser, Hester, was Miss Horrocks' reply to this compliment of her inferior. So she ruled, having supreme power over all except her father, whom, however, she treated with considerable haughtiness, warning him not to be too familiar in his behaviour to one as was to be a baronet's lady. Indeed, she rehearsed that exalted part in life with great satisfaction to herself, and to the amusement of old Sir Pitt, who chuckled at her airs and graces, and would laugh by the hour together at her assumptions of dignity and imitations of genteel life. He swore it was as good as a play to see her in the character of a fine dame, and he made her put on one of the first Lady Crawley's court dresses, swearing, entirely to Miss Horrocks' own concurrence, that the dress became her prodigiously, and threatening to drive her off that very instant to court in a coach and four. She had the ransacking of the wardrobes of the two defunct ladies, and cut and hacked their posthumous finery so as to suit her own tastes and figure, and she would have liked to take possession of their jewels and trinkets too. But the old baronet had locked them away in his private cabinet, nor could she coax or wheedle him out of the keys. And it is a fact, that some time after she left Queen's Crawley a copybook belonging to this lady was discovered, which showed that she had taken great pains in private to learn the art of writing in general, and especially of writing her own name as Lady Crawley, Lady Betsy Horrocks, Lady Elizabeth Crawley, and though the good people of the parsonage never went to the hall and shunned the horrid old dotard its owner, yet they kept a strict knowledge of all that happened there, and were looking out every day for the catastrophe for which Miss Horrocks was also eager. But fate intervened enviously and prevented her from receiving the reward due to such immaculate love and virtue. One day the baronet surprised her ladyship, as he jocularly called her, seated at that old and tuneless piano in the drawing-room, which had scarcely been touched since Becky Sharp played quadrilles upon it, seated at the piano with the utmost gravity and squalling to the best of her power in imitation of the music which she had sometimes heard. The little kitchen maid on her promotion was standing at her mistress's side, quite delighted during the operation, and wagging her head up and down and crying, "Lor, mum, 'tis pitiful," just like a genteel sycophant in a real drawing-room. This incident made the old baronet roar with laughter, as usual. He narrated the circumstance a dozen times to Horrocks in the course of the evening, and greatly to the discomfiture of Miss Horrocks. He thrummed on the table as if it had been a musical instrument, and squalled an imitation of her manner of singing. He vowed that such a beautiful voice ought to be cultivated and declared she ought to have singing masters, in which proposals she saw nothing ridiculous. He was in great spirits that night, and drank with his friend and butler an extraordinary quantity of rum and water. At a very late hour the faithful friend and domestic conducted his master to his bedroom. Half an hour afterwards there was a great hurry and bustle in the house. Lights went about from window to window in the lonely desolate old hall, whereof but 2 or 3 rooms were ordinarily occupied by its owner. Presently, a boy on a pony went galloping off to Mudbury, to the doctor's house there. And in another hour, by which fact we ascertain how carefully the excellent Mrs. Bute Crawley had always kept up an understanding with the great house, that lady in her clogs and calash, the Reverend Bute Crawley, and James Crawley, her son, had walked over from the rectory through the park, and had entered the mansion by the open hall door. They passed through the hall and the small oak parlour, on the table of which stood the 3 tumblers and the empty rum bottle which had served for Sir Pitt's carouse, and through that apartment into Sir Pitt's study, where they found Miss Horrocks, of the guilty ribbons, with a wild air, trying at the presses and escritoires with a bunch of keys. She dropped them with a scream of terror, as little Mrs. Bute's eyes flashed out at her from under her black calash. "Look at that, James and Mr. Crawley," cried Mrs. Bute, pointing at the scared figure of the black-eyed, guilty wench. "He gave me, she cried. "Gave them you abandoned creature," screamed Mrs. Bute. "Bear witness, Mr. Crawley, we found this good-for-nothing woman in the act of stealing your brother's property. And she will be hanged, as I always said she would." Betsy Horrocks, quite daunted, flung herself down on her knees, bursting into tears. But those who know a really good woman are aware that she is not in a hurry to forgive, and that the humiliation of an enemy is a triumph to her soul. "Ring the bell, James," Mrs. Bute said. "Go on ringing it till the people come." The 3 or 4 domestics resident in the deserted old house came presently at that jangling and continued summons. "Put that woman in the strong room," she said. "We caught her in the act of robbing Sir Pitt. Mr. Crawley, you'll make out her committal, and, Beddoes, you'll drive her over in the spring cart, in the morning, to Southampton jail." "My dear," interposed the magistrate and rector, "she's only—" "Are there no handcuffs?" Mrs. Bute continued, stamping in her clogs. "There used to be handcuffs. Where's the creature's abominable father?" "He did give them me," still cried poor Betsy, "didn't he, Hester? You saw Sir Pitt, you know you did, give me, ever so long ago, the day after Mudbury Fair, not that I want Take if you think they ain't mine." And here the unhappy wretch pulled out from her pocket a large pair of paste shoe buckles which had excited her admiration, and which she had just appropriated out of one of the bookcases in the study, where they had lain. "Law, Betsy, how could you go for to tell such a wicked story?" said Hester, the little kitchen-maid late on her promotion, and to Madam Crawley, so good and kind, and his reverence, with a curtsy, "and you may search all my boxes, mum, I'm sure, and here's my keys as I'm an honest girl. Though of poor parents and workhouse bred, and if you find so much as a beggarly bit of lace or a silk stocking out of all the gowns as you've had the picking of, may I never go to church again." "Give up your keys, you hardened hussy," hissed out the virtuous little lady in the calash. "And here's a candle, mum, and if you please, mum, I can show you her room, mum, and the press in the housekeeper's room, mum, where she keeps heaps and heaps of things, mum," cried out the eager little Hester with a profusion of curtsies. "Hold your tongue, if you please. I know the room which the creature occupies perfectly well. Mrs. Brown, have the goodness to come with me, and Beddoes, don't you lose sight of that woman," said Mrs. Bute, seizing the candle. "Mr. Crawley, you had better go upstairs and see that they are not murdering your unfortunate brother," and the calash, escorted by Mrs. Brown, walked away to the apartment which, as she said truly, she knew perfectly well. Bute went upstairs and found the doctor from Mudbury, with the frightened Horrocks over his master in a chair. They were trying to bleed Sir Pitt Crawley. With the early morning an express was sent off to Mr. Pitt Crawley by the rector's lady, who assumed the command of everything, and had watched the old baronet through the night. He had been brought back to a sort of life, he could not speak, but seemed to recognize people. Mrs. Bute kept resolutely by his bedside. She never seemed to want to sleep, that little woman, and did not close her fiery black eyes once, though the doctor snored in the armchair. Horrocks made some wild efforts to assert his authority and assist his master, but Mrs. Bute called him a tipsy old wretch and bade him never show his face again in that house, or he should be transported like his abominable daughter. Terrified by her manner, he slunk down to the oak parlour where Mr. James was, who, having tried the bottle standing there and found no liquor in it, ordered Mr. Horrocks to get another bottle of rum, which he fetched, with clean glasses, and to which the rector and his son sat down, ordering Horrocks to put down the keys at that instant and never to show his face again. Cowed by this behaviour, Horrocks gave up the keys, and he and his daughter slunk off silently through the night and gave up possession of the house of Queen's Crawley. Chapter 40. In which Becky is recognized by the family. The heir of Crawley arrived at home, in due time, after this catastrophe, and henceforth may be said to have reigned in Queen's Crawley. For though the old baronet survived many months, he never recovered the use of his intellect or his speech completely, and the government of the estate devolved upon his elder son. In a strange condition Pitt found it. Sir Pitt was always buying and mortgaging, he had 20 men of business, and quarrels with each, quarrels with all his tenants, and lawsuits with them, lawsuits with the lawyers. Lawsuits with the mining and dock companies in which he was proprietor, and with every person with whom he had business. To unravel these difficulties and to set the estate clear was a task worthy of the orderly and persevering diplomatist of Pumpernickel, and he set himself to work with prodigious assiduity. His whole family, of course, was transported to Queen's Crawley, whither Lady Southdown, of course, came too, and she set about converting the parish under the rector's nose, and brought down her irregular clergy to the dismay of the angry Mrs. Bute. Sir Pitt had concluded no bargain for the sale of the living of Queen's Crawley. When it should drop, her ladyship proposed to take the patronage into her own hands and present a young protégé to the rectory, on which subject the diplomatic Pitt said nothing. Mrs. Bute's intentions with regard to Miss Betsy Horrocks were not carried into effect, and she paid no visit to Southampton jail. She and her father left the hall when the latter took possession of the Crawley Arms in the village, of which he had got a lease from Sir Pitt. The ex-butler had obtained a small freehold there likewise, which gave him a vote for the borough. The rector had another of these votes, and these and 4 others formed the representative body which returned the 2 members for Queen's Crawley. There was a show of courtesy kept up between the rectory and the hall ladies, between the younger ones at least, for Mrs. Bute and Lady Southdown never could meet without battles, and gradually ceased seeing each other. Her ladyship kept her room when the ladies from the rectory visited their cousins at the hall. Perhaps Mr. Pitt was not very much displeased at these occasional absences of his mamma-in-law. He believed the Binkie family to be the greatest and wisest and most interesting in the world, and her ladyship and his aunt had long held ascendancy over him, but sometimes he felt that she commanded him too much. To be considered young was complimentary, doubtless, but at 46 to be treated as a boy was sometimes mortifying. Lady Jane yielded up everything, however, to her mother. She was only fond of her children in private, and it was lucky for her that Lady Southdown's multifarious business, her conferences with ministers, and her correspondence with all the missionaries of Africa, Asia, and Australasia, and occupied the venerable Countess a great deal, so that she had but little time to devote to her granddaughter, the little Matilda, and her grandson, Master Pitt Crawley. The latter was a feeble child, and it was only by prodigious quantities of calomel that Lady Southdown was able to keep him in life at all. As for Sir Pitt, he retired into those very apartments where Lady Crawley had been previously extinguished, and here was tended by Miss Hester, the girl upon her promotion, with constant care and assiduity. What love, what fidelity, what constancy is there equal to that of a nurse with good wages? They smooth pillows, and make arrowroot, they get up at nights, they bear complaints and querulousness. They see the sun shining out of doors and don't want to go abroad, they sleep on armchairs and eat their meals in solitude, they pass long evenings doing nothing, watching the embers, and the patients drink simmering in the jug. They read the weekly paper the whole week through. And law's serious call or the whole duty of man suffices them for literature for the year, and we quarrel with them because, when their relations come to see them once a week, a little gin is smuggled in their linen basket. Ladies, what man's love is there that would stand a year's nursing of the object of his affection? Whereas a nurse will stand by you for £10 a quarter, and we think her too highly paid. At least Mr. Crawley grumbled a good deal about paying half as much to Miss Hester for her constant attendance upon the baronet his father. Of sunshiny days this old gentleman was taken out in a chair on the terrace, the very chair which Miss Crawley had had at Brighton, and which had been transported thence with a number of Lady Southdown's effects to Queen's Crawley. Lady Jane always walked by the old man, and was an evident favourite with him. He used to nod many times to her and smile when she came in, and utter inarticulate deprecatory moans when she was going away. When the door shut upon her he would cry and sob, whereupon Hester's face and manner, which was always exceedingly bland and gentle while her lady was present, would change at once. And she would make faces at him and clench her fist and scream out, "Hold your tongue, you stupid old fool," and twirl away his chair from the fire which he loved to look at which he would cry more. For this was all that was left after more than 70 years of cunning, and struggling, and drinking, and scheming, and sin and selfishness, a whimpering old idiot put in and out of bed and cleaned and fed like a baby. At last a day came when the nurse's occupation was over. Early one morning, as Pitt Crawley was at his steward's and bailiff's books in the study, a knock came to the door, and Hester presented herself, dropping a curtsy, and said, "If you please, Sir Pitt died this morning, Sir Pitt. I was making of his toast, Sir Pitt, for his gruel, Sir Pitt, which he took every morning regular at 6, Sir Pitt, and, I thought I heard a moan like, Sir Pitt, and, she dropped another curtsy. What was it that made Pitt's pale face flush quite red? Was it because he was Sir Pitt at last, with a seat in Parliament, and perhaps future honours in prospect? I'll clear the estate now with the ready money, he thought, and rapidly calculated its encumbrances and the improvements which he would make. He would not use his aunt's money previously lest Sir Pitt should recover and his outlay be in vain. All the blinds were pulled down at the hall and rectory, the church bell was tolled, and the chancel hung in black. And Bute Crawley didn't go to a coursing meeting, but went and dined quietly at Fuddleston, where they talked about his deceased brother and young Sir Pitt over their port. Miss Betsy, who was by this time married to a saddler at Mudbury, cried a good deal. The family surgeon rode over and paid his respectful compliments, and inquiries for the health of their ladyships. The death was talked about at Mudbury and at the Crawley Arms, the landlord whereof had become reconciled with the rector of late, who was occasionally known to step into the parlour and taste Mr. Horrocks' mild beer. "Shall I write to your brother, or will you?" asked Lady Jane of her husband, Sir Pitt. "I will write, of course," Sir Pitt said, "and invite him to the funeral, it will be but becoming." And, Mrs. Rawdon," said Lady Jane timidly. "Jane," said Lady Southdown, "how can you think of such a thing?" "Mrs. Rawdon must of course be asked," said Sir Pitt, resolutely. "Not whilst I am in the house," said Lady Southdown. "Your ladyship will be pleased to recollect that I am the head of this family," Sir Pitt replied. "If you please, Lady Jane, you will write a letter to Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, requesting her presence upon this melancholy occasion." "Jane, I forbid you to put pen to paper," cried the Countess. "I believe I am the head of this family," Sir Pitt repeated. "And however much I may regret any circumstance which may lead to your ladyship quitting this house, must, if you please, continue to govern it as I see fit." Lady Southdown rose up as magnificent as Mrs. Siddons and Lady Macbeth and ordered that horses might be put to her carriage. If her son and daughter turned her out of their house, she would hide her sorrows somewhere in loneliness and pray for their conversion to better thoughts. "We don't turn you out of our house, Mamma," said the timid Lady Jane imploringly. "You invite such company to it as no Christian lady should meet, and I will have my horses tomorrow morning." "Have the goodness to write, Jane, under my dictation," said Sir Pitt, rising and throwing himself into an attitude of command, like the portrait of a gentleman in the exhibition, and begin. Queen's Crawley, September 14, 1822. My dear brother. Hearing these decisive and terrible words, Lady Macbeth, who had been waiting for a sign of weakness or vacillation on the part of her son-in-law, rose and, with a scared look, left the library. Lady Jane looked up to her husband as if she would fain follow and soothe her mamma, but Pitt forbade his wife to move. "She won't go away," he said. "She has let her house at Brighton and has spent her last half-year's dividends. A countess living at an inn is a ruined woman. I have been waiting long for an opportunity, to take this decisive step, my love. For, as you must perceive, it is impossible that there should be two chiefs in a family, and now, if you please, we will resume the dictation. My dear brother, the melancholy intelligence which it is my duty to convey to my family must have been long anticipated by, and in a word, Pitt having come to his kingdom, and having by good luck, or desert rather, as he considered, assumed almost all the fortune which his other relatives had expected, was determined to treat his family kindly and respectably and make a house of Queen's Crawley once more. It pleased him to think that he should be its chief. He proposed to use the vast influence that his commanding talents and position must speedily acquire for him in the county to get his brother placed and his cousins decently provided for. And perhaps had a little sting of repentance as he thought that he was the proprietor of all that they had hoped for. In the course of 3 or 4 days' reign his bearing was changed and his plans quite fixed. He determined to rule justly and honestly, to depose Lady Southdown, and to be on the friendliest possible terms with all the relations of his blood. So he dictated a letter to his brother Rawdon, a solemn and elaborate letter, containing the profoundest observations, couched in the longest words, and filling with wonder the simple little secretary, who wrote under her husband's order. What an orator this will be, thought she, when he enters the House of Commons, on which point, and on the tyranny of Lady Southdown, Pitt had sometimes dropped hints to his wife in bed, how wise and good, and what a genius my husband is. I fancied him a little cold, but how good, and what a genius. The fact is, Pitt Crawley had got every word of the letter by heart and had studied it, with diplomatic secrecy, deeply and perfectly, long before he thought fit to communicate it to his astonished wife. This letter, with a huge black border and seal, was accordingly dispatched by Sir Pitt Crawley to his brother the Colonel, in London. Rawdon Crawley was but half pleased at the receipt of it. "What's the use of going down to that stupid place?" thought he. "I can't stand being alone with Pitt after dinner, and horses there and back will cost us £20. He carried the letter, as he did all difficulties, to Becky, upstairs in her bedroom, with her chocolate, which he always made and took to her of a morning. He put the tray with the breakfast and the letter on the dressing-table, before which Becky sat combing her yellow hair. She took up the black-edged missive, and having read it, she jumped up from the chair, crying, "Hooray!" and waving the note round her head. "Hooray?" said Rawdon, wondering at the little figure capering about in a streaming flannel dressing-gown, with tawny locks dishevelled. "He's not left us anything, Becky. I had my share when I came of age." "You'll never be of age, you silly old man," Becky replied. "Run out now to Madame Brunoy's, for I must have some mourning, and get a crape on your hat, and a black waistcoat. I don't think you've got one. Order it to be brought home tomorrow, so that we may be able to start on Thursday." "You don't mean to go?" Rawdon interposed. "Of course I mean to go. I mean that Lady Jane shall present me at court next year. I mean that your brother shall give you a seat in Parliament, you stupid old creature. I mean that Lord Steyne shall have your vote and his, my dear, old silly man. And that you shall be an Irish secretary, or a West Indian governor, or a treasurer, or a consul, or some such thing. Posting will cost a deuce of a lot of money, grumbled Rawdon. We might take Southdown's carriage, which ought to be present at the funeral, as he is a relation of the family, but, no, I intend that we shall go by the coach. They'll like it better. It seems more humble. Roddy goes, of course? The colonel asked. No such thing, why pay an extra place? He's too big to travel bodkin between you and me. Let him stay here in the nursery, and Briggs can make him a black frock. Go you, and do as I bid you. And you had best tell Sparks, your man, that old Sir Pitt is dead and that you will come in for something considerable when the affairs are arranged. He'll tell this to Raggles, who has been pressing for money, and it will console poor Raggles. And so Becky began sipping her chocolate. When the faithful Lord Steyne arrived in the evening, he found Becky and her companion, who was no other than our friend Briggs, busy cutting, ripping, snipping, and tearing all sorts of black stuffs available for the melancholy occasion. Miss Briggs and I are plunged in grief and despondency for the death of our papa, Rebecca said. Sir Pitt Crawley is dead, my lord. We have been tearing our hair all the morning, and now we are tearing up our old clothes. Oh, Rebecca, how can you, was all that Briggs could say as she turned up her eyes. Oh, Rebecca, how can you, echoed my lord. So that old scoundrel's dead, is he? He might have been a peer if he had played his cards better. Mr. Pitt had very nearly made him, but he ratted always at the wrong time. What an old Silenus it was. I might have been Silenus's widow, said Rebecca. Don't you remember, Miss Briggs, how you peeped in at the door and saw old Sir Pitt on his knees to me? Miss Briggs, our old friend, blushed very much at this reminiscence, and was glad when Lord Steyne ordered her to go downstairs and make him a cup of tea. Briggs was the house dog whom Rebecca had provided as guardian of her innocence and reputation. Miss Crawley had left her a little annuity. She would have been content to remain in the Crawley family with Lady Jane, who was good to her and to everybody, but Lady Southdown dismissed poor Briggs as quickly as decency permitted, and Mr. Pitt, who thought himself much injured by the uncalled-for generosity of his deceased relative towards a lady who had only been Miss Crawley's faithful retainer a score of years, made no objection to that exercise of the dowager's authority. Bowles and Firkin likewise received their legacies and their dismissals, and married and set up a lodging-house, according to the custom of their kind. Briggs tried to live with her relations in the country, but found that attempt was vain after the better society to which she had been accustomed. Briggs's friends, small tradesmen, in a country town, quarrelled over Miss Briggs's £40 a year as eagerly and more openly than Miss Crawley's kinsfolk had for that lady's inheritance. Briggs's brother, a radical hatter and grocer, called his sister a purse-proud aristocrat, because she would not advance a part of her capital to stock his shop. And she would have done so most likely, but that their sister, a dissenting shoemaker's lady, at variance with the hatter and grocer, who went to another chapel, showed how their brother was on the verge of bankruptcy, and took possession of Briggs for a while. The dissenting shoemaker wanted Miss Briggs to send his son to college and make a gentleman of him. Between them the two families got a great portion of her private savings out of her, and finally she fled to London followed by the anathemas of both, and determined to seek for servitude again as infinitely less onerous than liberty. And advertising in the papers that a gentlewoman of agreeable manners, and accustomed to the best society, was anxious to, and she took up her residence with Mr. Bowles in Half Moon Street, and waited the result of the advertisement. So it was that she fell in with Rebecca. Mrs. Rawdon's dashing little carriage and ponies was whirling down the street one day, just as Miss Briggs, fatigued, had reached Mr. Bowles's door, after a weary walk to the Times office in the city to insert her advertisement for the 6th time. Rebecca was driving, and at once recognized the gentlewoman with agreeable manners, and being a perfectly good-humored woman, as we have seen, and having a regard for Briggs, she pulled up the ponies at the doorsteps, gave the reins to the groom, and jumping out, had hold of both Briggs's hands, before she of the agreeable manners had recovered from the shock of seeing an old friend. Briggs cried, And Becky laughed a great deal and kissed the gentlewoman as soon as they got into the passage, and thence into Mrs. Bowles's front parlour, with the red moreen curtains, and the round looking-glass, with the chained eagle above, gazing upon the back of the ticket in the window which announced, "Apartments to let." Briggs told all her history amidst those perfectly uncalled-for sobs and ejaculations of wonder with which women of her soft nature salute an old acquaintance, or regard a rencontre in the street. For though people meet other people every day, yet some there are who insist upon discovering miracles, and women, even though they have disliked each other, begin to cry when they meet, deploring and remembering the time when they last quarrelled. So, in a word, Briggs told all her history, and Becky gave a narrative of her own life, with her usual artlessness and candour. Mrs. Bowles, late Firkin, came and listened grimly in the passage to the hysterical sniffling and giggling which went on in the front parlour. Becky had never been a favourite of hers. Since the establishment of the married couple in London they had frequented their former friends of the house of Raggles, and did not like the latter's account of the Colonel's menage. "I wouldn't trust him, Rag, my boy," Bowles remarked. And his wife, when Mrs. Rawdon issued from the parlour, only saluted the lady with a very sour curtsy, and her fingers were like so many sausages, cold and lifeless, when she held them out in deference to Mrs. Rawdon, who persisted in shaking hands with the retired lady's maid. She whirled away into Piccadilly, nodding with the sweetest of smiles towards Miss Briggs, who hung nodding at the window close under the advertisement card. And at the next moment was in the park with a half-dozen of dandies cantering after her carriage. When she found how her friend was situated, and how having a snug legacy from Miss Crawley, salary was no object to our gentlewoman, Becky instantly formed some benevolent little domestic plans concerning her. This was just such a companion as would suit her establishment, and she invited Briggs to come to dinner with her that very evening, when she should see Becky's dear little darling Rawdon. Mrs. Bowles cautioned her lodger against venturing into the lion's den, wherein you will rue it, Miss B., mark my words, and as sure as my name is Bowles. And Briggs promised to be very cautious. The upshot of which caution was that she went to live with Mrs. Rawdon the next week, and had lent Rawdon Crawley £600 upon annuity before 6 months were over. Chapter 41. In which Becky revisits the halls of her ancestors. So the morning being ready, and Sir Pitt Crawley warned of their arrival, Colonel Crawley and his wife took a couple of places in the same old high-flyer coach by which Rebecca had travelled in the defunct baronet's company, on her first journey into the world some 9 years before. How well she remembered the inn-yard, and the ostler to whom she refused money, and the insinuating Cambridge lad who wrapped her in his coat on the journey. Rawdon took his place outside, and would have liked to drive, but his grief forbade him. He sat by the coachman and talked about horses and the road the whole way, and who kept the inns, and who horsed the coach by which he had travelled so many a time, when he and Pitt were boys going to Eton. At Mudbury a carriage and a pair of horses received them, with a coachman in black. "It's the old drag, Rawdon," Rebecca said as they got in. "The worms have eaten the cloth a good deal, there's the stain which Sir Pitt, ha! I see Dawson the ironmonger has his shutters up, which Sir Pitt made such a noise about. It was a bottle of cherry brandy he broke which we went to fetch for your aunt from Southampton. How time flies, to be sure. That can't be Polly Talboys, that bouncing girl standing by her mother at the cottage there. I remember her a mangy little urchin picking weeds in the garden." "Fine gal," said Rawdon, returning the salute which the cottage gave him, by 2 fingers applied to his crape hatband. Becky bowed and saluted, and recognized people here and there graciously. These recognitions were inexpressibly pleasant to her. It seemed as if she was not an impostor any more, and was coming to the home of her ancestors. Rawdon was rather abashed and cast down, on the other hand. What recollections of boyhood and innocence might have been flitting across his brain? What pangs of dim remorse and doubt and shame? "Your sisters must be young women now," Rebecca said, thinking of those girls for the first time perhaps since she had left them. "Don't know, I'm Shaw," replied the Colonel. "Hullo! Here's old Mother Locke. How do I do, Mrs. Locke? Remember me, don't you? Master Rawdon, hey. Dammy, how those old women last, she was 100 when I was a boy. They were going through the lodge gates kept by old Mrs. Locke, whose hand Rebecca insisted upon shaking, as she flung open the creaking old iron gate, and the carriage passed between the two moss-grown pillars surmounted by the dove and serpent. The governor has cut into the timber, Rawdon said, looking about, and then was silent. So was Becky. Both of them were rather agitated, and thinking of old times. He about Eton, and his mother, whom he remembered, a frigid demure woman, and a sister who died, of whom he had been passionately fond, and how he used to thrash Pitt, and about little Roddy at home. And Rebecca thought about her own youth and the dark secrets of those early tainted days, and of her entrance into life by yonder gates, and of Miss Pinkerton, and Joe, and Amelia. The gravel walk and terrace had been scraped quite clean. A grand painted hatchment was already over the great entrance, and two very solemn and tall personages in black flung open each a leaf of the door as the carriage pulled up at the familiar steps. Rawdon turned red, and Becky somewhat pale, as they passed through the old hall, arm in arm. She pinched her husband's arm as they entered the oak parlour, where Sir Pitt and his wife were ready to receive them. Sir Pitt in black, Lady Jane in black, and my Lady Southdown with a large black headpiece of bugles and feathers, which waved on her ladyship's head like an undertaker's tray. Sir Pitt had judged correctly, that she would not quit the premises. She contented herself by preserving a solemn and stony silence, when in company of Pitt and his rebellious wife, and by frightening the children in the nursery by the ghastly gloom of her demeanour. Only a very faint bending of the headdress and plumes welcomed Rawdon and his wife, as those prodigals returned to their family. To say the truth, they were not affected very much one way or other by this coolness. Her ladyship was a person only of secondary consideration in their minds just then. They were intent upon the reception which the reigning brother and sister would afford them. Pitt, with rather a heightened colour, went up and shook his brother by the hand, and saluted Rebecca with a handshake and a very low bow. But Lady Jane took both the hands of her sister-in-law and kissed her affectionately. The embrace somehow brought tears into the eyes of the little adventuress, which ornaments, as we know, she wore very seldom. The artless mark of kindness and confidence touched and pleased her. And Rawdon, encouraged by this demonstration on his sister's part, twirled up his mustachios and took leave to salute Lady Jane with a kiss, which caused her ladyship to blush exceedingly. "Devilish nice little woman, Lady Jane," was his verdict, when he and his wife were together again. "Pitt's got fat, too, and is doing the thing handsomely." "He can afford it," said Rebecca, and agreed in her husband's farther opinion, that the mother-in-law was a tremendous old guy, and that the sisters were rather well-looking young women. They, too, had been summoned from school to attend the funeral ceremonies. It seemed Sir Pitt Crawley, for the dignity of the house and family, had thought right to have about the place as many persons in black as could possibly be assembled. All the men and maids of the house, the old women of the almshouse, whom the elder Sir Pitt had cheated out of a great portion of their due, the parish clerk's family, and the special retainers of both hall and rectory were habited in sable. Added to these, the undertaker's men, at least a score, with crapes and hatbands, and who made goodly show when the great burying show took place, but these are mute personages in our drama. And having nothing to do or say, need occupy a very little space here. With regard to her sisters-in-law, Rebecca did not attempt to forget her former position of governess towards them, but recalled it frankly and kindly, and asked them about their studies with great gravity. And told them that she had thought of them many and many a day, and longed to know of their welfare. In fact, you would have supposed that ever since she had left them she had not ceased to keep them uppermost in her thoughts and to take the tenderest interest in their welfare. So supposed Lady Crawley herself and her young sisters. "She's hardly changed since 8 years," said Miss Rosalind to Miss Violet, as they were preparing for dinner. "Those red-haired women look wonderfully well," replied the other. "Hers is much darker than it was." "I think she must dye it," Miss Rosalind added. "She is stouter, too, and altogether improved," continued Miss Rosalind, who was disposed to be very fat. At least she gives herself no airs and remembers that she was our governess once, Miss Violet said, intimating that it befitted all governesses to keep their proper place. And forgetting altogether that she was granddaughter not only of Sir Walpole Crawley, but of Mr. Dawson of Mudbury, and so had a coal scuttle in her scutcheon. There are other very well-meaning people whom one meets every day in Vanity Fair who are surely equally oblivious. It can't be true what the girls at the rectory said, that her mother was an opera dancer. A person can't help their birth, Rosalind replied with great liberality. And I agree with our brother, that as she is in the family, of course we are bound to notice her. I am sure Aunt Bute need not talk. She wants to marry Kate to young Hooper, the wine merchant, and absolutely asked him to come to the rectory for orders. I wonder whether Lady Southdown will go away. She looked very glum upon Mrs. Rawdon, the other said. I wish she would. I won't read the washerwoman of Finchley Common, vowed Violet. And so saying, and avoiding a passage at the end of which a certain coffin was placed with a couple of watchers, and lights perpetually burning in the closed room, these young women came down to the family dinner, for which the bell rang as usual. But before this, Lady Jane conducted Rebecca to the apartments prepared for her, which, with the rest of the house, had assumed a very much improved appearance of order and comfort during Pitt's regency, and here beholding that Mrs. Rawdon's modest little trunks had arrived, and were placed in the bedroom and dressing-room adjoining, helped her to take off her neat black bonnet and cloak, and asked her sister-in-law in what more she could be useful. What I should like best, said Rebecca, would be to go to the nursery and see your dear little children. On which the two ladies looked very kindly at each other and went to that apartment hand in hand. Becky admired little Matilda, who was not quite 4 years old, as the most charming little love in the world. And the boy, a little fellow of 2 years, pale, heavy-eyed, and large-headed, she pronounced to be a perfect prodigy in point of size, intelligence, and beauty. I wish Mamma would not insist on giving him so much medicine, Lady Jane said with a sigh. I often think we should all be better without it. And then Lady Jane and her newfound friend had one of those confidential medical conversations about the children, which all mothers, and most women, as I am given to understand, delight in. 50 years ago, and when the present writer, being an interesting little boy, was ordered out of the room with the ladies after dinner, I remember quite well that their talk was chiefly about their ailments. And putting this question directly to 2 or 3 since, I have always got from them the acknowledgment that times are not changed. Let my fair readers remark for themselves this very evening when they quit the dessert table and assemble to celebrate the drawing-room mysteries. Well, in half an hour Becky and Lady Jane were close and intimate friends, and in the course of the evening her ladyship informed Sir Pitt that she thought her new sister-in-law was a kind, frank, unaffected, and affectionate young woman. And so having easily won the daughter's goodwill, the indefatigable little woman bent herself to conciliate the august Lady Southdown. As soon as she found her ladyship alone, Rebecca attacked her on the nursery question at once and said that her own little boy was saved, actually saved, by calomel, freely administered, when all the physicians in Paris had given the dear child up. And then she mentioned how often she had heard of Lady Southdown from that excellent man the Reverend Lawrence Grills, minister of the chapel in Mayfair, which she frequented. And how her views were very much changed by circumstances and misfortunes, and how she hoped that a past life spent in worldliness and error might not incapacitate her from more serious thought for the future. She described how in former days she had been indebted to Mr. Crawley for religious instruction, touched upon the washerwoman of Finchley Common, which she had read with the greatest profit, and asked about Lady Emily, its gifted author, now Lady Emily Hornblower, at Cape Town, where her husband had strong hopes of becoming Bishop of Caffraria. But she crowned all, and confirmed herself in Lady Southdown's favour, by feeling very much agitated and unwell after the funeral and requesting her ladyship's medical advice, which the dowager not only gave, but, wrapped up in a bedgown and looking more like Lady Macbeth than ever, came privately in the night to Becky's room with a parcel of favourite tracts, and a medicine of her own composition, which she insisted that Mrs. Rawdon should take. Becky first accepted the tracts and began to examine them with great interest, engaging the dowager in a conversation concerning them and the welfare of her soul, by which means she hoped that her body might escape medication. But after the religious topics were exhausted, Lady Macbeth would not quit Becky's chamber until her cup of night drink was emptied too, and poor Mrs. Rawdon was compelled actually to assume a look of gratitude, and to swallow the medicine under the unyielding old dowager's nose, who left her victim finally with a benediction. It did not much comfort Mrs. Rawdon. Her countenance was very queer when Rawdon came in and heard what had happened, and his explosions of laughter were as loud as usual, when Becky, with a fun which she could not disguise, even though it was at her own expense, described the occurrence and how she had been victimized by Lady Southdown. Lord Steyne, and her son in London, had many a laugh over the story when Rawdon and his wife returned to their quarters in Mayfair. Becky acted the whole scene for them. She put on a nightcap and gown. She preached a great sermon in the true serious manner. She lectured on the virtue of the medicine which she pretended to administer, with a gravity of imitation so perfect that you would have thought it was the Countess's own Roman nose through which she snuffled. "Give us Lady Southdown and the black dose," was a constant cry amongst the folks in Becky's little drawing-room in Mayfair. And for the first time in her life the Dowager Countess of Southdown was made amusing. Sir Pitt remembered the testimonies of respect and veneration which Rebecca had paid personally to himself in early days, and was tolerably well disposed towards her. The marriage, ill-advised as it was, had improved Rawdon very much, that was clear from the Colonel's altered habits and demeanour, and had it not been a lucky union as regarded Pitt himself. The cunning diplomatist smiled inwardly as he owned that he owed his fortune to it, and acknowledged that he at least ought not to cry out against it. His satisfaction was not removed by Rebecca's own statements, behaviour, and conversation. She doubled the deference which before had charmed him, calling out his conversational powers in such a manner as quite to surprise Pitt himself, who, always inclined to respect his own talents, admired them the more when Rebecca pointed them out to him. With her sister-in-law, Rebecca was satisfactorily able to prove that it was Mrs. Bute Crawley who brought about the marriage which she afterwards so calumniated, that it was Mrs. Bute's avarice, who hoped to gain all Miss Crawley's fortune and deprive Rawdon of his aunt's favour, which caused and invented all the wicked reports against Rebecca. "She succeeded in making us poor," Rebecca said with an air of angelical patience. "But how can I be angry with a woman who has given me one of the best husbands in the world? And has not her own avarice been sufficiently punished by the ruin of her own hopes and the loss of the property by which she set so much store? Poor!" she cried. "Dear Lady Jane, what care we for poverty? I am used to it from childhood, and I am often thankful that Miss Crawley's money has gone to restore the splendour of the noble old family of which I am so proud to be a member. I am sure Sir Pitt will make a much better use of it than Rawdon would." All these speeches were reported to Sir Pitt by the most faithful of wives, and increased the favourable impression which Rebecca made. So much so that when, on the third day after the funeral, the family party were at dinner, Sir Pitt Crawley, carving fowls at the head of the table, actually said to Mrs. Rawdon, "Ahem! Rebecca, may I give you a wing?" A speech which made the little woman's eyes sparkle with pleasure. While Rebecca was prosecuting the above schemes and hopes, and Pitt Crawley arranging the funeral ceremonial and other matters connected with his future progress and dignity, and Lady Jane busy with her nursery, as far as her mother would let her, and the sun rising and setting, and the clock-tower bell of the hall ringing to dinner and to prayers as usual, the body of the late owner of Queen's Crawley lay in the apartment which he had occupied, watched unceasingly by the professional attendants who were engaged for that rite. A woman or two, and 3 or 4 undertakers' men, the best whom Southampton could furnish, dressed in black, and of a proper stealthy and tragical demeanour, had charge of the remains which they watched turn about, having the housekeeper's room for their place of rendezvous when off duty, where they played at cards in privacy and drank their beer. The members of the family and servants of the house kept away from the gloomy spot, where the bones of the descendant of an ancient line of knights and gentlemen lay, awaiting their final consignment to the family crypt. No regrets attended them, save those of the poor woman who had hoped to be Sir Pitt's wife and widow and who had fled in disgrace from the hall over which she had so nearly been a ruler. Beyond her and a favourite old pointer he had, and between whom and himself an attachment subsisted during the period of his imbecility, the old man had not a single friend to mourn him, having indeed, during the whole course of his life, never taken the least pains to secure one. Could the best and kindest of us who depart from the earth have an opportunity of revisiting it? I suppose he or she, assuming that any Vanity Fair feelings subsist in the sphere whither we are bound, would have a pang of mortification at finding how soon our survivors were consoled. And so Sir Pitt was forgotten, like the kindest and best of us, only a few weeks sooner. Those who will may follow his remains to the grave, whither they were borne on the appointed day, in the most becoming manner, the family in black coaches, with their handkerchiefs up to their noses, ready for the tears which did not come. The undertaker and his gentleman in deep tribulation, the select tenantry mourning out of compliment to the new landlord, the neighbouring gentry's carriages at 3 miles an hour, empty, and in profound affliction. The parson speaking out the formula about our dear brother departed. As long as we have a man's body, we play our vanities upon it, surrounding it with humbug and ceremonies, laying it in state, and packing it up in gilt nails and velvet. And we finish our duty by placing over it a stone, written all over with lies. Bute's curate, a smart young fellow from Oxford, and Sir Pitt Crawley composed between them an appropriate Latin epitaph for the late lamented baronet, and the former preached a classical sermon, exhorting the survivors not to give way to grief and informing them in the most respectful terms that they also would be one day called upon to pass that gloomy and mysterious portal which had just closed upon the remains of their lamented brother. Then the tenantry mounted on horseback again, or stayed and refreshed themselves at the Crawley Arms. Then, after a lunch in the servants' hall at Queen's Crawley, the gentry's carriages wheeled off to their different destinations, then the undertaker's men, taking the ropes, palls, velvets, ostrich feathers, and other mortuary properties, clambered up on the roof of the hearse and rode off to Southampton. Their faces relapsed into a natural expression as the horses, clearing the lodge gates, got into a brisker trot on the open road. And squads of them might have been seen, speckling with black the public-house entrances, with pewter pots flashing in the sunshine. Sir Pitt's invalid chair was wheeled away into a tool-house in the garden. The old pointer used to howl sometimes at first, but these were the only accents of grief which were heard in the hall of which Sir Pitt Crawley, baronet, had been master for some 60 years. As the birds were pretty plentiful, and partridge shooting is as it were the duty of an English gentleman of statesmanlike propensities, Sir Pitt Crawley, the first shock of grief over, went out a little and partook of that diversion in a white hat with crape round it. The sight of those fields of stubble and turnips, now his own, gave him many secret joys. Sometimes, and with an exquisite humility, he took no gun, but went out with a peaceful bamboo cane. Rawdon, his big brother, and the keepers blazing away at his side. Pitt's money in acres had a great effect upon his brother. The penniless colonel became quite obsequious and respectful to the head of his house, and despised the milksop Pitt no longer. Rawdon listened with sympathy to his senior's prospects of planting and draining, gave his advice about the stables and cattle, rode over to Mudbury to look at a mare, which he thought would carry Lady Jane, and offered to break her, and the rebellious dragoon was quite humbled and subdued, and became a most creditable younger brother. He had constant bulletins from Miss Briggs in London respecting little Rawdon, who was left behind there, who sent messages of his own. "I am very well," he wrote. "I hope you are very well. I hope Mamma is very well. The pony is very well. Gray takes me to ride in the park. I can canter. I met the little boy who rode before. He cried when he cantered. I do not cry." Rawdon read these letters to his brother and Lady Jane, who was delighted with them. The baronet promised to take charge of the lad at school, and his kind-hearted wife gave Rebecca a banknote, begging her to buy a present with it for her little nephew. One day followed another, and the ladies of the house passed their life in those calm pursuits and amusements which satisfy country ladies. Bells rang to meals and to prayers. The young ladies took exercise on the pianoforte every morning after breakfast, Rebecca giving them the benefit of her instruction. Then they put on thick shoes and walked in the park or shrubberies, or beyond the palings into the village, descending upon the cottages, with Lady Southdown's medicine and tracts for the sick people there. Lady Southdown drove out in a pony chaise, when Rebecca would take her place by the dowager's side and listen to her solemn talk with the utmost interest. She sang Handel and Haydn to the family of evenings, and engaged in a large piece of worsted work, as if she had been born to the business and as if this kind of life was to continue with her until she should sink to the grave in a polite old age. Leaving regrets and a great quantity of consols behind her, as if there were not cares and duns, schemes, shifts, and poverty waiting outside the park gates, to pounce upon her when she issued into the world again. It isn't difficult to be a country gentleman's wife, Rebecca thought. I think I could be a good woman if I had 5,000 a year. I could dawdle about in the nursery and count the apricots on the wall. I could water plants in a greenhouse and pick off dead leaves from the geraniums. I could ask old women about their rheumatisms and order half a crown's worth of soup for the poor. I shouldn't miss it much, out of 5,000 a year. I could even drive out 10 miles to dine at a neighbor's, and dress in the fashions of the year before last. I could go to church and keep awake in the great family pew, or go to sleep behind the curtains, with my veil down, if I only had practice. I could pay everybody, if I had but the money. This is what the conjurers here pride themselves upon doing. They look down with pity upon us miserable sinners who have none. They think themselves generous if they give our children a £5 note, and us contemptible if we are without one. And who knows but Rebecca was right in her speculations, and that it was only a question of money and fortune which made the difference between her and an honest woman. If you take temptations into account, who is to say that he is better than his neighbor? A comfortable career of prosperity, if it does not make people honest, at least keeps them so. An alderman coming from a turtle feast will not step out of his carnage to steal a leg of mutton, but put him to starve, and see if he will not purloin a loaf. Becky consoled herself by so balancing the chances and equalizing the distribution of good and evil in the world. The old haunts, the old fields and woods, the copses, ponds, and gardens, the rooms of the old house where she had spent a couple of years 7 years ago, were all carefully revisited by her. She had been young there, or comparatively so, for she forgot the time when she ever was young, but she remembered her thoughts and feelings 7 years back and contrasted them with those which she had at present, now that she had seen the world. And lived with great people, and raised herself far beyond her original humble station. I have passed beyond it, because I have brains, Becky thought, and almost all the rest of the world are fools. I could not go back and consort with those people now, whom I used to meet in my father's studio. Lords come up to my door with stars and garters, instead of poor artists with screws of tobacco in their pockets. I have a gentleman for my husband, and an earl's daughter for my sister, in the very house where I was little better than a servant a few years ago. But am I much better to do now in the world than I was when I was the poor painter's daughter and wheedled the grocer round the corner for sugar and tea? Suppose I had married Francis, who was so fond of me, I couldn't have been much poorer than I am now. Hego. I wish I could exchange my position in society, and all my relations for a snug sum in the 3% consols. For so it was that Becky felt the vanity of human affairs, and it was in those securities that she would have liked to cast anchor. It may, perhaps, have struck her that to have been honest and humble, to have done her duty, and to have marched straight forward on her way, would have brought her as near happiness as that path by which she was striving to attain it. But, just as the children at Queen's Crawley went round the room where the body of their father lay, if ever Becky had these thoughts, she was accustomed to walk round them and not look in. She eluded them and despised them, or at least she was committed to the other path from which retreat was now impossible. And for my part one believe that remorse is the least active of all a man's moral senses, the very easiest to be deadened when wakened, and in some never wakened at all. We grieve at being found out and at the idea of shame or punishment, but the mere sense of wrong makes very few people unhappy in Vanity Fair. So Rebecca, during her stay at Queen's Crawley, made as many friends of the mammon of unrighteousness as she could possibly bring under control. Lady Jane and her husband bade her farewell with the warmest demonstrations of goodwill. They looked forward with pleasure to the time when, the family house in Gaunt Street being repaired and beautified, they were to meet again in London. Lady Southdown made her up a packet of medicine and sent a letter by her to the Rev. Lawrence Grills, exhorting that gentleman to save the brand who honoured the letter from the burning. Pitt accompanied them with 4 horses in the carriage to Mudbury, having sent on their baggage in a cart previously, accompanied with loads of game. "How happy you will be to see your darling little boy again," Lady Crawley said, taking leave of her kinswoman. "Oh, so happy," said Rebecca, throwing up the green eyes. She was immensely happy to be free of the place, and yet loath to go. Queen's Crawley was abominably stupid, and yet the air there was somehow purer than that which she had been accustomed to breathe. Everybody had been dull, but had been kind in their way. "It is all the influence of a long course of 3%, Becky said to herself, and was right very likely. However, the London lamps flashed joyfully as the stage rolled into Piccadilly, and Briggs had made a beautiful fire in Curzon Street, and little Rawdon was up to welcome back his papa and mamma. Chapter 42. Which treats of the Osborne family. Considerable time has elapsed since we have seen our respectable friend, old Mr. Osborne of Russell Square. He has not been the happiest of mortals since last we met him. Events have occurred which have not improved his temper, and in more instances than one he has not been allowed to have his own way. To be thwarted in this reasonable desire was always very injurious to the old gentleman. And resistance became doubly exasperating when gout, age, loneliness, and the force of many disappointments combined to weigh him down. His stiff black hair began to grow quite white soon after his son's death, his face grew redder. His hands trembled more and more as he poured out his glass of port wine. He led his clerks a dire life in the city, his family at home were not much happier. I doubt if Rebecca, whom we have seen piously praying for consols, would have exchanged her poverty and the daredevil excitement and chances of her life for Osborne's money and the humdrum gloom which enveloped him. He had proposed for Miss Swartz, but had been rejected scornfully by the partisans of that lady, who married her to a young sprig of Scotch nobility. He was a man to have married a woman out of low life and bullied her dreadfully afterwards. But no person presented herself suitable to his taste, and, instead, he tyrannized over his unmarried daughter, at home. She had a fine carriage and fine horses and sat at the head of a table loaded with the grandest plate. She had a cheque-book, a prize footman to follow her when she walked, unlimited credit, and bows and compliments from all the tradesmen, and all the appurtenances of an heiress, but she spent a woeful time. The little charity girls at the Foundling, the sweeperess at the Crossing, the poorest under-kitchen maid in the servants' hall, was happy compared to that unfortunate and now middle-aged young lady. Frederick Bullock, Esq. of the house of Bullock, Hulkier, and Bullock, had married Maria Osborne, not without a great deal of difficulty in grumbling on Mr. Bullock's part. George being dead and cut out of his father's will, Frederick insisted that the half of the old gentleman's property should be settled upon his Maria, and indeed, for a long time, refused, to come to the scratch, it was Mr. Frederick's own expression, on any other terms. Osborne said Fred had agreed to take his daughter with 20,000, and he should bind himself to no more. Fred might take it, and welcome, or leave it, and go and be hanged. Fred, whose hopes had been raised when George had been disinherited, thought himself infamously swindled by the old merchant, and for some time made as if he would break off the match altogether. Osborne withdrew his account from Bullock and Hulkier's, went on 'change with a horsewhip which he swore he would lay across the back of a certain scoundrel that should be nameless, and demeaned himself in his usual violent manner. Jane Osborne condoled with her sister Maria during this family feud. "I always told you, Maria, that it was your money he loved and not you," she said, soothingly. "He selected me and my money at any rate." "He didn't choose you and yours," replied Maria, tossing up her head. The rapture was, however, only temporary. Fred's father and senior partners counseled him to take Maria, even with the 20,000 settled, half down, and half at the death of Mr. Osborne, with the chances of the further division of the property. So he knuckled down, again to use his own phrase, and sent old Hulkier with peaceable overtures to Osborne. It was his father, he said, who would not hear of the match, and had made the difficulties. He was most anxious to keep the engagement. The excuse was sulkily accepted by Mr. Osborne. Hulkier and Bullock were a high family of the city aristocracy, and connected with the nobs at the West End. It was something for the old man to be able to say, "My son, sir, of the house of Hulkier, Bullock, and Company, sir, my daughter's cousin, Lady Mary Mango, sir, daughter of the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlemouldy." In his imagination he saw his house peopled by the nobs. So he forgave young Bullock and consented that the marriage should take place. It was a grand affair, the bridegroom's relatives giving the breakfast, their habitations being near St. George's, Hanover Square, where the business took place. The nobs of the West End were invited, and many of them signed the book. Mr. Mango and Lady Mary Mango were there, with the dear young Gwendolen and Guinevere Mango as bridesmaids. Colonel Bloodier of the Dragoon Guards, eldest son of the house of Bloodier Brothers, Mincing Lane, another cousin of the bridegroom, and the Honourable Mrs. Bloodier. The Honourable George Bolter, Lord Levant's son, and his lady, Miss Mango that was, Lord Viscount Castletoddy, Honourable James McMull and Mrs. McMull, formerly Miss Swartz. And a host of fashionables, who have all married into Lombard Street and done a great deal to ennoble Cornhill. The young couple had a house near Berkeley Square and a small villa at Roehampton, among the banking colony there. Fred was considered to have made rather a mésalliance by the ladies of his family, whose grandfather had been in a charity school, and who were allied through the husbands with some of the best blood in England. And Maria was bound, by superior pride and great care in the composition of her visiting book, to make up for the defects of birth, and felt it her duty to see her father and sister as little as possible. That she should utterly break with the old man, who had still so many scores of £1,000 to give away, is absurd to suppose. Fred Bullock would never allow her to do that. But she was still young and incapable of hiding her feelings. And by inviting her papa and sister to her third-rate parties, and behaving very coldly to them when they came, and by avoiding Russell Square, and indiscreetly begging her father to quit that odious vulgar place, she did more harm than all Frederick's diplomacy could repair, and perilled her chance of her inheritance like a giddy heedless creature as she was. "So Russell Square is not good enough for Mrs. Maria, hey?" said the old gentleman, rattling up the carriage windows as he and his daughter drove away one night from Mrs. Frederick Bullock's, after dinner. "So she invites her father and sister to a second day's dinner, if those sides, or entrees, as she calls 'em, weren't served yesterday, I'm d, and to meet city folks and literary men, and keeps the earls and the ladies. And the honourables to herself. Honourables? Damn honourables. I am a plain British merchant I am, and could buy the beggarly hounds over and over. Lords, indeed, why, at one of her soirees I saw one of them speak to a damn fiddler, a feller I despise. And they won't come to Russell Square, won't they? Why, I'll lay my life I've got a better glass of wine, and pay a better figure for it, and can show a handsomer service of silver, and can lay a better dinner on my mahogany, than ever they see on theirs, the cringing, sneaking, stuck-up fools. Drive on quick, James, I want to get back to Russell Square, ha, ha, and he sank back into the corner with a furious laugh. With such reflections on his own superior merit, it was the custom of the old gentleman not unfrequently to console himself. Jane Osborne could not but concur in these opinions respecting her sister's conduct, and when Mrs. Frederick's firstborn, Frederick Augustus Howard Stanley Devereux Bullock, was born, old Osborne, who was invited to the christening and to be godfather, contented himself with sending the child a gold cup, with 20 guineas inside it for the nurse. "That's more than any of your lords will give, I'll warrant," he said, and refused to attend at the ceremony. The splendour of the gift, however, caused great satisfaction to the house of Bullock. Maria thought that her father was very much pleased with her, and Frederick augured the best for his little son and heir. One can fancy the pangs with which Miss Osborne in her solitude in Russell Square read the Morning Post, where her sister's name occurred every now and then, in the articles headed "Fashionable Reunions." And where she had an opportunity of reading a description of Mrs. F. Bullock's costume, when presented at the drawing-room by Lady Frederica Bullock. Jane's own life, as we have said, admitted of no such grandeur. It was an awful existence. She had to get up of black winter's mornings to make breakfast for her scowling old father, who would have turned the whole house out of doors if his tea had not been ready at 8:30. She remained silent opposite to him, listening to the urn hissing, and sitting in tremor while the parent read his paper and consumed his accustomed portion of muffins and tea. At 9:30 he rose and went to the city, and she was almost free till dinner time, to make visitations in the kitchen and to scold the servants, to drive abroad and descend upon the tradesmen, who were prodigiously respectful. To leave her cards and her papas at the great glum respectable houses of their city friends, or to sit alone in the large drawing-room, expecting visitors. And working at a huge piece of worsted by the fire, on the sofa, hard by the great Iphigenia clock, which ticked and told with mournful loudness in the dreary room. The great glass over the mantelpiece, faced by the other great console glass at the opposite end of the room, increased and multiplied between them the brown holland bag in which the chandelier hung. Until you saw these brown holland bags fading away in endless perspectives, and this apartment of Miss Osborne's seemed the centre of a system of drawing-rooms. When she removed the cordovan leather from the grand piano and ventured to play a few notes on it, it sounded with a mournful sadness, startling the dismal echoes of the house. George's picture was gone, and laid upstairs in a lumber room in the garret. And though there was a consciousness of him, and father and daughter often instinctively knew that they were thinking of him, no mention was ever made of the brave and once darling son. At 5 o'clock Mr. Osborne came back to his dinner, which he and his daughter took in silence, seldom broken, except when he swore and was savage, if the cooking was not to his liking. Or which they shared twice in a month with a party of dismal friends of Osborne's rank and age. Old Dr. Gulp and his lady from Bloomsbury Square, old Mr. Frocer, the attorney, from Bedford Row, a very great man, and from his business, hand in glove with the nobs at the West End, old Colonel Livermore, of the Bombay Army, and Mrs. Livermore, from Upper Bedford Place, old Sergeant Toffee and Mrs. Toffee, and sometimes old Sir Thomas Coffin and Lady Coffin, from Bedford Square. Sir Thomas was celebrated as a hanging judge, and the particular tawny port was produced when he dined with Mr. Osborne. These people and their like gave the pompous Russell Square merchant pompous dinners back again. They had solemn rubbers of whist, when they went upstairs after drinking, and their carriages were called at 10:30. Many rich people, whom we poor devils are in the habit of envying, lead contentedly an existence like that above described. Jane Osborne scarcely ever met a man under 60, and almost the only bachelor who appeared in their society was Mr. Smirk, the celebrated ladies' doctor. I can't say that nothing had occurred to disturb the monotony of this awful existence. The fact is, there had been a secret in poor Jane's life which had made her father more savage and morose than even nature, pride, and overfeeding had made him. This secret was connected with Miss Wirt, who had a cousin an artist, Mr. Smee, very celebrated since as a portrait painter and R.A., but who once was glad enough to give drawing lessons to ladies of fashion. Mr. Smee has forgotten where Russell Square is now, but he was glad enough to visit it in the year 1818, when Miss Osborne had instruction from him. Smee, formerly a pupil of Sharp of Frith Street, a dissolute, irregular, and unsuccessful man, but a man with great knowledge of his art, being the cousin of Miss Wirt, we say, and introduced by her to Miss Osborne, whose hand and heart were still free after various incomplete love affairs, felt a great attachment for this lady, and it is believed inspired one in her bosom. Miss Wirt was the confidante of this intrigue. I know not whether she used to leave the room where the master and his pupil were painting, in order to give them an opportunity for exchanging those vows and sentiments which cannot be uttered advantageously in the presence of a third party. I know not whether she hoped that should her cousin succeed in carrying off the rich merchant's daughter, he would give Miss Wirt a portion of the wealth which she had enabled him to win. All that is certain is that Mr. Osborne got some hint of the transaction, came back from the city abruptly, and entered the drawing-room with his bamboo cane, found the painter, the pupil, and the companion all looking exceedingly pale there. Turned the former out of doors with menaces that he would break every bone in his skin, and half an hour afterwards dismissed Miss Wirt likewise, kicking her trunks down the stairs, trampling on her bandboxes, and shaking his fist at her hackney coach as it bore her away. Jane Osborne kept her bedroom for many days. She was not allowed to have a companion afterwards. Her father swore to her that she should not have a shilling of his money if she made any match without his concurrence. And as he wanted a woman to keep his house, he did not choose that she should marry, so that she was obliged to give up all projects with which Cupid had any share. During her papa's life, then, she resigned herself to the manner of existence here described, and was content to be an old maid. Her sister, meanwhile, was having children with finer names every year, and the intercourse between the two grew fainter continually. "Jane and I do not move in the same sphere of life," Mrs. Bullock said. "I regard her as a sister, of course, which means, what does it mean when a lady says that she regards Jane as a sister?" It has been described how the Misses Dobbin lived with their father at a fine villa at Denmark Hill, where there were beautiful graperies and peach trees which delighted little Georgie Osborne. The Mrs. Dobbin, who drove often to Brompton to see our dear Amelia, came sometimes to Russell Square too, to pay a visit to their old acquaintance Miss Osborne. I believe it was in consequence of the commands of their brother the Major in India, for whom their papa had a prodigious respect, that they paid attention to Mrs. George. For the Major, the godfather and guardian of Amelia's little boy, still hoped that the child's grandfather might be induced to relent towards him and acknowledge him for the sake of his son. The Mrs. Dobbin kept Miss Osborne acquainted with the state of Amelia's affairs, how she was living with her father and mother, how poor they were. How they wondered what men, and such men as their brother and dear Captain Osborne, could find in such an insignificant little chit. How she was still, as heretofore, a namby-pamby milk-and-water affected creature, but how the boy was really the noblest little boy ever seen, for the hearts of all women warm towards young children, and the sourest spinster is kind to them. One day, after great entreaties on the part of the Misses Dobbin, Amelia allowed little George to go and pass a day with them at Denmark Hill, a part of which day she spent herself in writing to the Major in India. She congratulated him on the happy news which his sisters had just conveyed to her. She prayed for his prosperity and that of the bride he had chosen. She thanked him for 1,000 kind offices and proofs of steadfast friendship to her in her affliction. She told him the last news about little Georgie, and how he was gone to spend that very day with his sisters in the country. She underlined the letter a great deal, and she signed herself affectionately his friend, Amelia Osborne. She forgot to send any message of kindness to Lady O'Dowd, as her wont was, and did not mention Glorvina by name, and only in italics, as the Major's bride, for whom she begged blessings. But the news of the marriage removed the reserve which she had kept up towards him. She was glad to be able to own and feel how warmly and gratefully she regarded him, and as for the idea of being jealous of Glorvina, indeed, Amelia would have scouted it, if an angel from heaven had hinted it to her. That night, when Georgie came back in the pony carriage in which he rejoiced, and in which he was driven by Sir W.M. Dobbin's old coachman, he had round his neck a fine gold chain and watch. He said an old lady, not pretty, had given it him, who cried and kissed him a great deal. But he didn't like her. He liked grapes very much. And he only liked his mamma. Amelia shrank and started. The timid soul felt a presentiment of terror when she heard that the relations of the child's father had seen him. Miss Osborne came back to give her father his dinner. He had made a good speculation in the city, and was rather in a good humour that day, and chanced to remark the agitation under which she laboured. "What's the matter, Miss Osborne?" he deigned to say. The woman burst into tears. "Oh, sir," she said, "I've seen little George. He is as beautiful as an angel, and so like him." The old man opposite to her did not say a word, but flushed up and began to tremble in every limb. Chapter 43. In which the reader has to double the cape. The astonished reader must be called upon to transport himself 10,000 miles to the military station of Bundlegunge, in the Madras division of our Indian Empire, where our gallant old friends of the th Regiment are quartered under the command of the brave Colonel, Sir Michael O'Dowd. Time has dealt kindly with that stout officer, as it does ordinarily with men who have good stomachs and good tempers and are not perplexed overmuch by fatigue of the brain. The colonel plays a good knife and fork at tiffin and resumes those weapons with great success at dinner. He smokes his hookah after both meals and puffs as quietly while his wife scolds him as he did under the fire of the French at Waterloo. Age and heat have not diminished the activity or the eloquence of the descendant of the Maloneys and the Malloys. Her ladyship, our old acquaintance, is as much at home at Madras as at Brussels in the cantonment as under the tents. On the march you saw her at the head of the regiment seated on a royal elephant, a noble sight. Mounted on that beast, she has been into action with tigers in the jungle, she has been received by native princes, who have welcomed her and Glorvina into the recesses of their zananas and offered her shawls and jewels which it went to her heart to refuse. The sentries of all arms salute her wherever she makes her appearance, and she touches her hat gravely to their salutation. Lady O'Dowd is one of the greatest ladies in the Presidency of Madras. Her quarrel with Lady Smith, wife of Sir Minas Smith the Pune Judge, is still remembered by some at Madras. When the colonel's lady snapped her fingers in the judge's lady's face and said she'd never walk behind ever a beggarly civilian. Even now, though it is 25 years ago, people remember Lady O'Dowd performing a jig at Government House, where she danced down 2 aides-de-camp, a major of Madras cavalry, and 2 gentlemen of the civil service. And, persuaded by Major Dobbin, C.B., second in command of the th, to retire to the supper-room, lasata nondum satiata recessit. Peggy O'Dowd is indeed the same as ever, kind in act and thought, impetuous in temper, eager to command. A tyrant over her Michael, a dragon amongst all the ladies of the regiment, a mother to all the young men, whom she tends in their sickness, defends in all their scrapes, and with whom Lady Peggy is immensely popular. But the subalterns and captains' ladies, the major is unmarried, cabal against her a good deal. They say that Glorvina gives herself airs and that Peggy herself is tolerably domineering. She interfered with a little congregation which Mrs. Kirk had got up and laughed the young men away from her sermons, stating that a soldier's wife had no business to be a parson, that Mrs. Kirk would be much better mending her husband's clothes. And, if the regiment wanted sermons, that she had the finest in the world, those of her uncle, the Dean. She abruptly put a termination to a flirtation which Lieutenant Stubble of the regiment had commenced with the surgeon's wife, threatening to come down upon Stubble for the money which he had borrowed from her, for the young fellow was still of an extravagant turn, unless he broke off at once and went to the Cape on sick leave. On the other hand, she housed and sheltered Mrs. Posky, who fled from her bungalow one night, pursued by her infuriate husband, wielding his second brandy bottle, and actually carried Posky through the delirium tremens and broke him of the habit of drinking, which had grown upon that officer, as all evil habits will grow upon men. In a word, in adversity she was the best of comforters, in good fortune the most troublesome of friends, having a perfectly good opinion of herself always and an indomitable resolution to have her own way. Among other points, she had made up her mind that Glorvina should marry our old friend Dobbin. Mrs. O'Dowd knew the Major's expectations and appreciated his good qualities and the high character which he enjoyed in his profession. Glorvina, a very handsome, fresh-colored, black-haired, blue-eyed young lady, who could ride a horse, or play a sonata with any girl out of the County Cork, seemed to be the very person destined to ensure Dobbin's happiness, much more than that poor good little weak-spirited Amelia, about whom he used to take on so. Look at Glorvina enter a room, Mrs. O'Dowd would say, and compare her with that poor Mrs. Osborne, who couldn't say boo to a goose. She'd be worthy of you, Major, you're a quiet man yourself, and want some one to talk for ye. And though she does not come of such good blood as the Maloneys or Malloys, let me tell ye, she's of an ancient family that any nobleman might be proud to marry into. But before she had come to such a resolution determined to subjugate Major Dobbin by her endearments, it must be owned that Glorvina had practiced them a good deal elsewhere. She had had a season in Dublin, and who knows how many in Cork, Killarney, and Mallow. She had flirted with all the marriageable officers whom the depots of her country afforded, and all the bachelor squires who seemed eligible. She had been engaged to be married a half-score times in Ireland, besides the clergyman at Bath who used her so ill. She had flirted all the way to Madras with the captain and chief mate of the Ramchunder East Indiaman, and had a season at the Presidency with her brother and Mrs. O'Dowd, who was staying there, while the major of the regiment was in command at the station. Everybody admired her there, everybody danced with her. But no one proposed who was worth the marrying. One or two exceedingly young subalterns sighed after her, and a beardless civilian or two. But she rejected these as beneath her pretensions, and other and younger virgins than Glorvina were married before her. There are women, and handsome women too, who have this fortune in life. They fall in love with the utmost generosity. They ride and walk with half the army list, though they draw near to 40, and yet the Mrs. O'Grady are the Mrs. O'Grady still. Glorvina persisted that but for Lady O'Dowd's unlucky quarrel with the judge's lady, she would have made a good match at Madras, where old Mr. Chutney, who was at the head of the civil service, and who afterwards married Miss Dolby, a young lady only 13 years of age who had just arrived from school in Europe, was just at the point of proposing to her. Well, although Lady O'Dowd and Glorvina quarrelled a great number of times every day, and upon almost every conceivable subject, indeed, if Mick O'Dowd had not possessed the temper of an angel, two such women constantly about his ears would have driven him out of his senses, yet they agreed between themselves on this point, that Glorvina should marry Major Dobbin. And were determined that the Major should have no rest until the arrangement was brought about. Undismayed by 40 or 50 previous defeats, Glorvina laid siege to him. She sang Irish melodies at him unceasingly. She asked him so frequently and pathetically, "Will ye come to the Bower?" that it is a wonder how any man of feeling could have resisted the invitation. She was never tired of inquiring, if sorrow had his young days faded, and was ready to listen and weep like Desdemona at the stories of his dangers and his campaigns. It has been said that our honest and dear old friend used to perform on the flute in private. Glorvina insisted upon having duets with him, and Lady O'Dowd would rise and artlessly quit the room when the young couple were so engaged. Glorvina forced the Major to ride with her of mornings. The whole cantonment saw them set out and return. She was constantly writing notes over to him at his house, borrowing his books, and scoring with her great pencil marks such passages of sentiment or humor as awakened her sympathy. She borrowed his horses, his servants, his spoons, and palanquin. No wonder that public rumor assigned her to him, and that the Major's sisters in England should fancy they were about to have a sister-in-law. Dobbin, who was thus vigorously besieged, was in the meanwhile in a state of the most odious tranquillity. He used to laugh when the young fellows of the regiment joked him about Glorvina's manifest attentions to him. "Bah!" said he, "she is only keeping her hand in. She practices upon me as she does upon Mrs. Tozer's piano, because it's the most handy instrument in the station. I am much too battered and old for such a fine young lady as Glorvina." And so he went on riding with her, and copying music and verses into her albums, and playing at chess with her very submissively. For it is with these simple amusements that some officers in India are accustomed to while away their leisure moments, while others of a less domestic turn hunt hogs, and shoot snipes, or gamble and smoke cheroots, and betake themselves to brandy and water. As for Sir Michael O'Dowd, though his lady and her sister both urged him to call upon the Major to explain himself and not keep on torturing a poor innocent girl in that shameful way, the old soldier refused point-blank to have anything to do with the conspiracy. "Faith, the Major's big enough to choose for himself," Sir Michael said, "he'll ask ye when he wants ye." Or else he would turn the matter off jocularly, declaring that Dobbin was too young to keep house, and had written home to ask leave of his mamma. Nay, he went farther, and in private communications with his Major would caution and rally him, crying, mind your oi, Dob, my boy, them girls is bent on mischief, me lady has just got a box of gowns from Europe. And there's a pink satin for Glorvina, which will finish ye, Dob, if it's in the power of woman or satin to move ye. But the truth is, neither beauty nor fashion could conquer him. Our honest friend had but one idea of a woman in his head, and that one did not in the least resemble Miss Glorvina O'Dowd in pink satin. A gentle little woman in black, with large eyes and brown hair, seldom speaking, save when spoken to. And then in a voice not the least resembling Miss Glorvina's, a soft young mother tending an infant and beckoning the Major up with a smile to look at him, a rosy-cheeked lass coming singing into the room in Russell Square or hanging on George Osborne's arm. Happy and loving, there was but this image that filled our honest Major's mind, by day and by night, and reigned over it always. Very likely Amelia was not like the portrait the Major had formed of her. There was a figure in a book of fashions which his sisters had in England, and with which William had made away privately, pasting it into the lid of his desk. And fancying he saw some resemblance to Mrs. Osborne in the print, whereas I have seen it, and can vouch that it is but the picture of a high-waisted gown with an impossible doll's face simpering over it, and, perhaps, Mr. Dobbin's sentimental Amelia was no more like the real one than this absurd little print which he cherished. But what man in love, of us, is better informed, or is he much happier when he sees and owns his delusion? Dobbin was under this spell. He did not bother his friends and the public much about his feelings, or indeed lose his natural rest or appetite on account of them. His head has grizzled since we saw him last, and a line or two of silver may be seen in the soft brown hair likewise. But his feelings are not in the least changed or oldened, and his love remains as fresh as a man's recollections of boyhood are. We have said how the two Misses Dobbin and Amelia, the Major's correspondents in Europe, wrote him letters from England, Mrs. Osborne congratulating him with great candour and cordiality upon his approaching nuptials with Miss O'Dowd. Your sister has just kindly visited me, Amelia wrote in her letter, and informed me of an interesting event, upon which I beg to offer my most sincere congratulations. I hope the young lady to whom I hear you are to be united will in every respect prove worthy of one who is himself all kindness and goodness. The poor widow has only her prayers to offer and her cordial wishes for your prosperity. Georgie sends his love to his dear godpapa and hopes that you will not forget him. I tell him that you are about to form other ties, with one who I am sure merits all your affection, but that, although such ties must of course be the strongest and most sacred, and supersede all others, yet that I am sure the widow and the child whom you have ever protected and loved will always have a corner in your heart. The letter, which has been before alluded to, went on in this strain, protesting throughout as to the extreme satisfaction of the writer. This letter, which arrived by the very same ship which brought out Lady O'Dowd's box of millinery from London, and which you may be sure Dobbin opened before any one of the other packets which the mail brought him, put the receiver into such a state of mind that Glorvina, and her pink satin, and everything belonging to her became perfectly odious to him. The Major cursed the talk of women, and the sex in general. Everything annoyed him that day, the parade was insufferably hot and wearisome. Good heavens! Was a man of intellect to waste his life, day after day, inspecting crossbelts and putting fools through their maneuvers? The senseless chatter of the young men at mess was more than ever jarring. What cared he, a man on the high road to 40, to know how many snipes Lieutenant Smith had shot, or what were the performances of Ensign Brown's mare? The jokes about the table filled him with shame. He was too old to listen to the banter of the assistant surgeon and the slang of the youngsters, at which old O'Dowd, with his bald head and red face, laughed quite easily. The old man had listened to those jokes any time these 30 years, Dobbin himself had been 15 years hearing them. And after the boisterous dullness of the mess table, the quarrels and scandal of the ladies of the regiment, it was unbearable, shameful. Oh Amelia, Amelia, he thought, you to whom I have been so faithful, you reproach me. It is because you cannot feel for me that I drag on this wearisome life. And you reward me after years of devotion by giving me your blessing upon my marriage, forsooth, with this flaunting Irish girl. Sick and sorry felt poor William, more than ever wretched and lonely. He would like to have done with life and its vanity altogether, so bootless and unsatisfactory the struggle, so cheerless and dreary the prospect seemed to him. He lay all that night sleepless, and yearning to go home. Amelia's letter had fallen as a blank upon him. No fidelity, no constant truth and passion, could move her into warmth. She would not see that he loved her. Tossing in his bed, he spoke out to her. "Good God, Amelia!" he said, "don't you know that I only love you in the world, you, who are a stone to me, you, whom I tended through months and months of illness and grief, and who bade me farewell with a smile on your face, and forgot me before the door shut between us?" The native servants lying outside his verandas beheld with wonder the Major, so cold and quiet ordinarily, at present so passionately moved and cast down. Would she have pitied him had she seen him? He read over and over all the letters which he ever had from her, letters of business relative to the little property which he had made her believe her husband had left to her, brief notes of invitation, every scrap of writing that she had ever sent to him. How cold, how kind, how hopeless, how selfish they were. Had there been some kind gentle soul near at hand who could read and appreciate this silent generous heart, who knows but that the reign of Amelia might have been over, and that friend William's love might have flowed into a kinder channel. But there was only Glorvina of the jetty ringlets with whom his intercourse was familiar, and this dashing young woman was not bent upon loving the Major, but rather on making the Major admire her, a most vain and hopeless task, too. At least considering the means that the poor girl possessed to carry it out. She curled her hair and showed her shoulders at him, as much as to say, "Did ye ever see such jet ringlets and such a complexion?" She grinned at him so that he might see that every tooth in her head was sound, and he never heeded all these charms. Very soon after the arrival of the box of millinery, and perhaps indeed in honor of it, Lady O'Dowd and the ladies of the King's regiment gave a ball to the company's regiments and the civilians at the station. Glorvina sported the killing pink frock, and the Major, who attended the party and walked very ruefully up and down the rooms, never so much as perceived the pink garment. Glorvina danced past him in a fury with all the young subalterns of the station, and the Major was not in the least jealous of her performance, or angry because Captain Bangles of the cavalry handed her to supper. It was not jealousy, or frocks, or shoulders that could move him, and Glorvina had nothing more. So these two were each exemplifying the vanity of this life, and each longing for what he or she could not get. Glorvina cried with rage at the failure. She had set her mind on the Major, more than on any of the others, she owned, sobbing. "He'll break my heart, he will, Peggy," she would whimper to her sister-in-law when they were good friends. "Sure every one of me frocks must be taken in, it's such a skeleton I'm growing. Fat or thin, laughing or melancholy, on horseback or the music stool, it was all the same to the Major." And the Colonel, puffing his pipe and listening to these complaints, would suggest that Glory should have some black frocks out in the next box from London. And told a mysterious story of a lady in Ireland who died of grief for the loss of her husband before she got Era 1. While the Major was going on in this tantalizing way, not proposing, and declining to fall in love, there came another ship from Europe bringing letters on board, and amongst them some more for the heartless man. These were home letters bearing an earlier postmark than that of the former packets, and as Major Dobbin recognized among his the handwriting of his sister, who always crossed and recrossed her letters to her brother, gathered together all the possible bad news which she could collect, abused him and read him lectures with sisterly frankness, and always left him miserable for the day after. Dearest William had achieved the perusal of one of her epistles. The truth must be told that dearest William did not hurry himself to break the seal of Miss Dobbin's letter, but waited for a particularly favorable day and mood for doing so. A fortnight before, moreover, he had written to scold her for telling those absurd stories to Mrs. Osborne, and had dispatched a letter in reply to that lady, undeceiving her with respect to the reports concerning him and assuring her that he had no sort of present intention of altering his condition. 2 or 3 nights after the arrival of the second package of letters, the Major had passed the evening pretty cheerfully at Lady O'Dowd's house. Where Glorvina thought that he listened with rather more attention than usual to the meeting of the Wathers, the minstrel boy, and one or two other specimens of song with which she favoured him, the truth is, he was no more listening to Glorvina than to the howling of the jackals in the moonlight outside, and the delusion was hers as usual. And having played his game at chess with her, cribbage with the surgeon was Lady O'Dowd's favourite evening pastime, Major Dobbin took leave of the Colonel's family at his usual hour and retired to his own house. There on his table, his sister's letter lay reproaching him. He took it up, ashamed rather of his negligence regarding it, and prepared himself for a disagreeable hour's communing with that crabbed-handed absent relative. It may have been an hour after the Major's departure from the Colonel's house. Sir Michael was sleeping the sleep of the just. Glorvina had arranged her black ringlets in the innumerable little bits of paper, in which it was her habit to confine them. Lady O'Dowd, too, had gone to her bed in the nuptial chamber, on the ground floor, and had tucked her mosquito curtains round her fair form, when the guard at the gates of the commanding officer's compound beheld Major Dobbin, in the moonlight, rushing towards the house with a swift step and a very agitated countenance, and he passed the sentinel and went up to the windows of the Colonel's bedchamber. "O'Dowd, Colonel," said Dobbin, and kept up a great shouting. "Heavens, Major," said Glorvina of the curl papers, putting out her head too, from her window. "What is it, Dobb, me boy?" said the Colonel, expecting there was a fire in the station, or that the route had come from headquarters. I must have leave of absence. I must go to England, on the most urgent private affairs," Dobbin said. "Good heavens, what has happened?" thought Glorvina, trembling with all the papillotes. "I want to be off, now, tonight," Dobbin continued, and the Colonel, getting up, came out to parley with him. In the postscript of Miss Dobbin's cross letter, the Major had just come upon a paragraph, to the following effect: "I drove yesterday to see your old acquaintance, Mrs. Osborne. The wretched place they live at, since they were bankrupts, you know, Mr. S., to judge from a brass plate on the door of his hut, it is little better, is a coal merchant. The little boy, your godson, is certainly a fine child, though forward, and inclined to be saucy and self-willed. But we have taken notice of him as you wish it, and have introduced him to his aunt, Miss O., who was rather pleased with him. Perhaps his grandpapa, not the bankrupt one, who is almost doting, but Mr. Osborne, of Russell Square, may be induced to relent towards the child of your friend, his erring and self-willed son. And Amelia will not be ill-disposed to give him up. The widow is consoled, and is about to marry a reverend gentleman, the Reverend Mr. Binney, one of the curates of Brompton. A poor match. But Mrs. O. is getting old, and I saw a great deal of grey in her hair. She was in very good spirits, and your little godson overate himself at our house. Mamma sends her love with that of your affectionate, N. Dobbin." Chapter 44. A roundabout chapter between London and Hampshire. Our old friends the Crawleys' family house, in Great Gaunt Street, still bore over its front the hatchment which had been placed there as a token of mourning for Sir Pitt Crawley's demise, yet this heraldic emblem was in itself a very splendid and gaudy piece of furniture. And all the rest of the mansion became more brilliant than it had ever been during the late baronet's reign. The black outer coating of the bricks was removed, and they appeared with a cheerful, blushing face streaked with white. The old bronze lions of the knocker were gilt handsomely, the railings painted. And the dismalest house in Great Gaunt Street became the smartest in the whole quarter. Before the green leaves in Hampshire had replaced those yellowing ones which were on the trees in Queen's Crawley Avenue when old Sir Pitt Crawley passed under them for the last time. A little woman, with a carriage to correspond, was perpetually seen about this mansion. An elderly spinster, accompanied by a little boy, also might be remarked coming thither daily. It was Miss Briggs and little Rawdon, whose business it was to see to the inward renovation of Sir Pitt's house, to superintend the female band engaged in stitching the blinds and hangings, to poke and rummage in the drawers and cupboards crammed with the dirty relics and congregated trumperies of a couple of generations of Lady Crawleys, and to take inventories of the china, the glass, and other properties in the closets and storerooms. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was general-in-chief over these arrangements, with full orders from Sir Pitt to sell, barter, confiscate, or purchase furniture, and she enjoyed herself not a little in an occupation which gave full scope to her taste and ingenuity. The renovation of the house was determined upon when Sir Pitt came to town in November to see his lawyers, and when he passed nearly a week in Curzon Street, under the roof of his affectionate brother and sister. He had put up at an hotel at first, but Becky, as soon as she heard of the baronet's arrival, went off alone to greet him, and returned in an hour to Curzon Street with Sir Pitt in the carriage by her side. It was impossible sometimes to resist this artless little creature's hospitalities, so kindly were they pressed, so frankly and amiably offered. Becky seized Pitt's hand in a transport of gratitude when he agreed to come. "Thank you," she said, squeezing it and looking into the baronet's eyes, who blushed a good deal. "How happy this will make Rawdon." She bustled up to Pitt's bedroom, leading on the servants, who were carrying his trunks thither. She came in herself laughing, with a coal scuttle out of her own room. A fire was blazing already in Sir Pitt's apartment. It was Miss Briggs's room, by the way, who was sent upstairs to sleep with the maid. "I knew I should bring you," she said with pleasure beaming in her glance. Indeed, she was really sincerely happy at having him for a guest. Becky made Rawdon dine out once or twice on business, while Pitt stayed with them, and the baronet passed the happy evening alone with her and Briggs. She went downstairs to the kitchen and actually cooked little dishes for him. "Isn't it a good salmi?" she said. "I made it for you. I can make you better dishes than that, and will when you come to see me." "Everything you do well," said the baronet gallantly. "The salmi is excellent indeed." "A poor man's wife," Rebecca replied gaily, "must make herself useful, you know." On which her brother-in-law vowed that she was fit to be the wife of an emperor, and that to be skillful in domestic duties was surely one of the most charming of woman's qualities. And Sir Pitt thought, with something like mortification, of Lady Jane at home, and of a certain pie which she had insisted on making, and serving to him at dinner, a most abominable pie. Besides the salmi, which was made of Lord Steyne's pheasants from his lordship's cottage of Stilbrook, Becky gave her brother-in-law a bottle of white wine, some that Rawdon had brought with him from France, and had picked up for nothing. The little storyteller said. Whereas the liquor was, in truth, some white hermitage from the Marquis of Steyne's famous cellars, which brought fire into the baronet's pallid cheeks and a glow into his feeble frame. Then when he had drunk up the bottle of petit vin blanc, she gave him her hand, and took him up to the drawing-room, and made him snug on the sofa by the fire, and let him talk as she listened with the tenderest kindly interest, sitting by him, and hemming a shirt for her dear little boy. Whenever Mrs. Rawdon wished to be particularly humble and virtuous, this little shirt used to come out of her workbox. It had got to be too small for Rawdon long before it was finished. Well, Rebecca listened to Pitt, she talked to him, she sang to him, she coaxed him, and cuddled him, so that he found himself more and more glad every day to get back from the lawyers at Gray's Inn to the blazing fire in Curzon Street, a gladness in which the men of law likewise participated, for Pitt's harangues were of the longest and so that when he went away he felt quite a pang at departing. How pretty she looked kissing her hand to him from the carriage and waving her handkerchief when he had taken his place in the mail. She put the handkerchief to her eyes once. He pulled his sealskin cap over his, as the coach drove away, and, sinking back, he thought to himself how she respected him and how he deserved it, and how Rawdon was a foolish dull fellow who didn't half appreciate his wife. And how mum and stupid his own wife was compared to that brilliant little Becky. Becky had hinted every one of these things herself, perhaps, but so delicately and gently that you hardly knew when or where. And, before they parted, it was agreed that the house in London should be redecorated for the next season, and that the brothers' families should meet again in the country at Christmas. "I wish you could have got a little money out of him," Rawdon said to his wife moodily when the baronet was gone. "I should like to give something to old Raggles, hanged if I shouldn't. It ain't right, you know, that the old fellow should be kept out of all his money. It may be inconvenient, and he might let to somebody else besides us, you know." "Tell him," said Becky, "that as soon as Sir Pitt's affairs are settled, everybody will be paid, and give him a little something on account. Here's a check that Pitt left for the boy, and she took from her bag and gave her husband a paper which his brother had handed over to her, on behalf of the little son and heir of the younger branch of the Crawleys. The truth is, she had tried personally the ground on which her husband expressed a wish that she should venture, tried it ever so delicately, and found it unsafe. Even at a hint about embarrassments, Sir Pitt Crawley was off and alarmed. And he began a long speech, explaining how straitened he himself was in money matters, how the tenants would not pay, how his father's affairs, and the expenses attendant upon the demise of the old gentleman, had involved him. How he wanted to pay off encumbrances, and how the bankers and agents were overdrawn, and Pitt Crawley ended by making a compromise with his sister-in-law and giving her a very small sum for the benefit of her little boy. Pitt knew how poor his brother and his brother's family must be. It could not have escaped the notice of such a cool and experienced old diplomatist that Rawdon's family had nothing to live upon, and that houses and carriages are not to be kept for nothing. He knew very well that he was the proprietor or appropriator of the money, which, according to all proper calculation, ought to have fallen to his younger brother, and he had, we may be sure, some secret pangs of remorse within him, which warned him that he ought to perform some act of justice, or, let us say, compensation, towards these disappointed relations. A just, decent man, not without brains, who said his prayers, and knew his catechism, and did his duty outwardly through life, he could not be otherwise than aware that something was due to his brother at his hands. And that morally he was Rawdon's debtor. But, as one reads in the columns of the Times newspaper every now and then, queer announcements from the Chancellor of the Exchequer, acknowledging the receipt of £50 from B, or £10 from W.T. as conscience money, on account of taxes due by the said A, B, or W.T. which payments the penitents beg the right honourable gentleman to acknowledge through the medium of the public press, so is the Chancellor no doubt, and the reader likewise, always perfectly sure that the above-named A, B, and W.T. are only paying a very small instalment of what they really owe, and that the man who sends up a £20 note has very likely hundreds or thousands more for which he ought to account. Such, at least, are my feelings when I see A, B, or W.T. S insufficient acts of repentance. And I have no doubt that Pitt Crawley's contrition, or kindness if you will, towards his younger brother, by whom he had so much profited, was only a very small dividend upon the capital sum in which he was indebted to Rawdon. Not everybody is willing to pay even so much. To part with money is a sacrifice beyond almost all men endowed with a sense of order. There is scarcely any man alive who does not think himself meritorious for giving his neighbor £5. Thriftless gives, not from a beneficent pleasure in giving, but from a lazy delight in spending. He would not deny himself one enjoyment, not his opera stall, not his horse, not his dinner, not even the pleasure of giving Lazarus the £5. Thrifty, who is good, wise, just, and owes no man a penny, turns from a beggar, haggles with a hackney coachman, or denies a poor relation, and I doubt which is the most selfish of the two. Money has only a different value in the eyes of each. So, in a word, Pitt Crawley thought he would do something for his brother, and then thought that he would think about it some other time. And with regard to Becky, she was not a woman who expected too much from the generosity of her neighbors, and so was quite content with all that Pitt Crawley had done for her. She was acknowledged by the head of the family. If Pitt would not give her anything, he would get something for her some day. If she got no money from her brother-in-law, she got what was as good as money, credit. Raggles was made rather easy in his mind by the spectacle of the union between the brothers, by a small payment on the spot, and by the promise of a much larger sum speedily to be assigned to him. And Rebecca told Miss Briggs, whose Christmas dividend upon the little sum lent by her Becky paid with an air of candid joy, and as if her exchequer was brimming over with gold, Rebecca, we say, told Miss Briggs, in strict confidence that she had conferred with Sir Pitt, who was famous as a financier, on Briggs's special behalf, as to the most profitable investment of Miss B.'s remaining capital, that Sir Pitt, after much consideration, had thought of a most safe and advantageous way in which Briggs could lay out her money. That, being especially interested in her as an attached friend of the late Miss Crawley, and of the whole family, and that long before he left town, he had recommended that she should be ready with the money at a moment's notice, so as to purchase at the most favourable opportunity the shares which Sir Pitt had in his eye. Poor Miss Briggs was very grateful for this mark of Sir Pitt's attention. It came so unsolicited, she said, for she never should have thought of removing the money from the funds, and the delicacy enhanced the kindness of the office. And she promised to see her man of business immediately and be ready with her little cash at the proper hour. And this worthy woman was so grateful for the kindness of Rebecca in the matter, and for that of her generous benefactor, the Colonel, that she went out and spent a great part of her half-year's dividend in the purchase of a black velvet coat for little Rawdon, who, by the way, was grown almost too big for black velvet now, and was of a size and age befitting him for the assumption of the virile jacket and pantaloons. He was a fine open-faced boy, with blue eyes and waving flaxen hair, sturdy in limb, but generous and soft in heart, fondly attaching himself to all who were good to him, to the pony, to Lord Southdown, who gave him the horse. He used to blush and glow all over when he saw that kind young nobleman, to the groom who had charge of the pony, to Molly, the cook, who crammed him with ghost stories at night, and with good things from the dinner, to Briggs, whom he plagued and laughed at, and to his father especially, whose attachment towards the lad was curious too to witness. Here, as he grew to be about 8 years old, his attachments may be said to have ended. The beautiful mother vision had faded away after a while. During near 2 years she had scarcely spoken to the child. She disliked him. He had the measles and the whooping cough. He bored her. One day when he was standing at the landing place, having crept down from the upper regions, attracted by the sound of his mother's voice, who was singing to Lord Steyne, the drawing-room door opening suddenly, discovered the little spy, who but a moment before had been wrapped in delight, and listening to the music. His mother came out and struck him violently a couple of boxes on the ear. He heard a laugh from the Marquis in the inner room, who was amused by this free and artless exhibition of Becky's temper, and fled down below to his friends of the kitchen, bursting in an agony of grief. "It is not because it hurts me," little Rawdon gasped out, only, sobs and tears wound up the sentence in a storm. It was the little boy's heart that was bleeding. "Why mayn't I hear her singing? Why don't she ever sing to me, as she does to that bald-headed man with the large teeth?" He gasped out at various intervals these exclamations of rage and grief. The cook looked at the housemaid looked knowingly at the footman. The awful kitchen inquisition which sits in judgment in every house and knows everything, sat on Rebecca at that moment. After this incident, the mother's dislike increased to hatred. The consciousness that the child was in the house was a reproach and a pain to her. His very sight annoyed her. Fear, doubt, and resistance sprang up, too, in the boy's own bosom. They were separated from that day of the boxes on the ear. Lord Steyne also heartily disliked the boy. When they met by mischance, he made sarcastic bows or remarks to the child, or glared at him with savage-looking eyes. Rawdon used to stare him in the face and double his little fists in return. He knew his enemy, and this gentleman, of all who came to the house, was the one who angered him most. One day the footman found him squaring his fists at Lord Steyne's hat in the hall. The footman told the circumstance as a good joke to Lord Steyne's coachman. That officer imparted it to Lord Steyne's gentleman, and to the servants' hall in general. And very soon afterwards, when Mrs. Rawdon Crawley made her appearance at Gaunt House, the porter who unbarred the gates, the servants of all uniforms in the hall, the functionaries in white waistcoats, who bawled out from landing to landing the names of Colonel and Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, knew about her, or fancied they did. The man who brought her refreshment and stood behind her chair, had talked her character over with the large gentleman in motley-colored clothes at his side. Bon Dieu! It is awful, that servant's inquisition. You see a woman in a great party in a splendid saloon, surrounded by faithful admirers, distributing sparkling glances, dressed to perfection, curled, rouged, smiling and happy. Discovery walks respectfully up to her. In the shape of a huge powdered man with large calves and a tray of ices, with calumny, which is as fatal as truth, behind him, in the shape of the hulking fellow carrying the wafer biscuits. Madam, your secret will be talked over by those men at their club at the public-house tonight. Jeeves will tell Charles his notions about you over their pipes and pewter beer-pots. Some people ought to have mutes for servants in Vanity Fair, mutes who could not write. If you are guilty, tremble. That fellow behind your chair may be a janissary with a bowstring in his plush breeches pocket. If you are not guilty, have a care of appearances, which are as ruinous as guilt. Was Rebecca guilty or not, the verdict of those servants' hall had pronounced against her. And, I shame to say, she would not have got credit had they not believed her to be guilty. It was the sight of the Marquis of Steyne's carriage lamps at her door, contemplated by Raggles, burning in the blackness of midnight, that kept him up, as he afterwards said, that even more than Rebecca's arts and coaxings. And so, guiltless very likely, she was writhing and pushing onward towards what they call a position in society, and the servants were pointing at her as lost and ruined. So you see Molly, the housemaid, of a morning, watching a spider in the doorpost lay his thread and laboriously crawl up it, until, tired of the sport, she raises her broom and sweeps away the thread and the artificer. A day or two before Christmas, Becky, her husband and her son made ready and went to pass the holidays at the seat of their ancestors at Queen's Crawley. Becky would have liked to leave the little brat behind, and would have done so but for Lady Jane's urgent invitations to the youngster, and the symptoms of revolt and discontent which Rawdon manifested at her neglect of her son. "He's the finest boy in England," the father said in a tone of reproach to her, "and you don't seem to care for him, Becky, as much as you do for your spaniel. He shan't bother you much. At home he will be away from you in the nursery, and he shall go outside on the coach with me." "Where you go yourself because you want to smoke those filthy cigars," replied Mrs. Rawdon. "I remember when you liked 'em though," answered the husband. Becky laughed, she was almost always good-humored. "That was when I was on my promotion, goosey," she said. "Take Rawdon outside with you and give him a cigar too if you like." Rawdon did not warm his little son for the winter's journey in this way, but he and Briggs wrapped up the child in shawls and comforters, and he was hoisted respectfully onto the roof of the coach in the dark morning, under the lamps of the White Horse Cellar. And with no small delight he watched the dawn rise and made his first journey to the place which his father still called home. It was a journey of infinite pleasure to the boy, to whom the incidents of the road afforded endless interest, his father answering to him all questions connected with it and telling him who lived in the great white house to the right, and whom the park belonged to. His mother, inside the vehicle, with her maid and her furs, her wrappers, and her scent bottles, made such a to-do that you would have thought she never had been in a stage-coach before, much less that she had been turned out of this very one to make room for a paying passenger on a certain journey performed some half-score years ago. It was dark again when little Rawdon was wakened up to enter his uncle's carriage at Mudbury, and he sat and looked out of it wondering as the great iron gates flew open, and at the white trunks of the limes as they swept by, until they stopped. At length, before the light windows of the hall, which were blazing and comfortable with Christmas welcome. The hall door was flung open, a big fire was burning in the great old fireplace, a carpet was down over the checkered black flags. "It's the old turkey one that used to be in the ladies' gallery," thought Rebecca. And the next instant was kissing Lady Jane. She and Sir Pitt performed the same salute with great gravity, but Rawdon, having been smoking, hung back rather from his sister-in-law, whose 2 children came up to their cousin. And, while Matilda held out her hand and kissed him, Pitt Binkie Southdown, the son and heir, stood aloof rather and examined him as a little dog does a big dog. Then the kind hostess conducted her guests to the snug apartments blazing with cheerful fires. Then the young ladies came and knocked at Mrs. Rawdon's door, under the pretense that they were desirous to be useful, but in reality to have the pleasure of inspecting the contents of her band and bonnet boxes, and her dresses which, though black, were of the newest London fashion. And they told her how much the hall was changed for the better, and how old Lady Southdown was gone, and how Pitt was taking his station in the county, as became a Crawley in fact. Then the great dinner bell having rung, the family assembled at dinner, at which meal Rawdon Jr. was placed by his aunt, the good-natured lady of the house, Sir Pitt being uncommonly attentive to his sister-in-law at his own right hand. Little Rawdon exhibited a fine appetite and showed a gentlemanlike behavior. "I like to dine here," he said to his aunt when he had completed his meal, at the conclusion of which, and after a decent grace by Sir Pitt, the younger son and heir was introduced, and was perched on a high chair by the baronet's side, while the daughter took possession of the place and the little wine-glass prepared for her near her mother. "I like to dine here," said Rawdon minor, looking up at his relation's kind face. "Why," said the good Lady Jane. "I dine in the kitchen when I am at home," replied Rawdon minor, "or else with Briggs." But Becky was so engaged with the baronet, her host, pouring out a flood of compliments and delights and raptures, and admiring young Pitt Binkie, whom she declared to be the most beautiful, intelligent, noble-looking little creature, and so like his father, that she did not hear the remarks of her own flesh and blood at the other end of the broad shining table. As a guest, and it being the first night of his arrival, Rawdon II was allowed to sit up until the hour when tea being over, and a great gilt book being laid on the table before Sir Pitt, all the domestics of the family streamed in. And Sir Pitt read prayers. It was the first time the poor little boy had ever witnessed or heard of such a ceremonial. The house had been much improved even since the baronet's brief reign, and was pronounced by Becky to be perfect, charming, delightful, when she surveyed it in his company. As for little Rawdon, who examined it with the children for his guides, it seemed to him a perfect palace of enchantment and wonder. There were long galleries, and ancient state bedrooms, there were pictures in old china, and armor. There were the rooms in which grandpapa died, and by which the children walked with terrified looks. Who was grandpapa? He asked. And they told him how he used to be very old, and used to be wheeled about in a garden chair. And they showed him the garden chair one day rotting in the outhouse in which it had lain since the old gentleman had been wheeled away yonder to the church, of which the spire was glittering over the park elms. The brothers had good occupation for several mornings in examining the improvements which had been effected by Sir Pitt's genius and economy. And as they walked or rode, and looked at them, they could talk without too much boring each other. And Pitt took care to tell Rawdon what a heavy outlay of money these improvements had occasioned, and that a man of landed and funded property was often very hard pressed for £20. "There is that new lodge gate," said Pitt, pointing to it humbly with the bamboo cane, "I can no more pay for it before the dividends in January than I can fly." "I can lend you, Pitt, till then," Rawdon answered rather ruefully. And they went in and looked at the restored lodge, where the family arms were just new scraped in stone, and where old Mrs. Locke, for the first time these many long years, had tight doors, sound roofs, and whole windows. Chapter 45. Between Hampshire and London. Sir Pitt Crawley had done more than repair fences and restore dilapidated lodges on the Queen's Crawley estate. Like a wise man he had set to work to rebuild the injured popularity of his house and stop up the gaps and ruins in which his name had been left by his disreputable and thriftless old predecessor. He was elected for the borough speedily after his father's demise. A magistrate, a member of Parliament, a county magnate and representative of an ancient family, he made it his duty to show himself before the Hampshire public, subscribed handsomely to the county charities, called assiduously upon all the county folk, and laid himself out in a word to take that position in Hampshire, and in the Empire afterwards, to which he thought his prodigious talents justly entitled him. Lady Jane was instructed to be friendly with the Fuddlestones, and the Wapshots, and the other famous baronets, their neighbours. Their carriages might frequently be seen in the Queen's Crawley Avenue now. They dined pretty frequently at the Hall, where the cookery was so good that it was clear Lady Jane very seldom had a hand in it, and in return Pitt and his wife most energetically dined out in all sorts of weather and at all sorts of distances. For though Pitt did not care for joviality, being a frigid man of poor hearth and appetite, yet he considered that to be hospitable and condescending was quite incumbent on his station. And every time that he got a headache from too long an after-dinner sitting, he felt that he was a martyr to duty. He talked about crops, corn laws, politics, with the best country gentlemen. He, who had been formerly inclined to be a sad free-thinker on these points, entered into poaching and game-preserving with ardor. He didn't hunt, he wasn't a hunting man. He was a man of books and peaceful habits. But he thought that the breed of horses must be kept up in the country, and that the breed of foxes must therefore be looked to, and for his part, if his friend, Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone, liked to draw his country in meat as of old the hounds used to do at Queen's Crawley, he should be happy to see him there, and the gentlemen of the Fuddlestone hunt. And to Lady Southdown's dismay too he became more orthodox in his tendencies every day. Gave up preaching in public and attending meeting-houses, went stoutly to church, called on the bishop and all the clergy at Winchester, and made no objection when the venerable Archdeacon Trumper asked for a game of whist. What pangs must have been those of Lady Southdown, and what an utter castaway she must have thought her son-in-law for permitting such a godless diversion. And when, on the return of the family from an oratorio at Winchester, the baronet announced to the young ladies that he should next year very probably take them to the county balls, they worshipped him for his kindness. Lady Jane was only too obedient, and perhaps glad herself to go. The dowager wrote off the direst descriptions of her daughter's worldly behavior to the authoress of The Washerwoman of Finchley Common at the Cape. And her house in Brighton being about this time unoccupied, returned to that watering place, her absence being not very much deplored by her children. We may suppose, too, that Rebecca, on paying a second visit to Queen's Crawley, did not feel particularly grieved at the absence of the lady of the medicine chest. Though she wrote a Christmas letter to her ladyship, in which she respectfully recalled herself to Lady Southdown's recollection, spoke with gratitude of the delight which her ladyship's conversation had given her on the former visit. Dilated on the kindness with which her ladyship had treated her in sickness, and declared that everything at Queen's Crawley reminded her of her absent friend. A great part of the altered demeanour and popularity of Sir Pitt Crawley might have been traced to the counsels of that astute little lady of Curzon Street. "You remain a baronet, you consent to be a mere country gentleman," she said to him, while he had been her guest in London. "No, Sir Pitt Crawley, I know you better. I know your talents and your ambition. You fancy you hide them both, but you can conceal neither from me. I showed Lord Steyne your pamphlet on malt. He was familiar with it, and said it was in the opinion of the whole cabinet the most masterly thing that had appeared on the subject. The ministry has its eye upon you, and I know what you want. You want to distinguish yourself in Parliament. Every one says you are the finest speaker in England, for your speeches at Oxford are still remembered. You want to be member for the county, where, with your own vote and your borough at your back, you can command anything. And you want to be Baron Crawley of Queen's Crawley, and will be before you die. I saw it all. I could read your heart, Sir Pitt. If I had a husband who possessed your intellect as he does your name, I sometimes think I should not be unworthy of him, but I am your kinswoman now," she added with a laugh. "Poor little penniless, I have got a little interest, and who knows, perhaps the mouse may be able to aid the lion." Pitt Crawley was amazed and enraptured with her speech. "How that woman comprehends me," he said. "I never could get Jane to read 3 pages of the malt pamphlet. She has no idea that I have commanding talents or secret ambition. So they remember my speaking at Oxford, do they? The rascals! Now that I represent my borough and may sit for the county, they begin to recollect me. Why, Lord Steyne cut me at the levee last year, they are beginning to find out that Pitt Crawley is someone at last. Yes, the man was always the same whom these people neglected, it was only the opportunity that was wanting, and I will show them now that I can speak and act as well as write. Achilles did not declare himself until they gave him the sword. I hold it now, and the world shall yet hear of Pitt Crawley. Therefore it was that this roguish diplomatist has grown so hospitable, that he was so civil to oratorios and hospitals, so kind to deans and chapters. So generous in giving and accepting dinners, so uncommonly gracious to farmers on market days, and so much interested about county business, and that the Christmas at the Hall was the gayest which had been known there for many a long day. On Christmas Day a great family gathering took place. All the Crawleys from the rectory came to dine. Rebecca was as frank and fond of Mrs. Bute as if the other had never been her enemy. She was affectionately interested in the dear girls, and surprised at the progress which they had made in music since her time, and insisted upon encoring one of the duets out of the great songbooks which Jim, grumbling, had been forced to bring under his arm from the rectory. Mrs. Bute, perforce, was obliged to adopt a decent demeanour towards the little adventuress, of course being free to discourse with her daughters afterwards about the absurd respect with which Sir Pitt treated his sister-in-law. But Jim, who had sat next to her at dinner, declared she was a trump, and one and all of the rector's family agreed that the little Rawdon was a fine boy. They respected a possible baronet in the boy, between whom and the title there was only the little sickly pale Pitt Binkie. The children were very good friends. Pitt Binkie was too little a dog for such a big dog as Rawdon to play with. And Matilda being only a girl, of course not fit companion for a young gentleman who was near 8 years old, and going into jackets very soon. He took the command of this small party at once, the little girl and the little boy following him about with great reverence at such times as he condescended to sport with them. His happiness and pleasure in the country were extreme. The kitchen garden pleased him hugely, the flowers moderately, but the pigeons and the poultry, and the stables when he was allowed to visit them, were delightful objects to him. He resisted being kissed by the Misses Crawley, but he allowed Lady Jane sometimes to embrace him, and it was by her side that he liked to sit when, the signal to retire to the drawing-room being given, the ladies left the gentlemen to their claret, by her side rather than by his mother. For Rebecca, seeing that tenderness was the fashion, called Rawdon to her one evening and stooped down and kissed him in the presence of all the ladies. He looked her full in the face after the operation, trembling and turning very red, as his wont was when moved. "You never kiss me at home, mamma," he said, at which there was a general silence and consternation and a by no means pleasant look in Becky's eyes. Rawdon was fond of his sister-in-law, for her regard for his son. Lady Jane and Becky did not get on quite so well at this visit as on occasion of the former one, when the colonel's wife was bent upon pleasing. Those 2 speeches of the child struck rather a chill. Perhaps Sir Pitt was rather too attentive to her. But Rawdon, as became his age and size, was fonder of the society of the men than of the women, and never wearied of accompanying his sire to the stables, whither the colonel retired to smoke his cigar, Jim, the rector's son, sometimes joining his cousin in that and other amusements. He and the baronet's keeper were very close friends, their mutual taste for dogs bringing them much together. On one day, Mr. James, the colonel, and Horn, the keeper, went and shot pheasants, taking little Rawdon with them. On another most blissful morning, these 4 gentlemen partook of the amusement of rat hunting in a barn, than which sport Rawdon as yet had never seen anything more noble. They stopped up the ends of certain drains in the barn, into the other openings of which ferrets were inserted, and then stood silently aloof, with uplifted stakes in their hands, and an anxious little terrier, Mr. James's celebrated dog, Forceps, indeed, scarcely breathing from excitement, listening motionless on 3 legs, to the faint squeaking of the rats below. Desperately bold at last, the persecuted animals bolted above ground, the terrier accounted for one, the keeper for another. Rawdon, from flurry and excitement, missed his rat, but on the other hand he half murdered a ferret. But the greatest day of all was that on which Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone's hounds met upon the lawn at Queen's Crawley. That was a famous sight for little Rawdon. At 10:30, Tom Moody, Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone's huntsman, was seen trotting up the avenue, followed by the noble pack of hounds in a compact body, the rear being brought up by the 2 whips clad in stained scarlet frocks, light hard-featured lads on well-bred lean horses, possessing marvelous dexterity in casting the points of their long heavy whips at the thinnest part of any dog's skin who dares to straggle from the main body, or to take the slightest notice, or even so much as wink at the hares and rabbits starting under their noses. Next comes Boy Jack, Tom Moody's son, who weighs 5 stone, measures 8 inches, and will never be any bigger. He is perched on a large raw-boned hunter, half covered by a capacious saddle. This animal is Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone's favorite horse, the Knob. Other horses, ridden by other small boys, arrive from time to time, awaiting their masters, who will come cantering on anon. Tom Moody rides up to the door of the hall, where he is welcomed by the butler, who offers him drink, which he declines. He and his pack then draw off into a sheltered corner of the lawn, where the dogs roll on the grass, and play or growl angrily at one another, ever and anon breaking out into furious fight speedily to be quelled by Tom's voice, unmatched at rating. Or the snaky thongs of the whips. Many young gentlemen canter up on thoroughbred hacks, spatter-dash to the knee, and enter the house to drink cherry brandy and pay their respects to the ladies, or, more modest and sportsmanlike, divest themselves of their mud boots. Exchange their hacks for their hunters, and warm their blood by a preliminary gallop round the lawn. Then they collect round the pack in the corner and talk with Tom Moody of past sport, and the merits of Sniveller and Diamond, and of the state of the country and of the wretched breed of foxes. Sir Huddlestone presently appears mounted on a clever cob and rides up to the hall, where he enters and does the civil thing by the ladies, after which, being a man of few words, he proceeds to business. The hounds are drawn up to the hall door, and little Rawdon descends amongst them, excited yet half alarmed by the caresses which they bestow upon him, at the thumps he receives from their waving tails, and at their canine bickerings. Scarcely restrained by Tom Moody's tongue and lash. Meanwhile, Sir Huddlestone has hoisted himself unwieldily on the knob. "Let's try Sowster's spinney, Tom," says the baronet. "Farmer Mangle tells me there are 2 foxes in it." Tom blows his horn and trots off, followed by the pack, by the whips, by the young gents from Winchester, by the farmers of the neighbourhood, by the labourers of the parish on foot, with whom the day is a great holiday. Sir Huddlestone bringing up the rear with Colonel Crawley, and the whole cortege disappears down the avenue. The Reverend Bute Crawley, who has been too modest to appear at the public meet before his nephew's windows, whom Tom Moody remembers 40 years back a slender divine riding the wildest horses, jumping the widest brooks, and larking over the newest gates in the country, his reverence, we say, happens to trot out from the rectory lane on his powerful black horse just as Sir Huddlestone passes. He joins the worthy baronet, hounds and horsemen disappear, and little Rawdon remains on the doorsteps, wondering and happy. During the progress of this memorable holiday, little Rawdon, if he had got no special liking for his uncle, always awful and cold and locked up in his study, plunged in justice business and surrounded by bailiffs and farmers, has gained the good graces of his married and maiden aunts, of the 2 little folks of the hall, and of Jim of the rectory, whom Sir Pitt is encouraging to pay his addresses to one of the young ladies, with an understanding doubtless that he shall be presented to the living when it shall be vacated by his fox-hunting old sire. Jim has given up that sport himself and confines himself to a little harmless ducker-snipe shooting, or a little quiet trifling with the rats during the Christmas holidays, after which he will return to the university and try and not be plucked once more. He has already eschewed green coats, red neckcloths, and other worldly ornaments, and is preparing himself for a change in his condition. In this cheap and thrifty way Sir Pitt tries to pay off his debt to his family. Also before this merry Christmas was over, the baronet had screwed up courage enough to give his brother another draft on his bankers, and for no less a sum than £100, an act which caused Sir Pitt cruel pangs at first, but which made him glow afterwards to think himself one of the most generous of men. Rawdon and his son went away with the utmost heaviness of heart. Becky and the ladies parted with some alacrity, however, and our friend returned to London to commence those avocations with which we find her occupied when this chapter begins. Under her care the Crawley house in Great Gaunt Street was quite rejuvenescent and ready for the reception of Sir Pitt and his family. When the baronet came to London to attend his duties in Parliament and to assume that position in the country for which his vast genius fitted him, for the first session, this profound dissembler hid his projects and never opened his lips but to present a petition from Mudbury. But he attended assiduously in his place and learned thoroughly the routine and business of the house. At home he gave himself up to the perusal of blue books, to the alarm and wonder of Lady Jane, who thought he was killing himself by late hours and intense application. And he made acquaintance with the ministers, and the chiefs of his party, determining to rank as one of them before many years were over. Lady Jane's sweetness and kindness had inspired Rebecca with such a contempt for her ladyship as the little woman found no small difficulty in concealing. That sort of goodness and simplicity which Lady Jane possessed annoyed our friend Becky, and it was impossible for her at times not to show, or to let the other divine, her scorn. Her presence, too, rendered Lady Jane uneasy. Her husband talked constantly with Becky. Signs of intelligence seemed to pass between them, and Pitt spoke with her on subjects on which he never thought of discoursing with Lady Jane. The latter did not understand them, to be sure, but it was mortifying to remain silent, still more mortifying to know that you had nothing to say, and hear that little audacious Mrs. Rawdon dashing on from subject to subject, with a word for every man, and a joke always pat, and to sit in one's own house alone, by the fireside, and watching all the men round your rival. In the country, when Lady Jane was telling stories to the children, who clustered about her knees, little Rawdon into the bargain, who was very fond of her, and Becky came into the room, sneering with green scornful eyes. Poor Lady Jane grew silent under those baleful glances. Her simple little fancies shrank away tremulously, as fairies in the storybooks, before a superior bad angel. She could not go on, although Rebecca, with the smallest inflection of sarcasm in her voice, besought her to continue that charming story. And on her side gentle thoughts and simple pleasures were odious to Mrs. Becky, they discord with her, she hated people for liking them, she spurned children and children lovers. I have no taste for bread and butter, she would say, when caricaturing Lady Jane and her ways to my Lord Steyne. No more has a certain person for holy water, his lordship replied with a bow and a grin and a great jarring laugh afterwards. So these two ladies did not see much of each other except upon those occasions when the younger brother's wife, having an object to gain from the other, frequented her. They my-loved and my-deared each other assiduously, but kept apart generally, whereas Sir Pitt, in the midst of his multiplied avocations, found daily time to see his sister-in-law. On the occasion of his first speaker's dinner, Sir Pitt took the opportunity of appearing before his sister-in-law in his uniform, that old diplomatic suit which he had worn when attaché to the Pumpernickel legation. Becky complimented him upon that dress and admired him almost as much as his own wife and children, to whom he displayed himself before he set out. She said that it was only the thoroughbred gentleman who could wear the court suit with advantage, it was only your men of ancient race whom the culotte court became. Pitt looked down with complacency at his legs, which had not, in truth, much more symmetry or swell than the lean court sword which dangled by his side, looked down at his legs, and thought in his heart that he was killing. When he was gone, Mrs. Becky made a caricature of his figure, which she showed to Lord Steyne when he arrived. His lordship carried off the sketch, delighted with the accuracy of the resemblance. He had done Sir Pitt Crawley the honour to meet him at Mrs. Becky's house and had been most gracious to the new baronet and member. Pitt was struck too by the deference with which the great peer treated his sister-in-law, by her ease and sprightliness in the conversation, and by the delight with which the other men of the party listened to her talk. Lord Steyne made no doubt but that the baronet had only commenced his career in public life, and expected rather anxiously to hear him as an orator. As they were neighbours, for Great Gaunt Street leads into Gaunt Square, whereof Gaunt House, as everybody knows, forms one side, my lord hoped that as soon as Lady Steyne arrived in London she would have the honour of making the acquaintance of Lady Crawley. He left a card upon his neighbour in the course of a day or two, having never thought fit to notice his predecessor, though they had lived near each other for near a century past. In the midst of these intrigues and fine parties and wise and brilliant personages Rawdon felt himself more and more isolated every day. He was allowed to go to the club more, to dine abroad with bachelor friends, to come and go when he liked, without any questions being asked. And he and Rawdon the younger many a time would walk to Gaunt Street and sit with the lady and the children there while Sir Pitt was closeted with Rebecca, on his way to the house, or on his return from it. The ex-colonel would sit for hours in his brother's house very silent, and thinking and doing as little as possible. He was glad to be employed of an errand. To go and make inquiries about a horse or a servant, or to carve the roast mutton for the dinner of the children. He was beat and cowed into laziness and submission. Delilah had imprisoned him and cut his hair off, too. The bold and reckless young blood of 10 years back was subjugated and was turned into a torpid, submissive, middle-aged, stout gentleman. And poor Lady Jane was aware that Rebecca had captivated her husband, although she and Mrs. Rawdon my-deared and my-loved each other every day they met. Chapter 46. Struggles and Trials. Our friends at Brompton were meanwhile passing their Christmas after their fashion and in a manner by no means too cheerful. Out of the £100 a year, which was about the amount of her income, the widow Osborne had been in the habit of giving up nearly 3/4 to her father and mother, for the expenses of herself and her little boy. With number 120 more, supplied by Joss, this family of 4 people, attended by a single Irish servant who also did for Clapp and his wife, might manage to live in decent comfort through the year, and hold up their heads yet. And be able to give a friend a dish of tea still, after the storms and disappointments of their early life. Sedley still maintained his ascendancy over the family of Mr. Clapp, his ex-clerk. Clapp remembered the time when, sitting on the edge of the chair, he tossed off a bumper to the health of Mrs. S., Miss Emmy, and Mr. Joseph in India, at the merchant's rich table in Russell Square. Time magnified the splendor of those recollections in the honest clerk's bosom. Whenever he came up from the kitchen parlor to the drawing-room and partook of tea or gin and water with Mr. Sedley, he would say, "This was not what you was accustomed to once, sir," and as gravely and reverentially drink the health of the ladies as he had done in the days of their utmost prosperity. He thought Miss Amelia's playing the divinest music ever performed, and her the finest lady. He never would sit down before Sedley at the club even, nor would he have that gentleman's character abused by any member of the society. He had seen the first men in London shaking hands with Mr. S., he said, he'd known him in times when Rothschild might be seen on 'Change with him any day, and he owed him personally everything. Clapp, with the best of characters and handwritings, had been able very soon after his master's disaster to find other employment for himself. "Such a little fish as me can swim in any bucket," he used to remark, and a member of the house from which old Sedley had seceded was very glad to make use of Mr. Clapp's services and to reward them with a comfortable salary. In fine, all Sedley's wealthy friends had dropped off one by one, and this poor ex-dependent still remained faithfully attached to him. Out of the small residue of her income which Amelia kept back for herself, the widow had need of all the thrift and care possible in order to enable her to keep her darling boy dressed in such a manner as became George Osborne's son, and to defray the expenses of the little school to which, after much misgiving and reluctance and many secret pangs and fears on her own part, she had been induced to send the lad. She had sat up of nights conning lessons and spelling over crabbed grammars and geography books in order to teach them to Georgie. She had worked even at the Latin accidents, fondly hoping that she might be capable of instructing him in that language. To part with him all day, to send him out to the mercy of a schoolmaster's cane and his schoolfellow's roughness, was almost like weaning him over again to that weak mother, so tremulous and full of sensibility. He, for his part, rushed off to the school with the utmost happiness. He was longing for the change. That childish gladness wounded his mother, who was herself so grieved to part with him. She would rather have had him more sorry, she thought, and then was deeply repentant within herself for daring to be so selfish as to wish her own son to be unhappy. Georgie made great progress in the school, which was kept by a friend of his mother's constant admirer, the Reverend Mr. Binney. He brought home numberless prizes and testimonials of ability. He told his mother countless stories every night about his school companions, and what a fine fellow Lyons was, and what a sneak Sniffen was, and how Steele's father actually supplied the meat for the establishment. Whereas Golding's mother came in a carriage to fetch him every Saturday, and how Neat had straps to his trousers, might he have straps. And how Bull Major was so strong, though only in Eutropius, that it was believed he could lick the usher, Mr. Ward, himself. So Amelia learned to know every one of the boys in that school as well as Georgie himself. And of nights she used to help him in his exercises and puzzle her little head over his lessons as eagerly as if she was herself going in the morning into the presence of the master. Once, after a certain combat with Master Smith, George came home to his mother with a black eye, and bragged prodigiously to his parent and his delighted old grandfather about his valor in the fight, in which, if the truth was known, he did not behave with particular heroism, and in which he decidedly had the worst. But Amelia has never forgiven that Smith to this day, though he is now a peaceful apothecary near Leicester Square. In these quiet labors and harmless cares the gentle widow's life was passing away, a silver hair or two marking the progress of time on her head and a line deepening ever so little on her fair forehead. She used to smile at these marks of time. "What matters it," she asked, "for an old woman like me? All she hoped for was to live to see her son great, famous, and glorious, as he deserved to be." She kept his copybooks, his drawings, and compositions, and showed them about in her little circle as if they were miracles of genius. She confided some of these specimens to Miss Dobbin, to show them to Miss Osborne, George's aunt, to show them to Mr. Osborne himself, to make that old man repent of his cruelty and ill-feeling towards him who was gone. All her husband's faults and foibles she had buried in the grave with him, she only remembered the lover, who had married her at all sacrifices, the noble husband, so brave and beautiful, in whose arms she had hung on the morning when he had gone away to fight, and die gloriously for his king. From heaven the hero must be smiling down upon that paragon of a boy whom he had left to comfort and console her. We have seen how one of George's grandfathers, Mr. Osborne, in his easy chair in Russell Square, daily grew more violent and moody, and how his daughter, with her fine carriage, and her fine horses, and her name on half the public charity lists of the town, was a lonely, miserable, persecuted old maid. She thought again and again of the beautiful little boy, her brother's son, whom she had seen. She longed to be allowed to drive in the fine carriage to the house in which he lived, and she used to look out day after day as she took her solitary drive in the park, in hopes that she might see him. Her sister, the banker's lady, occasionally condescended to pay her old home and companion a visit in Russell Square. She brought a couple of sickly children attended by a prim nurse, and in a faint genteel giggling tone cackled to her sister about her fine acquaintance. And how her little Frederick was the image of Lord Claude Lollipop, and her sweet Maria had been noticed by the Baroness as they were driving in their donkey chaise at Roehampton. She urged her to make her papa do something for the darlings. Frederick she had determined should go into the Guards, and if they made an elder son of him, and Mr. Bullock was positively ruining and pinching himself to death to buy land, how was the darling girl to be provided for? "I expect you, dear Mrs. Bullock would say, for of course my share of our papa's property must go to the head of the house, you know. Dear Rhoda McMull will disengage the whole of the Castletoddy property as soon as poor dear Lord Castletoddy dies, who is quite epileptic. And little Macduff McMull will be Viscount Castletoddy. Both the Mr. Bloodyears of Mincing Lane have settled their fortunes on Fanny Bloodyear's little boy. My darling Frederick must positively be an eldest son. And do ask Papa to bring us back his account in Lombard Street, will you, dear? It doesn't look well, his going to Stumpy and Rowdy's." After which kind of speeches, in which fashion and the main chance were blended together, and after a kiss, which was like the contact of an oyster, Mrs. Frederick Bullock would gather her starched nurslings and simper back into her carriage. Every visit which this leader of ton paid to her family was more unlucky for her. Her father paid more money into Stumpy and Rowdy's. Her patronage became more and more insufferable. The poor widow in the little cottage at Brompton, guarding her treasure there, little knew how eagerly some people coveted it. On that night when Jane Osborne had told her father that she had seen his grandson, the old man had made her no reply, but he had shown no anger, and had bade her good night on going himself to his room in rather a kindly voice. And he must have meditated on what she said and have made some inquiries of the Dobbin family regarding her visit, for a fortnight after it took place, he asked her where was her little French watch and chain she used to wear. "I bought it with my money, sir," she said in a great fright. "Go and order another like it, or a better if you can get it," said the old gentleman, and lapsed again into silence. Of late the Misses Dobbin more than once repeated their entreaties to Amelia, to allow George to visit them. His aunt had shown her inclination, perhaps his grandfather himself, they hinted, might be disposed to be reconciled to him. Surely, Amelia could not refuse such advantageous chances for the boy. Nor could she, but she acceded to their overtures with a very heavy and suspicious heart, was always uneasy during the child's absence from her, and welcomed him back as if he was rescued out of some danger. He brought back money and toys, at which the widow looked with alarm and jealousy. She asked him always if he had seen any gentleman, only old Sir William, who drove him about in the four-wheeled chaise, and Mr. Dobbin, who arrived on the beautiful bay horse in the afternoon, in the green coat and pink neckcloth, with the gold-headed whip, who promised to show him the Tower of London and take him out with the Surrey hounds. At last, he said, there was an old gentleman, with thick eyebrows, and a broad hat, and large chain and seals. He came one day as the coachman was lunging Georgie round the lawn on the grey pony. He looked at me very much. He shook very much. I said, my name is Norval, after dinner. My aunt began to cry. She is always crying. Such was George's report on that night. Then Amelia knew that the boy had seen his grandfather, and looked out feverishly for a proposal which she was sure would follow, and which came, in fact, in a few days afterwards. Mr. Osborne formally offered to take the boy and make him heir to the fortune which he had intended that his father should inherit. He would make Mrs. George Osborne an allowance, such as to assure her a decent competency. If Mrs. George Osborne proposed to marry again, as Mr. O. heard was her intention, he would not withdraw that allowance. But it must be understood that the child would live entirely with his grandfather in Russell Square, or at whatever other place Mr. O. should select, and that he would be occasionally permitted to see Mrs. George Osborne at her own residence. This message was brought or read to her in a letter one day, when her mother was from home and her father absent as usual in the city. She was never seen angry but twice or thrice in her life, and it was in one of these moods that Mr. Osborne's attorney had the fortune to behold her. She rose up trembling and flushing very much as soon as, after reading the letter, Mr. Poe handed it to her, and she tore the paper into 100 fragments, which she trod on. I marry again. I take money to part from my child. Who dares insult me by proposing such a thing? Tell Mr. Osborne it is a cowardly letter, sir, a cowardly letter. I will not answer it. I wish you good morning, sir, and she bowed me out of the room like a tragedy queen, said the lawyer who told the story. Her parents never remarked her agitation on that day, and she never told them of the interview. They had their own affairs to interest them, affairs which deeply interested this innocent and unconscious lady. The old gentleman, her father, was always dabbling in speculation. We have seen how the wine company and the coal company had failed him. But, prowling about the city always eagerly and restlessly still, he lighted upon some other scheme, of which he thought so well that he embarked in it in spite of the remonstrances of Mr. Clapp, to whom indeed he never dared to tell how far he had engaged himself in it. And as it was always Mr. Sedley's maxim not to talk about money matters before women, they had no inkling of the misfortunes that were in store for them until the unhappy old gentleman was forced to make gradual confessions. The bills of the little household, which had been settled weekly, first fell into arrear. The remittances had not arrived from India, Mr. Sedley told his wife with a disturbed face. As she had paid her bills very regularly hitherto, one or two of the tradesmen to whom the poor lady was obliged to go round asking for time were very angry at a delay to which they were perfectly used from more irregular customers. Emmy's contribution, paid over cheerfully without any questions, kept the little company in half rations however. And the first 6 months passed away pretty easily, old Sedley still keeping up with the notion that his shares must rise and that all would be well. No £60, however, came to help the household at the end of the half-year, and it fell deeper and deeper into trouble. Mrs. Sedley, who was growing infirm and was much shaken, remained silent or wept a great deal with Mrs. Clapp in the kitchen. The butcher was particularly surly, the grocer insolent. Once or twice little Georgie had grumbled about the dinners, and Amelia, who still would have been satisfied with a slice of bread for her own dinner, could not but perceive that her son was neglected and purchased little things out of her private purse to keep the boy in health. At last they told her such a garbled story as people in difficulties tell. One day, her own money having been received, and Amelia about to pay it over, she, who had kept an account of the moneys expended by her, proposed to keep a certain portion back out of her dividend, having contracted engagements for a new suit for Georgie. Then it came out that Jos's remittances were not paid, that the house was in difficulties, which Amelia ought to have seen before, her mother said, but she cared for nothing or nobody except Georgie. At this she passed all her money across the table, without a word, to her mother, and returned to her room to cry her eyes out. She had a great access of sensibility too that day, when obliged to go and countermand the clothes, the darling clothes on which she had set her heart for Christmas Day, and the cut and fashion of which she had arranged in many conversations with a small milliner, her friend. Hardest of all, she had to break the matter to Georgie, who made a loud outcry. Everybody had new clothes at Christmas. The others would laugh at him. He would have new clothes. She had promised them to him. The poor widow had only kisses to give him. She darned the old suit in tears. She cast about among her little ornaments to see if she could sell anything to procure the desired novelties. There was her India shawl that Dobbin had sent her. She remembered in former days going with her mother to a fine India shop on Ludgate Hill, where the ladies had all sorts of dealings and bargains in these articles. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes shone with pleasure as she thought of this resource, and she kissed away George to school in the morning, smiling brightly after him. The boy felt that there was good news in her look. Packing up her shawl in a handkerchief, another of the gifts of the good Major, she hid them under her cloak and walked flushed and eager all the way to Ludgate Hill, tripping along by the park wall and running over the crossings, so that many a man turned as she hurried by him and looked after her rosy pretty face. She calculated how she should spend the proceeds of her shawl, how, besides the clothes, she would buy the books that he longed for, and pay his half-year's schooling, and how she would buy a cloak for her father instead of that old greatcoat which he wore. She was not mistaken as to the value of the Major's gift. It was a very fine and beautiful web, and the merchant made a very good bargain when he gave her 20 guineas for her shawl. She ran on amazed and flurried with her riches to Darton's shop, in St. Paul's Churchyard, and there purchased the parents' assistant and the Sandford and Merton Georgie longed for, and got into the coach there with her parcel, and went home exulting. And she pleased herself by writing in the fly-leaf in her neatest little hand, George Osborne, a Christmas gift from his affectionate mother. The books are extant to this day, with the fair delicate superscription. She was going from her own room with the books in her hand to place them on George's table, where he might find them on his return from school, when in the passage, she and her mother met. The gilt bindings of the 7 handsome little volumes caught the old lady's eye. "What are those?" she said. "Some books for Georgie," Amelia replied. I promised them to him at Christmas." "Books!" cried the elder lady indignantly, "books, when the whole house wants bread. Books, when to keep you and your son in luxury, and your dear father out of jail, I've sold every trinket I had, the India shawl from my back even down to the very spoons, that our tradesmen mightn't insult us, and that Mr. Clapp, which indeed he is justly entitled, being not a hard landlord, and a civil man, and a father, might have his rent. Oh, Amelia! You break my heart with your books and that boy of yours, whom you are ruining, though part with him you will not. Oh, Amelia, may God send you a more dutiful child than I have had. There's Jos, deserts his father in his old age. And there's George, who might be provided for, and who might be rich, going to school like a lord, with a gold watch and chain round his neck, while my dear, dear old man is without a shilling." Hysteric sobs and cries ended Mrs. Sedley's speech. It echoed through every room in the small house, whereof the other female inmates heard every word of the colloquy. "Oh, mother, mother," cried poor Amelia in reply. "You told me nothing, I I promised him the books. I only sold my shawl this morning. Take the money, take everything," and with quivering hands she took out her silver, and her sovereigns, her precious golden sovereigns, which she thrust into the hands of her mother, whence they overflowed and tumbled, rolling down the stairs. And then she went into her room, and sank down in despair and utter misery. She saw it all now. Her selfishness was sacrificing the boy. But for her he might have wealth, station, education, and his father's place, which the elder George had forfeited for her sake. She had but to speak the words, and her father was restored to competency and the boy raised to fortune. Oh, what a conviction it was to that tender and stricken heart. Chapter 47. Gaunt House. All the world knows that Lord Steyne's town palace stands in Gaunt Square, out of which Great Gaunt Street leads, whither we first conducted Rebecca, in the time of the departed Sir Pitt Crawley. Peering over the railings and through the black trees into the garden of the square, you see a few miserable governesses with wan-faced pupils wandering round and round it. And round the dreary grass-plot in the centre of which rises the statue of Lord Gaunt, who fought at Minden, in a three-tailed wig, and otherwise habited like a Roman emperor. Gaunt House occupies nearly a side of the square. The remaining 3 sides are composed of mansions that have passed away into dowagerism, tall, dark houses, with window frames of stone, or picked out of a lighter red. Little light seems to be behind those lean, comfortless casements now, and hospitality to have passed away from those doors as much as the laced lackeys and link boys of old times, who used to put out their torches in the blank iron extinguishers that still flanked the lamps over the steps. Brass plates have penetrated into the square, Doctors, the Diddlesex Bank Western Branch, the English and European Reunion, and it has a dreary look, nor is my Lord Steyne's palace less dreary. All I have ever seen of it is the vast wall in front, with the rustic columns at the great gate, through which an old porter peers sometimes with a fat and gloomy red face, and over the wall the garret and bedroom windows, and the chimneys, out of which there seldom comes any smoke now. For the present Lord Steyne lives at Naples, preferring the view of the bay and Capri and Vesuvius to the dreary aspect of the wall in Gaunt Square. A few score yards down New Gaunt Street, and leading into Gaunt Mews indeed, is a little modest back door, which you would not remark from that of any of the other stables. But many a little close carriage has stopped at that door, as my informant, little Tom Eves, who knows everything, and who showed me the place, told me. The Prince and Perdita have been in and out of that door, sir, he had often told me. Marianne Clark has entered it with the Duke of. It conducts to the famous petit apartments of Lord Steyne, one, sir, fitted up all in ivory and white satin, another in ebony and black velvet. There is a little banqueting room taken from Sallust's house at Pompeii, and painted by Causeway, a little private kitchen, in which every saucepan was silver and all the spits were gold. It was there that Égalité Orleans roasted partridges on the night when he and the Marquis of Steyne won 100,000 from a great personage at Amber. Half of the money went to the French Revolution, half to purchase Lord Gaunt's Marquisate and Garter, and the remainder, but it forms no part of our scheme to tell what became of the remainder, for every shilling of which, and a great deal more, little Tom Eves, who knows everybody's affairs, is ready to account. Besides his town palace, the Marquis had castles and palaces in various quarters of the 3 kingdoms, whereof the descriptions may be found in the road books, Castle Strongbow, with its woods, on the Shannon shore. Gaunt Castle, in Carmarthenshire, where Richard II was taken prisoner, Gauntley Hall in Yorkshire, where I have been informed there were 200 silver teapots for the breakfasts of the guests of the house, with everything to correspond in splendour. And Stilbrook in Hampshire, which was my lord's farm, an humble place of residence, of which we all remember the wonderful furniture which was sold at my lord's demise by a late celebrated auctioneer. The Marchioness of Steyne was of the renowned and ancient family of the Caerleons, Marquises of Camelot, who have preserved the old faith ever since the conversion of the venerable Druid, their first ancestor, and whose pedigree goes far beyond the date of the arrival of King Brute in these islands. Pendragon is the title of the eldest son of the house. The sons have been called Arthurs, Uthers, and Caradocs, from immemorial time. Their heads have fallen in many a loyal conspiracy. Elizabeth chopped off the head of the Arthur of her day, who had been chamberlain to Philip and Mary, and carried letters between the Queen of Scots and her uncles the Guises. A cadet of the house was an officer of the great Duke and distinguished in the famous St. Bartholomew conspiracy. During the whole of Mary's confinement, the House of Camelot conspired in her behalf. It was as much injured by its charges in fitting out an armament against the Spaniards, during the time of the Armada, as by the fines and confiscations levied on it by Elizabeth for harboring of priests, obstinate recusancy, and popish misdoings. A recreant of James's time was momentarily perverted from his religion by the arguments of that great theologian, and the fortunes of the family somewhat restored by his timely weakness. But the Earl of Camelot, of the reign of Charles, returned to the old creed of his family, and they continued to fight for it, and ruin themselves for it, as long as there was a Stuart left to head or to instigate a rebellion. Lady Mary Caerleon was brought up at a Parisian convent, the Dauphiness Marie Antoinette was her godmother. In the pride of her beauty she had been married, sold, it was said, to Lord Gaunt, then at Paris, who won vast sums from the lady's brother at some of Philip of Orleans's banquets. The Earl of Gaunt's famous duel with the Count de la Marque, of the Grey Musketeers, was attributed by common report to the pretensions of that officer, who had been a page, and remained a favourite of the Queen, to the hand of the beautiful Lady Mary Caerleon. She was married to Lord Gaunt while the Count lay ill of his wound, and came to dwell at Gaunt House, and to figure for a short time in the splendid court of the Prince of Wales. Fox had toasted her. Morris and Sheridan had written songs about her. Malmesbury had made her his best bow, Walpole had pronounced her charming, Devonshire had been almost jealous of her. But she was scared by the wild pleasures and gaieties of the society into which she was flung, and after she had borne a couple of sons, shrank away into a life of devout seclusion. No wonder that my Lord Stein, who liked pleasure and cheerfulness, was not often seen after their marriage by the side of this trembling, silent, superstitious, unhappy lady. The before-mentioned Tom Eves, who has no part in this history, except that he knew all the great folks in London, and the stories and mysteries of each family, had further information regarding my Lady Stein, which may or may not be true. The humiliations, Tom used to say, which that woman has been made to undergo, in her own house, have been frightful. Lord Stein has made her sit down to table with women with whom I would rather die than allow Mrs. Eves to associate, with Lady Crackenbury, with Mrs. Chippenham, with Madame de la Crucicacie, the French secretary's wife, from every one of which ladies Tom Eves, who would have sacrificed his wife for knowing them, was too glad to get a bow or a dinner, with the reigning favourite in a word. And do you suppose that that woman, of that family, who are as proud as the Bourbons, and to whom the Steins are but lackeys, mushrooms of yesterday, for after all, they are not of the old Gaunts, but of a minor and doubtful branch of the house. Do you suppose, I say, the reader must bear in mind that it is always Tom Eves who speaks, that the Marchioness of Stein, the haughtiest woman in England, would bend down to her husband so submissively if there were not some cause? Pooh! I tell you there are secret reasons. I tell you that, in the emigration, the Abbé de la Marque who was here and was employed in the Quiberon business with Puiset and Tintignac, was the same colonel of Mousquetaires Gris with whom Stein fought in the year 86, that he and the Marchioness met again, that it was after the Reverend Colonel was shot in Brittany that Lady Stein took to those extreme practices of devotion which she carries on now. For she is closeted with her director every day, she is at service at Spanish Place, every morning, I've watched her there, that is, I've happened to be passing there, and depend on it, there's a mystery in her case. People are not so unhappy unless they have something to repent of, added Tom Eves with a knowing wag of his head, and depend on it, that woman would not be so submissive as she is if the Marquis had not some sword to hold over her. So, if Mr. Eves's information be correct, it is very likely that this lady, in her high station, had to submit to many a private indignity and to hide many secret griefs under a calm face. And let us, my brethren who have not our names in the Red Book, console ourselves by thinking comfortably how miserable our betters may be, and that Damocles, who sits on satin cushions and is served on gold plate, Has an awful sword hanging over his head in the shape of a bailiff, or an hereditary disease, or a family secret, which peeps out every now and then from the embroidered heiress in a ghastly manner. And will be sure to drop one day or the other in the right place. In comparing, too, the poor man's situation with that of the great, there is, always according to Mr. Eves, another source of comfort for the former. You who have little or no patrimony to bequeath or to inherit, may be on good terms with your father or your son, whereas the heir of a great prince, such as my Lord Stein, must naturally be angry at being kept out of his kingdom. And I the occupant of it with no very agreeable glances. Take it as a rule, this sardonic old laves would say, the fathers and elder sons of all great families hate each other. The crown prince is always in opposition to the crown or hankering after it. Shakespeare knew the world, my good sir, and when he describes Prince Hal, from whose family the Gaunts pretend to be descended, though they are no more related to John of Gaunt than you are, trying on his father's coronet. He gives you a natural description of all heirs apparent. If you were heir to a dukedom and £1,000 a day, do you mean to say you would not wish for possession? Pooh! And it stands to reason that every great man, having experienced this feeling towards his father, must be aware that his son entertains it towards himself, and so they can't but be suspicious and hostile. Then again, as to the feeling of elder towards younger sons. My dear sir, you ought to know that every elder brother looks upon the cadets of the house as his natural enemies, who deprive him of so much ready money which ought to be his by right. I have often heard George Mac Turk, Lord Bajazet's eldest son, say that if he had his will when he came to the title, he would do what the sultans do, and clear the estate by chopping off all his younger brothers' heads at once. And so the case is, more or less, with them all. I tell you they are all Turks in their hearts. Pooh! Sir, they know the world. And here, haply, a great man coming up, Tom Eaves's hat would drop off his head, and he would rush forward with a bow and a grin, which showed that he knew the world too, in the Tomavesian way, that is. And having laid out every shilling of his fortune on an annuity, Tom could afford to bear no malice to his nephews and nieces, and to have no other feeling with regard to his betters but a constant and generous desire to dine with them. Between the Marchioness and the natural and tender regard of mother for children, there was that cruel barrier placed of difference of faith. The very love which she might feel for her sons only served to render the timid and pious lady more fearful and unhappy. The gulf which separated them was fatal and impassable. She could not stretch her weak arms across it, or draw her children over to that side away from which her belief told her there was no safety. During the youth of his sons, Lord Stein, who was a good scholar and amateur casuist, had no better sport in the evening after dinner in the country than in setting the boy's tutor, the Reverend Mr. Trail, now my Lord Bishop of Ealing, on her ladyship's director, Father Mole, over their wine, and in pitting Oxford against St. Ashole. He cried bravo, Latimer. Well said, Loyola, alternately. He promised Mole a bishopric if he would come over, and vowed he would use all his influence to get Trail a cardinal's hat if he would secede. Neither divine allowed himself to be conquered. And though the fond mother hoped that her youngest and favorite son would be reconciled to her church, his mother church, a sad and awful disappointment awaited the devout lady, a disappointment which seemed to be a judgment upon her for the sin of her marriage. My Lord Gaunt married, as every person who frequents the peerage knows, the Lady Blanche Thistlewood, a daughter of the noble house of Bareacres, before mentioned in this veracious history. A wing of Gaunt House was assigned to this couple. For the head of the family chose to govern it, and while he reigned to reign supreme. His son and heir, however, living little at home, disagreeing with his wife, and borrowing upon postobits such moneys as he required beyond the very moderate sums which his father was disposed to allow him. The Marquis knew every shilling of his son's debts. At his lamented demise, he was found himself to be possessor of many of his heir's bonds, purchased for their benefit, and devised by his lordship to the children of his younger son. As, to my Lord Gaunt's dismay, and the chuckling delight of his natural enemy and father, the Lady Gaunt had no children, the Lord George Gaunt was desired to return from Vienna, where he was engaged in waltzing and diplomacy. and to contract a matrimonial alliance with the Honourable Joan, only daughter of John Johns, 1st Baron Helvellyn, and head of the firm of Jones, Brown, and Robinson, of Threadneedle Street, bankers. From which union sprang several sons and daughters, whose doings do not appertain to this story. The marriage at first was a happy and prosperous one. My Lord George Gaunt could not only read, but write pretty correctly. He spoke French with considerable fluency, and was one of the finest waltzers in Europe. With these talents, and his interest at home, there was little doubt that his lordship would rise to the highest dignities in his profession. The lady, his wife, felt that courts were her sphere, and her wealth enabled her to receive splendidly in those continental towns whither her husband's diplomatic duties led him. There was talk of appointing him minister, and bets were laid at the travellers that he would be ambassador ere long, when of a sudden, rumours arrived of the secretary's extraordinary behaviour. At a grand diplomatic dinner given by his chief, he had started up and declared that a pâté de foie gras was poisoned. He went to a ball at the hotel of the Bavarian envoy, the Count de Springbok-Hohenloffen, with his head shaved and dressed as a Capuchin friar. It was not a masked ball, as some folks wanted to persuade you. It was something queer, people whispered. His grandfather was so. It was in the family. His wife and family returned to this country and took up their abode at Gaunt House. Lord George gave up his post on the European continent, and was gazetted to Brazil. But people knew better. He never returned from that Brazil expedition, never died there, never lived there, never was there at all. He was nowhere, he was gone out altogether. Brazil, said one gossip to another, with a grin, Brazil is St. John's Wood. Rio de Janeiro is a cottage surrounded by four walls, and George Gaunt is accredited to a keeper, who has invested him with the order of the strait waistcoat. These are the kinds of epitaphs which men pass over one another in Vanity Fair. Twice or thrice in a week, in the earliest morning, the poor mother went for her sins and saw the poor invalid. Sometimes he laughed at her, and his laughter was more pitiful than to hear him cry. Sometimes she found the brilliant dandy diplomatist of the Congress of Vienna dragging about a child's toy, or nursing the keeper's baby's doll. Sometimes he knew her and Father Mole, her director and companion. Oftener he forgot her, as he had done wife, children, love, ambition, vanity. But he remembered his dinner hour, and used to cry if his wine and water was not strong enough. It was the mysterious taint of the blood. The poor mother had brought it from her own ancient race. The evil had broken out once or twice in the father's family, long before Lady Steyne's sins had begun, or her fasts and tears and penances had been offered in their expiation. The pride of the race was struck down as the firstborn of Pharaoh. The dark mark of fate and doom was on the threshold, the tall old threshold surmounted by coronets and caned heraldry. The absent lord's children meanwhile prattled and grew on quite unconscious that the doom was over them too. First they talked of their father and devised plans against his return. Then the name of the living dead man was less frequently in their mouth, then not mentioned at all. But the stricken old grandmother trembled to think that these two were the inheritors of their father's shame as well as of his honors, and watched sickening for the day when the awful ancestral curse should come down on them. This dark presentiment also haunted Lord Steyne. He tried to lay the horrid bedside ghost in red seas of wine and jollity, and lost sight of it sometimes in the crowd and rout of his pleasures. But it always came back to him when alone, and seemed to grow more threatening with years. "I have taken your son," it said, "why not you? I may shut you up in a prison some day like your son George. I may tap you on the head tomorrow, and away go pleasure and honors, feasts and beauty, friends, flatterers, French cooks, fine horses and houses, in exchange for a prison, a keeper, and a straw mattress like George Gaunt's." And then my lord would defy the ghost which threatened him, for he knew of a remedy by which he could balk his enemy. So there was splendor and wealth, but no great happiness perchance, behind the tall caned portals of Gaunt House with its smoky coronets and ciphers. The feasts there were of the grandest in London, but there was not overmuch content therewith, except among the guests who sat at my lord's table. Had he not been so great a prince very few possibly would have visited him. But in Vanity Fair the sins of very great personages are looked at indulgently. Nous regardons à deux fois, as the French lady said, before we condemn a person of my lord's undoubted quality. Some notorious carpas and squeamish moralists might be sulky with Lord Steyne, but they were glad enough to come when he asked them. Lord Steyne is really too bad, Lady Slingstone said, but everybody goes, and of course I shall see that my girls come to no harm. His lordship is a man to whom I owe much, everything in life, said the Right Reverend Dr. Trail, thinking that the Archbishop was rather shaky, and Mrs. Trail and the young ladies would as soon have missed going to church as to one of his lordship's parties. His morals are bad, said little Lord Southdown to his sister, who meekly expostulated, having heard terrific legends from her mamma with respect to the doings at Gaunt House, but hang it, he's got the best dry sillery in Europe. And as for Sir Pitt Crawley, barked Sir Pitt that pattern of decorum, Sir Pitt who had led off at missionary meetings, he never for one moment thought of not going too. Where you see such persons as the Bishop of Ealing and the Countess of Slingstone, you may be pretty sure, Jane, the baronet would say, that we cannot be wrong. The great rank and station of Lord Steyne put him in a position to command people in our station in life. The Lord Lieutenant of a county, my dear, is a respectable man. Besides, George Gaunt and I were intimate in early life. He was my junior when we were attachés at Pumpernickel together. In a word, everybody went to wait upon this great man, everybody who was asked, as you the reader, do not say nay, or I the writer hereof would go if we had an invitation. Chapter 48. In which the reader is introduced to the very best of company. At last Becky's kindness and attention to the chief of her husband's family were destined to meet with an exceeding great reward, a reward which, though certainly somewhat unsubstantial, the little woman coveted with greater eagerness than more positive benefits. If she did not wish to lead a virtuous life, at least she desired to enjoy a character for virtue, and we know that no lady in the genteel world can possess this desideratum until she has put on a train and feathers and has been presented to her sovereign at court. From that august interview they come out stamped as honest women. The Lord Chamberlain gives them a certificate of virtue. And as dubious goods or letters are passed through an oven at quarantine, sprinkled with aromatic vinegar, and then pronounced clean, many a lady, whose reputation would be doubtful otherwise and liable to give infection, passes through the wholesome ordeal of the royal presence and issues from it free from all taint. It might be very well for my Lady Bareacres, my Lady Tufto, Mrs. Bute Crawley in the country, and other ladies who had come into contact with Mrs. Rawdon Crawley to cry fie at the idea of the odious little adventuress making her curtsy before the sovereign, and to declare that, if dear good Queen Charlotte had been alive, she never would have admitted such an extremely ill-regulated personage into her chaste drawing-room. But when we consider that it was the first gentleman in Europe in whose high presence Mrs. Rawdon passed her examination, and as it were, took her degree in reputation, it surely must be flat disloyalty to doubt any more about her virtue. I, for my part, look back with love and awe to that great character in history. Ah, what a high and noble appreciation of gentlewomanhood there must have been in Vanity Fair, when that revered and august being was invested, by the universal acclaim of the refined and educated portion of this empire, with the title of premier gentilhomme of his kingdom. Do you remember, dear M., O friend of my youth, how one blissful night 25 years since, the Hypocrite being acted, Elliston being manager, Dowton and Liston performers, two boys had leave from their loyal masters to go out from Slaughterhouse School where they were educated and to appear on Drury Lane stage, amongst a crowd which assembled there to greet the king. The king? There he was. Beefeaters were before the august box. The Marquis of Steyne, Lord of the Powder Closet, and other great officers of state were behind the chair on which he sat, florid of face, portly of person, covered with orders, and in a rich curling head of hair. How we sang God Save Him! How the house rocked and shouted with that magnificent music! How they cheered, and cried, and waved handkerchiefs! Ladies wept, mothers clasped their children, some fainted with emotion. People were suffocated in the pit, shrieks and groans rising up amidst the writhing and shouting mass there of his people who were, and indeed showed themselves almost to be, ready to die for him. Yes, we saw him. Fate cannot deprive us of that. Others have seen Napoleon. Some few still exist who have beheld Frederick the Great, Dr. Johnson, Marie Antoinette, and be it our reasonable boast to our children, that we saw George the Good, the Magnificent, the Great. Well, there came a happy day in Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's existence when this angel was admitted into the paradise of a court which she coveted, her sister-in-law acting as her godmother. On the appointed day, Sir Pitt and his lady, in their great family carriage, just newly built, and ready for the baronet's assumption of the office of High Sheriff of his county, drove up to the little house in Curzon Street. To the edification of Raggles, who was watching from his greengrocer's shop, and saw fine plumes within, and enormous bunches of flowers in the breasts of the new livery coats of the footmen. Sir Pitt, in a glittering uniform, descended and went into Curzon Street, his sword between his legs. Little Rawdon stood with his face against the parlour window panes, smiling and nodding with all his might to his aunt in the carriage within. And presently Sir Pitt issued forth from the house again, leading forth a lady with grand feathers, covered in a white shawl, and holding up daintily a train of magnificent brocade. She stepped into the vehicle as if she were a princess and accustomed all her life to go to court, smiling graciously on the footman at the door and on Sir Pitt, who followed her into the carriage. Then Rawdon followed in his old guard's uniform, which had grown woefully shabby, and was much too tight. He was to have followed the procession and waited upon his sovereign in a cab, but that his good-natured sister-in-law insisted that they should be a family party. The coach was large, the ladies not very big, they would hold their trains in their laps. Finally, the four went fraternally together, and their carriage presently joined the line of royal equipages which was making its way down Piccadilly and St. James's Street, towards the old brick palace where the Star of Brunswick was in waiting to receive his nobles and gentlefolks. Becky felt as if she could bless the people out of the carriage windows, so elated was she in spirit, and so strong a sense had she of the dignified position which she had at last attained in life. Even our Becky had her weaknesses, and as one often sees how men pride themselves upon excellences which others are slow to perceive, how, for instance, Comus firmly believes that he is the greatest tragic actor in England. How Brown, the famous novelist, longs to be considered, not a man of genius, but a man of fashion. While Robinson, the great lawyer, does not in the least care about his reputation in Westminster Hall, but believes himself incomparable across country and at a 5-barred gate, so to be, and to be thought. A respectable woman was Becky's aim in life, and she got up the genteel with amazing assiduity, readiness, and success. We have said, there were times when she believed herself to be a fine lady and forgot that there was no money in the chest at home, duns round the gate, tradesmen to coax and wheedle, no ground to walk upon, in a word. And as she went to court in the carriage, the family carriage, she adopted a demeanour so grand, self-satisfied, deliberate, and imposing that it made even Lady Jane laugh. She walked into the royal apartments with a toss of the head which would have befitted an empress, and I have no doubt had she been one, she would have become the character perfectly. We are authorized to state that Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's costume de cour on the occasion of her presentation to the sovereign was of the most elegant and brilliant description. Some ladies we may have seen, we who wear stars and cordons and attend the St. James's assemblies, or we, who, in muddy boots, dawdle up and down Pall Mall and peep into the coaches as they drive up with the great folks in their feathers, some ladies of fashion, I say, we may have seen. About 2 o'clock of the forenoon of a levee day, as the lace-jacketed band of the Life Guards are blowing triumphal marches seated on those prancing music stools. Their cream-colored chargers, who are by no means lovely and enticing objects at that early period of noon. A stout countess of 60, décolletée, painted, wrinkled with rouge up to her drooping eyelids, and diamonds twinkling in her wig, is a wholesome and edifying, but not a pleasant sight. She has the faded look of St. James's Street illumination, as it may be seen of an early morning, when half the lamps are out, and the others are blinking wanly, as if they were about to vanish like ghosts before the dawn. Such charms as those of which we catch glimpses while her ladyship's carriage passes should appear abroad at night alone. If even Cynthia looks haggard of an afternoon, as we may see her sometimes in the present winter season, with Phoebus staring her out of countenance from the opposite side of the heavens, how much more can old Lady Castlemaldy keep her head up when the sun is shining full upon it through the chariot windows, and showing all the chinks and crannies with which time has marked her face? No. Drawing-rooms should be announced for November, or the first foggy day, or the elderly sultanas of our Vanity Fair should drive up in closed litters, descend in a covered way, and make their curtsy to the sovereign under the protection of lamplight. Our beloved Rebecca had no need, however, of any such a friendly halo to set off her beauty. Her complexion could bear any sunshine as yet, and her dress, though if you were to see it now, any present lady of Vanity Fair would pronounce it to be the most foolish and preposterous attire ever worn, was as handsome in her eyes and those of the public, some 25 years since, as the most brilliant costume of the most famous beauty of the present season. A score of years hence that milliner's wonder, will have passed into the domain of the absurd, along with all previous vanities, but we are wandering too much. Mrs. Rawdon's dress was pronounced to be charmante on the eventful day of her presentation. Even good little Lady Jane was forced to acknowledge this effect, as she looked at her kinswoman, and owned sorrowfully to herself that she was quite inferior in taste to Mrs. Becky. She did not know how much care, thought, and genius Mrs. Rawdon had bestowed upon that garment. Rebecca had as good taste as any milliner in Europe, and such a clever way of doing things as Lady Jane little understood. The latter quickly spied out the magnificence of the brocade of Becky's train, and the splendor of the lace on her dress. The brocade was an old remnant, Becky said, and as for the lace, it was a great bargain. She had had it these 100 years. My dear Mrs. Crawley, it must have cost a little fortune, Lady Jane said, looking down at her own lace, which was not nearly so good, and then examining the quality of the ancient brocade which formed the material of Mrs. Rawdon's court dress. She felt inclined to say that she could not afford such fine clothing, but checked that speech, with an effort, as one uncharitable to her kinswoman. And yet, if Lady Jane had known all, I think even her kindly temper would have failed her. The fact is, when she was putting Sir Pitt's house in order, Mrs. Rawdon had found the lace and the brocade in old wardrobes, the property of the former ladies of the house, and had quietly carried the goods home, and had suited them to her own little person. Briggs saw her take them, asked no questions, told no stories, but I believe quite sympathized with her on this matter, and so would many another honest woman. And the diamonds, where the deuce did you get the diamonds, Becky? Said her husband, admiring some jewels which he had never seen before and which sparkled in her ears and on her neck with brilliance and profusion. Becky blushed a little and looked at him hard for a moment. Pitt Crawley blushed a little too, and looked out of window. The fact is, he had given her a very small portion of the brilliance. A pretty diamond clasp, which confined a pearl necklace which she wore, and the baronet had omitted to mention the circumstance to his lady. Becky looked at her husband, and then at Sir Pitt, with an air of saucy triumph, as much as to say, "Shall I betray you?" "Guess," she said to her husband. "Why, you silly man," she continued, "where do you suppose I got them? All except the little clasp, which a dear friend of mine gave me long ago. I hired them, to be sure. I hired them at Mr. Polonius's, in Coventry Street. You don't suppose that all the diamonds which go to court belong to the wearers? Like those beautiful stones which Lady Jane has, and which are much handsomer than any which I have, I am certain. They are family jewels," said Sir Pitt, again looking uneasy. And in this family conversation the carriage rolled down the street, until its cargo was finally discharged at the gates of the palace where the sovereign was sitting in state. The diamonds, which had created Rawdon's admiration, never went back to Mr. Polonius, of Coventry Street, and that gentleman never applied for their restoration, but they retired into a little private repository, in an old desk, which Amelia Sedley had given her years and years ago. and in which Becky kept a number of useful and, perhaps, valuable things, about which her husband knew nothing. To know nothing, or little, is in the nature of some husbands. To hide, in the nature of how many women? Oh, ladies! How many of you have surreptitious milliners' bills? How many of you have gowns and bracelets which you daren't show, or which you wear trembling? Trembling, and coaxing with smiles the husband by your side, who does not know the new velvet gown from the old one, or the new bracelet from last year's. Or has any notion that the ragged-looking yellow lace scarf cost 40 guineas and that Madame Bobinot is writing dunning letters every week for the money. Thus Rawdon knew nothing about the brilliant diamond earrings, or the superb brilliant ornament which decorated the fair bosom of his lady. But Lord Steyne, who was in his place at court, as Lord of the Powder Closet, and one of the great dignitaries in illustrious defences of the throne of England, and came up with all his stars, garters, collars, and cordons, and paid particular attention to the little woman, knew whence the jewels came and who paid for them. As he bowed over her he smiled, and quoted the hackneyed and beautiful lines from the Rape of the Lock about Belinda's diamonds, which Jews might kiss and infidels adore. "But I hope your lordship is orthodox," said the little lady with a toss of her head. And many ladies round about whispered and talked, and many gentlemen nodded and whispered, as they saw what marked attention the great nobleman was paying to the little adventuress. What were the circumstances of the interview between Rebecca Crawley, née Sharp, and her imperial master, it does not become such a feeble and inexperienced pen as mine to attempt to relate. The dazzled eyes close before that magnificent idea. Loyal respect and decency tell even the imagination not to look too keenly and audaciously about the sacred audience chamber, but to back away rapidly, silently, and respectfully, making profound bows out of the august presence. This may be said, that in all London there was no more loyal heart than Becky's after this interview. The name of her king was always on her lips, and he was proclaimed by her to be the most charming of men. She went to Colnagi's and ordered the finest portrait of him that art had produced, and credit could supply. She chose that famous one in which the best of monarchs is represented in a frock coat with a fur collar, and breeches and silk stockings, simpering on a sofa from under his curly brown wig. She had him painted in a brooch and wore it. Indeed, she amused and somewhat pestered her acquaintance with her perpetual talk about his urbanity and beauty. Who knows? Perhaps the little woman thought she might play the part of a Maintenon or a Pompadour. But the finest sport of all after her presentation was to hear her talk virtuously. She had a few female acquaintances, not, it must be owned, of the very highest reputation in Vanity Fair. But being made an honest woman of, so to speak, Becky would not consort any longer with these dubious ones, and cut Lady Crackenbury when the latter nodded to her from her opera box, and gave Mrs. Washington White the go-by in the ring. "One must, my dear, show one is somebody," she said. "One mustn't be seen with doubtful people. I pity Lady Crackenbury from my heart, and Mrs. Washington White may be a very good-natured person. You may go and dine with them, as you like your rubber. But I mustn't, and won't, and you will have the goodness to tell Smith to say I am not at home when either of them calls." The particulars of Becky's costume were in the newspapers, feathers, lappets, superb diamonds, and all the rest. Lady Crackenbury read the paragraph in bitterness of spirit and discoursed to her followers about the airs which that woman was giving herself. Mrs. Bute Crawley and her young ladies in the country had a copy of the Morning Post from town, and gave a vent to their honest indignation. If you had been sandy-haired, green-eyed, and a French rope-dancer's daughter, Mrs. Bute said to her eldest girl, who, on the contrary, was a very swarthy, short, and snub-nosed young lady, you might have had superb diamonds forsooth, and have been presented at court by your cousin, the Lady Jane. But you're only a gentlewoman, my poor dear child. You have only some of the best blood in England in your veins, and good principles and piety for your portion. I, myself, the wife of a baronet's younger brother, too, never thought of such a thing as going to court, nor would other people, if good Queen Charlotte had been alive. In this way the worthy rectoress consoled herself, and her daughters sighed and sat over the peerage all night. A few days after the famous presentation, another great and exceeding honor was vouchsafed to the virtuous Becky. Lady Steyne's carriage drove up to Mr. Rawdon Crawley's door, and the footman, instead of driving down the front of the house, as by his tremendous knocking he appeared to be inclined to do, relented and only delivered in a couple of cards, on which were engraven the names of the Marchioness of Steyne and the Countess of Gaunt. If these bits of pasteboard had been beautiful pictures, or had had 100 yards of Malines lace rolled round them, worth twice the number of guineas, Becky could not have regarded them with more pleasure. You may be sure they occupied a conspicuous place in the china bowl on the drawing-room table, where Becky kept the cards of her visitors. Lord! Lord! How poor Mrs. Washington White's card and Lady Crackenbury's card, which our little friend had been glad enough to get a few months back, and of which the silly little creature was rather proud once, Lord! Lord! I say, how soon at the appearance of these grand court cards, did those poor little neglected deuces sink down to the bottom of the pack. Steyne, Bareacres, Johns of Helvellyn, and Caroline of Camelot. We may be sure that Becky and Briggs looked out those august names in the peerage, and followed the noble races up through all the ramifications of the family tree. My Lord Steyne coming to call a couple of hours afterwards, and looking about him, and observing everything as was his wont, found his lady's cards already ranged as the trumps of Becky's hand, and grinned, as this old cynic always did at any naive display of human weakness. Becky came down to him presently. Whenever the dear girl expected his lordship, her toilette was prepared, her hair in perfect order, her mouchoirs, aprons, scarfs, little morocco slippers, and other female gimcracks arranged. And she seated in some artless and agreeable posture ready to receive him. Whenever she was surprised, of course, she had to fly to her apartment to take a rapid survey of matters in the glass, and to trip down again to wait upon the great peer. She found him grinning over the bowl. She was discovered, and she blushed a little. "Thank you, Monseigneur," she said. "You see your ladies have been here. How good of you. I couldn't come before, I was in the kitchen making a pudding." "I know you were, I saw you through the area railings as I drove up," replied the old gentleman. "You see everything," she replied. "A few things, but not that, my pretty lady," he said good-naturedly. "You silly little fibster. I heard you in the room overhead, where I have no doubt you were putting a little rouge on. You must give some of yours to my Lady Gaunt, whose complexion is quite preposterous, and I heard the bedroom door open, and then you came downstairs." "Is it a crime to try and look my best when you come here?" answered Mrs. Rawdon plaintively, and she rubbed her cheek with her handkerchief as if to show there was no rouge at all, only genuine blushes and modesty in her case. "About this who can tell? I know there is some rouge that won't come off on a pocket handkerchief, and some so good that even tears will not disturb it." "Well," said the old gentleman, twiddling round his wife's card, "you are bent on becoming a fine lady. You pester my poor old life out to get you into the world. You won't be able to hold your own there, you silly little fool. You've got no money." "You will get us a place," interposed Becky, as quick as possible. "You've got no money, and you want to compete with those who have. You poor little earthenware pipkin, you want to swim down the stream along with the great copper kettles. All women are alike. Everybody is striving for what is not worth the having. Gad! I dined with the king yesterday, and we had neck of mutton and turnips. A dinner of herbs is better than a stalled ox very often. You will go to Gaunt House. You give an old fellow no rest until you get there. It's not half so nice as here. You'll be bored there. I am. My wife is as gay as Lady Macbeth, and my daughters as cheerful as Regan and Goneril. I daren't sleep in what they call my bedroom. The bed is like the baldachin of St. Peter's, and the pictures frighten me. I have a little brass bed in a dressing room, and a little hair mattress like an anchorite. I am an anchorite. Ho! Ho! You'll be asked to dinner next week. And gare aux femmes, look out and hold your own. How the women will bully you. This was a very long speech for a man of few words like my Lord Steyne, nor was it the first which he uttered for Becky's benefit on that day. Briggs looked up from the work-table at which she was seated in the farther room and gave a deep sigh as she heard the great Marquis speak so lightly of her sex. "If you don't turn off that abominable sheepdog," said Lord Steyne, with a savage look over his shoulder at her, "I will have her poisoned." "I always give my dog dinner from my own plate," said Rebecca, laughing mischievously. And having enjoyed for some time the discomfiture of my lord, who hated poor Briggs for interrupting his tête-à-tête with the fair colonel's wife, Mrs. Rawdon at length had pity upon her admirer, and calling to Briggs, praised the fineness of the weather to her and bade her to take out the child for a walk. "I can't send her away," Becky said presently, after a pause, and in a very sad voice. Her eyes filled with tears as she spoke, and she turned away her head. "You owe her wages, I suppose," said the peer. "Worse than that," said Becky, still casting down her eyes, "I have ruined her." "Ruined her? Then why don't you turn her out?" the gentleman asked. "Men do that," Becky answered bitterly. "Women are not so bad as you. Last year, when we were reduced to our last guinea, she gave us everything. She shall never leave me, until we are ruined utterly ourselves, which does not seem far off, or until I can pay her the utmost farthing." How much is it?" said the peer with an oath. And Becky, reflecting on the largeness of his means, mentioned not only the sum which she had borrowed from Miss Briggs, but one of nearly double the amount. This caused the Lord Steyne to break out in another brief and energetic expression of anger, at which Rebecca held down her head the more and cried bitterly. "I could not help it. It was my only chance. I dare not tell my husband. He would kill me if I told him what I have done. I have kept it a secret from everybody but you, and you forced it from me. Ah, what shall I do, Lord Steyne? For I am very, very unhappy." Lord Steyne made no reply except by beating the devil's tattoo and biting his nails. At last he clapped his hat on his head and flung out of the room. Rebecca did not rise from her attitude of misery until the door slammed upon him and his carriage whirled away. Then she rose up with the queerest expression of victorious mischief glittering in her green eyes. She burst out laughing once or twice to herself, as she sat at work, and sitting down to the piano, she rattled away a triumphant voluntary on the keys, which made the people pause under her window to listen to her brilliant music. That night, there came 2 notes from Gaunt House for the little woman, the one containing a card of invitation from Lord and Lady Steyne to a dinner at Gaunt House next Friday, while the other enclosed a slip of grey paper bearing Lord Steyne's signature and the address of Messrs. Jones, Brown, and Robinson, Lombard Street. Rawdon heard Becky laughing in the night once or twice. It was only her delight at going to Gaunt House and facing the ladies there, she said, which amused her so. But the truth was that she was occupied with a great number of other thoughts. Should she pay off old Briggs and give her congé? Should she astonish Raggles by settling his account? She turned over all these thoughts on her pillow, and on the next day, when Rawdon went out to pay his morning visit to the club, Mrs. Crawley, in a modest dress with a veil on, whipped off in a hackney coach to the city, and being landed at Messrs. Jones and Robinson's bank, presented a document there to the authority at the desk, who, in reply, asked her how she would take it. She gently said she would take £150 in small notes and the remainder in 1 note, and passing through St. Paul's churchyard stopped there and bought the handsomest black silk gown for Briggs which money could buy, and which, with a kiss and the kindest speeches, she presented to the simple old spinster. Then she walked to Mr. Raggles, inquired about his children affectionately, and gave him £50 on account. Then she went to the liveryman from whom she jobbed her carriages and gratified him with a similar sum. "And I hope this will be a lesson to you, Spavin," she said, "and that on the next drawing-room day my brother, Sir Pitt, will not be inconvenienced by being obliged to take 4 of us in his carriage to wait upon his Majesty. Because my own carriage is not forthcoming. It appears there had been a difference on the last drawing-room day." Hence the degradation which the colonel had almost suffered, of being obliged to enter the presence of his sovereign in a hack cab. These arrangements concluded, Becky paid a visit upstairs to the before-mentioned desk, which Amelia Sedley had given her years and years ago, and which contained a number of useful and valuable little things, in which private museum she placed the one note which Messrs. Jones and Robinson's cashier had given her. Chapter 49. In which we enjoy 3 courses and a dessert. When the ladies of Gaunt House were at breakfast that morning, Lord Steyne, who took his chocolate in private and seldom disturbed the females of his household, or saw them except upon public days, or when they crossed each other in the hall, or when from his pit box at the opera he surveyed them in their box on the grand tier, his lordship, we say, appeared among the ladies and the children who were assembled over the tea and toast, and a battle royal ensued apropos of Rebecca. "My Lady Steyne," he said, "I want to see the list for your dinner on Friday, and I want you, if you please, to write a card for Colonel and Mrs. Crawley." "Blanche writes them," Lady Steyne said in a flutter. "Lady Gaunt writes them." "I will not write to that person," Lady Gaunt said, a tall and stately lady, who looked up for an instant and then down again after she had spoken. It was not good to meet Lord Steyne's eyes for those who had offended him. "Send the children out of the room." "Go," said he, pulling at the bell-rope. The urchins, always frightened before him, retired. Their mother would have followed too. "Not you," he said. "You stop." "My Lady Steyne," he said, "once more will you have the goodness to go to the desk and write that card for your dinner on Friday?" "My lord, I will not be present at it," Lady Gaunt said, "I will go home." "I wish you would, and stay there. You will find the bailiffs at Bearacres very pleasant company, and I shall be freed from lending money to your relations and from your own damned tragedy heirs. Who are you to give orders here? You have no money. You've got no brains. You were here to have children, and you have not had any. Gaunt's tired of you, and George's wife is the only person in the family who doesn't wish you were dead. Gaunt would marry again if you were." "I wish I were," her ladyship answered with tears and rage in her eyes. "You, forsooth, must give yourself airs of virtue, while my wife, who is an immaculate saint, as everybody knows, and never did wrong in her life, has no objection to meet my young friend Mrs. Crawley. My Lady Steyne knows that appearances are sometimes against the best of women, that lies are often told about the most innocent of them. Pray, madam, shall I tell you some little anecdotes about my Lady Bearacres, your mamma?" "You may strike me if you like, sir, or hit any cruel blow," Lady Gaunt said. To see his wife and daughter suffering always put his lordship into a good humour. "My sweet Blanche," he said, "I am a gentleman, and never lay my hand upon a woman, save in the way of kindness. I only wish to correct little faults in your character. You women are too proud, and sadly lack humility, as Father Mole, I'm sure, would tell my Lady Steyne if you were here. You mustn't give yourselves airs, you must be meek and humble, my blessings." For all Lady Steyne knows, this calumniated, simple, good-humoured Mrs. Crawley is quite innocent, even more innocent than herself. Her husband's character is not good, but it is as good as Bearacres, who has played a little and not paid a great deal, who cheated you out of the only legacy you ever had and left you a pauper on my hands. And Mrs. Crawley is not very well born, but she is not worse than Fanny's illustrious ancestor, the first de la Jones. "The money which I brought into the family, sir," Lady George cried out. "You purchased a contingent reversion with it," the Marquis said darkly. "If Gaunt dies, your husband may come to his honours. Your little boys may inherit them, and who knows what besides. In the meanwhile, ladies, be as proud and virtuous as you like abroad, but don't give me any airs. As for Mrs. Crawley's character, I shan't demean myself or that most spotless and perfectly irreproachable lady by even hinting that it requires a defence. You will be pleased to receive her with the utmost cordiality, as you will receive all persons whom I present in this house. This house?" He broke out with a laugh. "Who is the master of it? And what is it?" This temple of virtue belongs to me. And if I invite all Newgate or all Bedlam here, they shall be welcome. After this vigorous allocution, to one of which sort Lord Steyne treated his harem whenever symptoms of insubordination appeared in his household, the crestfallen women had nothing for it but to obey. Lady Gaunt wrote the invitation which his lordship required, and she and her mother-in-law drove in person, and with bitter and humiliated hearts, to leave the cards on Mrs. Rawdon, the reception of which caused that innocent woman so much pleasure. There were families in London who would have sacrificed a year's income to receive such an honour at the hands of those great ladies. Mrs. Frederick Bullock, for instance, would have gone on her knees from Mayfair to Lombard Street, if Lady Steyne and Lady Gaunt had been waiting in the city to raise her up and say, "Come to us next Friday," not to one of the great crushes and grand balls of Gaunt House, whither everybody went, but to the sacred, unapproachable, mysterious, delicious entertainments, to be admitted to one of which was a privilege, and an honour. And a blessing indeed. Severe, spotless, and beautiful, Lady Gaunt held the very highest rank in Vanity Fair. The distinguished courtesy with which Lord Steyne treated her charmed everybody who witnessed his behaviour, caused the severest critics to admit how perfect a gentleman he was, and to own that his lordship's heart at least was in the right place. The ladies of Gaunt House called Lady Bareacres into their aid, in order to repulse the common enemy. One of Lady Gaunt's carriages went to Hill Street for her ladyship's mother, all whose equipages were in the hands of the bailiffs, whose very jewels and wardrobe, it was said, had been seized by those inexorable Israelites. Bareacres Castle was theirs, too, with all its costly pictures, furniture, and articles of vertu, the magnificent Van Dycks, the noble Reynolds pictures. The Lawrence portraits, tawdry and beautiful, and, 30 years ago, deemed as precious as works of real genius. The matchless dancing nymph of Canova, for which Lady Bareacres had sat in her youth, Lady Bareacres splendid then, and radiant in wealth, rank, and beauty, a toothless, bald, old woman now, a mere rag of a former robe of state. Her lord, painted at the same time by Lawrence, as waving his sabre in front of Bareacres Castle, and clothed in his uniform as colonel of the Thistlewood Yeomanry, was a withered, old, lean man in a greatcoat and a Brutus wig. Slinking about Gray's Inn of mornings chiefly and dining alone at clubs. He did not like to dine with Steyne now. They had run races of pleasure together in youth when Bareacres was the winner. But Steyne had more bottom than he and had lasted him out. The Marquis was 10 times a greater man now than the young Lord Gaunt of 85, and Bareacres nowhere in the race, old, beaten, bankrupt, and broken down. He had borrowed too much money of Steyne to find it pleasant to meet his old comrade often. The latter, whenever he wished to be merry, used jeeringly to ask Lady Gaunt why her father had not come to see her. "He has not been here for 4 months, Lord Steyne would say. I can always tell by my cheque-book afterwards, when I get a visit from Bareacres. What a comfort it is, my ladies, I bank with one of my son's fathers-in-law, and the other banks with me." Of the other illustrious persons whom Becky had the honour to encounter on this her first presentation to the grand world, it does not become the present historian to say much. There was His Excellency the Prince of Peterwarden, with his princess, a nobleman tightly girthed, with a large military chest, on which the plaque of his order shone magnificently, and wearing the red collar of the golden fleece round his neck. He was the owner of countless flocks. "Look at his face. I think he must be descended from a sheep," Becky whispered to Lord Steyne. Indeed, His Excellency's countenance, long, solemn, and white, with the ornament round his neck, bore some resemblance to that of a venerable bellwether. There was Mr. John Paul Jefferson Jones, titularly attached to the American Embassy and correspondent of the New York Demagogue, who, by way of making himself agreeable to the company, asked Lady Steyne, during a pause in the conversation at dinner, how his dear friend, George Gaunt, liked the Brazils. He and George had been most intimate at Naples and had gone up Vesuvius together. Mr. Jones wrote a full and particular account of the dinner, which appeared duly in the Demagogue. He mentioned the names and titles of all the guests, giving biographical sketches of the principal people. He described the persons of the ladies with great eloquence, the service of the table, the size and costume of the servants. Enumerated the dishes and wines served, the ornaments of the sideboard, and the probable value of the plate. Such a dinner he calculated could not be dished up under $15 or $18 per head. And he was in the habit, until very lately, of sending over protégés, with letters of recommendation to the present Marquis of Stein, encouraged to do so by the intimate terms on which he had lived with his dear friend, the late Lord. He was most indignant that a young and insignificant aristocrat, the Earl of Southdown, should have taken the paw of him in their procession to the dining-room. Just as I was stepping up to offer my hand to a very pleasing and witty fashionable, the brilliant and exclusive Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, he wrote, the young patrician interposed between me and the lady and whisked my Helena off without a word of apology. I was fain to bring up the rear with the colonel, the lady's husband, a stout red-faced warrior who distinguished himself at Waterloo, where he had better luck than befell some of his brother redcoats at New Orleans. The colonel's countenance on coming into this polite society wore as many blushes as the face of a boy of 16 assumes when he is confronted with his sister's schoolfellows. It has been told before that honest Rawdon had not been much used at any period of his life to ladies' company. With the men at the club or the mess-room, he was well enough, and could ride, bet, smoke, or play at billiards with the boldest of them. He had had his time for female friendships too, but that was 20 years ago. And the ladies were of the rank of those with whom young Marlowe in the comedy is represented as having been familiar before he became abashed in the presence of Miss Hardcastle. The times are such that one scarcely dares to allude to that kind of company which thousands of our young men in Vanity Fair are frequenting every day, which nightly fills casinos and dancing-rooms. Which is known to exist as well as the Ring in Hyde Park or the Congregation at St. James's, but which the most squeamish if not the most moral of societies is determined to ignore. In a word, although Colonel Crawley was now 45 years of age, it had not been his lot in life to meet with a half-dozen good women, besides his paragon of a wife. All except her and his kind sister Lady Jane, whose gentle nature had tamed and won him, scared the worthy colonel. And on occasion of his first dinner at Gaunt House he was not heard to make a single remark except to state that the weather was very hot. Indeed Becky would have left him at home, but that virtue ordained that her husband should be by her side to protect the timid and fluttering little creature on her first appearance in polite society. On her first appearance Lord Stein stepped forward, taking her hand, and greeting her with great courtesy, and presenting her to Lady Stein, and their ladyships, her daughters. Their ladyships made 3 stately curtsies, and the elder lady to be sure gave her hand to the newcomer, but it was as cold and lifeless as marble. Becky took it, however, with grateful humility, and performing a reverence which would have done credit to the best dancer-master, put herself at Lady Stein's feet, as it were. By saying that his lordship had been her father's earliest friend and patron, and that she, Becky, had learned to honor and respect the Stein family from the days of her childhood. The fact is that Lord Stein had once purchased a couple of pictures of the late Sharp, and the affectionate orphan could never forget her gratitude for that favor. The Lady Bareacres then came under Becky's cognizance, to whom the colonel's lady made also a most respectful obeisance. It was returned with severe dignity by the exalted person in question. "I had the pleasure of making your ladyship's acquaintance at Brussels, 10 years ago," Becky said in the most winning manner. "I had the good fortune to meet Lady Bareacres at the Duchess of Richmond's ball, the night before the Battle of Waterloo. And I recollect your ladyship, and my Lady Blanche, your daughter, sitting in the carriage in the porte-cochere at the inn, waiting for horses. I hope your ladyship's diamonds are safe." Everybody's eyes looked into their neighbors'. The famous diamonds had undergone a famous seizure, it appears, about which Becky, of course, knew nothing. Rawdon Crawley retreated with Lord Southdown into a window, where the latter was heard to laugh immoderately, as Rawdon told him the story of Lady Bareacres wanting horses and knuckling down by Jove, to Mrs. Crawley. "I think I needn't be afraid of that woman," Becky thought. Indeed, Lady Bareacres exchanged terrified and angry looks with her daughter and retreated to a table, where she began to look at pictures with great energy. When the potentate from the Danube made his appearance, the conversation was carried on in the French language, and the Lady Bareacres and the younger ladies found, to their farther mortification, that Mrs. Crawley was much better acquainted with that tongue, and spoke it with a much better accent than they. Becky had met other Hungarian magnates with the army in France in 1816–17. She asked after her friends with great interest. The foreign personages thought that she was a lady of great distinction, and the prince and the princess asked severally of Lord Stein and the Marchioness, whom they conducted to dinner. Who was that petite dame who spoke so well? Finally, the procession being formed in the order described by the American diplomatist, they marched into the apartment where the banquet was served, and which, as I have promised the reader, he shall enjoy it. He shall have the liberty of ordering himself so as to suit his fancy. But it was when the ladies were alone that Becky knew the tug of war would come. And then indeed the little woman found herself in such a situation as made her acknowledge the correctness of Lord Stein's caution to her to beware of the society of ladies above her own sphere. As they say, the persons who hate Irishmen most are Irishmen, so, assuredly, the greatest tyrants over women are women. When poor little Becky, alone with the ladies, went up to the fireplace whither the great ladies had repaired, the great ladies marched away and took possession of a table of drawings. When Becky followed them to the table of drawings, they dropped off one by one to the fire again. She tried to speak to one of the children, of whom she was commonly fond in public places, but Master George Gaunt was called away by his mamma. And the stranger was treated with such cruelty finally, that even Lady Stein herself pitied her and went up to speak to the friendless little woman. Lord Stein, said her ladyship, as her wan cheeks glowed with a blush, says you sing and play very beautifully, Mrs. Crawley. I wish you would do me the kindness to sing to me. I will do anything that may give pleasure to my Lord Stein or to you, said Rebecca, sincerely grateful, and seating herself at the piano, began to sing. She sang religious songs of Mozart, which had been early favorites of Lady Stein, and with such sweetness and tenderness that the lady, lingering round the piano, sat down by its side and listened until the tears rolled down her eyes. It is true that the opposition ladies at the other end of the room kept up a loud and ceaseless buzzing and talking, but the Lady Stein did not hear those rumors. She was a child again, and had wandered back through a 40 years' wilderness to her convent garden. The chapel organ had pealed the same tones, the organist, the sister whom she loved best of the community, had taught them to her in those early happy days. She was a girl once more, and the brief period of her happiness bloomed out again for an hour. She started when the jarring doors were flung open, and with a loud laugh from Lord Stein, the men of the party entered full of gaiety. He saw at a glance what had happened in his absence, and was grateful to his wife for once. He went and spoke to her, and called her by her Christian name, so as again to bring blushes to her pale face. My wife says you have been singing like an angel, he said to Becky. Now there are angels of two kinds, and both sorts, it is said, are charming in their way. Whatever the previous portion of the evening had been, the rest of that night was a great triumph for Becky. She sang her very best, and it was so good that every one of the men came and crowded round the piano. The women, her enemies, were left quite alone. And Mr. Paul Jefferson Jones thought he had made a conquest of Lady Gaunt by going up to her ladyship and praising her delightful friend's first-rate singing. Chapter 50 contains a vulgar incident. The muse, whoever she be, who presides over this comic history must now descend from the genteel heights in which she has been soaring and have the goodness to drop down upon the lowly roof of John Sedley at Brompton, and describe what events are taking place there. Here, too, in this humble tenement, live care, and distrust, and dismay. Mrs. Clapp in the kitchen is grumbling in secret to her husband about the rent, and urging the good fellow to rebel against his old friend and patron and his present lodger. Mrs. Sedley has ceased to visit her landlady in the lower regions now, and indeed is in a position to patronize Mrs. Clapp no longer. How can one be condescending to a lady to whom one owes a matter of £40, and who is perpetually throwing out hints for the money? The Irish maidservant has not altered in the least in her kind and respectful behavior, but Mrs. Sedley fancies that she is growing insolent and ungrateful, and, as the guilty thief who fears each bush and officer, sees threatening innuendos and hints of capture in all the girl's speeches and answers. Miss Clapp, grown quite a young woman now, is declared by the soured old lady to be an unbearable and impudent little minx. Why Amelia can be so fond of her, or have her in her room so much, or walk out with her so constantly, Mrs. Sedley cannot conceive. The bitterness of poverty has poisoned the life of the once cheerful and kindly woman. She is thankless for Amelia's constant and gentle bearing towards her, carps at her for her efforts at kindness or service, rails at her for her silly pride in her child, and her neglect of her parents. Hierarchies' house is not a very lively one since Uncle Jos's annuity has been withdrawn and the little family are almost upon famine diet. Amelia thinks, and racks her brain, to find some means of increasing the small pittance upon which the household is starving. Can she give lessons in anything? Paint card racks? Do fine work? She finds that women are working hard, and better than she can, for 2d a day. She buys a couple of begilt Bristol boards at the fancy stationer's and paints her very best upon them, a shepherd with a red waistcoat on one, and a pink face smiling in the midst of a pencil landscape, a shepherdess on the other. Crossing a little bridge, with a little dog, nicely shaded. The man of the fancy repository and Brompton Emporium of Fine Arts, of whom she bought the screens, vainly hoping that he would repurchase them when ornamented by her hand, can hardly hide the sneer with which he examines these feeble works of art. He looks askance at the lady who waits in the shop, and ties up the cards again in their envelope of whitey brown paper, and hands them to the poor widow Miss Clapp, who had never seen such beautiful things in her life, and had been quite confident that the man must give at least 2 guineas for the screens. They try at other shops in the interior of London, with faint sickening hopes. Don't want 'em, says one. Be off, says another fiercely. 3 and 6 has been spent in vain. The screens retire to Miss Clapp's bedroom, who persists in thinking them lovely. She writes out a little card in her neatest hand, and after long thought and labor of composition, in which the public is informed that a lady who has some time at her disposal, wishes to undertake the education of some little girls, whom she would instruct in English, in French, in geography, in history, and in music, address A.O. at Mr. Brown's, and she confides the card to the gentleman of the Fine Art Repository, who consents to allow it to lie upon the counter, where it grows dingy and flyblown. Amelia passes the door wistfully many a time, in hopes that Mr. Brown will have some news to give her, but he never beckons her in. When she goes to make little purchases, there is no news for her. Poor simple lady, tender and weak, how are you to battle with the struggling violent world? She grows daily more careworn and sad, fixing upon her child alarmed eyes, whereof the little boy cannot interpret the expression. She starts up of a night and peeps into his room stealthily, to see that he is sleeping and not stolen away. She sleeps but little now. A constant thought and terror is haunting her. How she weeps and prays in the long silent nights, how she tries to hide from herself the thought which will return to her, that she ought to part with the boy, that she is the only barrier between him and prosperity. She can't. Not now, at least. Some other day. Oh! It is too hard to think of and to bear. A thought comes over her which makes her blush and turn from herself. Her parents might keep the annuity, the curate would marry her and give a home to her and the boy. But George's picture and dearest memory are there to rebuke her. Shame and love say no to the sacrifice. She shrinks from it as from something unholy, and such thoughts never found a resting place in that pure and gentle bosom. The combat, which we describe in a sentence or two, lasted for many weeks in poor Amelia's heart, during which she had no confidant. Indeed, she could never have one, as she would not allow to herself the possibility of yielding, though she was giving way daily before the enemy with whom she had to battle. One truth after another was marshalling itself silently against her and keeping its ground. Poverty and misery for all, want and degradation for her parents, injustice to the boy. One by one the outworks of the little citadel were taken, in which the poor soul passionately guarded her only love and treasure. At the beginning of the struggle, she had written off a letter of tender supplication to her brother at Calcutta, imploring him not to withdraw the support which he had granted to their parents and painting in terms of artless pathos their lonely and hapless condition. She did not know the truth of the matter. The payment of Jos's annuity was still regular, but it was a money-lender in the city who was receiving it. Old Sedley had sold it for a sum of money wherewith to prosecute his bootless schemes. Emmy was calculating eagerly the time that would elapse before the letter would arrive and be answered. She had written down the date in her pocket-book of the day when she dispatched it. To her son's guardian, the good Major at Madras, she had not communicated any of her griefs and perplexities. She had not written to him since she wrote to congratulate him on his approaching marriage. She thought with sickening despondency, that friend, the only one, the one who had felt such a regard for her, was fallen away. One day, when things had come to a very bad pass, when the creditors were pressing, the mother in hysteric grief, the father in more than usual gloom, the inmates of the family avoiding each other, each secretly oppressed with his private unhappiness and notion of wrong, the father and daughter happened to be left alone together, and Amelia thought to comfort her father by telling him what she had done. She had written to Joseph, an answer must come in 3 or 4 months. He was always generous, though careless. He could not refuse, when he knew how straitened were the circumstances of his parents. Then the poor old gentleman revealed the whole truth to her, that his son was still paying the annuity, which his own imprudence had flung away. He had not dared to tell it sooner. He thought Amelia's ghastly and terrified look, when, with a trembling, miserable voice he made the confession, conveyed reproaches to him for his concealment. "Ah," said he with quivering lips and turning away, "you despise your old father now." "Oh, Papal, it is not that," Amelia cried out, falling on his neck and kissing him many times. "You are always good and kind. You did it for the best. It is not for the money, it is, my God. My God! Have mercy upon me, and give me strength to bear this trial," and she kissed him again wildly and went away. Still the father did not know what that explanation meant, and the burst of anguish with which the poor girl left him. It was that she was conquered. The sentence was passed. The child must go from her, to others, to forget her. Her heart and her treasure, her joy, hope, love, worship, her God, almost. She must give him up, and then she would go to George, and they would watch over the child and wait for him until he came to them in heaven. She put on her bonnet, scarcely knowing what she did, and went out to walk in the lanes by which George used to come back from school, and where she was in the habit of going on his return to meet the boy. It was May, a half-holiday. The leaves were all coming out, the weather was brilliant, the boy came running to her flushed with health, singing, his bundle of schoolbooks hanging by a thong. There he was. Both her arms were round him. No, it was impossible. They could not be going to part. "What is the matter, mother?" said he, "you look very pale." "Nothing, my child," she said, and stooped down and kissed him. That night Amelia made the boy read the story of Samuel to her, and how Hannah, his mother, having weaned him, brought him to Eli the high priest to minister before the Lord. And he read the song of gratitude which Hannah sang, and which says, "Who it is who mocketh poor and mocketh rich, and bringeth low and exalteth, how the poor shall be raised up out of the dust, and how, in his own might, no man shall be strong." Then he read how Samuel's mother made him a little coat and brought it to him from year to year when she came up to offer the yearly sacrifice. And then, in her sweet simple way, George's mother made commentaries to the boy upon this affecting story. How Hannah, though she loved her son so much, yet gave him up because of her vow. And how she must always have thought of him as she sat at home, far away, making the little coat, and Samuel, she was sure, never forgot his mother. And how happy she must have been as the time came, and the years pass away very quick, when she should see her boy and how good and wise he had grown. This little sermon she spoke with a gentle solemn voice, and dry eyes, until she came to the account of their meeting, then the discourse broke off suddenly, the tender heart overflowed, and taking the boy to her breast. She rocked him in her arms and wept silently over him in a sainted agony of tears. Her mind being made up, the widow began to take such measures as seemed right to her for advancing the end which she proposed. One day, Miss Osborne, in Russell Square, Amelia had not written the name or number of the house for 10 years, her youth. Her early story came back to her as she wrote the superscription. One day Miss Osborne got a letter from Amelia which made her blush very much and look towards her father, sitting glooming in his place at the other end of the table. In simple terms, Amelia told her the reasons which had induced her to change her mind respecting her boy. Her father had met with fresh misfortunes which had entirely ruined him. Her own pittance was so small that it would barely enable her to support her parents and would not suffice to give George the advantages which were his due. Great as her sufferings would be at parting with him, she would, by God's help, endure them for the boy's sake. She knew that those to whom he was going would do all in their power to make him happy. She described his disposition, such as she fancied it, quick and impatient of control or harshness, easily to be moved by love and kindness. In a postscript, she stipulated that she should have a written agreement, that she should see the child as often as she wished, she could not part with him under any other terms. What? Mrs. Pride has come down, has she? Old Osborne said, when with a tremulous eager voice Miss Osborne read him the letter. Reg'lar starve out, hey? Ha, ha. I knew she would. He tried to keep his dignity and to read his paper as usual, but he could not follow it. He chuckled and swore to himself behind the sheet. At last he flung it down and, scowling at his daughter, as his wont was, went out of the room into his study adjoining, from whence he presently returned with a key. He flung it to Miss Osborne. Get the room over mine, his room that was, ready, he said. Yes, sir, his daughter replied in a tremble. It was George's room. It had not been opened for more than 10 years. Some of his clothes, papers, handkerchiefs, whips and caps, fishing rods and sporting gear, were still there. An army list of 1814, with his name written on the cover, a little dictionary he was wont to use in writing. And the Bible his mother had given him, were on the mantelpiece, with a pair of spurs and a dried inkstand covered with the dust of 10 years. Ah! Since that ink was wet, what days and people had passed away. The writing book, still on the table, was blotted with his hand. Miss Osborne was much affected when she first entered this room with the servants under her. She sank quite pale on the little bed. This is blessed news, ma'am, indeed, ma'am, the housekeeper said, and the good old times is returning, ma'am. The dear little feller, to be sure, ma'am, how happy he will be. But some folks in Mayfair, ma'am, will owe him a grudge, ma'am. And she clicked back the bolt which held the window sash and let the air into the chamber. You had better send that woman some money, Mr. Osborne said, before he went out. She shan't want for nothing. Send her £100. And I'll go and see her tomorrow? Miss Osborne asked. That's your lookout. She don't come in here, mind. No, not for all the money in London. But she mustn't want now. So look out, and get things right. With which brief speeches Mr. Osborne took leave of his daughter and went on his accustomed way into the city. Here, papa, is some money, Amelia said that night, kissing the old man, her father, and putting a bill for £100 into his hands. And, mamma, don't be harsh with Georgie. He is not going to stop with us long. She could say nothing more, and walked away silently to her room. Let us close it upon her prayers and her sorrow. I think we had best speak little about so much love and grief. Miss Osborne came the next day, according to the promise contained in her note, and saw Amelia. The meeting between them was friendly. A look and a few words from Miss Osborne showed the poor widow that, with regard to this woman at least, there need be no fear lest she should take the first place in her son's affection. She was cold, sensible, not unkind. The mother had not been so well pleased, perhaps, had the rival been better looking, younger, more affectionate, warmer-hearted. Miss Osborne, on the other hand, thought of old times and memories and could not but be touched with the poor mother's pitiful situation. She was conquered, and laying down her arms, as it were, she humbly submitted. That day they arranged together the preliminaries of the treaty of capitulation. George was kept from school the next day, and saw his aunt. Amelia left them alone together and went to her room. She was trying the separation, as that poor gentle Lady Jane Grey felt the edge of the axe that was to come down and sever her slender life. Days were passed in parleys, visits, preparations. The widow broke the matter to Georgie with great caution. She looked to see him very much affected by the intelligence. He was rather elated than otherwise, and the poor woman turned sadly away. He bragged about the news that day to the boys at school. Told them how he was going to live with his grandpapa, his father's father, not the one who comes here sometimes. And that he would be very rich, and have a carriage, and a pony, and go to a much finer school, and when he was rich he would buy Leader's pencil case and pay the tart woman. The boy was the image of his father, as his fond mother thought. Indeed, I have no heart, on account of our dear Amelia's sake, to go through the story of George's last days at home. At last the day came, the carriage drove up, the little humble packets containing tokens of love and remembrance were ready and disposed in the hall long since. George was in his new suit, for which the tailor had come previously to measure him. He had sprung up with the sun and put on the new clothes, his mother hearing him from the room close by, in which she had been lying, in speechless grief and watching. Days before she had been making preparations for the end, purchasing little stores for the boy's use, marking his books and linen, talking with him and preparing him for the change, fondly fancying that he needed preparation. So that he had change, what cared he? He was longing for it. By 1,000 eager declarations as to what he would do, when he went to live with his grandfather, he had shown the poor widow how little the idea of parting had cast him down. He would come and see his mamma often on the pony, he said. He would come and fetch her in the carriage, they would drive in the park, and she should have everything she wanted. The poor mother was fain to content herself with these selfish demonstrations of attachment, and tried to convince herself how sincerely her son loved her. He must love her. All children were so, a little anxious for novelty, and, no, not selfish, but self-willed. Her child must have his enjoyments and ambition in the world. She herself, by her own selfishness and imprudent love for him, had denied him his just rights and pleasures hitherto. I know few things more affecting than that timorous debasement and self-humiliation of a woman. How she owns that it is she and not the man who is guilty, how she takes all the faults on her side, how she courts in a manner punishment for the wrongs which she has not committed and persists in shielding the real culprit. It is those who injure women who get the most kindness from them, they are born timid and tyrants and maltreat those who are humblest before them. So poor Amelia had been getting ready in silent misery for her son's departure, and had passed many and many a long solitary hour in making preparations for the end. George stood by his mother, watching her arrangements without the least concern. Tears had fallen into his boxes, passages had been scored in his favorite books, old toys, relics, treasures had been hoarded away for him, and packed with strange neatness and care, and of all these things the boy took no note. The child goes away smiling as the mother breaks her heart. By heavens, it is pitiful, the bootless love of women for children in Vanity Fair. A few days are past, and the great event of Amelia's life is consummated. No angel has intervened. The child is sacrificed and offered up to fate, and the widow is quite alone. The boy comes to see her often, to be sure. He rides on a pony with a coachman behind him, to the delight of his old grandfather, Sedley, who walks proudly down the lane by his side. She sees him, but he is not her boy any more. Why, he rides to see the boys at the little school, too, and to show off before them his new wealth and splendor. In 2 days he has adopted a slightly imperious air and patronizing manner. He was born to command, his mother thinks, as his father was before him. It is fine weather now. Of evenings on the days when he does not come, she takes a long walk into London, yes, as far as Russell Square, and rests on the stone by the railing of the garden opposite Mr. Osborne's house. It is so pleasant and cool. She can look up and see the drawing-room windows illuminated, and, at about 9 o'clock, the chamber in the upper story where Georgie sleeps. She knows, he has told her. She prays there as the light goes out, prays with an humble heart, and walks home shrinking and silent. She is very tired when she comes home. Perhaps she will sleep the better for that long weary walk, and she may dream about Georgie. One Sunday she happened to be walking in Russell Square, at some distance from Mr. Osborne's house. She could see it from a distance though, when all the bells of Sabbath were ringing, and George and his aunt came out to go to church. A little sweep asked for charity, and the footman, who carried the books, tried to drive him away, but Georgie stopped and gave him money. May God's blessing be on the boy. Emmy ran round the square and, coming up to the sweep, gave him her mite too. All the bells of Sabbath were ringing, and she followed them until she came to the Foundling Church, into which she went. There she sat in a place whence she could see the head of the boy under his father's tombstone. Many hundred fresh children's voices rose up there and sang hymns to the Father Beneficent, and little George's soul thrilled with delight at the burst of glorious psalmody. His mother could not see him for a while, through the mist that dimmed her eyes. Chapter 51. In which a charade is acted which may or may not puzzle the reader. After Becky's appearance at my Lord Steyne's private and select parties, the claims of that estimable woman as regards fashion were settled. And some of the very greatest and tallest doors in the metropolis were speedily opened to her, doors so great and tall that the beloved reader and writer hereof may hope in vain to enter at them. Dear brethren, let us tremble before those august portals. I fancy them guarded by grooms of the chamber with flaming silver forks with which they prong all those who have not the right of the entree. They say the honest newspaper fellow who sits in the hall and takes down the names of the great ones who are admitted to the feasts dies after a little time. He can't survive the glare of fashion long. It scorches him up, as the presence of Jupiter in full dress wasted that poor imprudent Semele, a giddy moth of a creature who ruined herself by venturing out of her natural atmosphere. Her myth ought to be taken to heart amongst the Tibernians, the Belgravians, her story, and perhaps Becky's too. Ah, ladies, ask the Reverend Mr. Thurifer if Belgravia is not a sounding brass and Tibernia a tinkling cymbal. These are vanities. Even these will pass away. And some day or other, but it will be after our time, thank goodness, Hyde Park Gardens will be no better known than the celebrated horticultural outskirts of Babylon, and Belgrave Square will be as desolate as Baker Street. Or Tadmor in the wilderness. Ladies, are you aware that the great Pitt lived in Baker Street? What would not your grandmothers have given to be asked to Lady Hester's parties in that now decayed mansion? I have dined in it, moi que vous parle, I peopled the chamber with ghosts of the mighty dead. As we sat soberly drinking claret there with men of today, the spirits of the departed came in and took their places round the darksome board. The pilot who weathered the storm tossed off great bumpers of spiritual port, the shade of Dundas did not leave the ghost of a heel-tap. Addington sat bowing and smirking in a ghastly manner, and would not be behindhand when the noiseless bottle went round. Scott, from under bushy eyebrows, winked at the apparition of a beeswing. Wilberforce's eyes went up to the ceiling, so that he did not seem to know how his glass went up full to his mouth and came down empty, up to the ceiling which was above us only yesterday, and which the great of the past days have all looked at. They let the house as a furnished lodging now. Yes, Lady Hester once lived in Baker Street, and lies asleep in the wilderness. Ethan saw her there, not in Baker Street, but in the other solitude. It is all vanity to be sure, but who will not own to liking a little of it? I should like to know what well-constituted mind, merely because it is transitory, dislikes roast beef. That is a vanity, but may every man who reads this have a wholesome portion of it through life, I beg, though my readers were 500,000. Sit down, gentlemen, and fall to, with a good hearty appetite. The fat, the lean, the gravy, the horseradish as you like it, don't spare it. Another glass of wine, Jones, my boy, a little bit of the Sunday side. Yes, let us eat our fill of the vain thing and be thankful therefor. And let us make the best of Becky's aristocratic pleasures likewise, for these too, like all other mortal delights, were but transitory. The upshot of her visit to Lord Steyne was that His Highness the Prince of Rawdon took occasion to renew his acquaintance with Colonel Crawley, when they met on the next day at the club, and to compliment Mrs. Crawley in the ring of Hyde Park with a profound salute of the hat. She and her husband were invited immediately to one of the Prince's small parties at Levant House, then occupied by His Highness during the temporary absence from England of its noble proprietor. She sang after dinner to a very little comite. The Marquis of Steyne was present, paternally superintending the progress of his pupil. At Levant House Becky met one of the finest gentlemen and greatest ministers that Europe has produced, the Duc de la Jabatière, then ambassador from the Most Christian King, and subsequently minister to that monarch. I declare I swell with pride as these august names are transcribed by my pen, and I think in what brilliant company my dear Becky is moving. She became a constant guest at the French embassy, where no party was considered to be complete without the presence of the charming Madame Rawdon Crawley. Messrs de Truffigny, of the Perigord family, and Champignac, both attachés of the embassy, were straightway smitten by the charms of the fair colonel's wife, and both declared, according to the wont of their nation, for whoever yet met a Frenchman, come out of England, that has not left half a dozen families miserable, and brought away as many hearts in his pocket-book. Both, I say, declared that they were au mieux with the charming Madame Rawdon. But I doubt the correctness of the assertion. Champignac was very fond of écarté, and made many parties with the colonel of evenings, while Becky was singing to Lord Steyne in the other room. And as for Truffigny, it is a well-known fact that he dared not go to the Travellers, where he owed money to the waiters, and if he had not had the embassy as a dining place, the worthy young gentleman must have starved. I doubt, I say, that Becky would have selected either of these young men as a person on whom she would bestow her special regard. They ran of her messages, purchased her gloves and flowers, went in debt for opera boxes for her, and made themselves amiable in 1,000 ways. And they talked English with adorable simplicity, and to the constant amusement of Becky and my Lord Steyne, she would mimic one or other to his face, and compliment him on his advance in the English language with a gravity which never failed to tickle the Marquis, her sardonic old patron. Truffigny gave Briggs a shawl by way of winning over Becky's confidante, and asked her to take charge of a letter which the simple spinster handed over in public to the person to whom it was addressed, and the composition of which amused everybody who read it greatly. Lord Steyne read it, everybody but honest Rawdon, to whom it was not necessary to tell everything that passed in the little house in Mayfair. Here, before long, Becky received not only the best foreigners, as the phrase is in our noble and admirable society slang, but some of the best English people too. I don't mean the most virtuous, or indeed the least virtuous, or the cleverest, or the stupidest, or the richest, or the best born, but the best, in a word, people about whom there is no question, such as the great Lady Fitzwillis, that patron saint of Almack's, the great Lady Slowbore, the great Lady Grizzle Macbeth, she was Lady G. Glory, daughter of Lord Grey of Glory, and the like. When the Countess of Fitzwillis, her ladyship is of the King Street family, C. Debrett and Burke, takes up a person, he or she is safe. There is no question about them any more. Not that my Lady Fitzwillis is any better than anybody else, being, on the contrary, a faded person, 57 years of age, and neither handsome, nor wealthy, nor entertaining, but it is agreed on all sides that she is of the best people. Those who go to her are of the best, and from an old grudge probably to Lady Steyne, for whose coronet her ladyship, then the youthful Georgina Frederica, daughter of the Prince of Wales's favourite, the Earl of Portencherry, had once tried. This great and famous leader of the fashion chose to acknowledge Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, made her a most marked curtsy at the assembly over which she presided, and not only encouraged her son, St. Kitts, his lordship got his place through Lord Steyne's interest, to frequent Mrs. Crawley's house, but asked her to her own mansion and spoke to her twice in the most public and condescending manner during dinner. The important fact was known all over London that night. People who had been crying fie about Mrs. Crawley were silent. Wenham, the wit and lawyer, Lord Steyne's right-hand man, went about everywhere praising her. Some who had hesitated, came forward at once and welcomed her. Little Tom Toady, who had warned Southdown about visiting such an abandoned woman, now besought to be introduced to her. In a word, she was admitted to be among the best people. Ah, my beloved readers and brethren, do not envy poor Becky prematurely. Glory like this is said to be fugitive. It is currently reported that even in the very inmost circles, they are no happier than the poor wanderers outside the zone. And Becky, who penetrated into the very center of fashion and saw the great George IV face to face, has owned since that there too was vanity. We must be brief in descanting upon this part of her career. As I cannot describe the mysteries of Freemasonry, although I have a shrewd idea that it is a humbug, so an uninitiated man cannot take upon himself to portray the great world accurately, and had best keep his opinions to himself, whatever they are. Becky has often spoken in subsequent years of this season of her life, when she moved among the very greatest circles of the London fashion. Her success excited, elated, and then bored her. At first no occupation was more pleasant than to invent and procure, the latter a work of no small trouble and ingenuity, by the way, in a person of Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's very narrow means, to procure, we say, the prettiest new dresses and ornaments, to drive to fine dinner parties, where she was welcomed by great people. And from the fine dinner parties to fine assemblies, whither the same people came with whom she had been dining, whom she had met the night before, and would see on the morrow, the young men faultlessly appointed, handsomely cravatted, with the neatest glossy boots and white gloves, the elders portly, brass-buttoned, noble-looking, polite, and prosy, the young ladies blonde, timid, and in pink, the mothers grand, beautiful, sumptuous, solemn, and in diamonds. They talked in English, not in bad French, as they do in the novels. They talked about each other's houses, and characters, and families, just as the Joneses do about the Smiths. Becky's former acquaintances hated and envied her. The poor woman herself was yawning in spirit. I wish I were out of it, she said to herself. I would rather be a parson's wife and teach a Sunday school than this, or a sergeant's lady and ride in the regimental wagon. Or, oh, how much gayer it would be to wear spangles and trousers and dance before a booth at a fair. You would do it very well, said Lord Steyne, laughing. She used to tell the great man her ennuis and perplexities in her artless way, they amused him. Rawdon would make a very good écuyer, master of the ceremonies. What do you call him, the man in the large boots and the uniform, who goes round the ring cracking the whip? He is large, heavy, and of a military figure. I recollect, Becky continued pensively, my father took me to see a show at Brook Green Fair when I was a child, and when we came home, I made myself a pair of stilts and danced in the studio to the wonder of all the pupils. I should have liked to see it, said Lord Steyne. I should like to do it now, Becky continued. How Lady Blinky would open her eyes, and Lady Grizzle Macbeth would stare. Hush! Silence! There is Pasta beginning to sing. Becky always made a point of being conspicuously polite to the professional ladies and gentlemen who attended at these aristocratic parties, of following them into the corners where they sat in silence, and shaking hands with them. And smiling in the view of all persons. She was an artist herself, as she said very truly, there was a frankness and humility in the manner in which she acknowledged her origin, which provoked, or disarmed, or amused lookers-on, as the case might be. How cool that woman is, said one. What airs of independence she assumes, where she ought to sit still and be thankful if anybody speaks to her. What an honest and good-natured soul she is, said another. What an artful little minx, said a third. They were all right very likely, but Becky went her own way, and so fascinated the professional personages that they would leave off their sore throats in order to sing at her parties and give her lessons for nothing. Yes, she gave parties in the little house in Curzon Street. Many scores of carriages, with blazing lamps, blocked up the street, to the disgust of number 100, who could not rest for the thunder of the knocking, and of 102, who could not sleep for envy. The gigantic footmen who accompanied the vehicles were too big to be contained in Becky's little hall, and were billeted off in the neighbouring public houses, whence, when they were wanted, call boys summoned them from their beer. Scores of the great dandies of London squeezed and trod on each other on the little stairs, laughing to find themselves there. And many spotless and severe ladies of ton were seated in the little drawing-room, listening to the professional singers, who were singing according to their wont, and as if they wished to blow the windows down. And the day after, there appeared among the fashionable reunions in the Morning Post a paragraph to the following effect. Yesterday, Colonel and Mrs. Crawley entertained a select party at dinner at their house in Mayfair. Their Excellencies the Prince and Princess of Peterwaradin, H.E. Papush Pasha, the Turkish ambassador, attended by Kaibab Bey, dragoman of the mission, the Marquis of Stein, Earl of Southdown, Sir Pitt and Lady Jane Crawley, Mr. Wagg, and after dinner Mrs. Crawley had an assembly which was attended by the Duchess, Dowager, of Stilton, Duc de la Gruyère, Marchioness of Cheshire, Marchese Alessandro Strachino, Comte de Brie, Baron Shapsuger, Chevalier Tosti, Countess of Slingstone, and Lady F. McAdam, Major General and Lady G. Macbeth, and, 2, Miss Macbeths, Viscount Paddington, Sir Horace Fogey, Honourable Sans Bedwin, Babaki Bahadur, and an Ankh, which the reader may fill at his pleasure through a dozen close lines of small type. And in her commerce with the great our dear friend showed the same frankness which distinguished her transactions with the lowly in station. On one occasion, when out at a very fine house, Rebecca was, perhaps rather ostentatiously, holding a conversation in the French language with a celebrated tenor singer of that nation, while the Lady Grizzle Macbeth looked over her shoulder scowling at the pair. "How very well you speak French," Lady Grizzle said, who herself spoke the tongue in an Edinburgh accent most remarkable to hear. "I ought to know it," Becky modestly said, casting down her eyes. "I taught it in a school, and my mother was a Frenchwoman." Lady Grizzle was won by her humility and was mollified towards the little woman. She deplored the fatal levelling tendencies of the age, which admitted persons of all classes into the society of their superiors, but her ladyship owned that this one at least was well behaved and never forgot her place in life. She was a very good woman, good to the poor, stupid, blameless, unsuspicious. It is not her ladyship's fault that she fancies herself better than you and me. The skirts of her ancestors' garments have been kissed for centuries. It is 1,000 years, they say, since the tartans of the head of the family were embraced by the defunct Duncan's lords and councillors, when the great ancestor of the house became King of Scotland. Lady Stein, after the music scene, succumbed before Becky, and perhaps was not disinclined to her. The younger ladies of the House of Gaunt were also compelled into submission. Once or twice they set people at her, but they failed. The brilliant Lady Stunnington tried a passage of arms with her, but was routed with great slaughter by the intrepid little Becky. When attacked sometimes, Becky had a knack of adopting a demure ingenue air, under which she was most dangerous. She said the wickedest things with the most simple unaffected air when in this mood, and would take care artlessly to apologize for her blunders, so that all the world should know that she had made them. Mr. Wagg, the celebrated wit, and a lead captain and trencherman of my Lord Stein, was caused by the ladies to charge her. And the worthy fellow, leering at his patronesses and giving them a wink, as much as to say, "Now look out for sport," one evening began an assault upon Becky, who was unsuspiciously eating her dinner. The little woman, attacked on a sudden, but never without arms, lighted up in an instant, parried and riposted with a home thrust, which made Wagg's face tingle with shame. Then she returned to her soup with the most perfect calm and a quiet smile on her face. Wagg's great patron, who gave him dinners and lent him a little money sometimes, and whose election, newspaper, and other jobs Wagg did, gave the luckless fellow such a savage glance with the eyes as almost made him sink under the table and burst into tears. He looked piteously at my lord, who never spoke to him during dinner, and at the ladies, who disowned him. At last Becky herself took compassion upon him and tried to engage him in talk. He was not asked to dinner again for 6 weeks. And Fiche, My lord's confidential man, to whom Wag naturally paid a good deal of court, was instructed to tell him that if he ever dared to say a rude thing to Mrs. Crawley again, or make her the butt of his stupid jokes, Milor would put every one of his notes of hand into his lawyer's hands and sell him up without mercy. Wag wept before Fiche and implored his dear friend to intercede for him. He wrote a poem in favor of Mrs. R.C., which appeared in the very next number of the Harum Scarum magazine, which he conducted. He implored her goodwill at parties where he met her. He cringed and coaxed Rawdon at the club. He was allowed to come back to Gaunt House after a while. Becky was always good to him, always amused, never angry. His lordship's vizier and chief confidential servant, with a seat in Parliament and at the dinner table, Mr. Wenham, was much more prudent in his behaviour and opinions than Mr. Wag. However much he might be disposed to hate all parvenus, Mr. Wenham himself was a staunch old true blue Tory, and his father a small coal merchant in the north of England. This aide-de-camp of the Marquis never showed any sort of hostility to the new favourite, but pursued her with stealthy kindnesses and a sly and deferential politeness which somehow made Becky more uneasy than other people's overt hostilities. How the Crawleys got the money which was spent upon the entertainments with which they treated the polite world was a mystery which gave rise to some conversation at the time, and probably added zest to these little festivities. Some persons averred that Sir Pitt Crawley gave his brother a handsome allowance. If he did, Becky's power over the baronet must have been extraordinary indeed, and his character greatly changed in his advanced age. Other parties hinted that it was Becky's habit to levy contributions on all her husband's friends, going to this one in tears with an account that there was an execution in the house, falling on her knees to that one and declaring that the whole family must go to jail or commit suicide unless such and such a bill could be paid. Lord Southdown, it was said, had been induced to give many hundreds through these pathetic representations. Young Feltham, of the Th Dragoons, and son of the firm of Tyler and Feltham, hatters and army accoutrement makers, and whom the Crawleys introduced into fashionable life, was also cited as one of Becky's victims in the pecuniary way. People declared that she got money from various simply disposed persons, under pretence of getting them confidential appointments under government. Who knows what stories were or were not told of our dear and innocent friend? Certain it is that if she had had all the money which she was said to have begged or borrowed or stolen, she might have capitalized and been honest for life, whereas, but this is advancing matters. The truth is, that by economy and good management, by a sparing use of ready money and by paying scarcely anybody, people can manage, for a time at least, to make a great show with very little means, and it is our belief that Becky's much talked of parties, which were not, after all was said, very numerous, cost this lady very little more than the wax candles which lighted the walls. Stilbrook and Queen's Crawley supplied her with game and fruit in abundance. Lord Steyne's cellars were at her disposal, and that excellent nobleman's famous cooks presided over her little kitchen, or sent by my lord's order the rarest delicacies from their own. I protest it is quite shameful in the world to abuse a simple creature, as people of her time abuse Becky, and I warn the public against believing 1/10 of the stories against her. If every person is to be banished from society who runs into debt and cannot pay, if we are to be peering into everybody's private life, speculating upon their income, and cutting them if we don't approve of their expenditure, why, what a howling wilderness and intolerable dwelling Vanity Fair would be. Every man's hand would be against his neighbor in this case, my dear sir, and the benefits of civilization would be done away with. We should be quarreling, abusing, avoiding one another. Our houses would become caverns, and we should go in rags because we cared for nobody. Rents would go down. Parties wouldn't be given any more. All the tradesmen of the town would be bankrupt. Wine, waxlights, comestibles, rouge, crinoline petticoats, diamonds, wigs, Louis Quatorze gimcracks, and old china, park hacks, and splendid high-stepping carriage horses, all the delights of life, I say, would go to the deuce. If people did but act upon their silly principles and avoid those whom they dislike and abuse. Whereas, by a little charity and mutual forbearance, things are made to go on pleasantly enough. We may abuse a man as much as we like, and call him the greatest rascal unhanged, but do we wish to hang him therefore? No. We shake hands when we meet. If his cook is good we forgive him and go and dine with him, and we expect he will do the same by us. Thus trade flourishes, civilization advances, peace is kept, new dresses are wanted for new assemblies every week. And the last year's vintage of Lafitte will remunerate the honest proprietor who reared it. At the time whereof we are writing, though the great George was on the throne and ladies wore gigots and large combs like tortoise-shell shovels in their hair, instead of the simple sleeves and lovely wreaths which are actually in fashion. The manners of the very polite world were not, I take it, essentially different from those of the present day, and their amusements pretty similar. To us, from the outside, gazing over the policeman's shoulders at the bewildering beauties as they pass into court or ball, they may seem beings of unearthly splendor and in the enjoyment of an exquisite happiness by us unattainable. It is to console some of these dissatisfied beings that we are narrating our dear Becky's struggles, and triumphs, and disappointments, of all of which, indeed, as is the case with all persons of merit, she had her share. At this time the amiable amusement of acting charades had come among us from France, and was considerably in vogue in this country, enabling the many ladies amongst us who had beauty to display their charms, and the fewer number who had cleverness to exhibit their wit. My Lord Steyne was incited by Becky, who perhaps believed herself endowed with both the above qualifications, to give an entertainment at Gaunt House, which should include some of these little dramas, and we must take leave to introduce the reader to this brilliant reunion, and, with a melancholy welcome too. For it will be among the very last of the fashionable entertainments to which it will be our fortune to conduct him. A portion of that splendid room, the picture gallery of Gaunt House, was arranged as the charade theatre. It had been so used when George III was king. And a picture of the Marquis of Gaunt is still extant, with his hair in powder and a pink ribbon, in a Roman shape, as it was called, enacting the part of Cato in Mr. Addison's tragedy of that name, performed before their Royal Highnesses the Prince of Wales, the Bishop of Osnaburgh, and Prince William Henry, then children like the actor. One or two of the old properties were drawn out of the garrets, where they had lain ever since, and furbished up anew for the present festivities. Young Bedwin Sands, then an elegant dandy and Eastern traveller, was manager of the revels. An Eastern traveller was somebody in those days, and the adventurous Bedwin, who had published his quarto and passed some months under the tents in the desert, was a personage of no small importance. In his volume there were several pictures of Sands in various oriental costumes, and he travelled about with a black attendant of most unprepossessing appearance, just like another Brian de Bois Gilbert. Bedwin, his costumes, and black man, were hailed at Gaunt House as very valuable acquisitions. He led off the first charade. A Turkish officer with an immense plume of feathers, the Janissaries were supposed to be still in existence, and the tarbouch had not as yet displaced the ancient and majestic headdress of the true believers, was seen couched on a divan, and making believe to puff at a narghileh, in which, however, for the sake of the ladies, only a fragrant pastille was allowed to smoke. The Turkish dignitary yawns and expresses signs of weariness and idleness. He claps his hands and Mesra the Nubian appears, with bare arms, bangles, yataghans, and every Eastern ornament, gaunt, tall, and hideous. He makes a salaam before my Lord the Aga. A thrill of terror and delight runs through the assembly. The ladies whisper to one another. The black slave was given to Bedwin Sands by an Egyptian pasha in exchange for 3 dozen of maraschino. He has sewn up ever so many odalisks in sacks and tilted them into the Nile. Bid the slave merchant enter, says the Turkish voluptuary with a wave of his hand. Mesra conducts the slave merchant into my lord's presence. He brings a veiled female with him. He removes the veil. A thrill of applause bursts through the house. It is Mrs. Winkworth, she was a Miss Absalom, with the beautiful eyes and hair. She is in a gorgeous oriental costume. The black braided locks are twined with innumerable jewels, her dress is covered over with gold piastres. The odious Mahometan expresses himself charmed by her beauty. She falls down on her knees and entreats him to restore her to the mountains where she was born, and where her Circassian lover is still deploring the absence of his Zuleika. No entreaties will move the obdurate Hassan. He laughs at the notion of the Circassian bridegroom. Zuleika covers her face with her hands and drops down in an attitude of the most beautiful despair. There seems to be no hope for her, when the Kisler Aga appears. The Kisler Aga brings a letter from the Sultan. Hassan receives and places on his head the dread firman. A ghastly terror seizes him, while on the Negro's face, it is Mesrour again in another costume, appears a ghastly joy. "Mercy! Mercy!" cries the Pasha, while the Kisler Aga, grinning horribly, pulls out a bowstring. The curtain draws just as he is going to use that awful weapon. Hassan from within bawls out, first 2 syllables, and misses. Rawdon Crawley, who is going to act in the charade, comes forward and compliments Mrs. Winkworth on the admirable taste and beauty of her costume. The second part of the charade takes place. It is still an Eastern scene. Hassan, in another dress, is in an attitude by Zuleika, who is perfectly reconciled to him. The Kisler Aga has become a peaceful black slave. It is sunrise on the desert, and the Turks turn their heads eastwards and bow to the sand. As there are no dromedaries at hand, the band facetiously plays "The Camels Are Coming." An enormous Egyptian head figures in the scene. It is a musical one, and, to the surprise of the Oriental travelers, sings a comic song, composed by Mr. Wag. The Eastern voyagers go off dancing, like Papageno and the Moorish king in the magic flute. Last 2 syllables, roars the head. The last act opens. It is a Grecian tent this time. A tall and stalwart man reposes on a couch there. Above him hang his helmet and shield. There is no need for them now. Ilium is down. Iphigenia is slain. Cassandra is a prisoner in his outer halls. The king of men, it is Colonel Crawley, who, indeed, has no notion about the sack of Ilium or the conquest of Cassandra. The Anaxandron is asleep in his chamber at Argos. A lamp casts the broad shadow of the sleeping warrior flickering on the wall, the sword and shield of Troy glitter in its light. The band plays the awful music of Don Juan, before the statue enters. Aegisthus steals in pale and on tiptoe. What is that ghastly face looking out balefully after him from behind the arras? He raises his dagger to strike the sleeper, who turns in his bed, and opens his broad chest as if for the blow. He cannot strike the noble slumbering chieftain. Clytemnestra glides swiftly into the room like an apparition, her arms are bare and white, her tawny hair floats down her shoulders, her face is deadly pale, and her eyes are lighted up with a smile so ghastly that people quake as they look at her. A tremor ran through the room. "Good God," somebody said, "it's Mrs. Rawdon Crawley." Scornfully she snatches the dagger out of Aegisthus's hand and advances to the bed. You see it shining over her head in the glimmer of the lamp, and the lamp goes out, with a groan, and all is dark. The darkness and the scene frighten people. Rebecca performed her part so well, and with such ghastly truth, that the spectators were all dumb, until, with a burst, all the lamps of the hall blazed out again, when everybody began to shout applause. "Brava! Brava!" Old Stein's strident voice was heard roaring over all the rest. "By, she'd do it too," he said between his teeth. The performers were called by the whole house, which sounded with cries of "Manager!" Clytemnestra. Agamemnon could not be got to show in his classical tunic, but stood in the background with Aegisthus and others of the performers of the little play. Mr. Bidwin Sands led on Zuleika and Clytemnestra. A great personage insisted on being presented to the charming Clytemnestra. "Hey ha! Run him through the body. Marry somebody else, hey," was the apposite remark made by His Royal Highness. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was quite killing in the part, said Lord Stein. Becky laughed, gay and saucy looking, and swept the prettiest little curtsy ever seen. Servants brought in salvers covered with numerous cool dainties, and the performers disappeared to get ready for the second charade tableau. The 3 syllables of this charade were to be depicted in pantomime, and the performance took place in the following wise. First syllable. Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B. With a slouched hat and a staff, a greatcoat, and a lantern borrowed from the stables, passed across the stage bawling out, as if warning the inhabitants of the hour. In the lower window are seen 2 bagmen playing apparently at the game of cribbage, over which they yawn much. To them enters one looking like Boots, the Honourable G. Ringwood, which character the young gentleman performed to perfection, and divests them of their lower coverings, and presently chambermaid, the Right Honourable Lord Southdown, with 2 candlesticks, and a warming pan. She ascends to the upper apartment and warms the bed. She uses the warming pan as a weapon wherewith she wards off the attention of the bagmen. She exits. They put on their nightcaps and pull down the blinds. Boots comes out and closes the shutters of the ground floor chamber. You hear him bolting and chaining the door within. All the lights go out. The music plays Dormez, Dormez, chers amours. A voice from behind the curtain says, first syllable. Second syllable. The lamps are lighted up all of a sudden. The music plays the old air from John of Paris, à quel plaisir d'être en voyage. It is the same scene. Between the first and second floors of the house represented, you behold a sign on which the Stein arms are painted. All the bells are ringing all over the house. In the lower apartment you see a man with a long slip of paper presenting it to another, who shakes his fists, threatens and vows that it is monstrous. Ostler, bring round my gig, cries another at the door. He chucks chambermaid, the Right Honourable Lord Southdown, under the chin. She seems to deplore his absence, as Calypso did that of that other eminent traveller Ulysses. Boots, the Honourable G. Ringwood, passes with a wooden box, containing silver flagons, and cries, pots, with such exquisite humour and naturalness that the whole house rings with applause, and a bouquet is thrown to him. Crack, 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 go the whips. Landlord, chambermaid, waiter rush to the door, but just as some distinguished guest is arriving, the curtains close, and the invisible theatrical manager cries out, second syllable. I think it must be hotel, says Captain Grigg of the Life Guards. There is a general laugh at the captain's cleverness. He is not very far from the mark. While the third syllable is in preparation, the band begins a nautical medley, all in the Downs, cease rude Boreas, rule Britannia, in the Bay of Biscay o. Some maritime event is about to take place. A bell is heard ringing as the curtain draws aside. Now, gents, for the shore, a voice exclaims. People take leave of each other. They point anxiously as if towards the clouds, which are represented by a dark curtain, and they nod their heads in fear. Lady Squeams, the Right Honourable Lord Southdown, her lap-dog, her bags, reticules, and husband sit down, and cling hold of some ropes. It is evidently a ship. The captain, Colonel Crawley, C.B. with a cocked hat and a telescope, comes in, holding his hat on his head, and looks out. His coat tails fly about as if in the wind. When he leaves go of his hat to use his telescope, his hat flies off, with immense applause. It is blowing fresh. The music rises and whistles louder and louder. The mariners go across the stage staggering, as if the ship was in severe motion. The steward, the Honourable G. Ringwood, passes reeling by, holding 6 basins. He puts one rapidly by Lord Squeams, Lady Squeams, giving a pinch to her dog, which begins to howl piteously, puts her pocket handkerchief to her face, and rushes away as for the cabin. The music rises up to the wildest pitch of stormy excitement, and the third syllable is concluded. There was a little ballet, Le Rossignol, in which Montessu and Noblet used to be famous in those days, and which Mr. Wagg transferred to the English stage as an opera, putting his verse, of which he was a skilful writer, to the pretty airs of the ballet. It was dressed in old French costume, and little Lord Southdown now appeared admirably attired in the disguise of an old woman hobbling about the stage with a faultless crooked stick. Trills of melody were heard behind the scenes, and gurgling from a sweet pasteboard cottage covered with roses and trellis work. "Philomele, Philomele," cries the old woman, and Philomele comes out. More applause. It is Mrs. Rawdon Crawley in powder and patches, the most ravissant little marquise in the world. She comes in laughing, humming, and frisks about the stage with all the innocence of theatrical youth. She makes a curtsy. Mamma says, "Why, child, you are always laughing and singing," and away she goes, with "The rose upon my balcony." The rose upon my balcony, the morning air perfuming, was leafless all the winter time and pining for the spring. You ask me why her breath is sweet and why her cheek is blooming. It is because the sun is out and birds begin to sing. The nightingale, whose melody is through the greenwood ringing, was silent when the boughs were bare and winds were blowing keen, and if, mamma, you ask of me the reason of his singing, it is because the sun is out and all the leaves are green. Thus each performs his part, mamma. The birds have found their voices, the blowing rose a flush, mamma, her bonny cheek to dye. And there's sunshine in my heart, mamma, which wakens and rejoices, and so I sing and blush, mamma, and that's the reason why. During the intervals of the stanzas of this ditty, the good-natured personage addressed as mamma by the singer, and whose large whiskers appeared under her cap, seemed very anxious to exhibit her maternal affection by embracing the innocent creature who performed the daughter's part. Every caress was received with loud acclamations of laughter by the sympathizing audience. At its conclusion, while the music was performing a symphony as if ever so many birds were warbling, the whole house was unanimous for an encore, and applause and bouquets without end were showered upon the nightingale of the evening. Lord Steyne's voice of applause was loudest of all. Becky, the nightingale, took the flowers which he threw to her and pressed them to her heart with the air of a consummate comedian. Lord Steyne was frantic with delight. His guest's enthusiasm harmonized with his own. Where was the beautiful black-eyed houri whose appearance in the first charade had caused such delight? She was twice as handsome as Becky, but the brilliancy of the latter had quite eclipsed her. All voices were for her. Stevens, Caradori, Ronzi de Begnis, people compared her to one or the other, and agreed with good reason, very likely, that had she been an actress none on the stage could have surpassed her. She had reached her culmination, her voice rose trilling and bright over the storm of applause, and soared as high and joyful as her triumph. There was a ball after the dramatic entertainments, and everybody pressed round Becky as the great point of attraction of the evening. The royal personage declared with an oath that she was perfection, and engaged her again and again in conversation. Little Becky's soul swelled with pride and delight at these honors. She saw fortune, fame, fashion before her. Lord Steyne was her slave, followed her everywhere, and scarcely spoke to any one in the room beside, and paid her the most marked compliments and attention. She still appeared in her marquise costume and danced a minuet with Monsieur de Truffigny, Monsieur le Duc de la Jabatière's attaché. And the Duke, who had all the traditions of the ancient court, pronounced that Madame Crawley was worthy to have been a pupil of Vestris, or to have figured at Versailles. Only a feeling of dignity, the gout, and the strongest sense of duty and personal sacrifice prevented His Excellency from dancing with her himself, and he declared in public that a lady who could talk and dance like Mrs. Rawdon was fit to be ambassadress at any court in Europe. He was only consoled when he heard that she was half a Frenchwoman by birth. None but a compatriot, His Excellency declared, could have performed that majestic dance in such a way. Then she figured in a waltz with Monsieur de Klingenspohr, the Prince of Peterwaradin's cousin and attaché. The delighted prince, having less retinue than his French diplomatic colleague, insisted upon taking a turn with the charming creature, and twirled round the ballroom with her, scattering the diamonds out of his boot tassels and hussar jacket until His Highness was fairly out of breath. Papush Pasha himself would have liked to dance with her if that amusement had been the custom of his country. The company made a circle round her and applauded as wildly as if she had been a noblet or a Taglioni. Everybody was in ecstasy. And Becky too, you may be sure. She passed by Lady Stunnington with a look of scorn. She patronized Lady Gaunt and her astonished and mortified sister-in-law, she ecrased all rival charmers. As for poor Mrs. Winkworth, and her long hair and great eyes, which had made such an effect at the commencement of the evening, where was she now? Nowhere in the race. She might tear her long hair and cry her great eyes out, but there was not a person to heed or to deplore the discomfiture. The greatest triumph of all was at supper time. She was placed at the grand exclusive table with His Royal Highness the exalted personage before mentioned, and the rest of the great guests. She was served on gold plate. She might have had pearls melted into her champagne if she liked, another Cleopatra, and the potentate of Peterwarden would have given half the brilliance off his jacket for a kind glance from those dazzling eyes. Jabatiere wrote home about her to his government. The ladies at the other tables, who supped off mere silver and marked Lord Steyne's constant attention to her, vowed it was a monstrous infatuation, a gross insult to ladies of rank. If sarcasm could have killed, Lady Stunnington would have slain her on the spot. Rawdon Crawley was scared at these triumphs. They seemed to separate his wife farther than ever from him somehow. He thought with a feeling very like pain how immeasurably she was his superior. When the hour of departure came, a crowd of young men followed her to her carriage, for which the people without bawled, the cry being caught up by the link men who were stationed outside the tall gates of Gaunt House, congratulating each person who issued from the gate and hoping his lordship had enjoyed this noble party. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's carriage, coming up to the gate after due shouting, rattled into the illuminated courtyard and drove up to the covered way. Rawdon put his wife into the carriage, which drove off. Mr. Wenham had proposed to him to walk home, and offered the colonel the refreshment of a cigar. They lighted their cigars by the lamp of one of the many link boys outside, and Rawdon walked on with his friend Wenham. Two persons separated from the crowd and followed the two gentlemen. And when they had walked down Gaunt Square a few score of paces, one of the men came up and, touching Rawdon on the shoulder, said, "Beg your pardon, Colonel, I wish to speak to you most particular." This gentleman's acquaintance gave a loud whistle as the latter spoke, at which signal a cab came clattering up from those stationed at the gate of Gaunt House, and the aide-de-camp ran round and placed himself in front of Colonel Crawley. That gallant officer at once knew what had befallen him. He was in the hands of the bailiffs. He started back, falling against the man who had first touched him. "We're three on us, it's no use bolting," the man behind said. "It's you, Moss, is it?" said the colonel, who appeared to know his interlocutor. "How much is it?" "Only a small thing," whispered Mr. Moss, of Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane, an assistant officer to the Sheriff of Middlesex, 166, 6 and 8 pence, at the suit of Mr. Nathan. "Lend me 100, Wenham, for God's sake," poor Rawdon said, "I've got 70 at home." "I've not got £10 in the world," said poor Mr. Wenham. "Good night, my dear fellow." "Good night," said Rawdon ruefully. And Wenham walked away, and Rawdon Crawley finished his cigar as the cab drove under Temple Bar. Chapter 52. In which Lord Steyne shows himself in a most amiable light. When Lord Steyne was benevolently disposed, he did nothing by halves, and his kindness towards the Crawley family did the greatest honour to his benevolent discrimination. His lordship extended his goodwill to little Rawdon. He pointed out to the boy's parents the necessity of sending him to a public school, that he was of an age now when emulation, the first principles of the Latin language, pugilistic exercises, and the society of his fellow boys would be of the greatest benefit to the boy. His father objected that he was not rich enough to send the child to a good public school. His mother that Briggs was a capital mistress for him, and had brought him on, as indeed was the fact, famously in English, the Latin rudiments, and in general learning, but all these objections disappeared before the generous perseverance of the Marquis of Steyne. His lordship was one of the governors of that famous old collegiate institution called the Whitefriars. It had been a Cistercian convent in old days, when the Smithfield, which is contiguous to it, was a tournament ground. Obstinate heretics used to be brought thither convenient for burning hard by. Henry VIII, the defender of the faith, seized upon the monastery and its possessions and hanged and tortured some of the monks who could not accommodate themselves to the pace of his reform. Finally, a great merchant bought the house and land adjoining, in which, and with the help of other wealthy endowments of land and money, he established a famous foundation hospital for old men and children. An extern school grew round the old almost monastic foundation, which subsists still with its middle-age costume and usages, and all Cistercians pray that it may long flourish. Of this famous house, some of the greatest noblemen, prelates, and dignitaries in England are governors, and as the boys are very comfortably lodged, fed, and educated, and subsequently inducted to good scholarships at the university and livings in the church, many little gentlemen are devoted to the ecclesiastical profession from their tenderest years. And there is considerable emulation to procure nominations for the foundation. It was originally intended for the sons of poor and deserving clerics and laics, but many of the noble governors of the institution, with an enlarged and rather capricious benevolence, selected all sorts of objects for their bounty. To get an education for nothing, and a future livelihood and profession assured, was so excellent a scheme that some of the richest people did not disdain it. And not only great men's relations, but great men themselves, sent their sons to profit by the chance, right rev. Prelates sent their own kinsmen or the sons of their clergy, while, on the other hand, some great noblemen did not disdain to patronize the children of their confidential servants, so that a lad entering this establishment had every variety of youthful society wherewith to mingle. Rawdon Crawley, though the only book which he studied was the racing calendar, and though his chief recollections of polite learning were connected with the floggings which he received at Eton in his early youth, had that decent and honest reverence for classical learning which all English gentlemen feel, and was glad to think that his son was to have a provision for life, perhaps, and a certain opportunity of becoming a scholar. And although his boy was his chief solace and companion, and endeared to him by 1,000 small ties, about which he did not care to speak to his wife, who had all along shown the utmost indifference to their son, yet Rawdon agreed at once to part with him and to give up his own greatest comfort and benefit for the sake of the welfare of the little lad. He did not know how fond he was of the child until it became necessary to let him go away. When he was gone, he felt more sad and downcast than he cared to own, far sadder than the boy himself, who was happy enough to enter a new career and find companions of his own age. Becky burst out laughing once or twice when the colonel, in his clumsy, incoherent way, tried to express his sentimental sorrows at the boy's departure. The poor fellow felt that his dearest pleasure and closest friend was taken from him. He looked often and wistfully at the little vacant bed in his dressing room, where the child used to sleep. He missed him sadly of mornings and tried in vain to walk in the park without him. He did not know how solitary he was until little Rawdon was gone. He liked the people who were fond of him, and would go and sit for long hours with his good-natured sister Lady Jane, and talk to her about the virtues, and good looks, and 100 good qualities of the child. Young Rawdon's aunt, we have said, was very fond of him, as was her little girl, who wept copiously when the time for her cousin's departure came. The elder Rawdon was thankful for the fondness of mother and daughter. The very best and honestest feelings of the man came out in these artless outpourings of paternal feeling in which he indulged in their presence, and encouraged by their sympathy. He secured not only Lady Jane's kindness, but her sincere regard, by the feelings which he manifested, and which he could not show to his own wife. The two kinswomen met as seldom as possible. Becky laughed bitterly at Jane's feelings and softness. The other's kindly and gentle nature could not but revolt at her sister's callous behavior. It estranged Rawdon from his wife more than he knew or acknowledged to himself. She did not care for the estrangement. Indeed, she did not miss him or anybody. She looked upon him as her errand-man and humble slave. He might be ever so depressed or sulky, and she did not mark his demeanor, or only treated it with a sneer. She was busy thinking about her position, or her pleasures, or her advancement in society. She ought to have held a great place in it, that is certain. It was honest Briggs who made up the little kit for the boy which he was to take to school. Molly, the housemaid, blubbered in the passage when he went away, Molly kind and faithful in spite of a long arrear of unpaid wages. Mrs. Becky could not let her husband have the carriage to take the boy to school. Take the horses into the city. Such a thing was never heard of. Let a cab be brought. She did not offer to kiss him when he went, nor did the child propose to embrace her. But gave a kiss to old Briggs, whom, in general, he was very shy of caressing, and consoled her by pointing out that he was to come home on Saturdays, when she would have the benefit of seeing him. As the cab rolled towards the city, Becky's carriage rattled off to the park. She was chattering and laughing with a score of young dandies by the Serpentine as the father and son entered at the old gates of the school, where Rawdon left the child and came away with a sadder purer feeling in his heart than perhaps that poor battered fellow had ever known since he himself came out of the nursery. He walked all the way home very dismally, and dined alone with Briggs. He was very kind to her and grateful for her love and watchfulness over the boy. His conscience smote him that he had borrowed Briggs's money and aided in deceiving her. They talked about little Rawdon a long time, for Becky only came home to dress and go out to dinner, and then he went off uneasily to drink tea with Lady Jane, and tell her of what had happened, and how little Rawdon went off like a trump. And how he was to wear a gown and little knee breeches, and how young Blackball, Jack Blackball's son, of the old regiment, had taken him in charge and promised to be kind to him. In the course of a week, young Blackball had constituted little Rawdon his fag, shoeblack, and breakfast toaster, initiated him into the mysteries of the Latin grammar, and thrashed him 3 or 4 times, but not severely. The little chap's good-natured honest face won his way for him. He only got that degree of beating which was, no doubt, good for him. And as for blacking shoes, toasting bread, and faggying in general, were these offices not deemed to be necessary parts of every young English gentleman's education? Our business does not lie with the second generation and Master Rawdon's life at school, otherwise the present tale might be carried to any indefinite length. The Colonel went to see his son a short time afterwards and found the lad sufficiently well and happy, grinning and laughing in his little black gown and little breeches. His father sagaciously tipped Blackball, his master, a sovereign, and secured that young gentleman's goodwill towards his fag. As a protégé of the great Lord Stein, the nephew of a county member, and son of a colonel and C.B., whose name appeared in some of the most fashionable parties in the Morning Post, perhaps the school authorities were disposed not to look unkindly on the child. He had plenty of pocket money, which he spent in treating his comrades royally to raspberry tarts, and he was often allowed to come home on Saturdays to his father, who always made a jubilee of that day. When free, Rawdon would take him to the play, or send him thither with the footman, and on Sundays he went to church with Briggs and Lady Jane and his cousins. Rawdon marvelled over his stories about school, and fights, and faggying. Before long, he knew the names of all the masters and the principal boys as well as little Rawdon himself. He invited little Rawdon's crony from school, and made both the children sick with pastry, and oysters, and porter after the play. He tried to look knowing over the Latin grammar when little Rawdon showed him what part of that work he was in. "Stick to it, my boy," he said to him with much gravity, "there's nothing like a good classical education." Nothing. Becky's contempt for her husband grew greater every day. "Do what you like, dine where you please, go and have ginger beer and sawdust at Astley's, or psalm singing with Lady Jane, only don't expect me to busy myself with the boy. I have your interests to attend to, as you can't attend to them yourself. I should like to know where you would have been now, and in what sort of a position in society, if I had not looked after you." Indeed, nobody wanted poor old Rawdon at the parties whither Becky used to go. She was often asked without him now. She talked about great people as if she had the fee simple of Mayfair, and when the court went into mourning, she always wore black. Little Rawdon being disposed of, Lord Stein, who took such a parental interest in the affairs of this amiable poor family, thought that their expenses might be very advantageously curtailed by the departure of Miss Briggs. And that Becky was quite clever enough to take the management of her own house. It has been narrated in a former chapter how the benevolent nobleman had given his protégée money to pay off her little debt to Miss Briggs, who however still remained behind with her friends, whence my lord came to the painful conclusion that Mrs. Crawley had made some other use of the money confided to her than that for which her generous patron had given the loan. However, Lord Steyne was not so rude as to impart his suspicions upon this head to Mrs. Becky, whose feelings might be hurt by any controversy on the money question, and who might have 1,000 painful reasons for disposing otherwise of his lordship's generous loan. But he determined to satisfy himself of the real state of the case, and instituted the necessary inquiries in a most cautious and delicate manner. In the first place he took an early opportunity of pumping Miss Briggs. That was not a difficult operation. A very little encouragement would set that worthy woman to talk volubly and pour out all within her. And one day when Mrs. Rawdon had gone out to drive, as Mr. Fiche, his lordship's confidential servant, easily learned at the livery stables where the Crawleys kept their carriage and horses, or rather, where the liveryman kept a carriage and horses for Mr. and Mrs. Crawley, my lord dropped in upon the Curzon Street house, asked Briggs for a cup of coffee, told her that he had good accounts of the little boy at school, and in 5 minutes found out from her that Mrs. Rawdon had given her nothing except a black silk gown, for which Miss Briggs was immensely grateful. He laughed within himself at this artless story. For the truth is, our dear friend Rebecca had given him a most circumstantial narration of Briggs's delight at receiving her money, £1,125, and in what securities she had invested it. And what a pang Becky herself felt in being obliged to pay away such a delightful sum of money. Who knows, the dear woman may have thought within herself, perhaps he may give me a little more. My lord, however, made no such proposal to the little schemer, very likely thinking that he had been sufficiently generous already. He had the curiosity, then, to ask Miss Briggs about the state of her private affairs, and she told his lordship candidly what her position was, how Miss Crawley had left her a legacy, how her relatives had had part of it, how Colonel Crawley had put out another portion, for which she had the best security and interest, and how Mr. and Mrs. Rawdon had kindly busied themselves with Sir Pitt, who was to dispose of the remainder most advantageously for her, when he had time. My lord asked how much the Colonel had already invested for her, and Miss Briggs at once and truly told him that the sum was £600 odd. But as soon as she had told her story, the voluble Briggs repented of her frankness and besought my lord not to tell Mr. Crawley of the confessions which she had made. The Colonel was so kind, Mr. Crawley might be offended and pay back the money, for which she could get no such good interest anywhere else. Lord Steyne, laughing, promised he never would divulge their conversation, and when he and Miss Briggs parted he laughed still more. What an accomplished little devil it is, thought he, what a splendid actress and manager. She had almost got a second supply out of me the other day, with her coaxing ways. She beats all the women I have ever seen in the course of all my well-spent life. They are babies compared to her. I am a greenhorn myself, and a fool in her hands, an old fool. She is unsurpassable in lies. His lordship's admiration for Becky rose immeasurably at this proof of her cleverness. Getting the money was nothing, but getting double the sum she wanted, and paying nobody, it was a magnificent stroke. And Crawley, my lord thought, Crawley is not such a fool as he looks and seems. He has managed the matter cleverly enough on his side. Nobody would ever have supposed from his face and demeanor that he knew anything about this money business. And yet he put her up to it, and has spent the money, no doubt. In this opinion my lord, we know, was mistaken, but it influenced a good deal his behavior towards Colonel Crawley, whom he began to treat with even less than that semblance of respect which he had formerly shown towards that gentleman. It never entered into the head of Mrs. Crawley's patron that the little lady might be making a purse for herself. And, perhaps, if the truth must be told, he judged of Colonel Crawley by his experience of other husbands, whom he had known in the course of the long and well-spent life which had made him acquainted with a great deal of the weakness of mankind. My lord had bought so many men during his life that he was surely to be pardoned for supposing that he had found the price of this one. He taxed Becky upon the point on the very first occasion when he met her alone, and he complimented her, good-humoredly, on her cleverness in getting more than the money which she required. Becky was only a little taken aback. It was not the habit of this dear creature to tell falsehoods, except when necessity compelled, but in these great emergencies it was her practice to lie very freely. And in an instant she was ready with another neat plausible circumstantial story which she administered to her patron. The previous statement which she had made to him was a falsehood, a wicked falsehood, she owned it. But who had made her tell it? "Ah, my lord," she said, "you don't know all I have to suffer and bear in silence. You see me gay and happy before you, you little know what I have to endure when there is no protector near me. It was my husband, by threats and the most savage treatment, forced me to ask for that sum about which I deceived you. It was he who, foreseeing that questions might be asked regarding the disposal of the money, forced me to account for it as I did. He took the money. He told me he had paid Miss Briggs. I did not dare to doubt him. Pardon the wrong which a desperate man is forced to commit, and pity a miserable, miserable woman." She burst into tears as she spoke. Persecuted virtue never looked more bewitchingly wretched. They had a long conversation, driving round and round the Regent's Park in Mrs. Crawley's carriage together, a conversation of which it is not necessary to repeat the details, but the upshot of it was that, when Becky came home, she flew to her dear Briggs with a smiling face and announced that she had some very good news for her. Lord Steyne had acted in the noblest and most generous manner. He was always thinking how and when he could do good. Now that little Rawdon was gone to school, a dear companion and friend was no longer necessary to her. She was grieved beyond measure to part with Briggs, but her means required that she should practice every retrenchment. And her sorrow was mitigated by the idea that her dear Briggs would be far better provided for by her generous patron than in her humble home. Mrs. Pilkington, the housekeeper at Gauntly Hall, was growing exceedingly old, feeble, and rheumatic. She was not equal to the work of superintending that vast mansion, and must be on the lookout for a successor. It was a splendid position. The family did not go to Gauntly once in 2 years. At other times the housekeeper was the mistress of the magnificent mansion, had 4 covers daily for her table, was visited by the clergy and the most respectable people of the county, was the lady of Gauntly, in fact, and the 2 last housekeepers before Mrs. Pilkington had married rectors of Gauntly, but Mrs. P. could not, being the aunt of the present rector. The place was not to be hers yet, but she might go down on a visit to Mrs. Pilkington and see whether she would like to succeed her. What words can paint the ecstatic gratitude of Briggs? All she stipulated for was that little Rawdon should be allowed to come down and see her at the Hall. Becky promised this, anything. She ran up to her husband when he came home and told him the joyful news. Rawdon was glad, deuced glad. The weight was off his conscience about poor Briggs's money. She was provided for, at any rate, but his mind was disquiet. He did not seem to be all right, somehow. He told little Southdown what Lord Steyne had done, and the young man eyed Crawley with an air which surprised the latter. He told Lady Jane of this second proof of Steyne's bounty, and she, too, looked odd and alarmed, so did Sir Pitt. She is too clever and gay to be allowed to go from party to party without a companion, both said. You must go with her, Rawdon, wherever she goes, and you must have somebody with her, one of the girls from Queen's Crawley, perhaps, though they were rather giddy guardians for her. Somebody Becky should have. But in the meantime it was clear that honest Briggs must not lose her chance of settlement for life, and so she and her bags were packed, and she set off on her journey. And so 2 of Rawdon's out-sentinels were in the hands of the enemy. Sir Pitt went and expostulated with his sister-in-law upon the subject of the dismissal of Briggs and other matters of delicate family interest. In vain she pointed out to him how necessary was the protection of Lord Steyne for her poor husband. How cruel it would be on their part to deprive Briggs of the position offered to her. Cajolements, coaxings, smiles, tears could not satisfy Sir Pitt, and he had something very like a quarrel with his once admired Becky. He spoke of the honor of the family, the unsullied reputation of the Crawleys. Expressed himself in indignant tones about her receiving those young Frenchmen, those wild young men of fashion, my Lord Stein himself, whose carriage was always at her door, who passed hours daily in her company, and whose constant presence made the world talk about her. As the head of the house he implored her to be more prudent. Society was already speaking lightly of her. Lord Stein, though a nobleman of the greatest station and talents, was a man whose attentions would compromise any woman. He besought, he implored, he commanded his sister-in-law to be watchful in her intercourse with that nobleman. Becky promised anything and everything Pitt wanted, but Lord Stein came to her house as often as ever, and Sir Pitt's anger increased. I wonder was Lady Jane angry or pleased that her husband at last found fault with his favourite Rebecca? Lord Stein's visits continuing, his own ceased, and his wife was for refusing all further intercourse with that nobleman and declining the invitation to the charade night which the Marchioness sent to her. But Sir Pitt thought it was necessary to accept it, as His Royal Highness would be there. Although he went to the party in question, Sir Pitt quitted it very early, and his wife, too, was very glad to come away. Becky hardly so much as spoke to him or noticed her sister-in-law. Pitt Crawley declared her behaviour was monstrously indecorous, reprobated in strong terms the habit of play-acting and fancy-dressing as highly unbecoming a British female, and after the charades were over, took his brother Rawdon severely to task for appearing himself and allowing his wife to join in such improper exhibitions. Rawdon said she should not join in any more such amusements, but indeed, and perhaps from hints from his elder brother and sister, he had already become a very watchful and exemplary domestic character. He left off his clubs and billiards. He never left home. He took Becky out to drive, he went laboriously with her to all her parties. Whenever my Lord Stein called, he was sure to find the Colonel. And when Becky proposed to go out without her husband, or received invitations for herself, he peremptorily ordered her to refuse them, and there was that in the gentleman's manner which enforced obedience. Little Becky, to do her justice, was charmed with Rawdon's gallantry. If he was surly, she never was. Whether friends were present or absent, she had always a kind smile for him and was attentive to his pleasure and comfort. It was the early days of their marriage over again, the same good humour, prevenances, merriment, and artless confidence and regard. How much pleasanter it is, she would say, to have you by my side in the carriage than that foolish old Briggs. Let us always go on so, dear Rawdon. How nice it would be, and how happy we should always be, if we had but the money. He fell asleep after dinner in his chair, he did not see the face opposite to him, haggard, weary, and terrible. It lighted up with fresh candid smiles when he woke. It kissed him gaily. He wondered that he had ever had suspicions. No, he never had suspicions. All those dumb doubts and surly misgivings which had been gathering on his mind were mere idle jealousies. She was fond of him, she always had been. As for her shining in society, it was no fault of hers, she was formed to shine there. Was there any woman who could talk, or sing, or do anything like her? If she would but like the boy. Rawdon thought. But the mother and son never could be brought together. And it was while Rawdon's mind was agitated with these doubts and perplexities that the incident occurred which was mentioned in the last chapter, and the unfortunate colonel found himself a prisoner away from home. Chapter 53. A Rescue and a Catastrophe. Friend Rawdon drove on then to Mr. Moss's mansion in Cursitor Street, and was duly inducted into that dismal place of hospitality. Morning was breaking over the cheerful housetops of Chancery Lane as the rattling cab woke up the echoes there. A little pink-eyed Jew boy, with a head as ruddy as the rising morn, let the party into the house, and Rawdon was welcomed to the ground-floor apartments by Mr. Moss, his travelling companion and host, who cheerfully asked him if he would like a glass of something warm after his drive. The colonel was not so depressed as some mortals would be, who, quitting a palace and a place in Zuxer, find themselves barred into a sponging house, for, if the truth must be told, he had been a lodger at Mr. Moss's establishment once or twice before. We have not thought it necessary in the previous course of this narrative to mention these trivial little domestic incidents, but the reader may be assured that they can't unfrequently occur in the life of a man who lives on nothing a year. Upon his first visit to Mr. Moss, the Colonel, then a bachelor, had been liberated by the generosity of his aunt. On the second mishap, little Becky, with the greatest spirit and kindness, had borrowed a sum of money from Lord Southdown and had coaxed her husband's creditor, who was her shawl, velvet gown, lace pocket handkerchief, trinket, and gimcrack purveyor, indeed, to take a portion of the sum claimed and Rawdon's promissory note for the remainder, so on both these occasions the capture and release had been conducted with the utmost gallantry on all sides. And Moss and the Colonel were therefore on the very best of terms. "You'll find your old bed, Colonel, and everything comfortable," that gentleman said, "as I may honestly say. You may be pretty sure it's kept aired, and by the best of company, too. It was slep in the night afore last by the Honourable Captain Famish, of the 50th Dragoons, whose mar took him out, after a fortnight, just to punish him," she said. "But, law bless you, I promise you, he punished my champagne, and had a party air every night, reg'lar tip-top swells, down from the clubs and the West End, Capting Rag, the Honourable Deuceace, who lives in the Temple. And some fellers as knows a good glass of wine, I warrant you. I've got a doctor of divinity upstairs, 5 gents in the coffee-room, and Mrs. Moss has a table d'hôte at 5:30, and a little cards or music afterwards, when we shall be most happy to see you." "I'll ring when I want anything," said Rawdon and went quietly to his bedroom. He was an old soldier, we have said, and not to be disturbed by any little shocks of fate. A weaker man would have sent off a letter to his wife on the instant of his capture. "But what is the use of disturbing her night's rest," thought Rawdon. "She won't know whether I am in my room or not. It will be time enough to write to her when she has had her sleep out, and I have had mine. It's only 170, and the deuce is in it if we can't raise that." And so, thinking about little Rawdon, whom he would not have know that he was in such a queer place, the Colonel turned into the bed lately occupied by Captain Famish and fell asleep. It was 10 o'clock when he woke up, and the ruddy-headed youth brought him, with conscious pride, a fine silver dressing-case, wherewith he might perform the operation of shaving. Indeed Mr. Moss's house, though somewhat dirty, was splendid throughout. There were dirty trays, and wine-coolers and permanents on the sideboard, huge dirty gilt cornices, with dingy yellow satin hangings to the barred windows which looked into Cursitor Street, vast and dirty gilt picture frames surrounding pieces sporting and sacred, all of which works were by the greatest masters, and fetched the greatest prices. 2. In the bill transactions, in the course of which they were sold and bought over and over again. The Colonel's breakfast was served to him in the same dingy and gorgeous plated ware. Miss Moss, a dark-eyed maid in curl papers, appeared with the teapot, and, smiling, asked the Colonel how he had slept. And she brought him in the Morning Post, with the names of all the great people who had figured at Lord Steyne's entertainment the night before. It contained a brilliant account of the festivities and of the beautiful and accomplished Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's admirable personifications. After a lively chat with this lady, who sat on the edge of the breakfast table in an easy attitude displaying the drapery of her stocking and an white satin shoe, which was down at heel, Colonel Crawley called for pens and ink, and paper. And being asked how many sheets, chose one which was brought to him between Miss Moss's own finger and thumb. Many a sheet had that dark-eyed damsel brought in, many a poor fellow had scrawled and blotted hurried lines of entreaty and paced up and down that awful room until his messenger brought back the reply. Poor men always use messengers instead of the post. Who has not had their letters, with the wafers wet, and the announcement that a person is waiting in the hall? Now on the score of his application, Rawdon had not many misgivings. "Dear Becky," Rawdon wrote. "I hope you slept well. Don't be frightened if I don't bring you in your coffee. Last night as I was coming home smoking, I met with an accident. I was nabbed by Moss of Cursitor Street, from whose gilt and splendid parlour I write this, the same that had me this time 2 years. Miss Moss brought in my tea, she is grown very fat, and, as usual, had her stockings down at heel. "It's Nathan's business, 150, with costs, 170. Please send me my desk and some cloths, I'm in pumps and a white tie, something like Miss M's stockings, I've 70 in it. And as soon as you get this, drive to Nathan's, offer him 75 down, and ask him to renew, say I'll take wine, we may as well have some dinner sherry, but not pictures, they're too dear. If he won't stand it. Take my ticker and such of your things as you can spare, and send them to Ball's, we must, of course, have the sum tonight. It won't do to let it stand over, as tomorrow's Sunday. The beds here are not very clean, and there may be other things out against me. I'm glad at Aunt Rawdon's Saturday for coming home. God bless you. Yours in haste, R.C. P.S. Make haste and come." This letter, sealed with a wafer, was dispatched by one of the messengers who are always hanging about Mr. Moss's establishment, and Rawdon, having seen him depart, went out in the courtyard and smoked his cigar with a tolerably easy mind, in spite of the bars overhead, for Mr. Moss's courtyard is railed in like a cage, lest the gentlemen who are boarding with him should take a fancy to escape from his hospitality. 3 hours, he calculated, would be the utmost time required, before Becky should arrive and open his prison doors, and he passed these pretty cheerfully in smoking, in reading the paper, and in the coffee-room with an acquaintance, Captain Walker, who happened to be there, and with whom he cut for sixpences for some hours, with pretty equal luck on either side. But the day passed away and no messenger returned, no Becky. Mr. Moss's table d'hôte was served at the appointed hour of 5:30, when such of the gentlemen lodging in the house as could afford to pay for the banquet came and partook of it in the splendid front parlour before described, and with which Mr. Crawley's temporary lodging communicated, when Miss Hem, as her papa called her, appeared without the curl papers of the morning, and Mrs. Hem did the honours of a prime boiled leg of mutton and turnips, of which the Colonel ate with a very faint appetite. Asked whether he would stand a bottle of champagne for the company, he consented, and the ladies drank to his health, and Mr. Moss, in the most polite manner, looked towards him. In the midst of this repast, however, the doorbell was heard. Young Moss of the ruddy hair rose up with the keys and answered the summons, and coming back, told the Colonel that the messenger had returned with a bag, a desk and a letter, which he gave him. "No ceremony, Colonel, I beg," said Mrs. Moss with a wave of her hand, and he opened the letter rather tremulously. It was a beautiful letter, highly scented, on a pink paper, and with a light green seal. "Mon pauvre cher petit, Mrs. Crawley wrote. I could not sleep one wink for thinking of what had become of my odious old monstre, and only got to rest in the morning after sending for Mr. Blench, for I was in a fever, who gave me a composing draught and left orders with Finette that I should be disturbed on no account. So that my poor old man's messenger, who had bien mauvaise mine Finette says, and sentoit le Genevre, remained in the hall for some hours waiting my bell. You may fancy my state when I read your poor dear old ill-spelt letter. Ill as I was, I instantly called for the carriage, and as soon as I was dressed, though I couldn't drink a drop of chocolate, I assure you I couldn't without my monstre to bring it to me, I drove ventre à terre to Nathan's. I saw him, I wept, I cried, I fell at his odious knees. Nothing would mollify the horrid man. He would have all the money, he said, or keep my poor monstre in prison. I drove home with the intention of paying that triste visite chez mon oncle, when every trinket I have should be at your disposal, though they would not fetch £100, for some, you know, are with ce cher uncle already. And found milor there with the Bulgarian old sheep-faced monster, who had come to compliment me upon last night's performances. Paddington came in, too, drawling and lisping and twiddling his hair. So did Champignac, and his chef, everybody with foison of compliments and pretty speeches, plaguing poor me, who longed to be rid of them, and was thinking every moment of the time of mon pauvre prisonnier. When they were gone, I went down on my knees to milor, told him we were going to pawn everything, and begged and prayed him to give me £200. He pished and shod in a fury, told me not to be such a fool as to pawn, and said he would see whether he could lend me the money. At last he went away, promising that he would send it me in the morning, when I will bring it to my poor old monster with a kiss from his affectionate Becky. I am writing in bed. Oh, I have such a headache and such a heartache. When Rawdon read over this letter, he turned so red and looked so savage that the company at the table d'hôte easily perceived that bad news had reached him. All his suspicions, which he had been trying to banish, returned upon him. She could not even go out and sell her trinkets to free him. She could laugh and talk about compliments paid to her, whilst he was in prison. Who had put him there? Wenham had walked with him. Was there? He could hardly bear to think of what he suspected. Leaving the room hurriedly, he ran into his own, opened his desk, wrote 2 hurried lines, which he directed to Sir Pitt or Lady Crawley, and bade the messenger carry them at once to Gaunt Street, bidding him to take a cab, and promising him a guinea if he was back in an hour. In the note he besought his dear brother and sister, for the sake of God, for the sake of his dear child and his honor, to come to him and relieve him from his difficulty. He was in prison, he wanted £100 to set him free, he entreated them to come to him. He went back to the dining room after dispatching his messenger and called for more wine. He laughed and talked with a strange boisterousness, as the people thought. Sometimes he laughed madly at his own fears and went on drinking for an hour, listening all the while for the carriage which was to bring his fate back. At the expiration of that time, wheels were heard whirling up to the gate. The young janitor went out with his gate keys. It was a lady whom he let in at the bailiff's door. "Colonel Crawley," she said, trembling very much. He, with a knowing look, locked the outer door upon her, then unlocked and opened the inner one, and calling out, "Colonel, you're wanted," led her into the back parlour, which he occupied. Rawdon came in from the dining parlour where all those people were carousing, into his back room, a flare of coarse light following him into the apartment where the lady stood, still very nervous. "It is I, Rawdon," she said in a timid voice, which she strove to render cheerful. "It is Jane." Rawdon was quite overcome by that kind voice and presence. He ran up to her, caught her in his arms, gasped out some inarticulate words of thanks and fairly sobbed on her shoulder. She did not know the cause of his emotion. The bills of Mr. Moss were quickly settled, perhaps to the disappointment of that gentleman, who had counted on having the Colonel as his guest over Sunday at least. And Jane, with beaming smiles and happiness in her eyes, carried away Rawdon from the bailiff's house, and they went homewards in the cab in which she had hastened to his release. Pitt was gone to a parliamentary dinner, she said, when Rawdon's note came, and so, dear Rawdon, I came myself, and she put her kind hand in his. Perhaps it was well for Rawdon Crawley that Pitt was away at that dinner. Rawdon thanked his sister 100 times, and with an ardor of gratitude which touched and almost alarmed that soft-hearted woman. "Oh," said he, in his rude, artless way, you don't know how I'm changed since I've known you, and little Roddy. I'd like to change somehow. You see I want to be," he did not finish the sentence, but she could interpret it. And that night after he left her, and as she sat by her own little boy's bed, she prayed humbly for that poor wayworn sinner. Rawdon left her and walked home rapidly. It was 9 o'clock at night. He ran across the streets and the great squares of Vanity Fair, and at length came up breathless opposite his own house. He started back and fell against the railings, trembling as he looked up. The drawing-room windows were blazing with light. She had said that she was in bed and ill. He stood there for some time, the light from the rooms on his pale face. He took out his door key and let himself into the house. He could hear laughter in the upper rooms. He was in the ball dress in which he had been captured the night before. He went silently up the stairs, leaning against the banisters at the stair-head. Nobody was stirring in the house besides, all the servants had been sent away. Rawdon heard laughter within, laughter and singing. Becky was singing a snatch of the song of the night before. A hoarse voice shouted, "Brava! Brava!" It was Lord Steyne's. Rawdon opened the door and went in. A little table with a dinner was laid out, and wine and plate. Stein was hanging over the sofa on which Becky sat. The wretched woman was in a brilliant full toilette, her arms and all her fingers sparkling with bracelets and rings, and the brilliants on her breast which Stein had given her. He had her hand in his, and was bowing over it to kiss it, when Becky started up with a faint scream as she caught sight of Rawdon's white face. At the next instant she tried a smile, a horrid smile, as if to welcome her husband. And Stein rose up, grinding his teeth, pale, and with fury in his looks. He, too, attempted a laugh, and came forward holding out his hand. "What, come back? How d'ye do, Crawley?" he said, the nerves of his mouth twitching as he tried to grin at the intruder. There was that in Rawdon's face which caused Becky to fling herself before him. "I am innocent, Rawdon," she said, "before God, I am innocent." She clung hold of his coat, of his hands, her own were all covered with serpents, and rings, and baubles. "I am innocent. Say I am innocent," she said to Lord Stein. He thought a trap had been laid for him, and was as furious with the wife as with the husband. "You innocent! Damn you," he screamed out. "You innocent! Why, every trinket you have on your body is paid for by me. I have given you thousands of pounds, which this fellow has spent and for which he has sold you. Innocent, by! You're as innocent as your mother, the ballet girl, and your husband the bully. Don't think to frighten me as you have done others. Make way, sir, and let me pass," and Lord Stein seized up his hat, and, with flame in his eyes, and looking his enemy fiercely in the face, marched upon him, never for a moment doubting that the other would give way. But Rawdon Crawley springing out, seized him by the neckcloth, until Stein, almost strangled, writhed and bent under his arm. "You lie, you dog," said Rawdon. "You lie, you coward and villain." And he struck the peer twice over the face with his open hand and flung him bleeding to the ground. It was all done before Rebecca could interpose. She stood there trembling before him. She admired her husband, strong, brave, and victorious. "Come here," he said. She came up at once. "Take off those things." She began, trembling, pulling the jewels from her arms, and the rings from her shaking fingers, and held them all in a heap, quivering and looking up at him. "Throw them down," he said, and she dropped them. He tore the diamond ornament out of her breast and flung it at Lord Stein. It cut him on his bald forehead. Stein wore the scar to his dying day. "Come upstairs," Rawdon said to his wife. "Don't kill me, Rawdon," she said. He laughed savagely. "I want to see if that man lies about the money as he has about me. Has he given you any?" "No," said Rebecca, "that is." "Give me your keys," Rawdon answered, and they went out together. Rebecca gave him all the keys but one, and she was in hopes that he would not have remarked the absence of that. It belonged to the little desk which Amelia had given her in early days, and which she kept in a secret place. But Rawdon flung open boxes and wardrobes, throwing the multifarious trumpery of their contents here and there, and at last he found the desk. The woman was forced to open it. It contained papers, love letters many years old, all sorts of small trinkets and woman's memoranda. And it contained a pocketbook with banknotes. Some of these were dated 10 years back, too, and one was quite a fresh one, a note for £1,000 which Lord Stein had given her. "Did he give you this?" Rawdon said. "Yes," Rebecca answered. "I'll send it to him today," Rawdon said, for day had dawned again, and many hours had passed in this search, "and I will pay Briggs, who was kind to the boy, and some of the debts. You will let me know where I shall send the rest to you. You might have spared me £100, Becky, out of all this, I have always shared with you." "I am innocent," said Becky. And he left her without another word. What were her thoughts when he left her? She remained for hours after he was gone, the sunshine pouring into the room, and Rebecca sitting alone on the bed's edge. The drawers were all opened and their contents scattered about, dresses and feathers, scarfs and trinkets, a heap of tumbled vanities lying in a wreck. Her hair was falling over her shoulders. Her gown was torn where Rawdon had wrenched the brilliance out of it. She heard him go downstairs a few minutes after he left her, and the door slamming and closing on him. She knew he would never come back. He was gone forever. Would he kill himself, she thought, not until after he had met Lord Steyne. She thought of her long past life, and all the dismal incidents of it. Ah, how dreary it seemed, how miserable, lonely and profitless. Should she take laudanum, and end it, to have done with all hopes, schemes, debts, and triumphs? The French maid found her in this position, sitting in the midst of her miserable ruins with clasped hands and dry eyes. The woman was her accomplice and in Steyne's pay. "Mon Dieu, madame, what has happened?" she asked. What had happened? Was she guilty or not? She said not, but who could tell what was truth which came from those lips, or if that corrupt heart was in this case pure? All her lies and her schemes, and her selfishness and her wiles, all her wit and genius had come to this bankruptcy. The woman closed the curtains and, with some entreaty and show of kindness, persuaded her mistress to lie down on the bed. Then she went below and gathered up the trinkets which had been lying on the floor since Rebecca dropped them there at her husband's orders, and Lord Steyne went away. Chapter 54. Sunday after the battle. The mansion of Sir Pitt Crawley, in Great Gaunt Street, was just beginning to dress itself for the day, as Rawdon, in his evening costume, which he had now worn 2 days, passed by the scared female who was scouring the steps and entered into his brother's study. Lady Jane, in her morning gown, was up and above stairs in the nursery superintending the toilets of her children and listening to the morning prayers which the little creatures performed at her knee. Every morning she and they performed this duty privately, and before the public ceremonial at which Sir Pitt presided and at which all the people of the household were expected to assemble. Rawdon sat down in the study before the baronet's table, set out with the orderly blue books and the letters, the neatly docketed bills and symmetrical pamphlets, the locked account books, desks, and dispatch boxes, the Bible, the Quarterly Review, and the Court Guide, which all stood as if on parade awaiting the inspection of their chief. A book of family sermons, one of which Sir Pitt was in the habit of administering to his family on Sunday mornings, lay ready on the study table, and awaiting his judicious selection. And by the sermon book was the Observer newspaper, damp and neatly folded, and for Sir Pitt's own private use. His gentleman alone took the opportunity of perusing the newspaper before he laid it by his master's desk. Before he had brought it into the study that morning, he had read in the journal a flaming account of festivities at Gaunt House, with the names of all the distinguished personages invited by the Marquis of Steyne to meet His Royal Highness. Having made comments upon this entertainment to the housekeeper and her niece as they were taking early tea and hot buttered toast in the former lady's apartment, and wondered how the Rawdon Crawleys could get on. The valet had damped and folded the paper once more, so that it looked quite fresh and innocent against the arrival of the master of the house. Poor Rawdon took up the paper and began to try and read it until his brother should arrive. But the print fell blank upon his eyes, and he did not know in the least what he was reading. The government news and appointments, which Sir Pitt as a public man was bound to peruse, otherwise he would by no means permit the introduction of Sunday papers into his household, the theatrical criticisms. The fight for £100 a side between the barking butcher and the Tutbury Pet, the Gaunt House Chronicle itself, which contained a most complimentary though guarded account of the famous charades of which Mrs. Becky had been the heroine, all these passed as in a haze before Rawdon, as he sat waiting the arrival of the chief of the family. Punctually, as the shrill-toned bell of the black marble study clock began to chime 9, Sir Pitt made his appearance, fresh, neat, smugly shaved, with a waxy clean face, and stiff shirt collar, his scanty hair combed and oiled. Trimming his nails as he descended the stairs majestically, in a starched cravat and a grey flannel dressing gown, a real old English gentleman, in a word, a model of neatness and every propriety. He started when he saw poor Rawdon in his study in tumbled clothes, with bloodshot eyes, and his hair over his face. He thought his brother was not sober, and had been out all night on some orgy. "Good gracious, Rawdon," he said, with a blank face, what brings you here at this time of the morning? Why ain't you at home? Home, said Rawdon with a wild laugh. Don't be frightened, Pitt. I'm not drunk. Shut the door, I want to speak to you. Pitt closed the door and came up to the table, where he sat down in the other armchair, that one placed for the reception of the steward, agent, or confidential visitor who came to transact business with the baronet, and trimmed his nails more vehemently than ever. Pitt, it's all over with me, the colonel said after a pause. I'm done. I always said it would come to this, the baronet cried peevishly, and beating a tune with his clean-trimmed nails. I warned you 1,000 times. I can't help you any more. Every shilling of my money is tied up. Even the £100 that Jane took you last night were promised to my lawyer tomorrow morning, and the want of it will put me to great inconvenience. I don't mean to say that I won't assist you ultimately. But as for paying your creditors in full, I might as well hope to pay the national debt. It is madness, sheer madness, to think of such a thing. You must come to a compromise. It's a painful thing for the family, but everybody does it. There was George Kiteley, Lord Raglan's son, went through the court last week, and was what they call whitewashed, I believe. Lord Raglan would not pay a shilling for him, Anne. It's not money I want, Rawdon broke in. I'm not come to you about myself. Never mind what happens to me. What is the matter, then, said Pitt, somewhat relieved. It's the boy, said Rawdon in a husky voice. I want you to promise me that you will take charge of him when I'm gone. That dear good wife of yours has always been good to him, and he's fonder of her than he is of his, damn it. Look here, Pitt, you know that I was to have had Miss Crawley's money. I wasn't brought up like a younger brother, but was always encouraged to be extravagant and kept idle. But for this I might have been quite a different man. I didn't do my duty with the regiment so bad. You know how I was thrown over about the money, and who got it. After the sacrifices I have made, and the manner in which I have stood by you, I think this sort of reproach is useless, Sir Pitt said. Your marriage was your own doing, not mine. That's over now, said Rawdon. That's over now. And the words were wrenched from him with a groan, which made his brother start. Good God! Is she dead? Sir Pitt said with a voice of genuine alarm and commiseration. I wish I was, Rawdon replied. If it wasn't for little Rawdon I'd have cut my throat this morning, and that damned villain's too. Sir Pitt instantly guessed the truth and surmised that Lord Steyne was the person whose life Rawdon wished to take. The colonel told his senior briefly, and in broken accents, the circumstances of the case. It was a regular plan between that scoundrel and her, he said. The bailiffs were put upon me, I was taken as I was going out of his house. When I wrote to her for money, she said she was ill in bed and put me off to another day. And when I got home I found her in diamonds and sitting with that villain alone. He then went on to describe hurriedly the personal conflict with Lord Steyne. To an affair of that nature, of course, he said, there was but one issue, and after his conference with his brother, he was going away to make the necessary arrangements for the meeting which must ensue. And as it may end fatally with me, Rawdon said with a broken voice, and as the boy has no mother, I must leave him to you and Jane, Pitt, only it will be a comfort to me if you will promise me to be his friend. The elder brother was much affected, and shook Rawdon's hand with a cordiality seldom exhibited by him. Rawdon passed his hand over his shaggy eyebrows. Thank you, brother, said he. I know I can trust your word. I will, upon my honor, the baronet said. And thus, and almost mutely, this bargain was struck between them. Then Rawdon took out of his pocket the little pocket-book which he had discovered in Becky's desk, and from which he drew a bundle of the notes which it contained. Here's 600, he said, you didn't know I was so rich. I want you to give the money to Briggs, who lent it to us, and who was kind to the boy, and I've always felt ashamed of having taken the poor old woman's money. And here's some more, I've only kept back a few pounds, which Becky may as well have, to get on with. As he spoke he took hold of the other notes to give to his brother, but his hands shook, and he was so agitated that the pocket-book fell from him, and out of it the £1,000 note which had been the last of the unlucky Becky's winnings. Pitt stooped and picked them up, amazed at so much wealth. "Not that," Rawdon said. "I hope to put a bullet into the man whom that belongs to." He had thought to himself, it would be a fine revenge to wrap a ball in the note and kill Stein with it. After this colloquy the brothers once more shook hands and parted. Lady Jane had heard of the Colonel's arrival, and was waiting for her husband in the adjoining dining room, with female instinct, auguring evil. The door of the dining room happened to be left open, and the lady of course was issuing from it as the two brothers passed out of the study. She held out her hand to Rawdon and said she was glad he was come to breakfast, though she could perceive, by his haggard unshorn face and the dark looks of her husband, that there was very little question of breakfast between them. Rawdon muttered some excuses about an engagement, squeezing hard the timid little hand which his sister-in-law reached out to him. Her imploring eyes could read nothing but calamity in his face, but he went away without another word. Nor did Sir Pitt vouchsafe her any explanation. The children came up to salute him, and he kissed them in his usual frigid manner. The mother took both of them close to herself, and held a hand of each of them as they knelt down to prayers, which Sir Pitt read to them, and to the servants in their Sunday suits or liveries, ranged upon chairs on the other side of the hissing tea-urn. Breakfast was so late that day, in consequence of the delays which had occurred, that the church bells began to ring whilst they were sitting over their meal. And Lady Jane was too ill, she said, to go to church, though her thoughts had been entirely astray during the period of family devotion. Rawdon Crawley meanwhile hurried on from Great Gaunt Street, and knocking at the great bronze Medusa's head which stands on the portal of Gaunt House, brought out the purple Silenus in a red and silver waistcoat who acts as porter of that palace. The man was scared also by the Colonel's dishevelled appearance, and barred the way as if afraid that the other was going to force it. But Colonel Crawley only took out a card and enjoined him particularly to send it in to Lord Stein, and to mark the address written on it, and say that Colonel Crawley would be all day after 1 o'clock at the Regent Club in St. James's Street, not at home. The fat red-faced man looked after him with astonishment as he strode away, so did the people in their Sunday clothes who were out so early. The charity boys with shining faces, the greengrocer lolling at his door, and the publican shutting his shutters in the sunshine, against service commenced. The people joked at the cab stand about his appearance, as he took a carriage there, and told the driver to drive him to Knightsbridge Barracks. All the bells were jangling and tolling as he reached that place. He might have seen his old acquaintance Amelia on her way from Brompton to Russell Square, had he been looking out. Troops of schools were on their march to church, the shiny pavement and outsides of coaches in the suburbs were thronged with people out upon their Sunday pleasure. But the Colonel was much too busy to take any heed of these phenomena, and, arriving at Knightsbridge, speedily made his way up to the room of his old friend and comrade Captain McMurdo, who Crawley found, to his satisfaction, was in barracks. Captain McMurdo, a veteran officer and Waterloo man, greatly liked by his regiment, in which want of money alone prevented him from attaining the highest ranks, was enjoying the forenoon calmly in bed. He had been at a fast supper party, given the night before by Captain the Honourable George Cinquebars, at his house in Brompton Square, to several young men of the regiment, and a number of ladies of the corps de ballet, and old Mac, who was at home with people of all ages and ranks, and consorted with generals, dog fanciers, opera dancers, bruisers, and every kind of person, in a word, was resting himself after the night's labours, and, not being on duty, was in bed. His room was hung round with boxing, sporting, and dancing pictures, presented to him by comrades as they retired from the regiment, and married and settled into quiet life. And as he was now nearly 50 years of age, 24 of which he had passed in the corps, he had a singular museum. He was one of the best shots in England, and, for a heavy man, one of the best riders. Indeed, he and Crawley had been rivals when the latter was in the army. To be brief, Mr. McMurdo was lying in bed, reading in Bell's Life an account of that very fight between the Tutbury Pet and the Barking Butcher, which has been before mentioned, a venerable bristly warrior, with a little close-shaved grey head, with a silk nightcap, a red face and nose, and a great dyed moustache. When Rawdon told the captain he wanted a friend, the latter knew perfectly well on what duty of friendship he was called to act, and indeed had conducted scores of affairs for his acquaintances with the greatest prudence and skill. His Royal Highness the late lamented Commander-in-Chief had had the greatest regard for McMurdo on this account, and he was the common refuge of gentlemen in trouble. "What's the row about, Crawley, my boy?" said the old warrior. "No more gambling business, hey, like that when we shot Captain Marker?" "It's about my wife," Crawley answered, casting down his eyes and turning very red. The other gave a whistle. "I always said she'd throw you over," he began. Indeed there were bets in the regiment and at the clubs regarding the probable fate of Colonel Crawley, so lightly was his wife's character esteemed by his comrades and the world. But seeing the savage look with which Rawdon answered the expression of this opinion, McMurdo did not think fit to enlarge upon it further. "Is there no way out of it, old boy?" the captain continued in a grave tone. "Is it only suspicion, you know, or what is it? Any letters? Can't you keep it quiet? Best not make any noise about a thing of that sort if you can help it. Think of his only finding her out now," the captain thought to himself, and remembered 100 particular conversations at the mess table, in which Mrs. Crawley's reputation had been torn to shreds. "There's no way but one out of it," Rawdon replied, "and there's only a way out of it for one of us, Mac, do you understand? I was put out of the way, arrested, I found M alone together. I told him he was a liar and a coward, and knocked him down and thrashed him." "Serve him right," McMurdo said. "Who is it?" Rawdon answered it was Lord Stein. "The deuce. A marquis. They said that is, they said you." "What the devil do you mean?" roared out Rawdon. "Do you mean that you ever heard a fellow doubt about my wife and didn't tell me, Mac?" "The world's very censorious, old boy," the other replied. "What the deuce was the good of my telling you what any tomfools talked about?" "It was damned unfriendly, Mac," said Rawdon, quite overcome. And, covering his face with his hands, he gave way to an emotion, the sight of which caused the tough old campaigner opposite him to wince with sympathy. "Hold up, old boy," he said, "great man or not, we'll put a bullet in him, damn him. As for women, they're all so." "You don't know how fond I was of that one," Rawdon said, half inarticulately. "Damn, I followed her like a footman. I gave up everything I had to her. I'm a beggar because I would marry her. By Jove, sir, I've pawned my own watch in order to get her anything she fancied, and she's been making a purse for herself all the time, and grudged me £100 to get me out of quat." He then fiercely and incoherently, and with an agitation under which his counsellor had never before seen him labour, told McMurdo the circumstances of the story. His adviser caught at some stray hints in it. "She may be innocent, after all," he said. "She says so. Stein has been 100 times alone with her in the house before." "It may be so," Rawdon answered sadly, "but this don't look very innocent," and he showed the captain the £1,000 note which he had found in Becky's pocketbook. "This is what he gave her, Mac, and she kept it unknown to me. And with this money in the house, she refused to stand by me when I was locked up." The captain could not but own that the secreting of the money had a very ugly look. Whilst they were engaged in their conference, Rawdon dispatched Captain McMurdo's servant to Curzon Street, with an order to the domestic there to give up a bag of clothes of which the colonel had great need. And during the man's absence, and with great labour and a Johnson's dictionary, which stood them in much stead, Rawdon and his second composed a letter, which the latter was to send to Lord Stein. Captain McMurdo had the honour of waiting upon the Marquis of Stein, on the part of Colonel Rawdon Crawley, and begged to intimate that he was empowered by the colonel to make any arrangements for the meeting which, he had no doubt, it was his lordship's intention to demand, and which the circumstances of the morning had rendered inevitable. Captain McMurdo begged Lord Stein, in the most polite manner, to appoint a friend, with whom he, Captain might communicate, and desired that the meeting might take place with as little delay as possible. In a postscript the captain stated that he had in his possession a banknote for a large amount, which Colonel Crawley had reason to suppose was the property of the Marquis of Stein. And he was anxious, on the colonel's behalf, to give up the note to its owner. By the time this note was composed, the captain's servant returned from his mission to Colonel Crawley's house in Curzon Street, but without the carpet-bag and portmanteau, for which he had been sent, and with a very puzzled and odd face. "They won't give 'em up," said the man. "There's a regular shinty in the house, and everything at 6s and 7s. The landlords come in and took possession. The servants was a drinkin' up in the drawing-room. They said you had gone off with the plate, Colonel," the man added after a pause, "one of the servants is off already. And Simpson, the man as was very noisy and drunk indeed, says nothing shall go out of the house until his wages is paid up." The account of this little revolution in May Fair astonished and gave a little gaiety to an otherwise very triste conversation. The two officers laughed at Rawdon's discomfiture. "I'm glad the little un isn't at home," Rawdon said, biting his nails. "You remember him, Mac, don't you, in the riding school? How he sat the kicker to be sure. Didn't he?" "That he did, old boy," said the good-natured captain. Little Rawdon was then sitting, one of 50 gown boys, in the chapel of Whitefriars School, thinking, not about the sermon, but about going home next Saturday, when his father would certainly tip him and perhaps would take him to the play. "He's a regular trump, that boy," the father went on, still musing about his son. "I say, Mac, if anything goes wrong, if I drop, should like you to go and see him, you know, and say that I was very fond of him, and that. And, dash it, old chap, give him these gold sleeve buttons, it's all I've got." He covered his face with his black hands, over which the tears rolled and made furrows of white. Mr. McMurdo had also occasion to take off his silk nightcap and rub it across his eyes. "Go down and order some breakfast," he said to his man in a loud cheerful voice. "What'll you have, Crawley?" "Some devilled kidneys and a herring, let's say. And, Clay, lay out some dressing things for the colonel. We were always pretty much of a size, Rawdon, my boy, and neither of us ride so light as we did when we first entered the corps." With which, and leaving the colonel to dress himself, McMurdo turned round towards the wall, and resumed the perusal of Bell's Life, until such time as his friend's toilette was complete and he was at liberty to commence his own. This, as he was about to meet a lord, Captain McMurdo performed with particular care. He waxed his mustachios into a state of brilliant polish and put on a tight cravat and a trim buff waistcoat, so that all the young officers in the mess-room, whither Crawley had preceded his friend, complimented Mac on his appearance at breakfast and asked if he was going to be married that Sunday. Chapter 55. In which the same subject is pursued. Becky did not rally from the state of stupor and confusion in which the events of the previous night had plunged her intrepid spirit until the bells of the Curzon Street chapels were ringing for afternoon service. And rising from her bed she began to ply her own bell, in order to summon the French maid who had left her some hours before. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley rang many times in vain. And though, on the last occasion, she rang with such vehemence as to pull down the bell-rope, Mademoiselle Fifine did not make her appearance, no, not though her mistress, in a great pet, and with the bell-rope in her hand, came out to the landing-place with her hair over her shoulders and screamed out repeatedly for her attendant. The truth is, she had quitted the premises for many hours, and upon that permission which is called French leave among us after picking up the trinkets in the drawing-room, Mademoiselle had ascended to her own apartments, packed and corded her own boxes there, tripped out and called a cab for herself, brought down her trunks with her own hand, and without ever so much as asking the aid of any of the other servants, who would probably have refused it. As they hated her cordially, and without wishing any one of them good-bye, had made her exit from Curzon Street. The game, in her opinion, was over in that little domestic establishment. Fifine went off in a cab, as we have known more exalted persons of her nation to do under similar circumstances, but, more provident or lucky than these, she secured not only her own property, but some of her mistresses', if indeed that lady could be said to have any property at all, and not only carried off the trinkets before alluded to, and some favourite dresses on which she had long kept her eye, But 4 richly gilt Louis Quatorze candlesticks, 6 gilt albums, keepsakes, and books of beauty, a gold enamelled snuff-box which had once belonged to Madame du Barry, and the sweetest little inkstand and mother-of-pearl blotting book, which Becky used when she composed her charming little pink notes, had vanished from the premises in Curzon Street together with Mademoiselle Fifine, and all the silver laid on the table for the little festin which Rawdon interrupted. The plated ware Mademoiselle left behind her was too cumbrous, probably for which reason, no doubt, she also left the fire irons, the chimney glasses, and the Rosewood Cottage piano. A lady very like her subsequently kept a milliner's shop in the Rue du Helder at Paris, where she lived with great credit and enjoyed the patronage of my Lord Stein. This person always spoke of England as of the most treacherous country in the world, and stated to her young pupils that she had been a frustrement vole by natives of that island. It was no doubt compassion for her misfortunes which induced the Marquis of Stein to be so very kind to Madame de Saint Amaranth. May she flourish as she deserves, she appears no more in our quarter of Vanity Fair. Hearing a buzz and a stir below, and indignant at the impudence of those servants who would not answer her summons, Mrs. Crawley flung her morning robe round her and descended majestically to the drawing-room, whence the noise proceeded. The cook was there with blackened face, seated on the beautiful chintz sofa by the side of Mrs. Raggles, to whom she was administering maraschino. The page with the sugar-loaf buttons, who carried about Becky's pink notes, and jumped about her little carriage with such alacrity, was now engaged putting his fingers into a cream dish. The footman was talking to Raggles, who had a face full of perplexity and woe, and yet, though the door was open, and Becky had been screaming a half-dozen of times a few feet off, not one of her attendants had obeyed her call. "Have a little drop, do ee now, Mrs. Raggles," the cook was saying as Becky entered, the white cashmere dressing-gown flouncing around her. "Simpson." "Trotter," the mistress of the house cried in great wrath. "How dare you stay here when you heard me call? How dare you sit down in my presence? Where's my maid?" The page withdrew his fingers from his mouth with a momentary terror, but the cook took off a glass of maraschino, of which Mrs. Raggles had had enough, staring at Becky over the little gilt glass as she drained its contents. The liquor appeared to give the odious rebel courage. "You're Sophie, indeed," Mrs. Cook said. "I'm a set-tin on Mrs. Raggles's Sophie. Don't you stir, Mrs. Raggles, Mum. I'm a set-tin on Mr. and Mrs. Raggles's Sophie, which they bought with honest money, and very dear it cost 'em, too. And I'm thinkin', if I set here until I'm paid my wages, I shall set a precious long time, Mrs. Raggles. And said I will, too, ha. Ha," and with this she filled herself another glass of the liquor and drank it with a more hideously satirical air. "Trotter. Simpson. Turn that drunken wretch out," screamed Mrs. Crawley. "I shan't," said Trotter the footman, "turn out yourself. Pay our salaries, and turn me out too. We'll go fast enough." "Are you all here to insult me?" cried Becky in a fury. "When Colonel Crawley comes home I'll—" At this the servants burst into a hoarse haw-haw, in which, however, Raggles, who still kept a most melancholy countenance, did not join. "He ain't a-coming back," Mr. Trotter resumed. "He sent for his things, and I wouldn't let 'em go, although Mr. Raggles would, and I don't believe he's no more a colonel than I am. He's hoff, and I suppose you're a-goin' after him. You're no better than swindlers, both on you. Don't be a-bullying me. I won't stand it. Pay us our salaries, I say. Pay us our salaries." It was evident, from Mr. Trotter's flushed countenance and defective intonation, that he, too, had had recourse to vinous stimulus. "Mr. Raggles," said Becky in a passion of vexation, "you will not surely let me be insulted by that drunken man?" "Hold your noise, Trotter, do now," said Simpson the page. He was affected by his mistress's deplorable situation, and succeeded in preventing an outrageous denial of the epithet drunken on the footman's part. "Oh, ma'am," said Raggles, "I never thought to live to see this year day. I've known the Crawley family ever since I was born. I lived butler with Miss Crawley for 30 years. And I little thought one of that family was a-goin' to ruing me, yes, ruing me, said the poor fellow with tears in his eyes. Are you a-goin' to pay me? You've lived in this booze 4 year. You've 'ad my substance, my plate and linen. You hoe me a milk and butter bill of £200, you must ave no laid heggs for your homlets, and cream for your spawn-ill dog. She didn't care what her own flesh and blood had, interposed the cook. Many's the time, he'd have starved but for me. He's a carroty boy now, cookie, said Mr. Trotter, with a drunken, ha. Ha. And honest Raggles continued, in a lamentable tone, an enumeration of his griefs. All he said was true. Becky and her husband had ruined him. He had bills coming due next week and no means to meet them. He would be sold up and turned out of his shop and his house, because he had trusted to the Crawley family. His tears and lamentations made Becky more peevish than ever. You all seem to be against me, she said bitterly. What do you want? I can't pay you on Sunday. Come back tomorrow and I'll pay you everything. I thought Colonel Crawley had settled with you. He will tomorrow. I declare to you upon my honor that he left home this morning with £1,500 in his pocketbook. He has left me nothing. Apply to him. Give me a bonnet and shawl and let me go out and find him. There was a difference between us this morning. You all seem to know it. I promise you upon my word that you shall all be paid. He has got a good appointment. Let me go out and find him. This audacious statement caused Raggles and the other personages present to look at one another with a wild surprise, and with it Rebecca left them. She went upstairs and dressed herself this time without the aid of her French maid. She went into Rawdon's room, and there saw that a trunk and bag were packed ready for removal, with a pencil direction that they should be given when called for. Then she went into the Frenchwoman's garret. Everything was clean, and all the drawers emptied there. She bethought herself of the trinkets which had been left on the ground and felt certain that the woman had fled. Good heavens! Was ever such ill luck as mine, she said. To be so near, and to lose all. Is it all too late? No, there was one chance more. She dressed herself and went away unmolested this time, but alone. It was 4 o'clock. She went swiftly down the streets. She had no money to pay for a carriage, and never stopped until she came to Sir Pitt Crawley's door, in Great Gaunt Street. Where was Lady Jane Crawley? She was at church. Becky was not sorry. Sir Pitt was in his study, and had given orders not to be disturbed. She must see him. She slipped by the sentinel in livery at once, and was in Sir Pitt's room before the astonished baronet had even laid down the paper. He turned red and started back from her with a look of great alarm and horror. Do not look so, she said. I am not guilty, Pitt, dear Pitt, you were my friend once. Before God, I am not guilty. I seem so. Everything is against me. And oh! At such a moment. Just when all my hopes were about to be realized, just when happiness was in store for us. Is this true, what I see in the paper then? Sir Pitt said, a paragraph in which had greatly surprised him. It is true. Lord Steyne told me on Friday night, the night of that fatal ball. He has been promised an appointment any time these 6 months. Mr. Martyr, the colonial secretary, told him yesterday that it was made out. That unlucky arrest ensued. That horrible meeting. I was only guilty of too much devotedness to Rawdon's service. I have received Lord Steyne a loan 100 times before. I confess I had money of which Rawdon knew nothing. Don't you know how careless he is of it, and could I dare to confide it to him? And so she went on with a perfectly connected story, which she poured into the ears of her perplexed kinsman. It was to the following effect. Becky owned, and with prefect frankness, but deep contrition, that having remarked Lord Steyne's partiality for her, at the mention of which Pitt blushed, and being secure of her own virtue, she had determined to turn the great peer's attachment to the advantage of herself and her family. I looked for a peerage for you, Pitt, she said. The brother-in-law again turned red. We have talked about it. Your genius and Lord Steyne's interest made it more than probable, had not this dreadful calamity come to put an end to all our hopes. But, first, I own that it was my object to rescue my dear husband, him whom I love in spite of all his ill usage and suspicions of me, to remove him from the poverty and ruin which was impending over us. I saw Lord Steyne's partiality for me, she said, casting down her eyes. I own that I did everything in my power to make myself pleasing to him, and as far as an honest woman may, to secure his esteem. It was only on Friday morning that the news arrived of the death of the governor of Coventry Island, and my lord instantly secured the appointment for my dear husband. It was intended as a surprise for him, he was to see it in the papers today. Even after that horrid arrest took place, the expenses of which Lord Steyne generously said he would settle, so that I was in a manner prevented from coming to my husband's assistance, my lord was laughing with me. And saying that my dearest Rawdon would be consoled when he read of his appointment in the paper, in that shocking spun, bailiff's house. And then he came home. His suspicions were excited, the dreadful scene took place between my lord and my cruel Rawdon, and, oh my God, what will happen next? Pitt, dear Pitt. Pity me, and reconcile us. And as she spoke she flung herself down on her knees, and bursting into tears, seized hold of Pitt's hand, which she kissed passionately. It was in this very attitude that Lady Jane, who, returning from church, ran to her husband's room directly she heard Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was closeted there, found the baronet and his sister-in-law. I am surprised that woman has the audacity to enter this house, Lady Jane said, trembling in every limb and turning quite pale. Her ladyship had sent out her maid directly after breakfast, who had communicated with Raggles and Rawdon Crawley's household, who had told her all, and a great deal more than they knew, of that story, and many others besides. How dare Mrs. Crawley to enter the house of an honest family? Sir Pitt started back, amazed at his wife's display of vigor. Becky still kept her kneeling posture and clung to Sir Pitt's hand. Tell her that she does not know all, tell her that I am innocent, dear Pitt, she whimpered out. Upon my word, my love, I think you do Mrs. Crawley injustice, Sir Pitt said, at which speech Rebecca was vastly relieved. Indeed I believe her to be. To be what? Cried out Lady Jane, her clear voice thrilling and, her heart beating violently as she spoke. To be a wicked woman, a heartless mother, a false wife. She never loved her dear little boy, who used to fly here and tell me of her cruelty to him. She never came into a family but she strove to bring misery with her and to weaken the most sacred affections with her wicked flattery and falsehoods. She has deceived her husband, as she has deceived everybody, her soul is black with vanity, worldliness, and all sorts of crime. I tremble when I touch her. I keep my children out of her sight. Lady Jane, cried Sir Pitt, starting up, this is really language. I have been a true and faithful wife to you, Sir Pitt, Lady Jane continued, intrepidly, I have kept my marriage vow as I made it to God and have been obedient and gentle as a wife should. But righteous obedience has its limits, and I declare that I will not bear that woman again under my roof. If she enters it, I and my children will leave it. She is not worthy to sit down with Christian people. You must choose, sir, between her and me, and with this my lady swept out of the room, fluttering with her own audacity, and leaving Rebecca and Sir Pitt not a little astonished at it. As for Becky, she was not hurt, nay, she was pleased. It was the diamond clasp you gave me, she said to Sir Pitt, reaching him out her hand. And before she left him, for which event you may be sure my Lady Jane was looking out from her dressing-room window in the upper story, the baronet had promised to go and seek out his brother, and endeavour to bring about a reconciliation. Rawdon found some of the young fellows of the regiment seated in the mess-room at breakfast, and was induced without much difficulty to partake of that meal. And of the devilled legs of fowls and soda-water with which these young gentlemen fortified themselves. Then they had a conversation befitting the day and their time of life, about the next pigeon match at Battersea, with relative bets upon Ross and Osbaldiston. About Mademoiselle Ariane of the French Opera, and who had left her, and how she was consoled by Panther Carr, and about the fight between the butcher and the pet, and the probabilities that it was a cross. Young Tandy Man, a hero of 17, laboriously endeavoring to get up a pair of mustachios, had seen the fight, and spoke in the most scientific manner about the battle and the condition of the men. It was he who had driven the butcher onto the ground in his drag and passed the whole of the previous night with him. Had there not been foul play he must have won it. All the old files of the ring were in it, and Tandy Man wouldn't pay. No, damme, he wouldn't pay. It was but a year since the young cornet, now so knowing a hand in Cribb's parlour, had a still lingering liking for toffee, and used to be birchied at Eton. So they went on talking about dancers, fights, drinking, demi-reps, until McMurdo came down and joined the boys and the conversation. He did not appear to think that any especial reverence was due to their boyhood. The old fellow cut in with stories, to the full as choice as any the youngest rake present had to tell, nor did his own grey hairs nor their smooth faces detain him. Old Mac was famous for his good stories. He was not exactly a ladies' man. That is, men asked him to dine rather at the houses of their mistresses than of their mothers. There can scarcely be a life lower, perhaps, than his, but he was quite contented with it, such as it was, and led it in perfect good nature, simplicity, and modesty of demeanour. By the time Mac had finished a copious breakfast, most of the others had concluded their meal. Young Lord Varines was smoking an immense meerschaum pipe, while Captain Hughes was employed with a cigar, that violent little devil Tandy Man, with his little bull terrier between his legs, was tossing for shillings with all his might. That fellow was always at some game or other, against Captain Deuceace. And Mac and Rawdon walked off to the club, neither, of course, having given any hint of the business which was occupying their minds. Both, on the other hand, had joined pretty gaily in the conversation, for why should they interrupt it? Feasting, drinking, ribaldry, laughter, go on alongside of all sorts of other occupations in Vanity Fair. The crowds were pouring out of church as Rawdon and his friend passed down St. James's Street and entered into their club. The old bucks and habitués, who ordinarily stand gaping and grinning out of the great front window of the club, had not arrived at their posts as yet. The newspaper room was almost empty. One man was present whom Rawdon did not know. Another to whom he owed a little score for whist, and whom, in consequence, he did not care to meet. A third was reading the Royalist, a periodical famous for its scandal and its attachment to Church and King, Sunday paper at the table, and looking up at Crawley with some interest, said, "Crawley, I congratulate you." "What do you mean?" said the Colonel. "It's in the Observer and the Royalist too," said Mr. Smith. "What?" Rawdon cried, turning very red. He thought that the affair with Lord Steyne was already in the public prints. Smith looked up wondering and smiling at the agitation which the Colonel exhibited as he took up the paper and, trembling, began to read. Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown, the gentlemen with whom Rawdon had the outstanding whist account, had been talking about the Colonel just before he came in. "It has come just in the nick of time," said Smith. "I suppose Crawley had not a shilling in the world." "It's a wind that blows everybody good," Mr. Brown said. "He can't go away without paying me a pony he owes me." "What's the salary?" asked Smith. 2 or 3,000, answered the other. "But the climate's so infernal, they don't enjoy it long. Liverseege died after 18 months of it, and the man before went off in 6 weeks, I hear. Some people say his brother is a very clever man." "I always found him a d. bore," Smith ejaculated. "He must have good interest, though. He must have got the Colonel the place." "He," said Brown, with a sneer. "Pooh! It was Lord Steyne got it." "How do you mean?" "A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband," answered the other enigmatically, and went to read his papers. Rawdon, for his part, read in the Royalist the following astonishing paragraph. "Governorship of Coventry Island. HMS Yellow Jack, Commander Jaunders, has brought letters and papers from Coventry Island. H.E. Sir Thomas Liverseege had fallen a victim to the prevailing fever at Swampton. His loss is deeply felt in the flourishing colony. We hear that the governorship has been offered to Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B., a distinguished Waterloo officer. We need not only men of acknowledged bravery, but men of administrative talents to superintend the affairs of our colonies. And we have no doubt that the gentleman selected by the Colonial Office to fill the lamented vacancy which has occurred at Coventry Island is admirably calculated for the post which he is about to occupy. Coventry Island. Where was it? Who had appointed him to the government? You must take me out as your secretary, old boy, Captain McMurdo said laughing. And as Crawley and his friend sat wondering and perplexed over the announcement, the club waiter brought into the colonel a card on which the name of Mr. Wenham was engraved, who begged to see Colonel Crawley. The colonel and his aide-de-camp went out to meet the gentleman, rightly conjecturing that he was an emissary of Lord Stein. "How d'ye do, Crawley? I am glad to see you," said Mr. Wenham with a bland smile, and grasping Crawley's hand with great cordiality. "You come, I suppose, from—" "Exactly," said Mr. Wenham. "Then this is my friend Captain McMurdo, of the Life Guards Green." "Delighted to know Captain McMurdo, I'm sure," Mr. Wenham said, and tendered another smile and shake of the hand to the second, as he had done to the principal. Mac put out one finger, armed with a buckskin glove, and made a very frigid bow to Mr. Wenham over his tight cravat. He was, perhaps, discontented at being put in communication with a Pekin, and thought that Lord Stein should have sent him a colonel at the very least. "As McMurdo acts for me, and knows what I mean," Crawley said, "I had better retire and leave you together." "Of course," said McMurdo. "By no means, my dear Colonel," Mr. Wenham said. "The interview which I had the honor of requesting was with you personally, though the company of Captain McMurdo cannot fail to be also most pleasing. In fact, Captain, I hope that our conversation will lead to none but the most agreeable results, very different from those which my friend Colonel Crawley appears to anticipate." "Humph," said Captain McMurdo. "Be hanged to these civilians," he thought to himself, "they are always for arranging and speechifying." Mr. Wenham took a chair which was not offered to him, took a paper from his pocket, and resumed. "You have seen this gratifying announcement in the papers this morning, Colonel. Government has secured a most valuable servant, and you, if you accept office, as I presume you will, an excellent appointment. 3,000 a year, delightful climate, excellent government house, all your own way in the colony, and a certain promotion. I congratulate you with all my heart. I presume you know, gentlemen, to whom my friend is indebted for this piece of patronage?" "Hanged if I know," the captain said, his principal turned very red. "To one of the most generous and kindest men in the world, as he is one of the greatest, to my excellent friend, the Marquis of Stein." "I'll see him before I take his place," growled out Rawdon. "You are irritated against my noble friend, Mr. Wenham calmly resumed, "and now, in the name of common sense and justice, tell me why." "Why?" cried Rawdon in surprise. "Why?" "Dammy," said the captain, ringing his stick on the ground. "Dammy, indeed," said Mr. Wenham with the most agreeable smile. "Still, look at the matter as a man of the world, as an honest man, and see if you have not been in the wrong. You come home from a journey, and find, what, my Lord Stein supping at your house in Curzon Street with Mrs. Crawley. Is the circumstance strange or novel? Has he not been 100 times before in the same position? Upon my honor and word as a gentleman, Mr. Wenham here put his hand on his waistcoat with a parliamentary air, I declare I think that your suspicions are monstrous and utterly unfounded. And that they injure an honorable gentleman who has proved his goodwill towards you by 1,000 benefactions, and a most spotless and innocent lady. You don't mean to say that Crawley's mistaken, said Mr. McMurdo. I believe that Mrs. Crawley is as innocent as my wife, Mrs. Wenham, Mr. Wenham said with great energy. I believe that, misled by an infernal jealousy, my friend here strikes a blow against not only an infirm and old man of high station, his constant friend and benefactor, but against his wife, his own dearest honor, his son's future reputation. And his own prospects in life. I will tell you what happened, Mr. Wenham continued with great solemnity. I was sent for this morning by my Lord Stein, and found him in a pitiable state, as, I need hardly inform Colonel Crawley, any man of age and infirmity would be after a personal conflict with a man of your strength. I say to your face. It was a cruel advantage you took of that strength, Colonel Crawley. It was not only the body of my noble and excellent friend which was wounded, his heart, sir, was bleeding. A man whom he had loaded with benefits and regarded with affection had subjected him to the foulest indignity. What was this very appointment, which appears in the journals of today, but a proof of his kindness to you? When I saw his lordship this morning I found him in a state pitiable indeed to see, and as anxious as you are to revenge the outrage committed upon him, by blood. You know he has given his proofs, I presume, Colonel Crawley. He has plenty of pluck, said the colonel. Nobody ever said he hadn't. His first order to me was to write a letter of challenge, and to carry it to Colonel Crawley. One or other of us, he said, must not survive the outrage of last night. Crawley nodded. You're coming to the point, Wenham, he said. I tried my utmost to calm Lord Stein. Good God! Sir, I said, how I regret that Mrs. Wenham and myself had not accepted Mrs. Crawley's invitation to sup with her. She asked you to sup with her? Captain McMurdo said. After the opera. Here's the note of invitation. Stop, no, this is another paper. I thought I had but it's of no consequence, and I pledge you my word to the fact. If we had come, and it was only one of Mrs. Wenham's headaches which prevented us, she suffers under them a good deal, especially in the spring. If we had come, and you had returned home, there would have been no quarrel, no insult. No suspicion, and so it is positively because my poor wife has a headache that you are to bring death down upon two men of honor and plunge two of the most excellent and ancient families in the kingdom into disgrace and sorrow. Mr. McMurdo looked at his principal with the air of a man profoundly puzzled, and Rawdon felt with a kind of rage that his prey was escaping him. He did not believe a word of the story, and yet, how discredit or disprove it? Mr. Wenham continued with the same fluent oratory, which in his place in Parliament he had so often practiced. I sat for an hour or more by Lord Stein's bedside, beseeching, imploring Lord Stein to forego his intention of demanding a meeting. I pointed out to him that the circumstances were after all suspicious. They were suspicious. I acknowledge it. Any man in your position might have been taken in. I said that a man furious with jealousy is to all intents and purposes a madman, and should be as such regarded, that a duel between you must lead to the disgrace of all parties concerned, that a man of his lordship's exalted station had no right in these days, when the most atrocious revolutionary principles and the most dangerous levelling doctrines are preached among the vulgar, to create a public scandal. And that, however innocent, the common people would insist that he was guilty and fine. I implored him not to send the challenge. I don't believe one word of the whole story, said Rawdon, grinding his teeth. I believe it lie, and that you're in it, Mr. Wenham. If the challenge don't come from him, by Jove it shall come from me. Mr. Wenham turned deadly pale at this savage interruption of the colonel and looked towards the door. But he found a champion in Captain McMurdo. That gentleman rose up with an oath and rebuked Rawdon for his language. You put the affair into my hands, and you shall act as I think fit, by Jove, and not as you do. You have no right to insult Mr. Wenham with this sort of language, and damme, Mr. Wenham, you deserve an apology. And as for a challenge to Lord Stein, you may get somebody else to carry it. I won't. If my lord, after being thrashed, chooses to sit still, dammy let him. And as for the affair with Mrs. Crawley, my belief is, there's nothing proved at all, that your wife's innocent as Mr. Wenham says she is, and at any rate that you would be a fool not to take the place and hold your tongue. Captain McMurdo, you speak like a man of sense, Mr. Wenham cried out, immensely relieved. I forget any words that Colonel Crawley has used in the irritation of the moment. I thought you would, Rawdon said with a sneer. Shut your mouth, you old stupid, the captain said good-naturedly. "Mr. Wenham ain't a fighting man, and quite right, too. This matter, in my belief," the Stein emissary cried, "ought to be buried in the most profound oblivion. A word concerning it should never pass these doors. I speak in the interest of my friend, as well as of Colonel Crawley, who persists in considering me his enemy." "I suppose Lord Stein won't talk about it very much," said Captain McMurdo. "And I don't see why our side should. The affair ain't a very pretty one, any way you take it, and the less said about it the better. It's you are thrashed, and not us, and if you are satisfied, why, I think, we should be. Mr. Wenham took his hat, upon this, and Captain McMurdo following him to the door, shut it upon himself and Lord Stein's agent, leaving Rawdon chafing within. When the two were on the other side, McMurdo looked hard at the other ambassador and with an expression of anything but respect on his round jolly face. "You don't stick at a trifle, Mr. Wenham," he said. "You flatter me, Captain McMurdo," answered the other with a smile. "Upon my honor and conscience now, Mrs. Crawley did ask us to sup after the opera. Of course, and Mrs. Wenham had one of her headaches. I say, I've got £1,000 note here, which I will give you if you will give me a receipt, please, and I will put the note up in an envelope for Lord Stein. My man shan't fight him. But we had rather not take his money." "It was all a mistake, my dear sir," the other said with the utmost innocence of manner, and was bowed down the club steps by Captain McMurdo, just as Sir Pitt Crawley ascended them. There was a slight acquaintance between these two gentlemen, and the captain, going back with the baronet to the room where the latter's brother was, told Sir Pitt, in confidence, that he had made the affair all right between Lord Stein and the colonel. Sir Pitt was well pleased, of course, at this intelligence, and congratulated his brother warmly upon the peaceful issue of the affair, making appropriate moral remarks upon the evils of duelling and the unsatisfactory nature of that sort of settlement of disputes. And after this preface, he tried with all his eloquence to effect a reconciliation between Rawdon and his wife. He recapitulated the statements which Becky had made, pointed out the probabilities of their truth, and asserted his own firm belief in her innocence. But Rawdon would not hear of it. "She has kept money concealed from me these 10 years, he said. "She swore, last night only, she had none from Stein. She knew it was all up, directly I found it. If she's not guilty, Pitt, she's as bad as guilty, and I'll never see her again, never." His head sank down on his chest as he spoke the words, and he looked quite broken and sad. "Poor old boy," McMurdo said, shaking his head. Rawdon Crawley resisted for some time the idea of taking the place which had been procured for him by so odious a patron, and was also for removing the boy from the school where Lord Stein's interest had placed him. He was induced, however, to acquiesce in these benefits by the entreaties of his brother and McMurdo, but mainly by the latter, pointing out to him what a fury Stein would be in to think that his enemy's fortune was made through his means. When the Marquis of Stein came abroad after his accident, the colonial secretary bowed up to him and congratulated himself and the service upon having made so excellent an appointment. These congratulations were received with a degree of gratitude which may be imagined on the part of Lord Stein. The secret of the rencontre between him and Colonel Crawley was buried in the profoundest oblivion, as Wenham said. That is, by the seconds and the principals. But before that evening was over it was talked of at 50 dinner tables in Vanity Fair. Little Cackleby himself went to 7 evening parties and told the story with comments and emendations at each place. How Mrs. Washington White revelled in it. The Bishopess of Ealing was shocked beyond expression. The bishop went and wrote his name down in the visiting book at Gaunt House that very day. Little Southdown was sorry, so you may be sure was his sister Lady Jane, very sorry. Lady Southdown wrote it off to her other daughter at the Cape of Good Hope. It was town talk for at least 3 days, and was only kept out of the newspapers by the exertions of Mr. Wagg, acting upon a hint from Mr. Wenham. The bailiffs and brokers seized upon poor Raggles in Curzon Street, and the late fair tenant of that poor little mansion was in the meanwhile, where? Who cared? Who asked after a day or two? Was she guilty or not? We all know how charitable the world is, and how the verdict of Vanity Fair goes when there is a doubt. Some people said she had gone to Naples in pursuit of Lord Stein, whilst others averred that his lordship quitted that city and fled to Palermo on hearing of Becky's arrival. Some said she was living in Bierstadt, and had become a dame d'honneur to the Queen of Bulgaria, some that she was at Boulogne, and others, at a boarding house at Cheltenham. Rawdon made her a tolerable annuity, and we may be sure that she was a woman who could make a little money go a great way, as the saying is. He would have paid his debts on leaving England, could he have got any insurance office to take his life, but the climate of Coventry Island was so bad that he could borrow no money on the strength of his salary. He remitted, however, to his brother punctually, and wrote to his little boy regularly every mail. He kept McMurdo in cigars and sent over quantities of shells, cayenne pepper, hot pickles, guava jelly, and colonial produce to Lady Jane. He sent his brother home the Swamp Town Gazette, in which the new governor was praised with immense enthusiasm. Whereas the Swamp Town Sentinel, whose wife was not asked to Government House, declared that His Excellency was a tyrant, compared to whom Nero was an enlightened philanthropist. Little Rawdon used to like to get the papers and read about His Excellency. His mother never made any movement to see the child. He went home to his aunt for Sundays and holidays. He soon knew every bird's nest about Queen's Crawley, and rode out with Sir Huddlestone's hounds, which he admired so on his first well-remembered visit to Hampshire. Chapter 56.